Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Fairy. Clang. The resounding bell echoed amidst the mountains. A fire crow, the size of a fist, struck the golden bell with fervor, causing it to crack and splinter, as though it were on the verge of shattering. Is the golden bell fully formed? What excellent material for corpse refining. The middle-aged man's gaze bore a hint of incredulity, quickly replaced by a series of derisive chuckles. What does it matter if the golden bell is complete? Can it withstand a few strikes from my fire crow? At your age, wouldn't it be better to wield power in the mundane world rather than venture into the realm of immortals? Do you truly believe that everyone can become an immortal? Whoosh! I left home at a young age and have traversed the world of immortals for over 30 years. The man's eyes widened, his words abruptly cut short as a 3-inch flying dagger lodged itself in his brow. Whoosh! 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 Several more beams of light pierced through the air as willow leaf daggers accurately struck the man's eyes, mouth, throat, and heart. He stood motionless, his pristine white robe stained with blood. Puff! The youth exhaled a breath of rancid air, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Bah! A pauper, lacking even a storage bag. Then again, if he were truly formidable, he wouldn't stoop to robbing a mere mortal such as myself. After a quick search, he extracted 2 spirit stones and several talismans from the fallen cultivator. Li Chen skillfully erased all traces of the corpse before turning away and hastily departing. In the air, a graceful figure stood upon a flying sword, silently observing the unfolding scene. Up ahead lies Insher Market, a gathering place for rogue cultivators of Heishui Prefecture. Within the thicket, Li Chen gazed into the misty distance, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Having spent 19 years in this world, he transitioned from a farmer's son to a disciple of a gang, ultimately rising to become a prominent figure in the martial arts world. Just as he prepared to take a wife and enjoy life, he was suddenly startled by the revelation that immortals existed in this realm. Immortals! The very term seemed to possess an enchanting allure, compelling Li Chen to resolutely abandon his esteemed status in the mundane martial world and embark on a journey to the Zishu Immortal Sect to partake in the decade-long spirit assessment ceremony. 9th grade spirit root, too old to enter the immortal gate. The cold words of the Zishu sect elder pronounced Li Chen's fate, reverberating incessantly in his ears. Martial arts emphasize the foundation of one's physique, while cultivation hinges upon the spirit root. Li Chen displayed remarkable talent in martial arts otherwise. He would not have achieved such prominence at a young age. Regrettably, his aptitude for cultivation was lacking, possessing only a 9th grade spirit root. Spirit roots range from 1st to 9th grade. The 1st grade is the highest, known as the celestial spirit root. The 9th grade is the lowest, referred to as a pseudo-spirit root. Li Chen belonged to the most inferior 9th grade spirit root, and coupled with his advanced age, he was unqualified even to become a mere errand disciple of the Zishu Immortal Sect. The Zishu Immortal Sect, the sole sect of immortals in the Yin Kingdom, represented the pinnacle of aspiration. Without the opportunity to join the Zishu Immortal Sect, his only options were to consider other cultivation factions within the Yin Kingdom or to become a rogue cultivator. Despite being burdened with the most inferior 9th grade spirit root, he at least possessed a spirit root. Even though the elder of the Zishu Immortal Sect asserted that those with a 9th grade spirit root could only reach the early stages of chi refinement, struggling to even break into the mid-stages, Li Chen remained undeterred. To become an immortal, for Li Chen, the transcender, nothing is more alluring than the prospect of achieving immortality. Through various inquiries, he learned of the existence of Yinshan Fong and yearned to explore it for opportunities, embarking on the path of cultivation. As he approached Yinshan Fong, he encountered an attempted robbery by a cultivator. In the mundane world, a congenital master like Li Chen would dominate the martial arts realm. But upon entering the world of cultivation, he was regarded merely as a decent material for corpse refinement. Fortunately, the cultivator who sought to ambush Li Chen was not sufficiently powerful, allowing Li Chen to retaliate with his flying knife technique. There is no way forward. Is this the formation set by cultivators, isolating the realm of immortals from mortals? The path ahead was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring his vision, and Li Chen dared not venture recklessly into the unknown. Despite knowing that the market of Yinshan Fong lay just beyond the fog, his limited understanding of cultivators' methods restrained his courage. Are you here to seek immortality? As Li Chun lingered at the edge of the mist, an ethereal voice suddenly pierced the silence, sending chills down his spine. Turning around, he beheld a petite girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile, observing him with curiosity. Li Chen's senses heightened, his body tensed in vigilance. The girl appeared to be no more than 15 or 16, seemingly innocent, yet Li Chun understood that appearances could be deceiving in this realm. You need not be anxious. I harbor no ill will toward you. If I intended to harm you, you would already be dead. Each year, many martial artists from a mundane world come here in search of immortality, yet most of them end up as materials for evil cultivators' corpse refinement or become servants to cultivators. You are fortunate you have encountered the kind-hearted Linglong fairy. The girl, petite and clad in a water-blue gauze dress, adorned with a floral crown atop her head, had a delicate face that was rosy and fair, her smile revealing a set of pearly white teeth, her dark eyes sparkling with innocence. Linglong fairy? Li Chen's voice was hoarse, his vigilance unwavering as he discreetly tightened his grip on the willow leaf flying knife concealed within his sleeve. My name is Shui Linglong, known in the cultivation world as the Linglong fairy. The martial arts of the mundane world are not without merit. Your flying knife is perilous, posing a lethal threat to cultivators below the 4th level of Qi refinement. However, those above the 4th level have already developed spiritual awareness, rendering your flying knife ineffective against them. Gazing at the charming girl before him, Li Chen's expression softened, the tension within him easing. He realized that this girl, who called herself the Linglong fairy, was not merely attempting to intimidate him. His masterful flying knife could reign supreme in the mundane world, striking true every time, its blade stained with blood. Yet the realm of cultivation was different. His flying knife would always be regarded as inconsequential in the eyes of cultivators. The one who had previously ambushed him, seeking to turn him into corpse material, was likely a feeble cultivator below the 4th level of Qi refinement, lacking spiritual awareness. The girl before him, with the golden storage bag at her waist, signified that she was far more powerful than the cultivator who had attacked him. It seems you're not as foolish as you appeared. A smile of appreciation flickered across the delicate visage of Shui Linglong as she spoke softly. The spiritual roots are categorized in 9 grades, with the first being the highest and the 9th the lowest. Only those possessing spiritual roots may embark on the path of immortality. Each year, countless mundane martial artists flock to Yinshan to seek immortality, yet the majority lacks spiritual roots, relegated to a life of servitude in the realm of cultivation, unable to ascend to the immortal path. Are you aware of the concept of spiritual roots in your quest for immortality? Li Chen's expression grew solemn as he bowed respectfully to the young woman before him, responding earnestly, I am aware. I participated in the spiritual root assessment at the Zishu Immortal sect 6 months ago. Shui Linglong blinked. You have attended the Zishu sect's assessment? It seems you are among the unfortunate who were rejected due to inferior roots. Li Chen's cheeks trembled slightly as he replied candidly, Indeed. My spiritual root is of the 9th grade, rendering me unfit for the Immortal sect. What is Zishu but a minor sect, merely claiming the title of an immortal sect in this remote land of Yin? And you, with a 9th grade spiritual root, what do you seek in the realm of immortality? With such roots, you will struggle to progress beyond the mid-stage of Qi refinement throughout your life. Even if you were to tread the path of immortality, you would find yourself among the lowest of the cultivation world, akin to ants. Would it not be better to return to the mundane world and indulge in wealth and luxury? With your skills, would it not be more pleasing to live freely in the secular world rather than grapple in the depths of the cultivation realm? The voice of this ethereal fairy was clear and melodious, yet her words struck a dissonant chord, echoing the sentiments of the elder from the Zishu sect's assessment. Return to the mundane world to enjoy life? Li Chen's gaze wavered. Having traversed realms with great difficulty to arrive here in the world of cultivation, was he truly to abandon his aspirations and return to a life of mundanity, destined to become mere dust in a century? No, this was not what he desired. Though his roots may be lacking, the realm of cultivation lay before him. How could he resign himself without giving it a try? Maintaining his silence, Li Qin's resolve gradually solidified. The young woman's gaze swept across Li Qin's stern countenance, perhaps sensing the turmoil within him. Her expression became momentarily distant as she softly mused, "There are many like you, steadfast in their pursuit of the Tao. Yet as time passes, the fervor of most will inevitably wane. Very well, since I am in a good mood today, I shall grant you an opportunity." Li Qin's eyes widened in realization that he had encountered a benefactor, and he promptly bowed to the young woman before him. She waved her hand dismissively, speaking casually, "I can take you into Yinshan and recommend you as a servant at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Are you willing?" "Thank you, Fairy Linglong." Li Qin's voice regained its strength, a glimmer of hope igniting within his eyes. The young woman turned, her petite figure walking into the mist ahead. "Stay close." Chapter 2. The Divine Elixir Pavilion. Is this the realm of cultivation? As Li Qin traversed through the dense mists and stepped onto the cobblestone streets, he surveyed his surroundings with a sense of wonder. Flanking the streets were numerous shops and lofts, a talisman shop, a red rice store, a treasure house, a delicacy pavilion, a divine maiden's tower, and the 1,000 refinements pavilion, among many others. Additionally, there were vendors seated on the ground, hawking an array of goods that dazzled the senses. Walking ahead was Shui Linglong, making her way directly to the heart of the marketplace. Li Qin astutely observed that many passers-by cast their gazes upon Shui Linglong with a hint of reverence. The fairy Linglong held a notable status in the realm of Yinshan. Li Qin's eyes sparkled with realization that he had encountered a genuine noble figure, though he remained uncertain of her cultivation level. Yinshan Market was a collaborative establishment by several cultivation families from Heishui Prefecture, built atop a secondary spiritual vein. It gathered numerous rogue cultivators, many of whom were unruly characters. He would need to exercise caution when dealing with such individuals in the future. As the fairy Linglong walked ahead, her mood seemed remarkably buoyant, and she took the initiative to share some insights about the cultivation world with Li Qin. Gazing at the petite figure of the young girl, Li Qin silently committed her words to memory. "You possess a 9th grade spiritual root. Without the support of a powerful family or a stroke of fortune, you are likely to remain stagnated in the early stages of qi refinement for your entire life, making no progress whatsoever. After a few years in this cultivation realm, you may come to realize that living as an ordinary person in the secular world is not so bad after all. Everyone dreams of becoming an immortal. Yet in the vast expanse of the Southern Wastelands cultivation world, how many have truly achieved that in nearly 10,000 years? In the end, does cultivation not merely lead one back to dust, living perhaps a few more years than an ordinary mortal?" Her tone was laced with disdain, a hint of mockery threading through her words. Instinctively, Li Qin inquired, "Fairy Linglong, does the Southern Wastelands cultivation realm refer to the world we are in?" Turning around, the girl's gaze deepened with an inscrutable depth. "Where we stand is merely the most remote corner of the Southern Wastelands cultivation realm. The Southern Wasteland comprises 56 nations, with the Yin Kingdom situated on its fringes. Beyond the Yin Kingdom lies a vast world. Moreover, the Southern Wasteland is but a small corner of the mortal realm." "Never mind. Why am I sharing this with you?" Lost in her thoughts, the girl's demeanor shifted, her mood darkening as she lost interest in conversing with Li Qin. He hesitated to ask further questions, quietly trailing behind her, his eyes wandering to absorb the sights around him, eager to integrate into the cultivation realm. "Miss, you have returned." The Divine Elixir Pavilion, resplendent with golden bricks and azure tiles, exuded a majestic air, topped with a colossal gourd. The pavilion stood as the tallest structure in the heart of Yinshan Market. Among the few lofts Li Qin had observed, only the 1,000 Refinements Pavilion, the Treasure House, and the Divine Maiden's Tower could rival the grandeur of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. The first floor of the pavilion was sparsely populated. An elderly man descended from above, concern etched on his face as he regarded the girl, his eyes betraying a trace of reverence. Li Qin, standing behind her, maintained a composed demeanor, mindful not to utter a word. "Uncle Fu, how has business been during this time?" The young girl casually pulled out a chair, crossed her legs, and wore a rather indifferent expression. The elderly man glanced at Li Qin, and upon doing so, he was momentarily stunned. "Fu Bo. This individual is someone I encountered outside the market. Seeing his unwavering determination to seek the Tao, I decided to bring him to the Divine Pill Pavilion as a menial worker." The old man's gaze shifted away from Li Qin as he murmured softly, No wonder. Xiao Han, Take this young brother to meet Master Chen and have him serve as an apprentice. Yes, a plump young man, approximately 17 or 18 years old, stepped forward with a look of envy directed at Li Chen. Brother, please. Li Chen nodded and offered a warm smile to the young man. My name is Han Mao. What do they call you, big brother? In the back courtyard of the Divine Pill Pavilion, the young man became lively, his rat-like eyes sparkling as he scrutinized Li Chen. Brother, what is your relationship with the pavilion master? How is it that she personally brought you here? Li Chen's gaze flickered slightly, and he inquired nonchalantly. Is Linglong Fairy the pavilion master of the Divine Pill Pavilion? Han Mao puffed out his chest, his tone swelling with pride. Linglong Fairy is not only the pavilion master, but also the master of the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion, and she is one of the few foundational cultivators in Yinshan Market. It is said that she conducts business in both Nanshan Market of Yunzhou and Taihu Market of Pingzhou. Though she is not yet 30, she has already attained foundational cultivation. Even the true disciples of Zishu Immortal sect fall short in comparison to our Linglong Fairy. Li Chen opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. With an inexplicable glint in his eyes, Han Mao smiled obsequiously at Li Chen. Li Dage, if you have caught the eye of Linglong Fairy and find success in the future, do not forget to lend a hand to your little brother. Li Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, offering no response. Indeed, he had stumbled upon great fortune by meeting this beautiful and kind-hearted Linglong Fairy, who had brought him to Yinshan Market and arranged for him to serve as an apprentice to a pill master at the Divine Pill Pavilion. As for everything else, Li Chen dared not dwell on it. He was merely an ordinary mortal yet to embark on the path of immortality, possessing only a 9th-grade spiritual root, seemingly lacking any attributes worthy of Linglong Fairy's interest. Perhaps he bore a resemblance to someone from her past? Li Chen stroked his chin, recalling Fu Bo's astonished expression upon seeing him. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation for why Linglong Fairy regarded him with such favor and brought him to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Li Chen chose not to ponder further. For him, overthinking would prove futile at this moment. Han Mao continued to chatter incessantly, probing into the connection between Li Chen and Linglong Fairy, while Li Chen remained taciturn. In front of the exquisite courtyard, Li Chen adjusted his attire, feeling as though today's events were somewhat dreamlike. Big brotherly, there's no need to feel nervous. Master Chen has a very good temperament. Noticing Li Chen's momentary distraction, the young man jovially patted his shoulder in a comforting manner. At last, Li Chen came face to face with Master Chen of the Divine Pill Pavilion. In the quaint and elegant courtyard, an elderly man dressed in green lay languidly in the embrace of a charming maid, while another maid was massaging his leg. The slender figure of Master Chen Dan, adorned with a flowing goatee, squinted his eyes as he scrutinized Li Chen. With utmost respect, Li Chen bowed and introduced himself. I am Li Chen, honored to meet you. Master Chen. Beside him, the chubby Han Mao wore a fawning smile. Master Chen, this is the one personally brought back by the pavilion master, as instructed by Manager Fu to be sent to you as an apprentice. Master Chen's gaze roamed over Li Chen, his brows tightly knitted in discontent. That old ghost Fu. Could he not send someone of cultivation? What am I to do with a mere mortal? He will only bring trouble. With a resigned wave of his hand, he continued. Since it is the pavilion master's decision, and Fu has spoken, I shall not offend their wishes. Your spiritual roots appear lacking, so you shall start with chopping wood and warming the stove. Return to me tomorrow. With an impatient flick of his wrist, Master Chen dismissed Li Chen. Upon exiting the Divine Dan Pavilion, Li Chen found himself in possession of a weathered tome, a vial of fasting elixir, and 2 low-grade spirit stones. Han Mao, trailing closely, regarded him with envious eyes. The tome, a gift from Manager Fu, contained a rudimentary fire cultivation technique known as the Crimson Flame Technique. The fasting elixir and spirit stones were also bestowed by Manager Fu. According to Han Mao, the Divine Dan Pavilion did not provide accommodation for its employees, save for those of higher status among the alchemists. Thus, Li Chen could not reside within the pavilion and would instead accompany Han Mao to the shantytown for shelter. On the rooftop of the Divine Dan Pavilion, Shui Linglong gazed absent-mindedly at the departing figures of Li Chen and Han Mao, her eyes unwittingly glistening with moisture. Standing beside her, Uncle Fu remained silent for a moment before softly reassuring her. Miss, the master possesses extraordinary talent. You need not worry for him. Snapping back to reality, Shui Linglong pressed her lips together and replied, Uncle Fu, my brother has been gone for over 20 years. When will he return to see Linglong? Chapter 3. Entering the path of spirit brotherly. From now on, You shall reside with me in the dilapidated quarters. Do not be deceived by the poor environment. A spirit stone is required each month for habitation here. Without it, one cannot even qualify to dwell in this area. Han Mao guided Li Qin to the outskirts of the Yinshan district, where numerous lowly constructed houses stood in disarray, each one exceedingly rudimentary. The inhabitants of these quarters were primarily lower-tier cultivators, while the truly formidable individuals resided in the caves established within the market, where they could cultivate amidst the spirit veins, a stark contrast to the conditions in the shanty town. The rotund fellow was quite loquacious, and Li Qin nodded gently in acknowledgement. Regardless of the setting, the principle of survival of the fittest prevailed, as a mere handful of the strong monopolized the superior resources. Cultivation requires spiritual energy, which emanates from spiritual veins. Locations blessed with such veins can be regarded as paradisiacal realms. As Li Qin was aware, every site with spiritual veins had long been claimed by others. The Zishu sect, the most powerful cultivation force in the Yin kingdom, dominated the finest spiritual veins, while the remaining veins were appropriated by various other factions. Under the guidance of the plump boy, Li Qin met the overseer of the shanty town, paid a spirit stone, and secured a month's right to reside in a modest dwelling. His abode was constructed from earthen bricks, with a thatched roof, and apart from a hard wooden bed. It contained naught else. A new neighbor had arrived. Immortal, a voluptuous and alluring female cultivator, emerged from the adjacent room, striding directly into Li Qin's quarters, her enchanting eyes scrutinizing him with curiosity. Sister Chan, do not underestimate Brother Li for being immortal. He was personally brought into the Yinshan district by the exquisite Linglong fairy, recommended to Apprentice under Master Chindan, and his future is undoubtedly bright. Han Mao interjected with a noticeably gleaming expression, his cherubic face adorned with a humble smile, as he cautiously explained to the nearby female cultivator. The charming cultivator raised an eyebrow, her demeanor becoming more earnest and warm. Brother Li has connections with the Linglong fairy? Li Qin shook his head, clarifying that he had no such relationship. It was merely that the benevolent Linglong fairy had guided him onto the path of cultivation. The female cultivator's gaze shifted, and she inquired tentatively, then Brother Li must possess exceptional talent. Otherwise, how could he attract the attention of the Linglong fairy? Li Qin smiled without responding. He was aware of his own spiritual root, which likely paled in comparison to Han Mao and this female cultivatoress, for in the realm of cultivation, there existed no lower qualification than a 9th-grade spiritual root. After a brief exchange, Li Qin learned that his neighboring cultivatoress name was Shu Chan, a 4th-layer Qi cultivator who earned her spirit stones by washing and preparing spirit paper for talismans, thus sustaining her practice in the shantytown. As for Han Mao, he was an attendant at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, boasting a 3rd-layer cultivation level. Upon discovering Li Qin's background, Shu Chan's previously warm demeanor diminished significantly. After a perfunctory greeting, she retreated to her own room. However, Han Mao's attitude remained unchanged as he cheerfully remarked, "Brother Li, if you require anything, do let me know, and I shall procure it for you." "Thank you, Brother Han, but I do not need anything at the moment," Li Qin replied. Li Qin was unwilling to trouble Han Mao any further, for he truly had no need for anything. At present, he longed only to peruse the Qi Ju given to him by Manager Fu, hoping to swiftly cultivate his qi and become a practitioner. Han Mao seemed to discern Li Qin's thoughts, his smile unwavering. "Brother Li, I shall not disturb you any longer. Do not rush your cultivation. Should you encounter any difficulties with the Qi Ju, feel free to ask me." Li Qin nodded, bidding Han Mao farewell. Han Mao was a decent fellow, his enthusiasm tinged with a hint of self-interest, likely due to his connection with the enchanting Linglong fairy, a fact that Li Qin was acutely aware of. But what connection did Li Qin have with the Linglong fairy? In his humble room, Li Qin sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, adjusting his mindset as he began to examine the Qi Ju. The Qi Ju was not an esoteric method of cultivation. Rather, it was quite common and could be purchased for merely 2 spirit stones in the market, rendering it a widely circulated technique. Li Qin had no privilege of choice. The advanced cultivation methods were all held tightly within the grasp of the major sects, and the techniques available in the marketplace could hardly be formidable. However, there were advantages to a technique like the Qi Ju. The text contained detailed annotations, enabling even a mere mortal like Li Qin, who had yet to embark on the path of immortality, to comprehend its contents. The Qi Ju was the most prevalent fire-based technique in the cultivation world, capping out at the 10th level of Qi refinement, with no further content for advanced cultivation. It included a mere handful of spells, such as the Fire Crow technique, Fire Arrow technique, and Fire Screen technique. The very cultivator who had attempted to kill him practiced the Qi Inju. As night deepened, Li Chun closed the book, sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, and shut his eyes. Following the method described in the text, he endeavored to harmonize with the heavens and earth, sensing the spiritual energy around him. After a night had passed, Li Chun opened his eyes, his expression grim. He had sensed the celestial energy, yet it utterly ignored him, let alone allowing him to draw it into his body for refinement into magical power. Was this the fate of the most inferior ninth-grade spiritual root? A realization dawned upon Li Chun. His aptitude for cultivation was likely far worse than he had anticipated. "Brotherly, are you awake? It is time for us to go to the Divine Pill Pavilion," came Han Mao's familiar voice from outside. Li Chun straightened his attire and opened the door, accompanying Han Mao to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Upon arriving, Li Chun did not encounter the Linglong Fairy or Manager Fu. Master Qin's demeanor towards Li Chun was neither warm nor cold, merely instructing him to chop firewood. The wood Li Chun was to chop was known as ironheart wood, a common fuel used by alchemists. Ironheart wood was exceedingly hard, and even though Li Chun was a master-level expert in the secular martial world, after a day of chopping, his palms were blistered. This was under the condition that he had cultivated the Golden Bell shield to perfection. Li Chun even suspected that an ordinary innate expert from the secular martial world would struggle to split ironheart wood. At the end of the day's labor, Li Chun, weary and fatigued, returned to the shanty town with Han Mao, resuming his efforts to harmonize with the heavens and earth, sensing the spiritual energy anew. Thus, the days passed, one after another. Li Chun had been chopping wood at the Divine Elixir Pavilion for half a year, during which he had not encountered the enchanting Linglong Fairy, nor had he seen Master Chun. Each month, however, Manager Fu would send him 2 low-grade spirit stones along with a vial of fasting pills as remuneration. Whenever it came time for payment, the portly Han Mao, who worked as a servant at the pavilion, would always grumble. Despite his efforts serving tea and attending to guests, he earned only 2 spirit stones a month, which was less than Li Chun's earnings. At least Li Chun received an additional vial of fasting pills each month, while the chubby fellow could not even afford one. Li Chun understood that this was Manager Fu's deliberate consideration for him. Yet, he could not fathom why the manager would extend such special favor to an ordinary person like himself. One day, as usual, Li Chun sought to harmonize himself with the heavens and earth, sensing the spiritual energy around him, striving to draw it into his body, thus taking the first step on the path of cultivation. On the hard wooden bed, Li Chun furrowed his brow in concentration. In his perception, vibrant motes of light floated through the air. These varied hues represented different attributes of the spiritual energy of the world. He endeavored to attract the crimson motes closer to himself, and after countless persistent attempts, the red motes finally converged before him, seeping into his body through every pore. Success! Li Chun's eyes flew open, his face alight with joy. After half a year of perseverance, he had finally succeeded in drawing in the energy and taken the first step on his cultivation journey. Ding! The system detected that the host had embarked on the path of immortality, and it began to activate. Just as Li Chun reveled in his triumph, an even greater surprise struck him. He trembled all over, rising to his feet in shock, his lips quivering uncontrollably, and his heart raced wildly. A system. It turned out that he too possessed a system, which had been dormant for nearly 20 years, finally activating today. Chapter 4. The Legacy of Alchemy. Upon detecting that the host had embarked on the path of immortality, the system commenced activation. The Celestial Clan system has been fully activated. The primary quest, to establish a family of cultivators, remains unfulfilled. The secondary quest, to bear the first offspring with a spiritual root, also remains incomplete. The novice gift pack is being distributed. Please check, host. Li Chun felt a momentary daze. By the time he regained his senses, a multitude of memories not belonging to him had surged into his mind, from novice to master in alchemy. Detailed explanation of first-order formulas. Detailed explanation of second-order formulas. On alchemy, an overview of alchemical principles. Is this the inheritance of second-order alchemy? Li Chun rubbed his temples, overwhelmed with joy. After spending half a year in the realm of cultivation, he had only managed to reach the first level of qi refinement, yet he had not idled away that time. In the world of cultivation, there are myriad arts, with alchemy reigning supreme. Following alchemists are array masters, weapon refiners, talisman makers, and poison masters, among others. When discussing the myriad arts, the first four mentioned are invariably alchemy, array formation, weapon refinement, and talisman crafting. Within the realm of cultivation, alchemists hold an exceptionally esteemed position and are fervently sought after, as the majority of cultivators require medicinal pills to assist in their training, with very few able to cultivate without such aids. To become a revered alchemist is no small feat. Firstly, one must possess a legacy of alchemy. Alchemists are already rare in the cultivation world, and for loose cultivators to acquire such a legacy is nearly impossible. Secondly, learning alchemy demands a substantial investment of resources. Typically, only powerful factions can afford to cultivate alchemists. In the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, there are two esteemed alchemists, Master Gu and Master Qin. It is said that Master Gu is a second-order alchemist capable of refining second-order spiritual pills, and he has even produced a batch of foundation-building pills, earning the utmost respect from the illustrious Linglong Fairy. Li Chun had spent half a year chopping wood at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion without ever laying eyes on Master Gu. As for Master Qin, though merely a first-order alchemist, he holds a position of great respect both within the pavilion and throughout the Incheon market. In addition to these two alchemists, the Divine Alchemy Pavilion boasts over 10 apprentices, who can produce simpler pills like the Pill of Hunger and the Healing Pill. Oh, the inheritance of second-order alchemy. Li Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain his fervor. He organized the influx of memories in his mind, acquiring hundreds of first and second-order formulas, each detailed to the minutiae of the alchemical process, igniting the furnace, controlling the temperature, preparing the ingredients, managing the flame, condensing the pill, and retrieving the finished product. It is no exaggeration to state that Li Chun has already become a second-order alchemical master, merely lacking practical experience. A second-order alchemical master, indeed. This is a status that even the Zishu Immortal sect would seek to recruit. In the territory of the Yin Kingdom, wherever he might go, he would be treated as an esteemed guest. Even with only the cultivation of qi refinement, a second-order alchemist would be able to engage with foundation-building cultivators on equal terms. Taking a deep breath, Li Chun forced himself to regain composure. The system's novice gift pack had bestowed upon him the legacy of second-order alchemy. If he were to complete the system tasks, what remarkable rewards might the system bestow upon him? The system? Li Chun attempted to call out a few times, but the system remained unresponsive. This system was not intelligent and could not engage in conversation with him. The objective of the celestial system? The primary quest involved establishing a cultivation family, while the secondary task revolved around giving birth to the first offspring with spiritual roots. Thus, he needed to devise a plan to find a partner, bear children, and subsequently create a family. However, in the realm of cultivation, one should not say marry a wife, but rather seek a Tao companion. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Li Chun rubbed his chin, contemplating how to fulfill the system's tasks and obtain its rewards. He understood that with his 9th-grade spiritual root, without fortuitous encounters, he could only hope to reach the mid-stages of qi refinement. At this moment, Li Chun was certain that the greatest opportunity in his life was the system itself. To ascend to immortality and become an ancestor, he had to rely on the system. Whether it was the main quest or the side quest, the first step was to find a Tao companion and then procreate. Only with children could he establish a cultivation family, right? Alternatively, should he consider procuring a mortal woman to bear a child, thus completing the first side quest and claiming the reward? Yet, that seemed impractical, with his 9th-grade spiritual root. Could a child born of a mortal woman possess any spiritual roots? Therefore, he needed to seek a female cultivator instead. If both parents had spiritual roots, the likelihood of their offspring possessing them would be significantly higher. The crux of the matter lay in his cultivation level, being at the first layer of qi refinement. Would any female cultivator be willing to bear his child? Even assuming a female cultivator might agree, could he provide for the child under his current circumstances? Was it justifiable to have a child suffer alongside him from birth? Absolutely not. Perhaps it would be wiser to remain at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, gradually showcasing his alchemical skills, and once his cultivation and status improved, he could then contemplate finding a Tao companion and fulfilling the task of procreation. After much deliberation, Li Chun ultimately resolved to develop steadily within the Divine Elixir Pavilion, postponing the completion of the system's tasks until conditions were more favorable. Navigating the Yin Mountain market with a family in tow would be exceedingly challenging at the first layer of qi refinement. Having made his decision, Li Chun continued to explore the system. Besides the main and side quests, there was a remarkably simple personal data panel. Host, Li Chun lifespan, 1981, cultivation. First layer of qi refinement technique. Crimson flame technique. Beginner, Tao companion, none offspring, none family. Not established. The system panel was straightforward and required little further investigation. What he needed to focus on now was gradually revealing his alchemical prowess to attract the attention and mentorship of the exquisite Immortal Linglong. Once his cultivation reached a higher level and he became a true alchemist, he could then consider seeking a Tao companion, bearing children, and founding a family. As for breaking away from the protection of the Divine Elixir Pavilion and Immortal Linglong to develop independently, Li Qin had not even entertained the thought. The secular martial world was inherently perilous, and the cultivation realm would be fraught with even greater dangers. As a small fry at the first layer of qi refinement, daring to leave the Divine Elixir Pavilion would invite peril, with the risk of being devoured whole. He could not forget the cultivator who had attempted to assassinate him before reaching the Yin Mountain Market. The Yinshan Square has gathered a multitude of rogue cultivators, who are unruly and unpredictable. You must exercise caution when dealing with them in the future. The ethereal fairy Linglong once imparted these words to Li Qin, who has held them in his heart ever since. A sleepless night ensued. The following day, upon rising, Li Qin's eyes were still veiled in bloodshot hues. Han Mao squinted, his expression one of astonishment. Brother Qin, have you truly completed the qi introduction? Li Qin, with an impassive demeanor, merely nodded. Han Mao's chubby visage conveyed even greater surprise. Brother Qin, are you truly a 9th rank spiritual root? I possess an 8th rank spiritual root, and it took me an entire year to achieve the qi introduction. At that moment, their neighbor, Shu Chan, opened her door, a sack in hand. Today marked the day she was to deliver goods to the talisman shop. After diligently crafting spirit paper for over half a month, she was finally poised to reap the rewards. Her spirits lifted. Her beautiful gaze swept over Li Qin. A gentle smile gracing her lips. Brother Li has also embarked on the path of cultivation. Congratulations on stepping onto the immortal journey. Longevity is within reach. I have some matters to attend to, but I shall invite you for drinks upon my return. With that, Shu Chan hurriedly departed. In the Yinshan Square, a cultivator at the first layer of qi refinement remained at the lowest tier. Only by advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement could one attain a modicum of standing. To become a figure of prominence, one must break through to the late stage of qi refinement or master a particular cultivation art as an alchemist, formation master, weaponsmith, or talisman master. Li Qin's first layer cultivation was insufficient to garner Shu Chan's regard. Watching her retreating figure, Li Qin's expression remained stoic, his heart devoid of turmoil. Indeed, with his current cultivation level, no female cultivator would spare him a second glance. In the realm of cultivation, most female practitioners seek partners based solely on cultivation prowess, disregarding appearances or age. Ultimately, in the world of cultivation, power is paramount. With heightened cultivation, one can attain whatever one desires. Chapter 5. The Bestowal of Medicine. Are you truly a cultivator with a 9th tier spiritual root? In the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Manager Fu furrowed his brow, his peculiar gaze rendering Li Qin distinctly uncomfortable. This shouldn't be the case. A 9th tier spiritual root should not achieve the entry into the path of cultivation so swiftly. Manager Fu stroked his chin, a look of skepticism etched across his face. Around them, several attendants cast incredulous glances at Li Qin, whispering in hushed tones. Li Qin felt a ripple of uncertainty within. According to Manager Fu, a cultivator with a 9th tier spiritual root would require at least 2 years to complete the entry into the path of cultivation and transform into a first layer cultivator. Han Mao, possessing an 8th tier spiritual root, had taken nearly 2 years to achieve his status as a cultivator. Could it be that the spiritual measurement pillar of the Zishu sect was faulty, and he was actually of a 7th or 6th tier spiritual root? At this moment, a spark of excitement flickered within Li Qin. After all, he had accomplished the entry into the path of cultivation in merely half a year. A transformation from a mere mortal to a cultivator, a feat swifter than that of Han Mao and the other attendants of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Meeting Manager Fu's astonished gaze, Li Qin cautiously ventured, Fu Bo, is it possible that the spiritual measurement pillar of the Zishu sect is malfunctioning? Perhaps I could have my spiritual root tested again? Just as Manager Fu was about to nod in agreement, an ethereal voice descended from the upper floor. There is no need for further testing. The spiritual measurement pillar of the Zishu sect cannot possibly be flawed. Moreover, I have utilized my divine sense to ascertain your spiritual root. Indeed, you possess a 9th tier spiritual root. Your ability to complete the entry into the path of cultivation in half a year, transforming from a mortal into a cultivator, is not solely due to your spiritual root. but rather your soul is innately stronger than that of ordinary individuals, allowing you to progress more swiftly into the path. Do not be complacent. True geniuses abound who can complete the entry into the path of cultivation within a single day. The exquisite fairy Ling Long descended gracefully from the upper floor. Adorned in a water-blue celestial gown, her head crowned with a garland of flowers that appeared perpetually fresh, she was a sight to behold. I pay my respects to the pavilion master. Despite Fairy Ling Long's petite figure and youthful countenance, the moment she made her entrance, all present lowered their heads in reverence. Li Chun, with a self-deprecating smile, followed suit, bowing alongside the others in greeting. It had been half a year since he last saw Fairy Ling Long. Her presence shattered any lingering hope within Li Chen. The spiritual measurement pillar of the Zishu sect was indeed accurate. He remained that same ninth-tier spiritual root, deemed a waste. However, Li Chun did not succumb to despair, quickly recalibrating his mindset. What of being a ninth-tier spiritual root? He, Li Chun, possessed a system, with the system's assistance. As long as he did not falter along the way, he was destined for greatness. Fairy Ling Long moved with such grace that her footsteps made no sound. She approached Li Chun, gazing up at his stern and resolute visage. Her dark eyes deepened with intensity, as if piercing through to his very soul. You do not appear disheartened. I can sense a fervent determination within you. Yet you are undeniably a cultivator of the most inferior ninth-tier spiritual root. Pray tell, what fuels your unwavering confidence? Fairy Ling Long's voice was melodious, yet Li Chen's heart skipped a beat at her inquiry. This Fairy Ling Long. Li Chun immediately suppressed the astonishment within his heart, straightening his posture to face the enchanting, immortal Ling Long. Meeting her deep, dark eyes, he smiled effortlessly and calmly stated, "It is indeed true that a ninth-grade spiritual root is considered the most inferior aptitude in the realm of cultivation. Yet, a ninth-grade spiritual root can still cultivate, can it? As long as one can cultivate, the path to immortality remains open. There are still roads ahead, and I shall not be disheartened. Even if no path exists, I can endeavor to carve one out, for paths are forged by those who tread upon them." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the crowd fell silent. Within the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Han Mao anxiously observed Li Chun, his palms slick with cold sweat. The others were equally tense. After all, this was Immortal Ling Long, one of the few formidable foundation-building cultivators in the Yinshan district, a master in her own right even within the borders of the Yin Kingdom. Despite her delicate appearance, she was a figure of authority, one whom countless lower-tier cultivators revered. In the cultivation world of the Yin Kingdom, Immortal Ling Long was undoubtedly a rare powerhouse. It was said that even the Zisu Immortal sect dared not offend her. It would be a lie to say Li Chun was not nervous. Yet he understood the necessity of maintaining his composure. After a prolonged silence, a smile blossomed on Immortal Ling Long's charming face, akin to a garden of blooming flowers. How delightful it is to see such ambition. Let us see how far you can progress. You have already reached the first level of qi refinement. Take this bottle of qi nourishing pills. If you manage to break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement within 5 years, I shall reward you further. Gazing at the radiant smile of Immortal Ling Long, along with the jade vial she offered, Li Chun momentarily lost his train of thought. Surely, Immortal Ling Long must possess exceptional talent. Otherwise, she would not have become a foundation cultivator before the age of 30. After all, most true disciples of the Zisu Immortal sect establish their foundations after turning 30. What grade of spiritual root does Immortal Ling Long possess? If she were to bear a child, that child would undoubtedly inherit a spiritual root, and it likely would not be of poor caliber. Soon, Li Chun snapped back to reality, wary of indulging in such fanciful thoughts. A person of Immortal Ling Long's stature was not someone he could covet. Even entertaining such notions was unwise. He even harbored doubts that she might possess techniques akin to mind reading. Feeling the fervent, envious gazes directed his way, Li Chun respectfully accepted the jade vial from the young lady's hands, bowing with gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal, for your cultivation support. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Immortal Ling Long offered no further words, merely casting a glance at Li Chun before turning to ascend the stairs. Once Immortal Ling Long departed, the crowd refrained from any boisterous chatter. Li Chun surveyed his surroundings. Aside from Manager Fu, the other attendants regarded him with intense gazes filled with both envy and, more prominently, jealousy. Even the chubby Han Mao could not hide a fleeting glimmer of jealousy in his eyes, though it quickly dissipated compared to the other attendants. "All right, return to your tasks. As long as you all work diligently, the old man and the pavilion master shall certainly reward your efforts. Now, disperse, Manager Fu instructed. The crowd responded respectfully before scattering. Li Chun then proceeded to pay his respects to Master Chun. Chun Dan cast a fleeting glance at Li Chun and soon dismissed him, allowing Li Chun to continue chopping wood. After a day's toil, Li Chun returned to the shanty town, clutching a vial of qi-nourishing pills bestowed upon him by the exquisite Fairy Linglong. Along the way, the portly Han Mao became increasingly loquacious, his demeanor towards Li Chun markedly more affable. Brother Chun, I knew I was right about you. What exactly is your relationship with the Pavilion Master? I've been at the Divine Elixir Pavilion for several years, and I have never seen the Pavilion Master smile at anyone. Nor have I heard of anyone receiving such a generous gift. With the Pavilion Master's support, surpassing the mid-stage of Qi refinement is merely a matter of time. Even advancing to the late stage is not beyond the realm of possibility. Those Qi-nourishing pills are meant for practitioners at the third level of Qi refinement to break through their bottlenecks, and a single vial sells for 60 spirit stones. 60 spirit stones, if I were sold, I wouldn't fetch that much. Yet the Pavilion Master has bestowed them upon you. Brother Chen, I shall follow you from now on. I will look to you for guidance. You must watch over me. The chubby youth rambled on, while Li Chen found himself lost in contemplation. Fairy Linglong's attitude towards him was indeed rather distinct. Logically speaking, for someone of her stature, it would be a challenge for an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner to even catch a glimpse of her. To exchange a word would bring them immense joy for an extended period. What sort of person am I, really? Ultimately, Li Chen could not deduce a satisfactory answer. But one thing was certain, Fairy Linglong harbored no malice towards him. His fortune seemed to shine brightly. Having encountered such a noble figure as Fairy Linglong upon his arrival in the realm of cultivation, thus sparing him from many unnecessary detours. Chapter 6. An unexpected evening in the modest confines of Li Chen's room. The presence of his neighbor, Shu Chan, accompanied Han Mao. Shu Chan indeed brought wine and a roasted chicken from the Jinxiu building, claiming it was to celebrate Li Chen's newfound status as a cultivator. Brotherly, congratulations. You have finally taken this pivotal step into the path of cultivation. Little sister wishes you success in your pursuit of immortality, she declared, reclining enticingly in her chair. Her voluptuous figure captivating. With a wineglass in hand, her cheeks slightly flushed, a hint of allure danced in her eyes. Han Mao, the chubby boy, gazed at Shu Chan with fervent admiration, his breath quickening. Having spent half a year in Incher Square, Li Chen had acquired a fair understanding of the cultivation world. Shu Chan, in her 20s and possessing a cultivation level of the fourth layer of Qi refinement, had mastered a seductive technique that would overwhelm any ordinary person. Under the influence of her charm, Han Mao was somewhat unsteady. However, with 2 lifetimes of experience and a naturally strong spirit, coupled with over a decade of worldly experience, Li Chen managed to maintain his composure, albeit with some effort. With a light chuckle, Li Chen redirected his gaze from Shu Chan and replied, "Only by establishing a solid foundation in the path of immortality can one claim success. I have merely just begun my journey. How could I dare to assert such accomplishment?" Shu Chan tilted her head back and downed her drink in one go, playfully tousling her hair, her smile enchanting. Brotherly. Completing the Qi introduction within 6 months suggests you must have a 6th grade spiritual root, correct? A 6th grade root is considered mid-tier. Perhaps you are not without hope for foundation establishment. Unlike me, with only a 7th grade root, my chances of establishing a foundation in this lifetime are slim. Li Chen chose not to respond, tearing off the juiciest chicken leg from the platter, savoring it with delight. The wine Shu Chan brought, while exquisite in the mundane world, was merely ordinary in the realm of cultivation. Yet, the roasted chicken from Jinxiu building was exceptional. This establishment specialized in crafting spiritual delicacies, and typical Qi refinement cultivators lack the spiritual stones to indulge there. The roasted chicken, made from a first-tier demon beast, the green pheasant, infused with spiritual energy, provided significant nourishment for early-stage Qi refinement cultivators. The green pheasant, a common first-tier demon beast in the Yin Mountain range, was entirely covered in green feathers. Despite its first-tier status, only cultivators at the mid-stage of Qi refinement could capture it. A cultivator could sell a slain green pheasant to Jinxiu building for a mere 3 to 5 spiritual stones. However, after the chefs of Jinxiu building prepared it, the price would soar to over 10 spiritual stones. With just 1 chicken leg, Li Chen felt a slight increase in his internal spiritual power. No wonder this roasted chicken, procured from Jinxiu building, was so nourishing. Shu Chan seemed quite affluent. In the realm of cultivation, mastering a particular skill was of utmost importance. Shu Chan had merely acquired a skill in crafting spiritual paper, yet it allowed her to indulge at Jinxiu building. In contrast, for cultivators like Han Mao, who toiled for a month to earn only 2 spiritual stones, one for rent and the other for cultivation, visiting Jinxiu building was utterly unattainable. Of course, Li Chen was no different from Han Mao now. Both were impoverished. He silently lamented the significance of mastering a cultivation skill. Cultivation requires resources. Resources must be purchased with spiritual stones. Of course, spiritual stones themselves are a form of resource. After consuming a chicken leg, Li Chen's gaze shifted towards the chicken breast, and he casually remarked, "I possess a 9th grade spiritual root, and I can complete my entry into the path within 6 months. However, this is merely due to my soul being somewhat stronger than that of an ordinary person, and it pales in comparison to Miss Shu's 7th grade spiritual root. With Miss Shu's qualifications and her mastery of crafting spiritual paper, her journey on the path of immortality will undoubtedly be far smoother than mine. Should she encounter a fortuitous opportunity, foundation establishment is within reach." Spiritual roots are categorized into 9 grades. A 1st grade spiritual root has no bottleneck before reaching the nascent soul stage. The 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are considered inferior spiritual roots. The 9th grade is dubbed a pseudo-spiritual root, allowing cultivation only up to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, with significant challenges in breaking through to the 4th layer. The 7th grade, also an inferior spiritual root, may reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Yet breaking through to foundation establishment remains exceedingly difficult. Without serendipity, those with a 7th grade spiritual root, like Shu Chan, are virtually incapable of establishing a foundation independently. Is brotherly a pseudo-spiritual root? Shu Chan straightened her posture, her eyes flickering with skepticism, and the charming demeanor on her face vanished entirely. Li Chen shrugged and reached for the chicken breast on the plate. Shu Chan's smile gradually faded. Noticing Shu Chan's change in expression, Han Mao hastily interjected, "Sister Chan, it is true that Brother Chen has a 9th grade spiritual root, but he is highly regarded by the exquisite Linglong Fairy. Today, she bestowed upon him a vial of Qi-nourishing elixir and mentioned that there would be further rewards once he breaks through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. By befriending Brother Chen, we can surely reap benefits when he ascends in the future." "Oh?" Shu Chan's eyes sparkled again, her gaze intensely fixed on Li Chen, as if it could draw him in. "Is it true that Brother Li has a connection with the Linglong Fairy?" Li Chen glanced at the chubby boy, slightly furrowing his brow, then smiled. "Miss Shu, you jest. What kind of person is the Linglong Fairy? I cannot claim any relationship with her. Today's gift of a Qi-nourishing elixir was likely just a result of her good mood. For us, a vial of such elixir is indeed precious. Yet for the Linglong Fairy, it is hardly significant." Clearly unconvinced by Li Chen's explanation, Shu Chan leaned closer, her alluring eyes shimmering, and whispered playfully in his ear, "Brother Li, you need not be so cautious. In the realm of cultivation, no high-ranking cultivator would take a low-ranking one under their wing without reason. The Linglong Fairy is renowned for her aloofness and is known to be indifferent to all. A few years ago, the foremost disciple of the Zishu sect, Song Su, pursued her, but she remained unmoved and even shattered his flying sword. If Brother Li truly has no ties to the Linglong Fairy, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to even meet her, let alone receive her support. Could it be that Brother Li is a blood relative of the Linglong Fairy in the mortal realm?" With half of her body almost pressed against Li Chen's, her warm breath brushed against his ear, causing Li Chen's heart to waver. He could even feel the astonishing softness. Is this the charm of a cultivator skilled in seduction? Turning to meet Shu Chan's gaze, and feeling the intensity of her almost tangible stare, Li Chen felt a stirring within but chose to remain silent. Seeing that Li Chen remained silent, Shu Chan confirmed her suspicions. Her smile became even more enchanting as she began to pour wine for Li Chen. "Brother Li, allow me to toast you with this cup. Please refrain from calling me Shu Xianzi in the future, as it feels rather distant." Li Chen's gaze was inscrutable, yet he smiled broadly as he accepted the cup from Shu Chan's hand. "If I do not call you Shu Xianzi, what shall I call you then?" Shu Chan lowered her head, resembling a bud ready to bloom, radiating a sense of shyness. "If Brother Li does not mind, you may call me Chaner." A mysterious smile lingered at the corners of Li Chen's lips as he drained the contents of the cup. Given his current cultivation level of the 1st layer of Qi refining, seeking a female cultivator to bear a child seemed nearly impossible at this stage. However, was there not one presented before him? Shu Chan, possessing a 7th grade spiritual root, should be capable of bearing a child with spiritual roots if she so desired. Li Chen was aware of Shu Chan's intentions, yet he remained indifferent. Her elevated regard for him was, in part, due to the influence of Linglong Shenzi. In truth, Linglong Xinzi had unknowingly aided him once again. She truly was a great benefactor to him. Han Mao, standing nearby, gazed at Shu Chan's bashful demeanor, his eyes wide with admiration as he unconsciously murmured, "Chaner." Shu Chan lifted her head and smiled at Han Mao, saying, "Little brother Han. Not just anyone can call me Chaner." Han Mao's plump face flushed with embarrassment, his eyes filled with despondency. Chapter 7. Do not let her suffer brotherly. Shall we meet tomorrow? Shu Chan's cheeks flushed as she brushed a few strands of hair behind her ear, her gaze dreamy and tender as it lingered on Li Chun, her expression laden with reluctance. It seemed she had already fallen deeply in love with this neighbor, who had only arrived 6 months prior and with whom she had shared little time. Li Chun smiled and nodded at her. "Chaner, see you tomorrow." Gulp, gulp. After Shu Chan departed, the chubby boy lifted a wine jug and tilted his head back for a hearty drink. Cough, cough. He drank too hastily, causing the wine to spill from the corners of his mouth, leaving him flushed and choking as he coughed incessantly. Li Chun glanced at Han Mao, but refrained from offering any words of comfort. "Ha ha." Han Mao managed a bitter smile, turning to Li Chun with a tone tinged with sadness and a hint of self-mockery. "Brother Chen, do you know? I have liked her for a long time. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I was captivated. Yet, I have never dared to confess my feelings. She is so beautiful, so gentle. Her cultivation surpasses mine, and she excels at crafting spiritual paper. I feel unworthy of her. Every night, I long for dawn. For it is only with the arrival of morning that I can see her again. Each day, I eagerly anticipate the sound of her door opening, for that means I will witness her smile and greet her with a cheerful good morning. I know she will never belong to me." As Han Mao spoke, his head bowed, his voice quivering with emotion. "I never harbored expectations of winning her heart. Simply being able to see her smile and hear her voice is enough for me. I am aware that she will eventually have a partner, but I never imagined that day would come so soon, nor that she would develop feelings for you, Brother Chen." Li Chen pursed his lips. Shu Chan had developed feelings for him? He found this hard to believe and did not consider himself to possess such charm. In the mundane world, he had been a figure of great renown, captivating many female heroes. Those who had fallen for him were drawn by his formidable martial prowess, his esteemed status in the martial world, or his striking appearance. Yet, the realm of cultivation was a different matter entirely. Li Chen did not perceive himself as competitive in the world of cultivators. Shu Chan's apparent affection, he suspected, was merely an act. In his previous life, he had encountered performers akin to Shu Chan, some even more skilled than she. Their eyes sparkled with tenderness, their gazes brimmed with love, and they exuded a shy allure, all of which could be feigned, and Li Chen could discern the facade. He naturally could not return genuine feelings for such actresses, though he held no aversion towards them. Shu Chan was no exception. She likely sought to align herself with him to gain favor with the exquisite Linglong fairy or to extract benefits and resources for her cultivation. Li Chen's desires were simple. He had no ambition for Shu Chan's affections. He merely wished for her to bear him a child with spiritual roots, allowing him to complete the first side quest assigned by the system. Were it not for Shu Chan's mistaken belief in a connection between him and the Linglong fairy, Li Chun was certain she would not have regarded him with any esteem. However, there was no need to share such thoughts with the chubby boy. The little chubby boy wept sorrowfully, his voice trembling as he murmured to himself, "Perhaps this is for the best. If she truly becomes a partner to Chen Ge, I would still have the chance to see her often. I never asked for much." As he spoke, the chubby boy turned his gaze towards Li Chen, his eyes reddened. "Chen Ge, promise me that once you are together, you will treat her well." Li Chen remained silent, but under the weight of the chubby boy's gaze, he reluctantly nodded. Treating Shu Chan well? Wasn't it premature to speak of such matters? If Shu Chan were to bear him a child with spiritual roots, Li Chen would indeed be inclined to cherish her. After all, she would be the mother of his child. Yet, the chubby boy was truly naive. "Brother Han, you are inebriated. You should return home and rest well." Observing the sobbing chubby boy, Li Chen advised him to leave. If the boy lingered, clinging to him with tales of his feelings for Shu Chan, would he still have time for his cultivation? If he neglected his practice, how could he expect to progress? The path to immortality was fraught with challenges, and one could not afford complacency, even with the aid of a system. Wine does not intoxicate, but we become intoxicated by our own feelings. I seem to be drunk. Haha, I truly am inebriated. Chen Ge, you must treat Chaner well. Do not let her suffer. Han Mao, swaying with a wine jug in hand, was brimming with tears. After much persuasion, Li Chen finally managed to send Han Mao on his way. In Shu Chan's room, she peered through the crack of the door. watching as Li Chun escorted Han Mao back. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment, a hint of guilt flickering in her eyes as she softly murmured, "Brother Han, forgive me. I am aware of your feelings, yet I do not reciprocate." With that, Shu Chan shifted her gaze to Li Chun, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Though Brother Li possesses a ninth-grade spiritual root, I find myself drawn to his steadiness and masculine charm. Moreover, Brother Li is likely akin to the exquisite Linglong Fairy. If I were to become his partner, with the support of the Linglong Fairy, perhaps I could even advance towards foundation establishment? Even if not, I could at least don a ceremonial robe and wield a magical artifact. Shu Chan's scrutiny did not escape Li Chen's notice. Although he had only recently embarked on the path of enlightenment and had yet to develop spiritual awareness, he still sensed Shu Chan's gaze. Perhaps this was due to the strength of his spirit and his remarkable instincts. His ability to carve a bloody path through the secular world and reach its pinnacle was undoubtedly linked to his powerful spirit and keen intuition. Upon returning to his room, Li Chun retrieved the jade vial bestowed upon him by the Linglong Fairy. Clearing his mind, he sought to attain a state of tranquility devoid of distractions. He poured forth a plump pill and swallowed it. As the nourishing pill entered his abdomen, a vast surge of spiritual energy spread and fused into his dantian, causing his internal power to escalate rapidly. The following day, at dawn, Li Chun awoke from his meditation. The once subtle power within his dantian had gained a significant robustness, which filled him with great satisfaction. The nourishing qi pill undoubtedly serves as an essential elixir for those at the third level of qi refinement seeking to break through their limitations. Merely a single pill has significantly enhanced my spiritual power. This vial contains 10 pills, which should expedite my cultivation to the second level of qi refinement. It seems somewhat wasteful to consume the nourishing qi pill at the first level, yet who could blame me for being a ninth-grade spiritual root? Without the aid of such potions, how could one hope to cultivate into an immortal? I can already envision that my future path will likely depend on the consumption of these medicinal aids. Fortunately, I possess the second-tier alchemy inheritance gifted by the system. As I opened the door, I found Han Mao and Shu Chan engaged in light-hearted conversation, with a humble yet contented smile adorning Han Mao's plump face. "Brother Chen, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night?" Shu Chan's charming face lit up with delight upon seeing me, and she quickly approached to link her arm with mine. Casting a glance at the lovely woman beside me, I chuckled lightly and said, "Since you had a restless night, why not move in with me tonight? The conditions in this ramshackle dwelling are quite poor, and it costs a spirit stone each month. By staying with me, you could save a spirit stone." Shu Chan's fair cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully pounded her delicate fist against my chest, scolding, "You're incorrigible." A flicker of nostalgia crossed my mind as I recalled an actress I had encountered in my past life. However, I soon regained my focus. Lifting her chin with a single hand and asking, "You haven't yet expressed your willingness." Shu Chan lowered her gaze, then raised it, before shyly responding, "Brother Chen, we haven't yet bound ourselves as partners. At the very least, I would like a formal acknowledgement." I waved my hand dismissively, smiling as I replied, "The realm of cultivation transcends the mundane. There is no need for worldly customs to establish a partnership. If you feel reluctant or regard my cultivation level as insufficient, consider this conversation forgotten." Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, and ultimately, she bit her lip and nodded in agreement. I gently caressed her cheek, my smile radiant. "Channer, I'm heading to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Wait for my return." With that, I called out to my stout companion, "Brother Han, we must be on our way." Han Mao forced a strained smile, his mood evidently subdued, as he followed me toward the central area of Inshur Lane, where the Divine Pill Pavilion awaited. Chapter 8. The Apprentice. Good morning, brotherly. As Li Chen stepped into the Divine Elixir Pavilion, several attendants approached him with warm greetings and ingratiating smiles. Li Chen nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to report to Master Chen. "Little Li, I hear the Pavilion Master bestowed upon you a bottle of qi nourishing pills yesterday?" Upon encountering Master Chen, Li Chen noted the latter's affable demeanor, which contrasted sharply with his previous aloofness, clearly indicative of newfound concern. This change in attitude was undoubtedly due to the enchanting fairy Linglong. Meeting Master Chen's attentive gaze, Li Chun bowed respectfully and responded, "I am deeply grateful for the Pavilion Master's kindness in bestowing me a bottle of qi nourishing pills." Master Chen's eyes flickered slightly. "Little Li, I have had you chop firewood for half a year. Do you harbor any grievances?" Li Chun immediately shook his head. "I dare not complain. Having previously been untutored and without cultivation, my firewood duties have served as a valuable trial. I would not presume to harbor any resentment for your well-intentioned guidance. A hint of satisfaction graced Master Chen's lean features. Now that you have embarked upon the path of cultivation, there is no need for you to chop wood any longer. Today, accompany me to the herb garden, where I shall teach you to identify spiritual herbs and familiarize you with their properties. Yes, thank you, Master, Li Chen replied, bowing deeply with an expression of excitement. In truth, his excitement was somewhat subdued, as his demeanor seemed overly calm for one of his apprentice status. Master Chen stroked his beard, his smile becoming even more genial. Little Li, you are my apprentice. There is no need for such formalities. From now on, simply call me Master Chen. Li Chen was overjoyed, his excitement palpable as he quickly exclaimed, "Disciple pays respects to Master Chen." Master Chen chuckled softly. Come, let us head to the herb garden. As the largest alchemy pavilion in Yingshan, the Divine Elixir Pavilion boasted its own dedicated herb garden, overseen by experienced herbalists. Within the garden, two individuals tended to the spiritual herbs, an elderly man with dark, weathered skin, and a young woman of serene beauty. Upon seeing Master Chen, the elderly man hurried over, revealing a broad smile that showcased his yellowed teeth. Master Chen, what herbs do you require today? The young woman stood quietly beside him, respectfully addressing. Yunji pays respects to Master Chen. Master Chen nodded gently to both, his tone calm. Do not mind me. I am merely here to teach my disciple to identify spiritual herbs and their properties. You may continue with your tasks. Is this young brother the new disciple of Master Chen? The elderly man turned his gaze toward Li Chen, a smile of affability on his face. The young woman also regarded Li Chen with a look of mild surprise in her clear eyes. Li Chen returned their polite smiles. Master Chen did not linger on pleasantries, leading Li Chen deeper into the herb garden while explaining, these two are a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. The elder is named Yunfeng, and the younger is Yunji. They possess considerable skill in tending to spiritual herbs. A few years ago, the pavilion master saved their lives, and in gratitude, they chose to remain at the Divine Elixir Pavilion to care for the herbs. It is said that Yunji possesses a 5th-grade spiritual root. Yet at just over 20 years of age, she has already attained the 6th level of qi refinement, with the potential to reach foundation establishment in the future. That old fellow Yunfeng dotes on his granddaughter, forbidding any man from approaching her. Li Chen listened quietly, casting a glance back at the serene and elegant woman behind him. The woman sensed his gaze and met his eyes briefly before diverting her attention. Master Chen led Li Chen to the edge of the medicinal field, pointing at the vast expanse of golden spirit herbs, and spoke. This is golden bone grass. Known for its mild medicinal properties and its ability to satiate hunger, it serves as a primary ingredient in the compilation of the fasting pill. This here is the Qingling fruit, essential for the production of the qi-nourishing pill. And this is serpent's saliva grass, which when combined with the whip of a first-tier demonic beast, the black firehound, can concoct the marvelous pill. My specialty lies in crafting the marvelous pill, which many cultivators in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm utilize. As Master Chen spoke of the marvelous pill, a flush of pride appeared on his gaunt cheeks, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Li Chen was aware that the marvelous pill was Master Chen's exclusive formulation, a product of serendipitous discovery, and it was unique in the entire Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. Even the second-tier alchemical inheritance Li Chen had received did not encompass the crafting methods for the marvelous pill. In essence, the marvelous pill was a potent aphrodisiac, exceptionally effective and immensely popular within the cultivation community. Most of those purchasing the marvelous pill were elderly male cultivators. Throughout the morning, Li Chen accompanied Master Chen, exploring a significant portion of the medicinal garden and familiarizing himself with dozens of first-tier spirit herbs. However, regarding the second-tier spirit herbs within the garden, Master Chen lacked the qualification to harvest or even to take Li Chen for identification. Within the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, only 2 individuals had the privilege to access second-tier spirit herbs, Master Gu and the enchanting fairy Linglong. After their tour of the medicinal garden, Master Chen presented Li Chen with a hefty compendium titled Comprehensive Guide to Herbs, advising him to study it diligently. In truth, all of this was unnecessary for Li Chen, as the second-tier alchemical inheritance he possessed already covered these topics extensively. Nevertheless, he intended to follow Master Chen's guidance in alchemy step by step, gradually revealing his innate talent for the craft. For the time being, he could not disclose his possession of the second-tier alchemical inheritance, lest he attract unwanted attention. In the afternoon, Li Chen accompanied Master Chen to the alchemy room, where Master Chen had over 10 apprentices. Among them, the most adept apprentice was capable of concocting the chi-nourishing pill, the harmonizing pill, and the spirit-gathering pill, nearing the completion of his training. Upon Master Chin's arrival in the alchemy room, the apprentices who were unoccupied rushed to pay their respects. "Greetings, Master Chun. Are you preparing to refine pills?" they inquired. Their expressions filled with reverence and their demeanors exceedingly humble. Master Chin surveyed the group with a serious expression and inquired in a deep voice, "Where is Zhou Jian? Why is he not present?" "Master, Brother Zhou is currently engaged in refining the Huangya pill," one apprentice replied. "Humph." Master Chin snorted coldly, his expression darkening. "Is the Huangya pill so easily concocted?" This young man is utterly unaware of the challenges he faces. Moments later, Master Chindan regained his composure and beckoned an apprentice over, instructing in a low voice, "Imobai. Please take this junior brother down to familiarize him with the furnace operation and the temperature control." The short-statured, middle-aged man stepped forward, sporting a thick mustache that resembled the character, with a warm smile. "You must be junior brother Li Chen," he said. "Please, after you." Li Chen nodded, bowed respectfully to Master Chun, then followed the apprentice named Imobai to another alchemical chamber. Zhou Jian was regarded as the most talented alchemical apprentice in the Divine Elixir Pavilion, rumored to possess the ability to refine first-tier spiritual pills and qualify for promotion to a full-fledged alchemist. However, he had been consistently suppressed by Master Chin. Today, Li Chen learned that the relationship between Zhou Jian and Master Chun was quite strained. Although Zhou Jian was ostensibly Master Chin's apprentice, the latter could not tolerate anyone surpassing him in excellence. Of course, Zhou Jian's own temperament might also play a role in this dynamic. Li Chen hesitated to draw any conclusions, as he was still unfamiliar with Master Chin's character and even less acquainted with Zhou Jian's disposition. Indeed, wherever there are individuals, there will be conflict. The realm of cultivation is no exception. A realization dawned upon Li Chen. In essence, the world of cultivation is merely another form of the Jianghu. His transition from the mundane Jianghu to the realm of cultivation was simply a step into a larger arena. The distinction lies in the fact that the mundane Jianghu vies for fame and fortune, while the realm of cultivation contends for resources and the fleeting opportunity to attain immortality. Chapter 9. The change in the morning. Li Chen accompanied Master Chindan to the medicinal garden, where he identified dozens of first-tier spiritual herbs and medicines. In the afternoon, he learned to refine and temper the furnace from Imobai. As night fell, Li Chen returned to the shantytown with Han Mao. Han Mao had undergone some changes, speaking less and becoming notably more silent. With Han Mao's reticence, Li Chen found little to say. Upon returning to the shantytown, he discovered Shu Chan had been waiting for quite some time. "Brother Chen, you're back," she exclaimed, naturally linking her arm with his, her smile warm and words tender. Her gaze filled with affection. "Brother Chen, I have given this considerable thought. Since we are to be together, we must acquire some essentials. I plan to buy a cloud bed, an ice silkworm quilt, 2 black jade calming pillows, and a dressing cabinet. Only then can we truly resemble a home. Don't you think?" Standing nearby, Han Mao forced a smile on his chubby face. "Brother Chun, Sister Chan, I shall take my leave to cultivate." Once Han Mao departed, Shu Chan continued, counting on her fingers. "Brother Chun, I have calculated that procuring these items will require 220 spirit stones. Over the years, I have saved some, amounting to 70 spirit stones, but we still lack 120 spirit stones. Brother Chun, as long as we can acquire these things, we can become Dao companions and live together." Li Chen's gaze flickered momentarily as he calmly replied, "Channer, you are putting me in a difficult position. As a humble apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion, I earn merely 2 spirit stones a month. How could I possibly come up with 120 spirit stones? Are you suggesting that you never truly intended to be with me? What are you saying, Brother Chen? Since I have promised to become your Dao companion, I would never go back on my word. Once we are companions, we shall live together and support each other on the path of immortality. I do not expect you to acquire a residence built upon a spiritual vein, but surely our dwelling must at least resemble a home, mustn't it? If even this modest request is beyond your means, how can I believe you are sincere in wanting to be my Dao companion?" As she spoke, her eyes reddened, presenting a pitiful figure. Li Chen remained composed, replying calmly, "Yet, at this moment, I truly cannot produce such a sum. Could we perhaps postpone this matter for a while?" Shu Chan's gaze shifted. "Brother Chen, although you cannot provide this sum, but Linglong Fairy can. 120 spirit stones may seem substantial to us. Yet to Linglong Fairy, it is trivial. The value of even a mere trinket from her could far exceed that amount. Brother Chen, considering your relationship with Linglong Fairy, it would not be difficult for you to request 120 spirit stones from her, would it? Li Chen glanced at the lovely figure beside him, letting out a gentle sigh. Channer, if we cannot secure these 120 spirit stones, does that mean we cannot become Dao companions? With reddened eyes, Shu Chan retorted, Brother Chun, do you truly wish to become my Dao companion? Li Chun chuckled self-deprecatingly. Fairy Shu, let us set aside this matter of becoming Dao companions. I shall return to my cultivation. With that, he turned and went straight to his room, closing the door behind him. Shu Chan stood outside the door, her gaze shifting with palpable emotion. Eventually, she stamped her foot and muttered under her breath, if you can't even produce 120 spirit stones. It seems your relationship with Fairy Linglong isn't as close as I thought. I must have misjudged. With a resounding bang, she returned to her room, the forceful sound of the door slamming echoing in Li Chen's ears. Li Chen remained calm, unfazed by her outburst. Shu Chan was merely testing the waters regarding the bond he shared with Fairy Linglong, probing whether any genuine intimacy existed prior to their union as partners. Indeed, there were few fools in the realm of cultivation. If he truly sought to borrow 120 spirit stones from Fairy Linglong, Li Chen had no doubt she would oblige. Yet, he was unwilling to do so. To approach Fairy Linglong for such a favor would be tantamount to failing to recognize a good opportunity. Li Chen would rather delay the completion of his system tasks than risk tarnishing Fairy Linglong's impression of him. As for why he was reluctant to jeopardize his image in her eyes, Li Chen himself could not articulate it clearly. Inside his room, Li Chen sat cross-legged upon the cold, rigid wooden bed, gradually closing his eyes to empty his thoughts. He then retrieved a chi-nourishing pill. The path of immortality is fraught with challenges, more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Despite having acquired the second-tier alchemical inheritance, Li Chen dared not be arrogant or complacent, nor could he afford to be negligent. In the cultivation world, one's prowess is paramount. If he were to remain at the first level of chi refinement, even with the finest herbs at his disposal, he would only be able to concoct rudimentary pills such as the chi-nourishing pill, blood-stanching pill, or the revitalization pill. Certainly incapable of refining intermediate-level pills like the harmony pill or the spirit-gathering pill. Alchemy demands a certain level of cultivation. It would be sheer folly to expect a chi refinement practitioner to produce second-tier pills meant for foundation establishment cultivators or third-tier pills for golden core cultivators. Li Chen did not dwell on the events of the day. The inability to find a partner and complete the first side quest of the system was inconsequential. He firmly believed that once he ascended to the third level of chi refinement and could craft intermediate pills, seeking a female cultivator with spiritual roots to bear him offspring would be far from a daunting task. In the Shadow Mountain Marketplace, Shu Chan was not the only low-tier female cultivator available. As night passed, when Li Chen finally emerged from his meditation, he felt his internal energy had increased slightly, bringing him a step closer to the second level of chi refinement. Since he had begun to draw in chi, he no longer required sleep, instead substituting it with meditation. Early in the morning, as Li Chen opened the door, he noticed Han Mao had already risen. Shu Chan was busy washing bamboo to create spirit paper. Upon seeing Li Chen, her expression remained indifferent, without even a greeting. Li Chen paid no heed to her demeanor. The chubby boy's gaze flitted between Li Chen and Shu Chan, on their way to the Divine Pill Pavilion. He could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly asked Li Chen, Brother Chen, what happened between you and Sister Chan? Li Chen shrugged and replied calmly, Fairy Shu demands that I produce 120 spirit stones to purchase items such as a cloud bed, silk quilts, a tranquil pillow, and a dressing cabinet before she will agree to become my partner. But how could I possibly gather such a sum? Thus, our friendship has come to an end. The chubby boy's eyes sparkled, and his complexion visibly brightened. His gaze darted around excitedly, and as they approached the Divine Elixir Pavilion, he hesitated and turned to Li Chen, earnestly asking, Brother Chen, could you lend me a chi-nourishing pill? Li Chen halted, furrowing his brow as he regarded the chubby boy, with a determined look. The boy spoke solemnly, Brother Chen, I have lingered at the third level of chi refinement for far too long. I feel ready to break through to the fourth level. If you lend me a chi-nourishing pill, I am confident I can shatter the bottleneck of the third level. Once I advance to the mid-stage of chi refinement and awaken my spiritual consciousness, I can gather spirit stones to purchase magical artifacts and then join the demon hunting team in the market. Li Chen scrutinized the chubby boy for a long while before raising an eyebrow. So, you intend to resign from your position at the Divine Elixir Pavilion after breaking through to the fourth level to hunt demons and earn spirit stones, and then, once you have amassed 120 spirit stones, propose to Shu Chan? Han Mao nodded earnestly, his eyes alight with hope for the future. In truth, Li Qin wished to tell the boy that even if he risked his life hunting demons and managed to gather 120 spirit stones, Shu Chan would likely be disinclined to become his partner. Shu Chan's demand for 120 spirit stones was a test of Li Qin's relationship with Linglong Xianzi. For Han Mao, 120 spirit stones would undoubtedly fall short. Moreover, would giving Han Mao a qi-nourishing pill guarantee his breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refinement? After all, he possessed merely an 8th-grade spiritual root, and a single qi-nourishing pill might not suffice to help him overcome his limitations. Facing Han Mao's hopeful gaze, Li Qin ultimately decided against revealing the harsh truth. Unwilling to dampen his spirits, the chubby boy gratefully accepted the qi-nourishing pill from Li Qin, clenching his fist tightly, his face radiating appreciation. Brother Chun, rest assured, I will return this qi-nourishing pill to you, and I will even pay you interest. Li Qin waved his hand dismissively and proceeded toward the alchemy chamber. Ignoring the chubby boy, a qi-nourishing pill is valued at around 7 spirit stones, considering the decent rapport he shared with the boy. He thought it acceptable to lend it, without any expectation of repayment. Chapter 10, Qualification to open the furnace upon arriving at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Li Qin followed Immortal to learn the intricacies of opening the furnace and warming it. Cultivators at the qi refinement stage possess limited magical power, and those who do not practice fire-related techniques are incapable of manipulating flames for alchemy. Moreover, the Yin Mountain district lacks a fire vein. Therefore, even Master Chun, a distinguished alchemist, resorts to using iron wood as fuel, accompanied by 2 apprentices to stoke the fire during the alchemical process. Li Qin, possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root with a fire affinity, practiced the fire technique, the Scarlet Flame Art. Due to various rumors circulating in the Divine Elixir Pavilion regarding his close relationship with the enchanting Linglong Fairy, Master Qin began to subtly mentor Li Qin. After a month of diligent study under Immortal, he had become proficient in opening the furnace, warming it, and controlling the flames. One day, Master Qin summoned Li Qin, inquiring with genuine concern, I have heard from Immortal that you have become quite skilled in opening the furnace and controlling the flames. Is this true? Li Qin scratched his head, feigning modesty, attributing his proficiency to his practice of the Scarlet Flame Art. Having received a 2nd-tier alchemical inheritance from the system, he essentially absorbed the memories of numerous 2nd-tier alchemists. The intricacies of opening the furnace, warming it, preparing herbs, controlling the flames, condensing the elixir, and retrieving it were all second nature to him. Once he engaged in the process, he quickly adapted. Of course, this was not something he could divulge to others. Master Qin scrutinized Li Qin for a moment, stroking his goat-like beard, and praised, ordinary apprentices, even those practicing fire or wood techniques, would require 5 to 8 years to become familiar with the properties of herbs and to adeptly open and warm the furnace, let alone control the flame's intensity. It appears you possess a remarkable aptitude for alchemy, a talent worthy of cultivation. Despite your inferior spiritual root, you are endowed with a formidable divine soul, which may well explain your rapid progress. Since the Pavilion Master has entrusted you to me, I shall not squander your alchemical potential. As fortune would have it, I intend to open the furnace today to concoct a batch of yellow bud elixirs. You shall assist me closely, diligently learning more about the nuances of alchemy. With that, Master Qin made his way to his exclusive alchemical chamber. Watching his slender figure retreat, Li Qin clenched his fists, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him. From this day forth, he would finally engage in alchemy and unveil his inherent talent. Though this alchemical gift was bestowed by the system, once revealed, he would be perceived as a genius in alchemy by others. The Divine Elixir Pavilion houses 3 alchemical chambers. Masters Qin and Gu each possess their own chamber, while the remaining chamber is shared among all apprentices. The communal chamber contains several low-tier magical alchemical furnaces for apprentices to practice their craft. In contrast, Master Qin's exclusive chamber is decidedly more sophisticated and elegant. Inside, shelves lined with vials and boxes displayed the elixirs Master Qin had refined, alongside various spiritual herbs. In the central area stood a towering green copper alchemical furnace, adorned with engravings of phoenixes. Master Qin gently caressed the furnace, explaining to Li Qin, an alchemist must possess a high-quality furnace. Such an asset significantly increases the probability of successful elixir creation. The Azure Phoenix furnace is indeed a top-tier artifact of the first rank, accompanying me through the majority of my life, passed down from my revered master. Before concocting the yellow bud pill, I shall first refine a batch of the bigu pill. Pay close attention, and do not overlook any details. With a graceful sweep of his expansive sleeves, Master Chen skillfully lifted the lid of the furnace. I am deeply grateful for Master Chen's guidance. A sentiment etched in my heart. Li Chen's demeanor turned solemn as he bowed deeply to the elder before him. He understood that Master Chen was deliberately mentoring him, imparting the art of alchemy to unlock the door to the path of elixirs. Although Li Chen possessed a second-tier inheritance in alchemy, Master Chen remained unaware of this. Li Chen recognized the master's intentions and was determined to comprehend them. Kindle the flames, warm the furnace. Once the furnace was opened, Master Chen transformed, his expression imbued with an unspoken gravity. Without hesitation, Li Chen formed a hand seal, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist to ignite the ironwood beneath the furnace. The flames roared, licking the sides of the cauldron. As the furnace radiated a crimson heat, Master Chen retrieved several stalks of golden bone grass. Casting them into the furnace while instructing, increased the flame's temperature. The golden bone grass possesses a cold nature, necessitating high heat to eliminate its chill. Only after refining it into a medicinal liquid can it merge with the essence of spirit rice to form the elixir. Raise the temperature further. Li Chen, his expression earnest, dared not be negligent. He followed Master Chen's commands, manipulating the flames with his spiritual energy, occasionally scooping out the ash and adding more fuel. As cultivators in the qi refinement stage, we lack the divine sense to observe the interior of the cauldron. Thus, we must rely on experience to judge whether the spiritual materials have successfully transformed into liquid medicine. Observe when the lid begins to tremble. It signifies that the coldness within the golden bone grass has been expelled and has transformed into a medicinal liquid. At this juncture, add the spirit rice to the furnace. Remember, it must be added all at once. Then swiftly seal the furnace to prevent the medicinal properties from dissipating. Lower the heat slightly. The spirit rice cannot withstand excessive heat. If the temperature is too high, it will turn to charcoal. And the result will not be the bigu pill, but rather pill ash. Conversely, if the temperature is too low, the essence within the spirit rice will not be adequately extracted, failing to merge with the golden bone grass liquid and resulting in a batch of wasted pills. The time has come. The furnace quaked, signaling the moment to condense the elixir. Each alchemist has their own technique for this process, so observe closely. Master Chen formed hand seals, his gestures fluid and varied as the furnace continued to tremble. Eventually, the furnace stilled, and with a flourish of his sleeve, Master Chen unveiled the lid, retrieving dozens of platinum-hued pills, which he carefully placed into vials, 10 pills per bottle. Setting the vials upon a nearby shelf, Master Chen continued. For each batch of pills refined, the divine pill pavilion compensates the alchemist with corresponding spirit stones. The pavilion master treats us well. We must not indulge in selfishness. Li Chen glanced at Master Chen, surprised by the elder's principled stance, embodying integrity and honor. During his time at the divine pill pavilion, Li Chen had overheard apprentices discussing how many alchemists would secretly retain a portion of their refined elixirs after completion. Master Chen Dan paid no heed to Li Chen's gaze and calmly stated, "If there is anything you do not comprehend, feel free to inquire now, and I will elucidate it for you." Li Chen contemplated briefly and posed 2 questions to Master Chen. In truth, he had no queries, but he wished not to appear overly exceptional. Upon addressing Li Chen's uncertainties, Master Chen's eyes shimmered with deeper admiration. "I initially believed your talent in alchemy to be modest, yet it surpasses my expectations. Were it not for the limitation of your 9th grade spiritual root, you might very well ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist in the future. Starting tomorrow, you may attempt to refine the pill of abandoning grains on your own. Once you master its production, you may then explore the creation of other elixirs." Li Chen's heart soared with elation, and he promptly bowed to the elder before respectfully expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Chen, for your guidance and support." The ability to refine pills signified a new avenue for acquiring spiritual stones. The apprentices at the Divine Pill Pavilion were categorized by rank. Those tasked with menial duties earned a mere 2 spiritual stones monthly. However, those capable of refining pills received a commission for each batch they produced. For instance, each successful refinement of the pill of abandoning grains would yield an additional stone, and should one diligently refine 2 batches daily, it could amount to 60 stones in a month. This was merely for the pill of abandoning grains. The pill of qi nourishment would yield 5 stones per batch. The commissions for the pill of harmonizing qi, the pill of gathering spirit, and the yellow bud pill were even more lucrative. It is no wonder that alchemists held esteemed positions within the realm of cultivation. From the moment Master Chun granted Li Chun the privilege to refine pills independently, Li Chun understood that he could amass greater wealth in spiritual stones, drawing nearer to the completion of his first system-side quest. Having arrived at the Divine Pill Pavilion, he spent half a year chopping wood and a month learning to kindle the furnace, finally earning the qualification to refine pills on his own. Other apprentices typically toiled for 3 years merely chopping wood and 5 years learning to manage the furnace. It was nearly impossible to refine pills independently without a decade of dedication. Had Master Chun and Master Gu not spoken on his behalf, he would have been relegated to a lifetime of menial duties, forever deprived of the opportunity to engage in alchemy. After all, alchemy requires resources, and despite the Divine Pill Pavilion's vast wealth, they could not afford to waste materials on apprentices. Li Chun's ability to attain the qualification to refine pills within 6 months was primarily due to the favor of the exquisite Fairy Ling Long, as well as the support from Master Chun. Do not rejoice just yet. Ignite the flames. I shall refine a batch of yellow bud pills. Observe diligently, Master Chun instructed. Li Chun suppressed his excitement and respectfully replied, yes. Chapter 11. The second layer of Qi refinement today. Li Chun observed Master Chun concocting 2 batches of elixirs, one for abstaining from grains and the other for yellow sprouts. Master Chun spoke, granting Li Chun the privilege to independently open a furnace. Within the Divine Elixir Pavilion, the highest authority naturally belongs to the exquisite Fairy Ling Long, for she is the head of the pavilion. However, Fairy Ling Long's enterprises extend beyond the Divine Elixir Pavilion, encompassing the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion as well. It is rumored that in the southern market of Yunzhou and the Taihu market of Pingzhou, Fairy Ling Long possesses other ventures. The truth of these claims remains elusive to Li Chun. Aside from Fairy Ling Long, the Divine Elixir Pavilion is primarily led by the esteemed Manager Fu and Master Gu, with Master Chun following closely behind. Manager Fu has been a loyal servant to Fairy Ling Long since her childhood, and his esteemed position requires no further elaboration. Master Gu, a second-tier alchemist, is one of the few capable of refining foundation establishment elixirs in the entire Yin Kingdom, aside from the Zishu Immortal sect. As for Master Chun, he is a top-tier first-level alchemist, revered for his craft. In the Divine Elixir Pavilion, apprentices are not permitted to open a furnace without the authorization of these 2 esteemed alchemists. Having attained the qualification to do so, Li Chun felt a surge of hope, causing his steps homeward to be notably lighter. Approaching the shanty town, he paused and murmured to himself, one day, I shall leave this place. The shanty town, situated on the fringes of Yingshan Market, is, in essence, the impoverished district of the cultivation world. Here, spiritual energy is scarce, allowing only for the faintest absorption of the dissipating essence from the spiritual veins for cultivation within a profoundly adverse environment. Only those residences built upon spiritual veins are deemed suitable for cultivators, as practicing there significantly accelerates their progress. Upon reaching his rendered abode, Li Chun glanced at the residence of the chubby Han Mao across the way, his expression tinged with surprise. Had he truly succeeded? The absence of any formation at Han Mao's dwelling failed to conceal the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Most cultivators residing in the shanty town are destitute, with few able to establish formations outside their homes. Observing the energy fluctuations emanating from Han Mao's place, it became evident that he had indeed advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, marking him as a mid-stage cultivator. A month prior, Han Mao had borrowed a nourishing Qi pill from Li Chun, expressing his intent to break through his bottleneck and ascend to the 4th layer. Subsequently, Han Mao had resigned from the Divine Elixir Pavilion, and Li Chun had not seen him since. At the time, Li Chun had been skeptical. Han Mao possessed an 8th-grade spiritual root, and his talent did not surpass Li Chun's by much. Even with the nourishing Qi pill, the likelihood of him breaking through the bottleneck seemed slim. To Li Chun's astonishment, he had indeed succeeded, as the spiritual energy fluctuations drew a scattering of onlookers. Shuchan emerged first from her dwelling, her expression impassive as she cast a glance at Li Chun before turning her gaze toward Han Mao's residence. With a smile, she remarked, I never expected little Han to break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement so swiftly. When I first arrived at the market, I was merely at the 2nd layer. It seems he has caught up to me. Beside her, another enchanting female cultivator chimed in with a chuckle. Indeed, who would have thought little Han could advance to mid-stage so quickly? As she spoke, the alluring cultivator shifted her attention to Li Chun, winking playfully. Brotherly, I've heard it was you who lent little Han a nourishing Qi pill? Upon hearing her words, Li Chun furrowed his brow. The enchanting female cultivator is quite renowned in the dilapidated district, as she is a Kuan practitioner. The term Kuan refers to female cultivators in the realm of immortality who engage in fleshly pursuits to earn spirit stones for their cultivation. While amassing spirit stones, these Kuan cultivators also absorb the essence of male practitioners, and many male cultivators with wavering resolve are drawn to them. This captivating Kuan practitioner charges 1 spirit stone for a moment of pleasure, and alas, numerous male cultivators in the area indulge in such pursuits. Li Chun understands this phenomenon, for the divine maidens of the Divine Maiden Tower are exorbitantly priced. As soon as the Kuan practitioner spoke, Li Chun sensed impending trouble. Indeed, the nearby elder Zhang, with a shameless grin and rubbing his hands, approached Li Chun. "Brotherly, you are destined for greatness. My grandson has been stuck at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement for far too long. Would you lend this old man a nurturing pill? Rest assured, I shall repay you double once my grandson breaks through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement." The eyes of those around converged upon Li Chun. Meeting their gaze, Li Chun's expression remained indifferent as he coldly replied, "I apologize, but I have consumed all my nurturing pills. I possess none." With that, he excused himself. Before the elder Zhang could utter another word, Li Chun turned and retreated to his abode, slamming the door shut and locking it securely. Li Chun was acutely aware that if he lent Zhang a nurturing pill, a multitude of troubles would inevitably follow. Kindness invites exploitation. The realm of immortality is never a bastion of reason or harmonious coexistence. Li Chun had been bestowed a vial of nurturing pills by the exquisite Fairy Linglong. Given the multitude of onlookers at the Divine Pill Pavilion, such news could hardly remain concealed. Were it not for Fairy Linglong's formidable reputation, Li Chun, at the 1st layer of Qi refinement, might have already faced peril. These lower-tier rogue cultivators could easily resort to desperate measures for a vial of nurturing pills. The marketplace's rules hold little sway over them. Fortunately, Fairy Linglong's renown proved more effective than the marketplace's regulations, sufficiently intimidating the unscrupulous in the vicinity of Yingshan. Upon returning to his room, Li Chun's expression darkened further. Many were aware that Fairy Linglong had granted him a vial of nurturing pills. However, his borrowing of 1 pill from Han Mao was a secret known only to him. He must not grow too close to that chubby fellow. Given Han Mao's loquacious nature and lack of discretion, along with his naive mindset, he was ill-suited for the path of cultivation. Li Chun steadied his emotions and disregarded the external distractions. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he retrieved a jade vial and poured out the final nurturing pill, murmuring softly to himself, "Today, I shall break through to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement." Considering Li Chun's innate talent, it was virtually impossible for him to ascend to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement through meditation alone within a mere month. With his 9th-grade spiritual root and residing in such a harsh environment, without pills, he would likely stagnate at the 1st layer for 3 to 5 years before achieving the 2nd layer. Typically, rogue cultivators do not enjoy the luxury of consuming nurturing pills for their cultivation. Even some disciples from established cultivation families are not afforded such privileges. Nurturing pills are primarily utilized by cultivators at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement to break through their bottlenecks, rendering them precious in the eyes of lower-tier rogue cultivators. If a loose cultivator were to obtain a Qi-nourishing pill, they would undoubtedly hesitate to consume it, most likely reserving it for a pivotal moment of breakthrough. However, for the esteemed Linglong Fairy, the master of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, such a pill holds little significance, nor does it seem particularly precious in the eyes of Li Chun. He has always held the conviction that cultivation is the essence of power, disregarding concerns of wastefulness. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, Li Chun focused his mind and adjusted his state, isolating himself from external distractions and drawing in the ethereal energies that permeate the cosmos. As night deepened, he sensed that his internal magical power had reached a critical juncture. Without hesitation, he retrieved the final Qi-nourishing pill. Upon consuming it, the pill instantly transformed into a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, nearly igniting the magical essence within his dantian. When dawn broke, Li Chun rose from his bed, his eyes gleaming with a newfound brilliance. He had successfully ascended to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Chapter 12. Falling out. Having ascended to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, Li Chun was initially in high spirits. However, the arrival of Han Mao seeking to borrow spirit stones swiftly soured his mood. As dawn broke, Li Chun stepped outside to head to the Divine Pill Pavilion to concoct his first elixir on the path of cultivation. Yet, as he opened the door, He was intercepted by the chubby lad. Brother Chen, I've broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement and become a mid-stage practitioner. I can now wield magical tools. Han Mao exclaimed, his face aglow, brimming with vitality. Li Chen squinted with a smile, encouraging him, congratulations. You've taken another step closer to foundation establishment. Han Mao shook his head, his expression earnest. Brother Chen, you know I lack grand ambitions and have never contemplated foundation establishment. My greatest wish now is to borrow enough spirit stones to purchase an offensive magical tool from the 1,000 Refinements Pavilion, enabling me to join the demon hunting team in the market. Once I've amassed sufficient spirit stones, I intend to confess my feelings to Sister Chan and become her Dao partner, raising a son whom I will wholeheartedly nurture on the path of immortality. Observing the hopeful glimmer in Han Mao's eyes, Li Chen fell into silence. Indeed, it was too long before Han Mao broached the topic of borrowing spirit stones. Rubbing his hands together, his voice softened. Brother Chen, I know you've accumulated some spirit stones. Could you lend some to your little brother? Rest assured, I want to borrow them without interest. Once I acquire the magical tool and join the demon hunting team to slay beasts, I'll be able to repay you swiftly. Under the weight of Han Mao's eager gaze, Li Chen remained silent for a moment and then earnestly advised, Han Mao, joining the demon hunting team is perilous. You would be gambling with your life. With your cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, you would likely be treated as cannon fodder. Moreover, hunting demons is no easy feat in Angshan Market. The members of the demon hunting teams are all ruthless characters who tread the blade's edge. It would be wiser for you to remain in the market and secure a stable livelihood. If you wish, I can speak to Uncle Fu and see to it that you continue your work at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Brother Chen, please don't advise me anymore. Han Mao interrupted, his expression resolute and his tone firm. I know you have my best interests at heart, but my mind is made up. Working at the Divine Pill Pavilion as an assistant yields only 2 spirit stones a month, and with 1 going to red. I will never save enough to become Sister Chan's partner. Although hunting demons is fraught with danger, the rewards are substantial. I could easily gather enough spirit stones. Brother Chen, if you truly regard me as a friend, support me by lending me the spirit stones to acquire the magical tool. Meeting Han Mao's hopeful gaze, Li Chen shook his head, his tone calm yet tinged with indifference. I do not have spirit stones to lend you. Consider me no longer your friend. With that, Li Chen disregarded Han Mao, whose complexion shifted between shades of green and white, and strode purposefully towards the Divine Pill Pavilion. Lending spirit stones to Han Mao for the purchase of a magical tool to join the demon hunting team was beyond Li Chen's means. Having spent over half a year in Yingshanfang, the Shindan Pavilion allocates 2 spirit stones to Li Chen each month. Alongside the spirit stones obtained from his counterattack against the bandits, Li Chen's total fortune amounts to merely 16 spirit stones. Is hunting demons truly as simple as it seems? It is not that Li Chen is miserly. Rather, he harbors grave doubts about Han Mao. With his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, venturing to hunt demons would likely result in a perilous outcome. Han Mao, in his irrational exuberance, has lost his senses, but Li Chen remains composed and clear-headed. Even if we entertain the notion that Han Mao could indeed succeed in hunting demons and acquiring spirit stones, would he repay Li Chen in kind? The act of borrowing spirit stones necessitates a bond of substantial trust, and Li Chen does not believe that his relationship with Han Mao has matured to such a level. As Li Chen strides away with resolute determination, showing no inclination to look back, Han Mao stands rooted in place, his complexion oscillating between shades of green and white. In a furious tone, he rebukes, Li Chen, I must say I misjudged you. Have you forgotten who guided you around the market when you first arrived in Yingshanfang? Who helped you establish your footing here? You ungrateful wretch. I, Han Mao, must have been blind to have befriended you and regarded you as an elder brother. Upon hearing Han Mao's scathing remarks from behind, Li Chen hesitates for a moment before hastening his departure. The age-old adage holds true. One who receives a grain of rice will harbor resentment over a grain. Li Chen has already lent Han Mao 1 Qi nurturing pill. Yet Han Mao now desires to gamble away Li Chen's entire fortune. Li Chen has grown weary of Han Mao. Befriending such a person is fraught with peril, particularly in the realm of cultivation. As Li Chen's silhouette fades from view, Han Mao's expression shifts dramatically, ultimately settling into one of despondence. He had envisioned that after breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, acquiring sufficient spirit stones to purchase magical artifacts and embark on a demon hunt would be a straightforward task. To his dismay, even the person closest to him, Li Chen, is unwilling to lend him spirit stones. How shouty, You don't seem to be in good spirits. Are you facing difficulties? At that moment, Shu-chan arrives. Pushing a cart laden with fresh bamboo, her eyes filled with concern and a gentle smile gracing her lips. Gazing into Shu-chan's caring eyes and noticing the sweat-drenched strands of hair at her temples, Han Mao is momentarily entranced, reflecting that Shu-chan is indeed a virtuous woman. If he were to bond with her as a partner, he would surely find happiness. Sister Chan, I am fine. Did you go out early to procure goods? In this instant, Han Mao forgets his grievances against Li Qin, his thoughts consumed by the enchanting figure before him. Shu-chan, brushing back her damp hair, responds with a warm yet resolute smile. For us impoverished lower-tier cultivators, if we do not strive diligently, how can we achieve success on the path of immortality and acquire the things we desire? Don't you agree, Hao Xiaodi? Before Han Mao can respond, Shu-chan begins to unload bundles of bamboo from the cart, then adds with a smile, I must continue processing the bamboo to make spirit paper. So I shall bid you farewell for now. Keep up the good work. With that, she gives Han Mao an encouraging fist pump, her warm smile magnifying its impact in his eyes. As Shu-chan closes the door behind her, Han Mao's heart swells with emotion. He gazed intently at the firmly shut door of Shu-chan's room, his expression gradually transforming into one of resolute determination as he strode purposefully towards the central marketplace, seeking the shop that dealt in the lending of spirit stones. Chapter 13. The Rate of Success in Alchemy in the Serene Confines of the Divine Elixir Pavilion and the Medicinal Garden. Li Qin beheld the tranquil figure of a woman before him, her demeanor as graceful as an orchid. With a polite smile, he addressed her, Fairy Yun. I have received permission from Master Chun to open the furnace, and I have come to procure 10 stalks of golden bone grass. Yunji, with her slender form, was adorned in an ethereal white robe, her lustrous hair cascading down her back. Her expression was serene, and her gaze calm as she responded softly, Taoistly. I am not deserving of the title Fairy. You may simply call me Taoist Yun. Li Chun nodded respectfully, clasping his hands in greeting, acknowledging her as Taoist Yun. In the realm of cultivation, addressing a female practitioner as Fairy was generally acceptable. Even a practitioner from the slums preferred to be referred to as such. Yet Yunji was an exception. She exuded an aura of tranquility, reminiscent of a secluded orchid, imbued with a delicate fragrance of flora. This unique scent suggested a long-standing association with spiritual herbs and potions. As he approached her, Li Qin felt an inexplicable peace settle within him. Please wait a moment. Taoistly, Yunji replied with a polite bow, gracefully stepping away only to return shortly with a jade box in hand. Celestial materials and earthly treasures required special methods of preservation to prevent the loss of their medicinal properties. The golden bone grass could barely be classified as such. Accepting the jade box from Yunji, Li Qin's gaze swept over her calm and composed visage. After expressing his gratitude, he turned to leave. Yunji watched him depart, her expression remaining largely unchanged. How long has this lad been at the Divine Elixir Pavilion? And he can already open a furnace on his own. Yun Feng emerged from the side, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Yunji smiled gently, her tone steady as she replied, Perhaps his talent in alchemy is extraordinary? Perhaps. Yun Feng conceded. The realm of cultivation was vast, and it was not unusual for prodigies to emerge. Shifting his focus to Yunji, he continued in a grave tone. However, Jier, I must remind you not to develop curiosity towards these cultivators of little promise, nor to draw too close to them. It is not my intention to nag. But these apprentices of the Divine Elixir Pavilion ought to reflect upon themselves. They are akin to toads aspiring to dine with swans. Especially that Zhou Jian, who persistently entangles himself with you. Does he truly believe himself to be someone of significance? If not for the pavilion master's regard, I would have long since broken his legs. My Jier is a naturally gifted spirit of flora. With little to no bottlenecks in her cultivation, she is destined to become a formidable foundational cultivator. If you seek a partner, it is only fitting to find a direct descendant of a prominent clan or a true disciple of a celestial sect. Yunji did not argue. Her smile remained ever serene, and she obediently replied to Yun Feng, Grandfather, I understand. Having acquired the golden bone grass, Li Chun made his way to the shared alchemy room for apprentices, selecting a furnace with practiced ease as he prepared to ignite it. Junior Brotherly, are you about to open a furnace? A few apprentices gathered around, curiosity etched upon their faces at Li Chen's actions. In response to Mo Bai's inquiry, Li Chen offered a kind smile and humbly replied, I possess a modest talent in alchemy, and Master Chen has granted me permission to open the furnace independently. How long have you even been an apprentice? Are you allowed to operate the furnace alone? Is that old fellow not afraid you might blow it up? Before anyone could respond, a tall, slender man clad in an ornate robe approached with an air of disdain evident in his pale expression. Li Chen narrowed his eyes, displeasure evident in his voice as he replied, "There is no need for Brother Zhou to concern himself." Zhou Jian, with a look of contempt, slightly elevated his chin, retorting, "I am not your brother." With that, Zhou Jian turned and walked towards another alchemical furnace. In the alchemy room, a throng of apprentices gathered around Zhou Jian, leaving only Mo by Li Chen's side. Mo by glanced at Li Chen and softly reassured him, "Don't take it to heart, brotherly. That's just how Brother Zhou is." Li Chen gently shook his head, "I am fine, Brother Mo." During this time, Li Chen had gained some understanding of the apprentices in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Zhou Jian was the most talented among them, already capable of refining intermediate first-tier pills such as the Heqi pill and the Gathering Spirit pill, and was currently attempting to concoct the Huangyao pill. Logically, he should have advanced to the rank of alchemist by now. However, due to his excessively arrogant nature, he had clashed with Master Chen. Years ago, Master Chen had intended to take Zhou Jian as his direct disciple, but upon realizing Zhou Jian's arrogance, he abandoned that idea. Master Chen even expressed to Manager Fu and Fairy Linglong that Zhou Jian was not yet capable of standing on his own, which delayed Zhou Jian's promotion to alchemist, fostering resentment towards Master Chen. In the Divine Pill Pavilion, the treatment of apprentices and alchemists was entirely different. Every apprentice aspired to ascend to the status of alchemist, yearning for their own private alchemical chamber. Li Chen paid little heed to this minor episode, and Zhou Jian's mockery did not perturb his mindset. The roaring flames licked the alchemical furnace, quickly turning it a vibrant red. During his first attempt at alchemy, Li Chen felt no anxiety. Having absorbed the memories of several second-tier alchemy masters, he tossed the Jin Gu Chao into the furnace, closed the lid, and skillfully controlled the heat to eliminate the cold properties of the herb, refining it into a pure medicinal liquid. Each step was ingrained in his mind. As the lid began to tremble, Li Chen conjured a large hand with his spiritual power to lift the lid and swiftly poured 10 pounds of Bailing rice into the furnace. The ratio of 1 Jin Gu Chao to 10 pounds of Bailing rice could yield 10 pill of abstinence. Naturally, the issue of success rate also arose. In his initial attempt, Li Chen dared not be overly ambitious, aiming to maintain a success rate of around 70%. The average success rate for the apprentices at the Divine Pill Pavilion in refining the pill of abstinence was about 30%. This meant that while a furnace should ideally produce 10 pills, the apprentices could only manage 3. Zhou Jian was somewhat more adept, achieving a success rate of 100% in his refinement of the pill of abstinence. As for Master Chun and Master Gu, their furnaces were superior, their cultivation deeper, and their alchemical experience richer, allowing them to produce dozens or even hundreds of pill of abstinence in a single attempt. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated as the furnace shook violently. Li Chen formed hand seals, channeling his spiritual power into the furnace as he began to condense the pills. The tremendous noise drew everyone's attention, and they instinctively shifted their gazes to Li Chen. Was he condensing pills? The process of condensing the elixir is the most crucial step. If successful, it essentially signifies the successful creation of the pill. This is your first time refining an elixir, isn't it, Junior Brotherly? Most of us, during our inaugural attempts, ended up with explosions. It is quite astonishing that Junior Brotherly has achieved success on his very first try. I recall that it has been less than a year since he joined the Divine Pill Pavilion. And who would have thought he not only obtained the qualification to refine, but also succeeded in his first endeavor? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the alchemical furnace ceased its vibrations. Li Chen, with a solemn expression, concluded his incantation and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Refining elixirs does consume spiritual energy, particularly during the crucial moment of condensation. With his cultivation at the second layer of qi, it was somewhat challenging for Li Chen to refine successfully. Meanwhile, Immortal rushed over to assist Li Chen in lifting the furnace lid to retrieve the elixir. As the furnace opened, white steam billowed and the fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. Immortal's eyes widened in astonishment, stammering as he exclaimed, Seven pills. 7 pills successfully refined on Junior Brother Li's first attempt. A sharp intake of breath echoed in the alchemical chamber as the apprentices gazed at Li Chen with awe, perceiving him as a prodigy. In a corner, Zhou Jian observed Li Chen with a shadow of envy. During his own inaugural attempt at refining a pill of sustenance, he had managed only 3 pills. It appears that Li Chen's talent for alchemy surpasses even his own. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Li Chun silently lamented his remarkable performance. A success rate of 70% appeared rather extraordinary among these apprentices. Chapter 14. Master Fu offers insight. Li Chun successfully concocted a pill of fasting, achieving a remarkable 70% efficacy. A piece of news that swiftly reverberated throughout the Divine Pill Pavilion. Before long, Master Chen sought out Li Chun. I have examined the fasting pill you crafted, and I must say, it is indeed of high quality. It appears I have underestimated your innate talent for alchemy, he remarked. However, do not allow pride to take root in your heart, nor should arrogance cloud your judgment. Master Chen's gaze was inscrutable, his tone profound as he continued. The realm of cultivation is never short of prodigies, yet many of them meet their demise before they can truly flourish. You may not wish to hear such words, but I feel compelled to caution you. Remember, when a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely bring it down. An individual's exceptional abilities may not always be a blessing, for they can evoke envy. There are times when one must conceal their strengths to safeguard their own well-being. Li Chen's expression grew solemn as he respectfully bowed to the elder before him. Thank you, Master Chen, for your guidance. I am deeply grateful and shall heed your words. I shall engrave your teachings upon my heart, for I dare not become complacent nor arrogant. Li Chen felt the elder's genuine concern. He was not one to overlook kindness. Perhaps initially, Master Chen had not regarded him with much importance, but in recent days, Li Chun could distinctly sense that Master Chen intended to cultivate him as a successor. He understood the wisdom in Master Chen's words. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely bring it down. Though the Yin Mountain workshop appeared tranquil, it was fraught with unseen currents. However, with Li Chen's current cultivation level and status, he was yet unable to grasp the depths of such intricacies. Despite the protective aura afforded by the renowned Linglong Fairy, there existed countless villains within the realm of cultivation who were not intimidated by her reputation. Moreover, Li Chun could not remain forever sheltered beneath her wings. Inevitably, he would need to venture beyond the confines of the Yin Mountain workshop and confront the perils of the cultivation world. In a realm governed by the survival of the fittest, one must exercise discretion until absolute strength is attained. Li Chun harbored no intentions of displaying ostentation. Having inherited the second-tier alchemical legacy and absorbed the memories of several second-tier masters, it was no exaggeration to state that should he dare to unveil his alchemical prowess, many esteemed families of the Yin Kingdom, even the Zishu Immortal sect, would hasten to seek him out, either to invite him as a guest of honor or to seize him as a tool for alchemy. Li Chun perceived that the latter scenario was far more likely, for the weak possess no rights in this world. He was acutely aware of the correlation between cultivation level and the display of talent. With the alchemical skills he currently possessed, he was not yet capable of attracting the attention of significant figures, thus he felt no trepidation. Observing Li Chen's humble and respectful demeanor, devoid of pride or arrogance, Master Chen felt greatly satisfied. He placed a hand on Li Chen's shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Had Zhou Jian possessed even half of your humility, he would not still be unable to ascend to the rank of alchemist. Zhou Jian has always believed that my interference has thwarted his advancement, whispering slanders to Elder Fu and the Pavilion Master. In truth, it is his own arrogant nature that has rendered him unlikable to the Pavilion Master, who has never intended to mentor him. Let us set aside these matters for now. Remember the lessons from Zhou Jian's past. During this period, continue your efforts in refining the fasting elixirs. When you achieve mastery in your craft, you may then commence your studies on the rejuvenation and vitality elixirs. Should you encounter any uncertainties in alchemy, do not hesitate to consult me. There is no need for embarrassment. Here are my early notes on alchemical practices. Take them and ponder their wisdom." Master Chen retrieved an ancient tome from his storage pouch. Li Chen accepted the alchemical insights with heartfelt gratitude, even though he likely would not employ them. After bidding farewell to Master Chen, Li Chen was summoned by Manager Fu. At the pinnacle of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chun approached the venerable elder before him, bowing respectfully. "I am Li Chun. Greetings to you, Uncle Fu." Manager Fu, a benevolent elder with a warm demeanor, always bore a cheerful expression. Li Chun could not shake the impression that Manager Fu regarded him with a hint of fondness, as one might observe in a grandparent's gaze towards a grandchild. "My young friend, there are no outsiders here. You need not feel constrained. I have heard that you succeeded in your first attempt at refining elixirs, achieving a remarkable success rate of 70%. Li Chun nodded, responding with due respect. Manager Fu stroked his chin, appraising Li Chun for a moment before continuing. "Since you have demonstrated the ability to refine elixirs, from this day forth. You shall receive a commission for each batch you successfully produce. Your success rate surpasses that of ordinary apprentices. While they earn 1 spirit stone for a batch of fasting elixirs, you shall receive 2. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Li Chun expressed his gratitude, his delight evident upon his countenance. Manager Fu, still smiling, inquired, have you encountered any challenges in your cultivation? Li Chun's gaze flickered as he mustered his courage to respond. Uncle Fu, I possess a 9th grade spiritual root, and the path to immortality is fraught with difficulties. I have consumed all the vitality elixirs bestowed upon me by the Pavilion Master, and now I find myself lacking in resources, making my cultivation rather challenging. Ha ha ha. You are quite bold, Manager Fu chuckled heartily, tossing a jade vial toward Li Chun. Li Chun swiftly caught the vial and opened it, revealing 10 plump vitality elixirs within. He looked towards Manager Fu, momentarily hesitant. A vial of vitality elixirs is valued at 60 spirit stones, a sum substantial enough to tempt lower-tier cultivators to take desperate risks. Manager Fu's kindness was truly overwhelming. Previously, while Li Chun was performing menial tasks, Manager Fu not only provided him with 2 spirit stones each month but also additional vials of fasting elixirs, a privilege not afforded to the other workers. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask. Manager Fu observed Li Chun's hesitation, his smile unwavering and his gaze gentle. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chun asked earnestly, Uncle Fu, may I inquire why you and the Pavilion Master have shown such kindness towards me? Is there something extraordinary about me? Manager Fu remained silent for a long while, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. In a hoarse voice, he finally replied, It would not harm to share this with you. It is because you bear a resemblance to the Master. Without waiting for Li Chun to inquire, shopkeeper Fu continued, My master is indeed the elder brother of the Pavilion Master. Well, I have conveyed what needed to be shared. You may take your leave now. Li Chun nodded respectfully and bowed to shopkeeper Fu, saying, Thank you, Fu Bo. I will take my leave. The doubts that had long plagued Li Chun were finally resolved, allowing him to ascertain that both the enchanting Linglong fairy and shopkeeper Fu harbored no ill intentions towards him. Their patronage stemmed solely from the resemblance he bore to the brother of Linglong fairy, who happens to be the master of shopkeeper Fu. Curiously, he pondered the character of Linglong fairy's brother. Was he alive or deceased? Surely, the numerous enterprises of Linglong fairy were bequeathed by that individual. Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chun swiftly dismissed these considerations from his mind. Although he shared a semblance with Linglong fairy's brother, he did not anticipate that Linglong fairy and shopkeeper Fu would continually offer him their support. Relying on others can lead to disappointment. In the journey of cultivation, one must depend on oneself and the system. Li Chun's gaze gradually sharpened, and his resolve in the path of cultivation grew firmer and more unwavering. Chapter 15. Purchasing talismans. After commencing the alchemical process, a single furnace of nourishing pills can yield 2 spirit stones. With my cultivation at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, my magical prowess remains rather meager, allowing me to produce at most 2 furnaces of nourishing pills per day, thereby earning 4 spirit stones. By this calculation, I could amass 120 spirit stones within a month. Han Mao, risking his life to hunt demons, hardly earns that amount in a month. This is merely the income of an apprentice alchemist. It is no wonder that alchemists hold prestigious positions in the world of cultivation. Li Chun silently marveled at the rapid income from alchemy. The profit from a single furnace of nourishing pills equaled his previous monthly earnings. Gradually, his circumstances began to improve. Li Chun reviewed his possessions. He owned 16 spirit stones and 3 first-tier, low-level talismans. These 3 talismans included the Golden Light Talisman, the Swift Movement Talisman, and the Fireball Talisman. The Golden Light Talisman serves as a defensive talisman, creating a shield of golden light upon activation, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. The Swift Movement Talisman is utilized for evasion or travel. Early-stage Qi refinement cultivators lack spiritual awareness, rendering them incapable of refining and manipulating magical tools or flying devices, thus making the Swift Movement Talisman crucial for them. The Fireball Talisman allows the user to unleash the Fireball technique. Having practiced the Scarlet Flame technique, Li Chun can also execute this spell. After practicing diligently for over half a year, Li Chun attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement and learned 2 spells, the Fireball technique and the Spirit Manipulation Hand. The Fireball technique is inherent to the Scarlet Flame technique, allowing virtually any cultivator who practices fire-related arts to conjure fireballs. Typically, Li Chen only used the fireball technique to kindle flames for his furnace. It would likely be insufficient in combat. As for the spirit manipulation hand, it was imparted by Master Chen and is a commonly known spell that condenses magical energy into a massive hand, enabling the user to grasp objects from a distance or launch attacks from afar. Now that Li Chen could refine pills and earn more spirit stones, he contemplated preparing some defensive measures. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril. In the relentless pursuit of the elusive path to immortality, it is commonplace for cultivators to engage in deadly confrontations. Without protective means, one could easily fall prey to ambushes on the road. Li Chen recalled vividly that before reaching Yin Mountain, he encountered a cultivator attempting to rob him, whose intent was straightforward: to turn Li Chen into materials for crafting a corpse. In the realm of cultivation, demonic and malevolent cultivators do not spare even ordinary mortals, let alone weaker cultivators. Rumors circulated that in the neighboring Yu country, demonic cultivators had unleashed carnage among the mundane, gathering rivers of blood to forge blood-based artifacts. There were also ghostly cultivators who, for the sake of refining soul banners, slaughtered thousands of innocents. Additionally, some sinister cultivators traveled to the secular world, capturing martial artists to create zombies. A popular adage in the cultivation community states, without diligence in cultivation, one becomes a brother among the myriad souls in the soul banner. In this tumultuous realm, one often finds themselves entrapped by circumstances. The world of cultivation resembles a vast and merciless river of chaos, far more brutal than the secular martial world. Once you step into the realm of cultivation, many aspects of your fate are no longer in your hands. If your cultivation is insufficient, you might find yourself seized by an unseen hand from the heavens, destined to be transformed into a zombie. Li Chen harbored no desire to one day encounter a practitioner of the demonic path, only to be inexplicably slain, with his soul extracted and blood refined. Moreover, the realm of cultivation was fraught not only with the dangers posed by malevolent cultivators, but also by the pervasive threat of bandits who resorted to robbery and murder. In the Shadow Mountain market, numerous such bandits lurked. Should he attract their attention, stepping outside the market would immediately render him vulnerable to ambush. With his cultivation at the second layer of Qi refinement, Li Chen could not dare to venture out alone. Within the confines of the Shadow Mountain market, the established rules and the patrolling enforcement team, along with the esteemed reputation of the exquisite fairy, provided a measure of safety. However, once he crossed the threshold of the market, Li Chen was certain that bandits would seek to ambush him, and it was entirely possible that the very neighbors around him would transform into such marauders. Nonetheless, Li Chen could not remain within the market indefinitely. Thus, preparing means of protection was paramount. At the second layer of Qi refinement, his meager spiritual power limited the number of spells he could cultivate. Li Chen intended to carve out time to master the Fire Crow technique included in the Crimson Flame art, and thereafter purchase some talismans from the Celestial Talisman Pavilion for self-defense. Early-stage Qi refiners, with their insufficient spiritual power, found their energy depleted after casting only a few spells, highlighting the vital importance of talismans. When one's combat strength falls short, talismans serve as a valuable supplement. Alchemy, formations, and talismans are revered among the myriad arts of cultivation, underscoring their significance. After a night of meditative practice, feeling the growth of his inner spiritual power, Li Chen was filled with delight. The sensation of continual progress was intoxicating. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that his ability to maintain such a rapid pace of cultivation relied heavily on medicinal pills. Without the Qi-nourishing pills, he could only speculate on how long he would languish at the first layer of Qi refinement. The bottle of Qi-nourishing pills bestowed by the shopkeeper Fu was insufficient to elevate him to the third layer. They would be depleted in no more than half a month. Thus, he needed to earn more spirit stones to purchase additional pills, or perhaps set up a furnace to concoct them himself. With these thoughts in mind, Li Chen pushed open his door and made his way toward the market. Once he could operate a furnace for alchemy, he would enjoy considerably more freedom. No longer required to rise early each day to perform menial tasks at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, thus allowing him time to explore the market. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself on the west street of the market. This area was designated for wandering cultivators to set up their stalls, where an array of assorted items dazzled the eye. Fellow cultivator, are you interested in remnants of magical artifacts excavated from ancient ruins? A young wandering cultivator intercepted Li Chen on the street, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Li Chen cast a glance at the hodgepodge of items on the stall, shaking his head with a bemused smile. The notion of picking up a bargain was far from his mind. If these were indeed remnants of artifacts from ancient ruins, they would hardly be displayed for sale in such a manner. First-tier magical tools, second-tier spiritual devices, third-tier treasures. True treasures were possessions of golden core practitioners. Remnants of such artifacts would never appear in the possession of a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator. This young cultivator likely mistook Li Qin for a novice fresh to the world of cultivation, attempting to deceive him with a trial-and-error mentality. The realm of cultivation was indeed fraught with cunning traps. Li Qin chose to ignore the wandering cultivator and continued on his way. Observing Li Qin's indifference, the young cultivator was not surprised and proceeded to seek his next target. At the end of West Street, Li Qin came to a halt. His gaze fixed upon the thick stacks of talismans displayed at a roadside stall. The vendor, shrouded in a black cloak, spoke in a hoarse voice, indistinguishable in gender, asking what talismans were desired. After observing for a while, Li Qin noted over a dozen varieties of talismans on display, including low-level golden light talismans, swift movement talismans, fireball talismans, ice spike talismans, earth spike talismans, and mighty strength talismans, as well as intermediate-level thunder fire talismans, ice sealing talismans, earth splitting talismans, and wind blade talismans. Squatting down, Li Qin picked up a stack of thunder fire talismans, inspected them for a moment, and upon confirming their quality, inquired of the vendor, "How much for these thunder fire talismans?" "You cannot afford them," replied the vendor, his entire form concealed beneath the black robe, revealing only a pair of indifferent eyes. His voice was devoid of emotion. Li Qin's expression stiffened. "How can you be certain I cannot afford these thunderfire talismans?" The vendor's indifferent gaze swept over Li Qin, and his flat tone reached Li Qin's ears. "You are merely at the second level of chi refinement. How many spirit stones could you possibly possess?" "A set of 10 thunderfire talismans costs 30 spirit stones. If bought individually, each is 4 spirit stones." With a sense of disappointment, Li Qin set down the thunderfire talismans and turned his attention to the golden light talismans. "How much for the golden light talismans?" 8 spirit stones for a set, 1 spirit stone for a single talisman. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qin attempted to negotiate. "Could it be cheaper?" 6 spirit stones for a set, and I will take 2 sets. No bargaining. If you do not wish to buy, then leave." The vendor seemed to have lost patience, his tone growing colder and his voice more gravelly. In the end, Li Qin purchased 1 set of golden light talismans and 2 swift movement talismans. Having acquired talismans from this stall, he decided against visiting the Celestial Talisman Pavilion. Compared to the pavilion, the quality of the vendor's talismans was not inferior, and the prices were more favorable. As Li Qin understood, at the Celestial Talisman Pavilion, a set of low-level talismans, consisting of 10, was priced at 10 spirit stones. This vendor's pricing for a set of low-level talismans was 2 spirit stones cheaper. Perhaps this vendor was a talisman master? Li Qin glanced back at the vendor once more. But the figure remained cloaked in black, the voice still hoarse and gender indistinguishable. Li Qin was unable to discern the vendor's cultivation level. A cultivator at the second level of chi refinement could not see through the cultivation of one who surpassed him. Chapter 16. The storage bag. After meandering through the bustling streets of Fong City, purchasing a dozen golden charms and 2 swift travel talismans, Li Qin returned to the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, making his way directly to the common alchemy chamber designated for apprentices. His daily life was rather monotonous. He spent his days concocting 2 batches of the value-absorbing pill and returned to the dilapidated district at night to cultivate. Though this existence was repetitive, Li Qin's heart brimmed with ambition. Soon, a month had elapsed. Today marked the day when the Divine Alchemy Pavilion settled the spirit stones for its employees. At long last, Li Qin encountered the enchanting Linglong fairy once more. She remained as charming as ever, perpetually adorned in her flowing azure gown, with a crown of fresh flowers woven atop her head. Even now, Li Qin was puzzled as to why the flowers never wilted. "Zhou Jian, this month you successfully refined 10 batches of spirit-gathering pills, 7 batches of harmony pills, and 1 batch of yellow bud pills, totaling 150 spirit stones," announced Manager Fu, his hair a mottled white, as he calmly revealed Zhou Jian's performance while flipping through the ledger in the assembly hall of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. "That cannot be right. Manager Fu, according to the pavilion's regulations, an apprentice earns 10 spirit stones for each batch of spirit-gathering pills, 12 for harmony pills, and 20 for yellow bud pills. This month, I should have received 204 spirit stones, yet I only received 150. Zhou Jian interjected, stepping forward from the crowd, his complexion pale and his gaze filled with incredulity. Manager Fu, maintaining his composure, explained, This month, you attempted to refine yellow bud pills 6 times, failing 5. The cost of the spirit herbs wasted due to your failures must be deducted from your earnings. Zhou Jian's pale visage turned an ashen hue, his fist clenched tightly as he coldly replied, "If a pill refinement fails, the cost should be borne by the alchemist. I believe such a rule does not exist in the cultivation world. Such a rule may not exist in the cultivation world, but it does in the divine alchemy pavilion. Do you have any further objections?" Manager Fu had yet to speak again when Linglong Fairy, perched elegantly in her high seat with legs crossed, interjected. Her voice, melodious yet devoid of warmth, cast a chilling atmosphere over the assembly hall, seemingly freezing the very souls of those present. The crowd lowered their heads, fearful to meet the gaze of the petite yet striking Linglong Fairy, who commanded authority as one of the few foundational cultivators in Angshanfang. Zhou Jian, his head bowed, wore a look of discontent as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. In a hushed, raspy tone, he uttered, "I do not dare to voice any objections." Linglong Fairy's eyes were as tranquil as a still lake. "Manager Fu, please continue." Manager Fu nodded. "Mo Bai. This month you refined 120 batches of qi-nourishing pills, totaling 600 spirit stones." Stepping forward with a hearty smile, Mo Bai received his spirit stones, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Manager Fu. Thank you, Pavilion Master." In the hall, the apprentices gazed at Mo Bai with envy, tinged with admiration. Zhou Jian's expression grew increasingly furious, for it was evident that Mo Bai had also encountered numerous failures in his refinements. Why then was he not penalized for the wasted spirit herbs? The exquisite fairy Ling Long and the fortunate old ghost focused on their respective endeavors. Li Chen turned his gaze towards the amiable and simple-hearted Mo Bai, harboring a sense of admiration for him. Mo Bai, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refining, theoretically could refine no more than 2 batches of qi-nourishing pills in a day. However, this diligent senior brother Mo Bai dedicated himself tirelessly to the alchemical chamber, laboring day and night, forsaking his own cultivation to produce an astonishing total of 120 batches of qi-nourishing pills in just 1 month, thereby earning 600 spirit stones. For the lower-tier loose cultivators within the cultivation world, 600 spirit stones constituted an astronomical sum. Li Chen was well aware of Mo Bai's motivation for working so relentlessly to amass spirit stones. He had developed a close friendship with Mo Bai and had heard him mention his beloved pair of children. Particularly, his son, possessing a 7th-grade spiritual root, had successfully joined the Zishu sect, becoming an outer disciple. Mo Bai had relinquished his own aspirations of ascension, placing his hopes of transcendence upon his son. Recently, the Zishu sect was preparing for an outer sect competition, where the top 10 would be granted entry into the inner sect, receiving the sect's cultivation support. In order to ensure his son shone brilliantly in this competition and secured a favorable position, Mo Bai toiled tirelessly in the alchemical furnace to earn spirit stones for purchasing magical artifacts. Such as the heart of a parent. Mo Bai, known for his integrity and gentle demeanor, treated Li Chen with utmost kindness. Over time, Li Chen developed a favorable impression of the senior brother Mo Bai. Soon, a multitude of apprentices collected their spirit stones. Manager Fu directed his attention towards Li Chen, a hint of a smile gracing his face. His tone softening as he addressed him. "Li Chen, this month you have refined 60 batches of purification pills, totaling 120 spirit stones." As he spoke, Manager Fu produced a storage bag and tossed it to Li Chen. Li Chen received the storage bag and quickly realized its significance. He immediately bowed respectfully to Manager Fu and Fairy Ling Long, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Fu. Thank you, esteemed master." Around him, the apprentices regarded Li Chen with envious eyes. Clearly, Manager Fu had privately bestowed upon Li Chen a storage bag while distributing the spirit stones. Storage bags were commonplace in the cultivation realm. However, even the most rudimentary storage bag would command a price of 30 spirit stones at the treasure pavilion. Though 30 spirit stones may appear modest, they were quite expensive for lower-tier loose cultivators. In the cultivation world, it was customary for early-stage qi refiners to be without storage bags. Once all the apprentices had received their spirit stones, Manager Fu summarized, "This month, everyone's performance was commendable, especially Mo Bai, who serves as a model for us all. Now, you may all return to your tasks, except for Li Chen." With that, Manager Fu spoke, and the crowd dispersed, casting one last glance at Li Chen, their envy and jealousy barely concealed. At this point, the members of the Divine Pill Pavilion were rife with speculation regarding the nature of Li Chen's relationship with Fairy Ling Long. There were even whispers of inquiries made to Li Qin in private, for he had been personally guided by Fairy Ling Long into the ancient square and brought to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Furthermore, the evident favoritism shown by Manager Fu and Fairy Ling Long towards Li Qin was impossible to overlook, fueling wild conjectures. Are you on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of qi refining? It appears you have not been idle. As the crowd dispersed, the ethereal Linglong fairy descended from her elevated position and approached Li Qin. Her gaze softened considerably, in stark contrast to her earlier indifference. It is thanks to the fairy and Uncle Fu's guidance that Li Qin has attained his current level of cultivation. Without their support, he would not be where he is today. The kindness bestowed upon him by the fairy and Uncle Fu is forever etched in Li Qin's heart, and he dares not forget it. Upon facing Linglong Fairy, Li Qin immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and gratitude. Although he bore a slight resemblance to the fairy's brother, he did not presume to act with familiarity in her presence. After all, she is the Linglong Fairy, one of the few formidable foundational cultivators in Ancient Square, a formidable player in the intricate game of power among the various cultivation factions of the Yen Kingdom. Despite her gentle demeanor before him, Linglong Fairy is known to be ruthless when necessary. She nodded appreciatively at Li Qin, acknowledging his understanding of propriety. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, she said. My assistance is limited. Ultimately, your progress depends solely on your own efforts. Go now, and do not grow complacent. With a few encouraging words, Linglong Fairy gestured for Li Qin to withdraw, while he bore some resemblance to her brother. Shui Linglong was keenly aware that her brother was her brother, and Li Qin was Li Qin, two distinctly different individuals. Chapter 17. The Cloud and Rain in the D-Class Cave. A monthly rent of 80 spirit stones was required. Perhaps it was time for me to relocate. With an abundance of 120 spirit stones in hand, Li Qin began contemplating a move. The slum area at the edge of Ancient Square was characterized by its harsh environment and a mix of characters, allowing only for a meager absorption of the spiritual energy dissipating from the spiritual vein for cultivation. Within Ancient Square, there existed a second-tier spiritual vein, upon which numerous caves were constructed, categorized into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D. There were 10 A-class caves, all situated at the heart of the spiritual vein, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. Li Qin was aware that A-class cave number 1 was the residence of the exquisite Linglong Fairy. As for A-class caves no. 2 through 10, they were all inhabited by influential figures, with Master Gu residing in A-class cave number 8. Master Qin was not qualified to inhabit an A-class cave. His dwelling was classified as B-class. Li Qin dared not even dream of an A-class cave, or even a C-class one. However, a D-class cave was within reach. The rent for a D-class cave was 80 spirit stones per month, a sum that Li Qin could barely manage. Li Qin firmly believed that cultivation was paramount. In the realm of immortality, one's cultivation level was of utmost importance, as it determined one's status. In pursuit of accelerated training and elevated cultivation, Li Qin resolved to move into a D-class cave. Although the D-class cave was situated on the outskirts of the spiritual vein, it still lay atop it. Meditating and cultivating within a D-class cave would yield results several times faster than in the slum area. Junior Brotherly, I have instructed my daughter to prepare a banquet at home and would like to invite you and Master Qin to join me for a drink. May I have the honor of your presence? Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Qin was still mulling over his relocation plans when he was intercepted by Mo Bai. Li Qin glanced at Mo Bai, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. Since senior brother Mo had extended such a warm invitation, Li Qin felt it was impolite to decline. Li Qin and Mo Bai were both disciples of Master Qin and referred to each other as brothers. In recent days, Li Qin and Mo Bai had developed a good rapport, and it would be ungracious to refuse Mo Bai's offer, so he agreed to attend the feast. Seeing Li Qin's acquiescence, Mo Bai beamed with a simple smile and clasped his hands in greeting. Junior Brotherly, I shall go to invite Master Qin. You know where my home is, correct? Li Qin nodded. Senior brother Mo, please go ahead. As Mo Bai went to summon Master Qin, Li Qin recalled the direction of Mo Bai's residence and set off towards the eastern side of the slum area. Mo Bai had long been capable of refining elixirs independently, earning a substantial monthly income in spirit stones. However, he and his daughter continued to reside in the slum. Li Qin understood this situation well. For nearly all the spirit stones Mo Bai earned were sent to his son, who had joined the Zishu Immortal sect. Before long, Li Qin arrived outside a courtyard. Though Mo Bai also lived in the slum, his dwelling was not a single room but rather a small courtyard. Such courtyards were designated for lower-tier cultivators with families, comprising a main hall and 3 bedrooms, requiring a monthly fee of 5 spirit stones. Li Chen stood outside the courtyard and knocked on the door. Shortly, the door swung open. A girl with short hair and simple attire greeted him, her curious eyes scanning Li Chen. In a soft voice, she asked, "Are you Master Li? The uncle? Are you Yunyu?" Li Chen's gaze swept over the young girl as he retrieved a bottle of fasting elixir from his storage pouch. With a gentle smile, he spoke, "As it is your first visit, I have not prepared anything substantial as a gift. Please accept this bottle of fasting elixir." With a modest financial standing, Li Chen could easily afford the 8 spirit stones for the elixir. Upon receiving the bottle, the girl blushed, shaking her head repeatedly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Li Shishu, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Li Chen, however, shook his head, grasped her hand firmly, and insisted on placing the elixir into her grasp. This young girl, appearing to be 18, was the daughter of Bai, named Yunyu. She was indeed a genuine 18, untouched by any beauty-enhancing elixirs. In contrast, the enchanting Linglong fairy, who appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, was nearly 30 in reality, surpassing Li Chen in age. Faced with Linglong, Li Chen dared not regard her as a mere younger sister due to her elevated status and experience. Yunyu, however, was different. At 18, she shared the same 9th grade spirit root as Li Chen. Yet, unlike him, she was only at the first level of qi refinement. Having entered the world of cultivation for less than a year, Li Chen noted that Yunyu had practiced alongside Bai since childhood. He couldn't help but lament the girl's obedience and maturity, feeling that Bai was somewhat harsh on his daughter. Bai's income was considerable. Yet despite over a decade of training, Yunyu remained at the first level of qi refinement. From what Li Chen understood, Yunyu worked as a washerwoman, often staying at home to wash clothes for the other female cultivators in the slums, earning a meager amount of spirit stones. All the spirit stones she earned were given to her brother, who had joined the Zishu Immortal sect. Otherwise, given her age and 9th grade spirit root, she should not have remained at her current level of cultivation. Observing the girl with her short hair, timid expression, and simple clothing, Li Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Her attire was far too plain. At the very least, she deserved a decent outfit, one far more splendid than the garments worn by noble women in the secular world. "Li Shishu, please come inside," Yunyu said, meeting Li Chen's affectionate gaze. She tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, her eyes shimmering with shyness. Her cheeks tinged with pink, her voice even softer. Snapping back to reality, Li Chen stepped into the courtyard. The girl hurriedly invited him into the main hall, meticulously wiping the chair with her sleeve before gesturing for him to take a seat. Feeling somewhat awkward, she added, "Li Shishu, the dishes are not yet prepared. Please have a seat for a moment." Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No need to rush. Senior brother Mo and senior brother Chen have not yet arrived. You may continue with your tasks." Yunyu flashed a shy smile, her cheeks still flushed, and dashed away as he watched her retreating figure. A smile graced Li Chen's face. This was the genuine bashfulness a girl of her age should possess. He could discern that Yunyu's shyness was authentic, unlike that of Shu Chan, which felt contrived. "Senior brother Chun, it is an honor to have you visit my humble abode. I am truly grateful," he called out as he welcomed him inside. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and Li Chen understood that Master Chun Dan had arrived. As he stood up, he caught sight of Mo by respectfully assisting Master Chun into the courtyard, making their way towards the hall. The disciple bowed to his teacher. Upon seeing Master Chun, Li Chen performed a courteous gesture of respect. Master Chun pulled over a chair and sat down, his expression warm and inviting as he spoke, as teacher and disciple. "There is no need for such formalities. Please, take a seat. Bai, you too." After Master Chen settled into his chair, Li Chen and Bai followed suit. Just as they sat down, Bai's gaze fell upon the pristine surface of the table, and he furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he slammed his palm against the table and called out sternly, "Yunyu, come here." "Father, did you call for your daughter?" Yunyu hurried over, her calloused hands brushing against her simple attire, unsure of where to place them, her demeanor timid and somewhat anxious. Bai's brow furrowed tighter as he coldly interrogated. "This morning I instructed you to prepare for the evening guests. Why is it that nothing is ready yet?" Yunyu lowered her head, softly explaining, "Father, there were many clothes to wash today, and it took longer than expected. Such an important task, and you still allowed it to delay?" Bai's anger flared, his expression and tone growing more severe. Li Chen frowned. In this moment, Mo Bai was unrecognizable compared to the gentle and honest figure he typically encountered at the Shundan Pavilion. Before his daughter, he appeared as a tyrant. Li Chen finally understood why Mo Yunyu donned simple cloth garments and exuded an air of timidity. Observing the apprehensive young woman, Li Chen could no longer bear it and spoke in a solemn tone. Mo Bai, my brother, it is merely a trivial matter. There is no need to become so incensed. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Mo Bai's expression softened slightly. What are you still standing there for? Quickly bring out the food and wine. After this, Mo Bai turned to Master Chun and Li Chun, his demeanor transforming as he smiled sheepishly and explained, Master Chun. Brotherly, my daughter is a bit clumsy. I apologize for the inconvenience. Li Chun gently shook his head, choosing silence. Mo Bai had become somewhat unfamiliar in his eyes. Master Chun, with a gentle smile, calmly replied, It is of no concern. I am not in a hurry. Chapter 18. The Sale of a Daughter Soon. Mo Yunyu brought forth food and drink, standing awkwardly by. The wine was blood-red wine, a primary-level spirit wine brewed from crimson spirit rice. Suitable for early-stage qi refining practitioners, capable of slightly enhancing their magical power. The jug of blood-red wine on the table was priced at 20 spirit stones, significantly cheaper than nourishing qi pills. Many cultivators who could not afford pills opted for spirit wine to aid their training. Li Chen glanced at Mo Bai and then at Master Chun. A hint of discomfort flickered across Mo Bai's face, indicating that he seldom indulged in spirit wine. As for Master Chun, he showed no disdain for the low-grade wine. Strictly speaking, it was somewhat inappropriate for Mo Bai to entertain Master Chun with blood-red wine. Yet fortunately, Master Chun did not mind. The dishes laid out were quite ordinary and not spirit food, all prepared by Mo Yunyu, and they appeared presentable. Master Chun, I have been under your care for 17 years since entering the Divine Pill Pavilion, and I am immensely grateful. Mo Bai said as he poured a cup of spirit wine for Master Chun and another for himself. He then raised his cup in a toast to Master Chun. Master Chun lifted his cup and drank it all at once, smacking his lips with a smile. Ah, blood-red wine. It has been many years since I last tasted this. Mo Bai's rugged face flushed a deep red as he exclaimed, Master, I have not attended to you properly. Please forgive my oversight. Master Chun calmly shook his head. Mo Bai, I am aware of your circumstances. Your son has made a name for himself, joining the Zishu Immortal sect. You have exhausted your resources to cultivate him into a foundation establishment master and to establish your own lineage. It is a pity for your earnest efforts. Mo Bai's eyes reddened as he bowed deeply to Master Chun, expressing his gratitude for the understanding. Master Chun did not elaborate further, but turned to Li Chun with a cheerful tone. Young Chun, raise your cup and drink with me. Yes, Master. I toast to you. Li Chun replied, standing to refill Master Chun's cup and his own. After downing a cup of blood-red wine, Li Chun felt a slight stir of magical power within him. In his opinion, blood-red wine did not measure up to nourishing qi pills. It was understandable, as nourishing qi pills, though also primary level, were meant for third-layer qi refining practitioners to break through their bottlenecks, with a price of 60 spirit stones, far surpassing that of blood-red wine. Eat, eat. Do not drink solely. Although we cultivators possess stronger physiques than ordinary people, we are not immune to inebriation. Drinking without eating makes for a bland experience, Master Chun remarked, picking up his chopsticks and inviting Li Chun and Mo Bai to partake in the meal. Seeing Master Chun begin to eat, Mo Bai smiled sheepishly, saying, Master Chun, Junior brotherly, my daughter is clumsy. If her cooking is lacking, please be forgiving. As he spoke, the girl beside him bowed her head deeply, humility etched into her very being. Master Chun offered no comment. Li Chun took a bite of food and glanced at the girl standing silently, her calloused hands resting uncertainly in front of her, resembling a serving maid. Upon witnessing the young maiden's demeanor, Li Chun felt unable to bear it and instinctively remarked, This dish is quite delightful. Even the imperial chefs of the secular palace lack such skill. Thank you, Yunyu. Come, join us. As Li Chun's words resonated, the girl looked up, her eyes suddenly shimmering with a crystalline sheen. She hastily waved her hands, saying, Li Shishu, you need not concern yourself with me. Yunyu will attend to you all. Li Shidi, pay her no mind. What business does a young lady have at the table? She may stand aside, Mo Bai directed. His gaze towards his daughter growing increasingly impatient as he sternly scolded, What are you dawdling for? Are you foolish? Hurry and pour wine for Master Chun and Li Shidi. The girl raised her hand to wipe her tear-streaked eyes and quickly advanced to pour wine for Master Chun, followed by Li Chun. As Li Chun gazed at the wine cup before him, Then at the humble girl, an urge to depart this place surged within him. Li Chen had traversed into this realm for 2 decades. Although this world upheld male superiority and female subservience, he could not abide witnessing the girl's degradation. Mo Yunyu possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root. Mo Bai's decision to nurture his son was not erroneous, yet he ought not to treat his daughter with such harshness. Observing the girl's meekness, Li Chen's expression turned solemn as he addressed Mo Bai earnestly. Brother Mo, permit Yunyu to take a seat. Otherwise, this wine will be unpalatable for me. As Li Chen's words fell, the girl trembled slightly, looking towards him as a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes. Mo Bai regarded Li Chen, then Master Chen, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Since Li Shidi has spoken, you may sit right beside him. With that, the girl approached Li Chen's side, casting a furtive glance at his handsome profile, her heart racing as she cautiously took her seat. Master Chen chuckled amiably. Mo Bai, young Chen, you both study alchemy under my guidance. Let us not allow this to harm our camaraderie. Mo Bai immediately rose, respectfully acknowledging Master Chen. Your teachings are duly noted. Li Shidi, at such a young age, is already capable of forging alone, earning the esteemed regard of the Pavilion Master and Master Chen. His future is undoubtedly promising. Li Shidi, allow me to toast to you. Yunyu, pour wine for Li Shidi, Mo Bai instructed, lifting his cup to toast Li Chen. Li Chen tilted his head back to drink, feeling a strange taste in his mouth. Initially, Li Chen held a favorable impression of Brother Mo. Yet now his sentiments began to shift. The 3 of them shared a pot of crimson blood wine, and it was not long before the vessel ran dry. Mo Bai's coarse, ruddy visage turned darker as he spoke. Master Chen, Li Shidi, I have actually a request to make of you today. Li Chen maintained an impassive expression, and Master Chen showed no reaction either. In truth, Li Chen had anticipated that Mo Bai must have an ulterior motive when he extended the invitation to drink. Noticing the silence from Li Chen and Master Chen, Mo Bai continued, Master Chen, Li Shidi, you are aware that Yunshang has been accepted into the Zishu Immortal Gate, and he has now reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. My own path to immortality seems hopeless, yet my son has a bright future ahead. In 2 months, the outer sect competition of the Zishu Immortal Gate will commence. The top 10 contestants in the outer sect competition are granted entry into the inner sect, where they receive greater support in the form of spirit stones and elixirs, and may even have the opportunity to obtain a foundational cultivation pill, propelling them towards the realm of foundational establishment. In pursuit of a spot within the top 10, Mo Bai has his sights set on a premier magical artifact, which requires 2,800 spirit stones. I approached Master Fu to withdraw some spirit stones, and with my previous savings, I currently possess 2,000 spirit stones, leaving me with a shortfall of 800. Master Chen, I sincerely hope you can assist your disciple. I assure you that I will repay the spirit stones in the future. 2,800 spirit stones. Li Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Mo Bai. For Li Chen at this moment, the sum of 2,800 spirit stones was indeed astronomical, far more outrageous than the 120 spirit stones previously suggested by Shu Chan. Master Chen set down his chopsticks, furrowing his brow as he regarded Mo Bai. After a prolonged silence, meeting Mo Bai's hopeful gaze, he finally spoke. I possess little in terms of savings myself. I can lend you at most 300 spirit stones. Mo Bai opened his mouth, words on the tip of his tongue, only to swallow them back. Given Master Chen's status, it was evident that he could easily part with 800 spirit stones, if not 1,000. It was clear that Master Chen was reluctant to lend such a substantial amount to Mo Bai. Discussing finances constrained relationships. Li Chen remained silent. The same was true in the world of cultivation. Conversations about borrowing spirit stones invariably lead to emotional turmoil. Although Master Chen was only willing to lend 300 spirit stones, Mo Bai felt discontent yet dared not show disrespect to him. He turned his gaze to Li Chen, saying, Junior brotherly, you before Mo Bai could finish. Li Chen interrupted, Brother Mo, I have only recently entered the realm of cultivation and possess no spirit stones. It would be best if you refrained from asking. Mo Bai could only manage a bitter smile. At the round table, Li Chen and Master Chen fell silent, while the young girl sat beside Li Chen, her head lowered, her calloused hands unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her garment. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. After a moment, Mo Bai broke the silence, inquiring, Junior brotherly, you are yet unmarried and have no maidservants, correct? Li Chen frowned, puzzled by Mo Bai's implication. Mo Bai regarded Li Chen and then glanced at Mo Yunyu, his expression devoid of warmth as he proposed, Junior brotherly, how about this? If you provide me with 120 spirit stones, I shall gift you my young daughter. Even if it means servitude, I would not mind. Li Qin's frown deepened. Mo Bai, in his desperation to secure a promising future for his son, was willing to go so far as to offer his daughter. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qin coldly replied, Brother Mo, we are sworn brothers. Yunyu calls me uncle. How can you propose such an absurdity? The atmosphere in the hall became even more strained. Suddenly, Mo Yunyu, who had remained silent until now, grasped Li Qin's sleeve. Her body trembled slightly, a sorrowful smile gracing her delicate features. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she implored, Young master, please accept Yunyu. I am willing to serve you as a maid. Li Qin remained silent for a long time, meeting the young girl's desolate gaze, before finally retrieving 120 spirit stones from his storage pouch. Still cool to the touch. Chapter 19. The first Dao companion Li Qin made his way towards his humble abode. Accompanied by a young girl with a neat bob haircut and a delicate visage trailing closely behind him. The girl kept her head down, fixated on Li Qin's heels as she mirrored his every step. With a sigh of resignation, Li Qin contemplated the emptiness of his storage bag. The 120 spirit stones he had just acquired had barely warmed in his possession before vanishing. His plans to advance to a tiered cave for cultivation would have to be postponed. Soon, Li Qin arrived at his modest dwelling with the girl in tow. He paused at the door, and the girl bumped into his back, hurriedly looking up at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. In a timid voice, she apologized. My lord, I am truly sorry. It was unintentional. You may scold or strike me, but I ask only that you do not abandon me. Turning to face her, Li Qin noticed her reddened nose and anxious expression, nearly on the verge of tears. He gently pinched her delicate nose, softening his gaze as he inquired, Does it hurt? The girl was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook her head. My lord, it does not hurt. Li Qin caressed her slender cheek. Your father must frequently scold you, does he not? The girl remained silent, her shoulders beginning to tremble slightly, large crystalline tears streaming down her gaunt cheeks. With a gentle sigh, Li Qin embraced her, whispering, Silly girl, from this day forth, you shall be my Dao companion. The girl, slender and fragrant, trembled in his embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Unwilling to let go, Li Qin felt at a loss for how to console her. With such a father, she must have endured much hardship over the years. At that moment, a female cultivator approached, clad in a flowing green robe adorned with wide sleeves. It was Shu Chan, who appeared radiant and alluring in the popular attire of the cultivation world, her presence a cascade of vibrant colors. Li Qin paid little heed to Shu Chan's mocking tone, surprised instead that she could don such a flowing robe. The wide-sleeved flowing robe was highly coveted among female cultivators, priced at 300 spirit stones, a mere low-grade magical garment. Shu Chan swayed her serpentine waist as she approached Li Qin, adopting a teasing tone. I have heard you are now capable of refining pills and are being groomed as an heir by Master Qin. Many say you will soon ascend to the ranks of a master alchemist in the Divine Pill Pavilion. And this is your Dao companion? Li Qin gently patted Mo Yunyu's back, prompting her to release her hold on him and stand obediently aside, as she glanced at Shu Chan's dazzling beauty and graceful figure. Mo Yunyu bowed her head in self-doubt. Meeting Shu Chan's playful gaze, Li Qin maintained a stoic expression, his tone calm as he replied, I have the pleasure of meeting you, Miss Shu. This is indeed my Dao companion. Now that I have acquired a companion, would you care to offer a gift and partake in a celebratory toast? You. Seeing Li Qin's expressionless face and calm demeanor, Shu Chan's teasing gaze turned to anger, her smile fading into a coldness akin to ancient ice. Li Qin, she began, her voice sharp. What makes that woman of the first layer of qi cultivation superior to me? In terms of beauty, I surpass her. In terms of cultivation, I am more profound. What exactly do I lack compared to her? When I first proposed to be your partner, you hesitated to part with a mere 120 spirit stones. Yet now you have chosen such an inferior companion. What does this mean? Shu Chan's voice rose in fury, her chest heaving, having lost her usual gentle demeanor. Mo Yunyu, standing beside Li Qin, instinctively took 2 steps back, bowing her head, becoming ever more subservient. Li Qin remained impassive. In his eyes, she truly fell short. Very Shu. I have matters to attend to. I cannot indulge in idle chatter, he stated, unlocking the door and beckoning to the girl. Shall you come in? The girl nodded obediently, following Li Qin into the humble abode. As she gazed at the now closed door, Shu Chan's expression shifted between shades of anger and disdain, her cold laughter cutting through the air. Li Qin, You can only seek such a lowly companion. If you look down on me, know that I look down on you too. I must confess, I have already become the partner of Master Yang from the Spirit Talisman Shop. He is young and accomplished, far beyond your worth. Inside, Li Chan's demeanor remained serene, his heart as still as an ancient well. He recognized the Master Yang Shu Chan spoke of, the owner of the Spirit Talisman Shop, under 30, with an 8th-layer Qi cultivation, and a direct descendant of the esteemed Yang family, a high-ranking talisman master. Admired by countless female cultivators in Yinshan. To claim her partnership with Master Yang? How laughable. She was likely to be nothing more than a concubine. Li Qin did not believe Shu Chan's words, for someone of her lowly status could not possibly become a partner to a scion of the illustrious Yang family. When Shu Chan had once tested the waters regarding the relationship between him and Ling Long, she had sought 120 spirit stones from him, which he deemed her unworthy of. Mo Yunyu had effectively been purchased with those stones. To speak of love was a farce. Today merely marked the first meeting between Li Qin and Mo Yunyu, and his feelings towards her were more of pity than affection. In comparison to Shu Chan, Li Qin found Mo Yunyu far more deserving of that 120 spirit stones. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Mo Yunyu. She possessed spiritual roots, albeit of the 9th grade. It was time to embark on the first side quest of the system. Mo Yunyu looked at Li Qin with cautious concern. Young master, are you all right? Li Qin shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he cradled her face. I am fine. From this day forth, we shall be partners. Let us begin by bringing a child into this world. The girl nodded softly, her voice barely a whisper. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she allowed Li Qin to proceed, the rustling of fabric echoing in the sparse room. The humble abode contained nothing but a hard wooden bed, devoid of even a single blanket, and amidst the soft sounds of murmured affection. The girl's blush fell like petals upon the unforgiving surface of the wooden bed. Chapter 20. Double happiness after the tempestuous encounter. The young girl nestled closely against Li Qin's chest, her delicate arms tightly wrapped around his waist, unwilling to let go. Li Qin gently caressed her back. His voice soft and soothing, Xiaoyu, I have put you through much hardship, residing in the squalor of a ramshackle dwelling. Li Qin had acquired little in terms of possessions. The room was stark and empty, containing only a hard wooden bed, devoid even of a blanket. This night was indeed a trial for the innocent girl, who had just begun to navigate the complexities of life. My lord, I am not wronged, she murmured, her slender cheeks brushing against his chest. You know, I am actually quite happy. A smile broke through her sorrow, because I finally have a home. Since our birth, my father has favored my younger brother, especially after his spiritual root test. My brother was found to have a 7th grade root, while I was deemed a 9th grade waste. From that moment, father often declared me a burden, threatening to sell me. Had it not been for my mother's intervention, I might have truly been sold. I lived in constant fear. All of father's affection was lavished upon my brother. From a young age, he received medicinal baths and elixirs. Everything in our home was given to him. Later, when my mother passed away from exhaustion, no one cared for me anymore. Father did everything possible to send my brother to the Zishu Immortal sect, where he became a servant disciple. My brother did not disappoint him, rising to become an outer disciple. To ensure my brother's continued ascent within the sect, father toiled tirelessly, sending all our family's spirit stones to support my brother's cultivation. As for me, father always regarded me as a liability. Several times, I feared he would sell me, so I worked desperately, washing clothes to earn a few spirit sands, hoping it would deter him from selling me. Sighing deeply, Li Qin held the girl close, realizing his chest had become damp with her tears. My lord, will you abandon me? She implored, her voice trembling. I am yours now, and I will heed your every command. Please do not forsake me. The girl tightened her embrace, her body tense as she gazed up at Li Qin, her thin face etched with anxiety. Li Qin lowered his head, feeling a pang in his heart as he kissed away her tears and reassured her. I would never abandon you, Xiaoyu. You are so sweet and understanding. You are my Tao companion. In the mortal realm, we are already akin to husband and wife. Fear not, I shall not forsake you. From this moment forth, you need not be afraid, nor call me my lord. Address me as husband instead. Husband, she stammered, her voice barely a whisper as she looked into Li Qin's handsome face, her tears giving way to a shy smile. Li Qin's hand glided through her short hair as he gently urged, Xiaoyu, you are exhausted from this night. Rest now. However, Mu Yinyu stubbornly shook her head, her voice frail. I cannot sleep, for I fear that when I awaken, it will all have been but a dream. Ultimately, fatigue overcame Mu Yinyu, and she succumbed to slumber. Curled up beside Li Chun, she resembled a delicate kitten. Even in slumber, her brow remained tightly furrowed, as if haunted by a nightmare. Li Chun gently smoothed her creased forehead, resolutely deciding to treat her with greater kindness. Her breathing was light, almost hesitant. Li Chun felt no inclination to sleep. Since embarking on his path of cultivation, he had forsaken the habit of rest, opting instead for meditation to substitute for slumber. Casting a glance at the girl, he retrieved a chi-nourishing pill from his storage pouch, clearing his mind to reach a state of transcendence. When Li Chun opened his eyes once more, dawn had yet to break. Feeling the surging power within him and glancing at the girl, who slept sweetly beside him, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Not only had he gained a partner, but he had also achieved a breakthrough to the third layer of chi refinement overnight, a double blessing. Though both Mo Yunyu and Li Chun possessed ninth-grade spiritual roots, their offspring would likely inherit the same caliber. Yet, this was of little consequence. The first side quest from the system was to bear a child with spiritual roots, and ninth-grade roots certainly counted. Li Chun settled into a meditative position on the bed, his thoughts guiding him to summon the system panel. The interface remained simple and uncluttered. Host, Li Chun lifespan, 2087, cultivation, third layer of chi refinement techniques, Scarlet Flame technique. Spirit transformation hand partner, Mo Yunyu offspring, none family, not established main quest. Establish a cultivation family, incomplete. Side quest, bear the first child with spiritual roots, incomplete. His data had not changed significantly. Li Chun's gaze lingered on his lifespan, a surge of excitement filling him. Originally, he could expect to live to the age of 81, but now he could reach 87. With the enhancement of his cultivation, he was certain that one day he, Li Chun, would ascend to immortality and achieve eternal life. After all, was the pursuit of cultivation not aimed at achieving longevity and transcendence? Husband, a soft voice broke the silence, and Li Chun turned to see Mo Yunyu awake. Her cheeks tinted with a gentle blush. He reached out, drawing her into his embrace, and softly inquired, "Little Rain, does it still hurt?" Shyly, Mo Yunyu shook her head. Unable to restrain himself, Li Chun's hands began to wander. "Shall we indulge once more?" His eagerness stemmed not from impatience, but from a fervent desire to progress and fulfill the system's tasks to earn rewards. Before rising to head to the Divine Pill Pavilion for Alchemy, Li Chun resolved to cherish Mo Yunyu once more, hoping to hasten her conception of their first child with spiritual roots. As their soft whispers faded, the once pristine wooden bed lay in disarray. Mo Yunyu, her face flushed, quietly dressed herself before assisting Li Chun with his attire. With the dawn breaking, Li Chun opened the door, feeling invigorated, as if the sunlight had brightened with newfound hope. Mo Yunyu stood at the threshold, her gaze tender as she watched Li Chun depart. After taking a few steps, he turned back to glance at the slender girl leaning against the doorframe. The morning sun illuminated her short hair, casting a golden hue, while her cheeks flushed with a soft pink, revealing charming dimples as her gaze, like water, lingered on him. Li Chun grinned widely, saying, "Little Rain, stay home and cultivate diligently, without concern. Await my return." The young girl nodded obediently, and only then did Li Chun turn to depart. Under the rising sun, she watched his retreating figure, feeling that golden silhouette was immensely majestic. Once Li Chun's form had faded from sight, she took a long moment to withdraw her gaze. Tilting her head towards the heavens, her hands clasped in prayer, her expression devout as she softly beseeched the heavens for blessings upon her husband, wishing for his every endeavor to flourish and his path to transcendence to be smooth. Upon arriving at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chun proceeded, as was customary, to pay his respects to Master Chen, expressing his desire to learn the art of concocting chi-nourishing pills. After a brief moment of surprise, Master Chen nodded in agreement to Li Chun's request, saying, "Young Chun, you have already reached the third layer of chi refinement, and your success rate in producing fasting pills has achieved perfection. Indeed, you are ready to learn the crafting of chi-nourishing pills. Come to me this afternoon. I shall dedicate my time to guide you in brewing a batch." Grateful, Li Chun bowed deeply to Master Chun, thanking him sincerely. Master Chun waved dismissively, laughing heartily. "As I have said, there is no need for such formality between us as master and disciple. Do not bow so deeply at every turn. Now, off you go." "Your disciple takes leave," Li Chun responded, departing from Master Chen's presence and making his way directly to the communal alchemy room for apprentices. Inside, Mo Bai was already preparing to forge chi-nourishing pills, appearing as though he had been laboring through the night, his eyes bloodshot, and his spirits somewhat diminished. Immobile cast a sidelong glance at Li Qin, nodding slightly in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Li Qin returned the gesture with a nod, refraining from initiating conversation. In the span of a single night, the bond between Li Qin and Immobile had begun to fray. Chapter 21. The Genius of Alchemy in the Afternoon. As the sun began to set, Li Qin emerged from the Divine Pill Pavilion. Today, he had concocted only a single batch of the Pill of Absorption. Spending the remainder of his time learning the intricacies of the qi-nourishing pill under Master Qin's guidance. In truth, Master Qin's instruction was largely unnecessary. For Li Qin had acquired a far more detailed understanding of the alchemical process through his inheritance. However, he required a mentor to maintain the faade of an ordinary apprentice, concealing his possession of second-tier alchemical knowledge. As he exited the pavilion, Li Qin initially intended to return home directly. After a moment's contemplation, he set his course toward the tailor's shop, for he possessed a few spirit stones in his storage bag, intending to purchase 2 sets of decent clothing for Mo Yunyu. While he could not afford celestial robes or fairy skirts, acquiring 2 splendid garments of the mundane world was a simple task. In addition to clothing for Mo Yunyu, Li Qin also planned to procure a quilt, 2 pillows, and kitchen utensils. With Mo Yunyu accompanying him, he was unwilling to let her suffer any deprivation. Were he alone, Li Qin could forego sleep at night, meditating instead, and could survive without grains, relying solely on a pill of absorption each day. But now his circumstances had changed. He needed to adapt to this new life. Once Mo Yunyu became pregnant, it would be imperative that she abstain from the pill of absorption, necessitating the purchase of proper cookware to allow her to consume spiritual rice, meat, and even medicinal herbs, ensuring a healthy gestation and preventing any congenital deficiencies in their future child. Li Qin would not allow Mo Yunyu to endure hardship, and he certainly would not impose any such burdens on their offspring. Upon reaching the tailor's shop, Li Qin exchanged a single spirit stone for 2 exquisite garments, a silk quilt, and 2 golden silkwood pillows. The items offered at the shop were sourced from the mundane world, catering to the lower-tier cultivators of Een Mountain Alley, and were exceedingly affordable. 1 spirit stone was more than sufficient. The shopkeeper, a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement, returned 30 grains of spirit sand after Li Qin made his purchase. In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones served as universal currency, categorized as inferior, medium, superior, and premium grades. Typically, cultivators utilized inferior spirit stones, while only affluent foundation establishment practitioners might employ medium-grade stones. Superior stones rarely circulated among the general populace, reserved for golden core ancestors or nascent soul-true monarchs. As for premium spirit stones, Li Qin had not heard of their existence within the cultivation circles of the Yen Kingdom. The exchange rate for spirit stones was such that 100 inferior spirit stones could be traded for a single medium stone, 100 medium stones for a superior stone, and 100 superior stones for a premium stone. Generally, lower-tier spirit stones could not be exchanged for higher-tier ones, whereas higher-tier stones could easily be traded for lower-tier varieties. Spirit sand also functioned as currency in the cultivation world, a subordinate form of inferior spirit stones circulating solely among the lower-tier cultivators. Spirit sand referred to the minute fragments of inferior spirit stones, with 100 grains of spirit sand equating to 1 inferior spirit stone. Previously, Mo Yunyu had earned a grain of spirit sand for each piece of clothing she washed. Despite this, Immobile, in a fit of madness, had recklessly sent all the meager spirit sand Mo Yunyu had earned to the distant Zisu sect, resulting in her stagnation at the 1st level of qi refinement despite over a decade of practice. Li Qin carefully stowed away the 30 grains of spirit sand he had obtained from the tailor shop's proprietor, then made his way to West Street to procure essential household items such as pots, bowls, and utensils. Upon reaching West Street, he encountered once more the stall owner selling talismans. The vendor, shrouded in a dark robe, spoke in a hoarse voice as he noticed Li Qin's gaze upon him, inquiring whether he had reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement and what talismans he wished to purchase. Li Qin shook his head and smiled at the stall owner, saying, "My friend, I lack the spirit stones to buy talismans. Perhaps you could gift me a few?" The stall owner's curt reply was a dismissive "get lost." Hidden beneath his voluminous robe and mask, his face remained obscured, revealing only a pair of bright, dark eyes. Li Qin, undeterred by the vendor's demeanor, had merely made a casual remark, never expecting the vendor to bestow upon him any talismans. After all, crafting talismans requires resources. No cultivator would generously offer such gifts to a stranger. Just as Li Qin prepared to depart, a voice called out from behind him, "Come back. Here, take this." The stall owner halted Li Chun, tossing him a handful of dust-repelling talismans. These talismans, being merely entry-level, were not even classified as low-grade spirit talismans. They served solely to cleanse garments and prevent dirt from adhering to them. However, lower-tier loose cultivators were often unwilling to spend spirit stones on dust-repelling talismans, preferring instead to pay a grain of spirit sand to a washerwoman like Mo Yunyu for the task, as the latter offered better value. Li Chun instinctively caught the batch of dust-repelling talismans, standing in a daze, utterly astonished. Although they were merely entry-level talismans, they still incurred a cost, and a dozen would fetch 5 spirit stones at the Tianfu Pavilion. Glancing back at the stall owner, Li Chun could not shake the sensation that her eyes possessed a certain liveliness. Since these dust-repelling talismans have lingered unsold for quite some time, consider them a gift. The stall owner explained in a voice that, while still hoarse, now carried a hint of clarity. In that moment, Li Chun keenly discerned that the stall owner was a female cultivator and a talisman master. Among the female talisman masters capable of crafting intermediate spirit talismans in Angshan Square, there was but one, the prodigious Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya was renowned in Angshan Square, and some enthusiasts compared her to the renowned Linglong Fairy, dubbing them the twin beauties of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. This comparison stemmed from their striking beauty and their equally aloof personalities. Many male cultivators, including scions of prominent cultivation families, pursued Huang Qingya, yet she remained indifferent to their advances, much like Linglong Fairy. The key distinction was that Linglong Fairy was a foundation establishment cultivator, whereas Huang Qingya was at the qi refinement stage. Despite her youth, rumored to be under 20, Huang Qingya had already attained the 6th layer of qi refinement and was capable of crafting first-tier intermediate spirit talismans, garnering considerable admiration from male cultivators. Grasping the talismans gifted by the stall owner, Li Chun bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Fairy Huang, for the talismans." "How did you recognize me?" Huang Qingya inquired, her voice now ringing clear like a silver bell, though she still remained concealed beneath her ample robe. Li Chun chuckled lightly. Sensing that she was a woman, coupled with the intermediate talismans at her stall, he boldly ventured a guess, only to find it was indeed correct. Huang Qingya, donning a mask, gazed at Li Chun with flickering eyes, her voice suddenly turning frigid. "It is one thing to deduce my identity, but why must you vocalize it? The very reason I disguise myself to sell talismans is to conceal my true self. Are you not afraid of retribution for revealing my identity?" Li Chun's expression stiffened, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the willow leaf dagger hidden within his sleeve, then offered an apology to Huang Qingya. "Fairy, I beg your pardon for my thoughtlessness." His apparent timidity was not born of cowardice. Rather, the cultivation world was inherently ruthless. Huang Qingya's prowess surpassed Li Chun by 3 minor realms, and she was a prodigious talisman practitioner. It is well known that talisman practitioners carry vast quantities of talismans, capable of unleashing a barrage that could even transcend minor realms in battle. If this talented practitioner had set her sights on him, Li Chun would feel uneasy even within the safety of Yinshan Market. Huang Qingya regarded Li Chun with a playful glint in her eyes before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ah, I was merely teasing you. How amusing it is to discover your fear. However, your concealed dagger is intriguing. It sends a shiver down my spine. A mere mid-stage qi refining practitioner might unwittingly fall victim to your blade." In that instant, Li Chun felt a chill run down his spine. This was the cultivation world, where his once proud dagger, which commanded respect in the secular realm, could be easily discerned by an ordinary mid-stage practitioner. It dawned on him just how laughable his earlier antics had been before the enchanting Linglong Fairy. "Fairy Huang, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Li Chun wished to depart, clasping his fists in a respectful farewell, even abandoning the thought of purchasing pots and pans. Unconcerned, Huang Qingya waved him off. "Go on. Be cautious in the future. The cultivation world is not the secular martial realm. Do not indulge in petty cleverness, lest you attract calamity." "Thank you for your warning, Fairy. I am truly enlightened." Li Chun bowed deeply, genuinely appreciative of her counsel. As Huang Qingya sat in place, watching Li Chun's retreating figure, she slowly removed her mask, revealing a beautifully tanned visage, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she murmured to herself, "What an interesting individual." Chapter 22, The Unveiling of Facades. Huang Qingya awakened Li Chun to the harsh realities of the cultivation world. In this realm, certain words should remain unspoken, and some individuals should not be approached without due caution. Just moments ago, Li Chun had surmised Huang Qingya's true identity and entertained thoughts of forging a connection with her. After all, she was a prodigious talisman master, and the advantages of associating with such a talent were self-evident. Reflecting upon his previous thoughts, Li Chen began to perceive his own folly. Armed with a system, he was brimming with confidence in his path as a cultivator, convinced he was no less capable than any other genius. Thus, he approached Huang Qingya with an equal mindset. However, upon deeper contemplation, he realized that others were unaware of his system. To the outside world, he was merely a low-ranking cultivator with a 9th-grade spiritual root and modest alchemical talents, perhaps merely fortunate to have received the guidance of the exquisite Linglong fairy. To engage with others on an equal footing in the cultivation world was an act of naivete. Among cultivators, equality was but an illusion. Mortals were viewed as mere ants by cultivators, and lower-tier cultivators were likewise regarded as insignificant by their superiors. With a heavy heart, Li Chen returned home. "My husband, you have returned." As he approached the doorstep, he was greeted by Imo. She was seated on the threshold, diligently scrubbing clothes in 2 large basins. Her hands red and raw, and her delicate hair matted with sweat, clinging to her forehead. Upon seeing Li Chen, she quickly rose to welcome him. Her cheeks adorned with faint dimples, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Li Chen furrowed his brow and asked in a stern tone, "Did I not instruct you to remain at home and cultivate? Who permitted you to wash clothes?" Seeing his frown, Imo became flustered. Her reddened hands clasped in front of her. She timidly looked up at him and stammered softly, "Husband, Xiaoyu does not need to cultivate. Xiaoyu possesses a 9th-grade spiritual root. And no matter how hard I try, I will never surpass the mid-stage of qi refinement in this lifetime. The spirit stones I can earn are few. But I wish to assist you, to avoid being a burden. If I become a burden, you may come to resent me." "Oh, foolish girl." Li Chen's heart softened at the sight of Imo Yunya's timid and humble demeanor. He gently embraced her, unsure of how to reprimand her, and feeling reluctant to do so. Imo Yunya wrapped her arms around Li Chen's waist, carefully lifting her gaze. "Husband, Xiaoyu is foolish. My father often scolded me for being so. Please do not disdain me. Although I may be foolish, I am obedient. I am willing to do anything to make you happy." Feeling the girl's vulnerability and meekness, Li Chen's expression softened further as he tenderly stroked her short hair. "Do not be afraid, my dear. I shall never disdain you, nor abandon you. You are not foolish. Truly not foolish. Now, let us enter the house. In the future, refrain from washing clothes for others. I do not lack for small amounts of spirit sand." Lowly beings remain lowly, forever deemed inferior. Li Chen, you have chosen such a base and inferior partner as your companion. It seems you too are destined for mediocrity, with no hope of achieving greatness in this lifetime. Shu Chan has returned. Her lips curled in a sardonic smile, her eyes brimming with disdain. Clad in a resplendent emerald flowing gown that shimmered with iridescent colors. As she glanced at Shu Chan, Li Chen's gaze turned suddenly frigid, a surge of resentment swelling within him. The hidden daggers concealed within his sleeves silently slipped into his palm as he spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. "Who do you deem as lowly and inferior?" Since arriving in the realm of cultivation, Li Chen had adopted a cautious demeanor, treading lightly. Yet this did not imply that he was devoid of temper. Before his foray into the world of cultivation, many a martial hero had met their demise beneath his blades. A mere inquiry among the mundane martial world would reveal that Li Chen, hailing from a humble agrarian background, had ascended to the pinnacle of the secular martial realm. A journey stained with blood, with murderous intent igniting within him, his aura darkened, and his eyes sharpened with lethal intent. Shu Chan recoiled in shock, a chill creeping along her skin, causing goosebumps to rise. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back, but quickly regained her composure, arching an eyebrow as she coldly retorted, "I speak of the little wretch in your arms, and you. What, do you wish to kill me?" Her laughter was laced with scorn. "Do not forget. My cultivation surpasses yours, my powers run deeper. Can you truly slay me? Moreover, we are in Incher Square, where the prominent cultivation families have expressly forbade any slaughter within the market. Do you possess the audacity to violate Incher Square's rules? Dear husband, please." Just as Li Chen's dagger was on the verge of being unleashed, Imo Yunyu tightened her grip on his sleeve, gently shaking her head. Taking a deep breath, Li Chen sought to steady himself. The earlier encounter with Huang Qingya had left him on edge, and Shu Chan's derision had stirred the resentment he had long harbored. However, at this critical juncture, he managed to regain his composure. The founding families of Incher Square had established a clear decree, no killing among cultivators within its confines. He could not slay Shu Chan, at least not here. Currently, he lacked the standing to challenge the authority of the prominent cultivation families. If one were to speak of lowliness, Was it not Shu Chan, who served as a concubine, that embodied such a status? Suppressing his murderous impulses, Li Qin coldly mocked Shu Chan before turning to Mo Yunyu, Xiaoyu. Let us return to our quarters and ignore her. Obediently, Mo Yunyu nodded and followed him inside, closing the door behind them. Standing a few meters away, Shu Chan gazed at the closed door, and inexplicably, her defenses crumbled. Her expression twisted in fury as she rushed to the door, pounding on it with fervor. Her voice shrill and hysterical. "Yu Chun, say that again. Have the audacity to repeat it." At that moment, Shu Chan seemed driven to madness. Her eyes ablaze with rage as she banged on Li Chen's door. "Li Chun, come out. Come out. I will tear you apart. You are the lowly one. Your partner is the lowly one. I am not. I am not." Inside, Mo Yunyu clung tightly to Li Chen's arm. Anxiety etched across her face. Fearing that Shu Chan might burst in, Li Chen, however, remained unperturbed, immune to Shu Chan's provocations. After a tirade of insults directed at the door, Shu Chan gradually calmed as neighbors gathered around, and with a huff, she retreated to her own quarters, slamming the door shut. "Xiaoyu, do not fear." She lacks the courage to act. Li Chen gently comforted Mo Yunyu. Upon noticing that Mo Yunyu's emotions had stabilized, he retrieved a silk quilt and 2 golden silk-wood pillows from his storage bag. Mo Yunyu promptly accepted the quilt from Li Chen's hands, deftly preparing the bed, and then arranged the 2 pillows with care. "Xiaoyu, I have bought you 2 garments. They should fit well, though I am uncertain whether you will like them," Li Chen said, producing the beautiful clothing he had chosen for her. As Mo Yunyu beheld the exquisite garments in Li Chen's hands, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she stood there, momentarily stunned. Li Chen gently pulled Mo Yunyu closer and softly inquired, "What is it? Do you not like them? Tomorrow I shall take you to the tailor's, and you may select what you desire." Mo Yunyu vigorously shook her head, cradling the 2 garments in her arms as if they were treasures. A faint dimple appeared on her delicate cheek, and tears of joy slipped from the corners of her eyes. "Husband, Xiaoyu truly loves them." Witnessing the innocent girl's touched and satisfied expression, Li Chun felt a pang of affection for her gentle and understanding nature. If it were another female cultivator, she would likely disdain such mundane clothing. Her heart set solely on celestial robes and skirts. Alas, Mo Yunyu's spiritual root was too low. Yet, Li Chen was unconcerned by this. He himself possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root. Having a low spiritual root did not signify much. With elixirs, one could elevate their cultivation level, albeit at the cost of consuming additional resources. "What are you doing, Xiaoyu?" Li Chun, still feeling sympathy for Mo Yunyu, looked on as she shyly began to remove her clothing, approaching him with a blush upon her cheeks. In a soft voice, she replied, "Husband, do you not wish for children? Xiaoyu will certainly give you a child as soon as possible." Li Chen felt a surge of warmth and flipped Mo Yunyu beneath him. To marry such an obedient and thoughtful girl was indeed a stroke of fortune. Chapter 23. Inferior goods. After a restless night, Mo Yunwei leaned against Li Chen, a contented smile gracing her face. Li Chen exhaled a deep breath, gently patting her rear. "Xiaoyu, rise now. I must begin my cultivation." Mo Yunwei blinked, her voice filled with concern. "Husband, perhaps you should rest for the night. Tomorrow is not too late for cultivation." Li Chen shook his head, his gaze inexplicably resolute as he spoke earnestly. "Xiaoyu, you must remember, in the world of cultivation, one's power is paramount. Why do we tread the path to immortality? It is to ascend, to attain eternal life. On this arduous journey, countless beings vie for that fleeting chance at transcendence. How can I afford to be complacent?" Mo Yunwei stared at Li Chen, instinctively responding, "Husband, you seem different, somewhat transformed." Li Chen offered no reply. He had not changed. From the moment he learned of the existence of the cultivation realm, he resolved to become an immortal. Mo Yunwei nimbly rose from Li Chen's embrace, her gaze soft as water, realizing that her husband harbored such lofty aspirations. She had faith that he would achieve his desires. Li Chen tilted his head. "Do you not think this is mere folly?" Mo Yunwei shook her head. Li Chen drew her back into his arms. His eyes unwavering and his voice resonant, "I will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the immortal path and ultimately attain enlightenment." Xiaoyu believed in her husband. She did not mock him, nor did she perceive his ambitions as delusions. Her gaze was tender, filled with trust. As the Linglong fairy once said, "The cultivation world is vast, with myriad beings competing for that slender thread of immortality. Yet, throughout the ages, how many have truly ascended? Among cultivators, those who set their sights on becoming immortals are few and far between. For the majority of lower-tier practitioners, Merely breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and founding their own cultivation lineage is the ultimate dream. They scarcely dare to aspire to core formation, let alone immortality. The concept of becoming an immortal is far too elusive. To speak of ascension to Mo Yunhue might suffice. But to utter such words to other cultivators would surely invite ridicule for Li Chun. Gazing at the girl in his arms, Li Chun could not help but smile, softly declaring, "Xiao Yu, I shall become an immortal. Once I achieve immortality, I will live forever. From this day forth, you must also strive to cultivate. If you do not elevate your own power, how can you keep pace with me and accompany me to witness the myriad wonders along the path to immortality? I do not wish to one day see you age, your lifespan extinguished. Husband." The foolish girl's eyes shimmered with tears, moved beyond words. Li Chun retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag, pouring out 2 qi-nourishing pills and handing one to Mo Yunhue. "Xiao Yu, from now on, you shall cultivate alongside me. As husband and wife, we shall advance together on the immortal path." "No." Mo Yunhue stubbornly shook her head, quietly insisting, "From now on, Xiao Yu will also earnestly cultivate. You should keep the qi-nourishing pill for yourself. Dear husband, it would be wasteful for me to use it. Once your cultivation is elevated, I will have as many qi-nourishing pills as I desire. Your advancement is of utmost importance." Li Chun pondered deeply and realized the validity of his thoughts. Only by elevating his own cultivation could he amass a wealth of resources to support Mo Yunyu's advancement. Like himself, Mo Yunyu possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root. Without resources, even breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement would prove challenging. Given his current predicament, he certainly lacked the surplus cultivation resources to assist Mo Yunyu. After giving Mo by 120 spirit stones, Li Chun found himself in a tight spot, barely having enough spirit pills for his own practice. Since Mo Yunyu expressed her stance, he did not press further. He resolved that once he became affluent, he would utilize resources to aid Mo Yunyu's cultivation. That night, neither Li Chun nor Mo Yunyu slept. The couple meditated and cultivated in lieu of rest. As dawn broke, Li Chun meticulously sensed the results of his midnight cultivation. After reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he felt his progress slowing. Even with the consumption of nourishing pills, his magical power was growing at an exasperatingly sluggish pace. This cursed 9th-grade spiritual root was indeed a burden. It seemed he would need to find a way to procure gathering spirit pills or even concoct them for his cultivation. Gathering spirit pills and harmonizing qi pills, these 2 types of medicinal pills were intermediate grade, essential for mid-stage qi refinement practitioners to enhance their magical prowess. Since the nourishing pills had become ineffective, it was preferable to resort to gathering spirit pills. Furthermore, residing in the dilapidated area was no longer viable. The spiritual energy there was exceedingly thin, necessitating a move to a cave dwelling. At that moment, Li Chun felt the weight of his poverty. Gathering spirit pills were priced at 100 spirit stones per vial at the Divine Pill Pavilion, and even a low-grade cave dwelling, built upon a spiritual vein, would cost 80 spirit stones per month. Within his storage bag, he was left with a mere 5 spirit stones and 30 grains of spiritual sand. Spirit stones. Li Chun craved spirit stones, he needed more. Mo Yunyu also awakened from her meditation, her demeanor radiant and invigorated after a night of cultivation. Observing the transformation in her spirit, Li Chun wondered whether it was the result of her meditation or his efforts to nurture her. Regardless, this change was undoubtedly positive. Li Chun hoped this foolish girl could gain more confidence, shedding her previous meekness. "Xiao Yu, I am heading to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Here are these spirit stones. Use them to purchase cooking utensils and some spiritual rice. Relying solely on meditation, with our 9th-grade spiritual roots, it is unlikely we will ever reach the late stage of qi refinement in this lifetime. Therefore, do not be frugal with the spirit stones. The spiritual rice is essential." After rising, Li Chun took out the last 5 spirit stones and 30 grains of spiritual sand from his storage bag, handing them all to Mo Yunyu. Mo Yunyu stared at the glimmering spirit stones in astonishment and timidly remarked, "Husband, I have never seen so many spirit stones. Are you not afraid I might lose them?" Li Chun chuckled softly, gently stroking Mo Yunyu's hair. "Since I am entrusting the spirit stones to you, it is a testament of my faith in you." Xiao Yu complied, carefully storing the spirit stones while remembering the items he had instructed her to purchase. Mo Yunyu nodded earnestly, her gaze serious as she meticulously secured the 5 spirit stones and 30 grains of spiritual sand. Suddenly, Li Chun recalled something and retrieved 2 golden talismans, a swift movement talisman and a fireball talisman, from his storage bag. handing them to Mo Yunyu. Before could speak, Li Chen dominantly interrupted her, insisting she take it for self-defense. Should you disobey, I may become quite displeased, he warned. Moreover, do not wash others' garments. It is paramount that you elevate your own cultivation. Prepare a meal and await my return. With that, Li Chen turned and strode purposefully toward the divine elixir pavilion. Watched his retreating figure until it vanished into the dilapidated district. Then she withdrew her gaze, a delicate dimple appearing on her slender cheek. With a sweet smile, she looked skyward and murmured, Heaven has been kind to me, allowing me to meet my husband. I pray that today you grant him success in all endeavors and a smooth path in his celestial journey. Feeling somewhat greedy, she continued her plea. I wish to conceive soon, to bear a child for my husband, for he desires one. At that moment, Shu Chan entered, casting a scornful glance at. Her tone dripped with derision as she remarked, Your husband is at the divine elixir pavilion refining pills, and all he sends you are these mundane garments. Has he not gifted you with celestial robes? Smiled gently at Shu Chan's resplendent flowing sleeves and then glanced down at her own attire. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and contentment as she replied, I truly adore this outfit. It surpasses any celestial robe. Huh, inferior goods are merely inferior. Shu Chan retorted with a cold laugh before turning away. Chapter 24. Borrowing the alchemy room in the public alchemy room of the Divine Pill Pavilion. The apprentices stared at Li Chen with an unsettling intensity. It was his first attempt at refining a qi-nourishing pill, and he succeeded. It is noteworthy that the qi-nourishing pill is classified as a tiered elixir. Though it is merely a low-level first-tier spirit pill intended for cultivators in the early stages of qi refinement, it is still a tiered elixir. Distinct from the likes of the pill of abstinence or blood-stanching pill, which are merely entry-level concoctions and do not attain tier status. In the Divine Pill Pavilion, an apprentice refining a batch of abstinence pills earns a single spirit stone, but if one successfully creates a batch of qi-nourishing pills, one can earn 5 spirit stones. Li Chen paid no heed to the astonished expressions of those around him. He was in dire need of spirit stones. Thus, achieving the successful refinement of the qi-nourishing pill on his very first attempt was fortuitous. However, he deliberately limited his success rate to 50%. A perfect success rate would yield 10 qi-nourishing pills, but Li Chen intentionally confined his output to 5. Moving forward, Li Chen had no intention of continuing his practice in the public alchemy room. He planned to utilize Master Chen's private alchemy chamber for his endeavors. Conducting his refinements in the public space would mean he could not discreetly keep the pills for himself. In contrast, Master Chen's chamber offered the privacy required for Li Chen to refine 10 qi-nourishing pills, allowing him to retain 5 for his own cultivation. Li Chen had calculated that with his cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he could manage to refine 2 batches of qi-nourishing pills each day, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. Consequently, he would be able to set aside 10 qi-nourishing pills daily for his own use, and perhaps even for Yunmayu's cultivation. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt for not sharing this bounty with the exquisite Linglong fairy. He reassured himself that he would repay her kindness once his cultivation advanced. Meanwhile, the surrounding apprentices gathered around him, their eyes filled with envy as they lavished praise upon him. Brotherly, it hasn't been 2 months since you began refining abstinence pills, and now you can create qi-nourishing pills? One exclaimed, Your talent in pill making is truly enviable. I've been in the Divine Pill Pavilion for 9 years and still cannot refine qi-nourishing pills. Another chimed in. It's clear that Master Chen holds you in high regard. He must see you as his successor, imparting all his wisdom unto you. As Li Chen listened to the older cultivators refer to him as brother, he became acutely aware of the reality within the cultivation world. Just days ago, they had called him junior brother, but their attitude shifted with astonishing rapidity. Maintaining a polite smile, he responded courteously before excusing himself, seeking respite from the bustling public alchemy room. As he passed by Mo, he caught a glimpse of a complex expression on his face, which transformed into a sycophantic smile. Son-in-law, congratulations. It seems Master Chen truly regards you as his heir, sharing even his most coveted alchemical techniques with you. Li Chen chose not to engage with his comments. Let them think as they wished, he saw no need to clarify, allowing them to believe that Master Chen had indeed imparted his secret techniques. Casting a calm glance at Mo, he replied with indifference. It is merely the refinement of a batch of qi-nourishing pills, far less than what Brother Mo has achieved through years of dedication. With that, Li Chen paid no further attention to Mo's displeasure and departed the scene. Upon witnessing Li Chen's swift mastery of the qi-nourishing pill, Mo referred to him as a worthy son-in-law, aiming to ease their relationship. However, Li Chun did not acknowledge this bond. He was certain that if he accepted such a connection, Immortal would incessantly seek to borrow spirit stones from him, subsequently sending them to his son in the distant Su Immortal Gate. After departing from the communal alchemy chamber for apprentices, Li Chun made his way to the courtyard of Master Chun, seeking him out. "Is this the qi-nourishing pill you crafted?" In the quaint and elegant courtyard, Master Chun reclined in a rattan chair, delicately pinching the pill Li Chun had forged between his fingers, while stroking his flowing beard with the other hand, his expression betraying a hint of unease. Two maidservants, one kneeling before him to massage his legs, and the other standing behind to knead his shoulders, attended to him. Both maidservants were strikingly beautiful, possessing curvaceous figures, and were practitioners themselves, with one possessing a cultivation level surpassing Li Chun's at the 5th layer of qi refinement. Li Chun inwardly marveled at Master Chun's enduring vigor and respectfully replied, "Teacher, this is indeed the qi-nourishing pill that I have just produced, which I have specially brought for your esteemed appraisal." Master Chun pondered for a moment, his tone imbued with complexity as he spoke. "The success rate of pill formation is 50%, and the quality is commendable. It appears I must reassess your alchemical talents. Young Chun, have you forgotten what I previously imparted?" Li Chun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, responding, "The teachings of my esteemed teacher shall never fade from my memory." Given the bustling nature of the communal alchemy chamber, Li Chun sought permission to utilize Master Chun's personal alchemy chamber for his work, hoping for his acquiescence. Master Chun did not respond immediately. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Chun. Observing his respectful demeanor, he contemplated before gradually articulating, "Since you regard me as your mentor, I shall naturally provide guidance and support. My time for alchemy is limited, but you may use the Qing Feng furnace in my chamber on ordinary days." Li Chun expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply to the elder. The Qing Feng furnace was a treasured heirloom of Master Chun, a legacy from his own master. Had he not truly considered Li Chun as his disciple, he would never have lent it to him. This furnace was a top-tier magical artifact, valued at over 3,000 spirit stones, and was exceedingly precious. The pills refined in the Qing Feng furnace were of far superior quality compared to those produced in inferior alchemical devices. "Now, you may take your leave," Master Chun gestured, indicating for Li Chun to depart. Li Chun offered another bow of respect before retreating to the courtyard entrance and then turning to leave. Once Li Chun had exited, Master Chun reclined further in his chair, narrowing his eyes into a fine slit, murmuring to himself, "At present, this young lad appears quite promising. However, he must be observed for a while longer." The two maidservants, one in front and the other behind, exchanged glances filled with envy. Although they served Master Chun, their status was not elevated. Their roles were merely to attend to his comforts, receiving little regard from him. After leaving Master Chun's courtyard, Li Chun proceeded to the medicinal garden to gather the spiritual herbs required for crafting the qi-nourishing pill, and then directly made his way to the alchemy chamber reserved for Master Chun to commence his work. In the tranquil chamber, Li Chun gazed at the towering bronze-green alchemical furnace, reaching out to touch the phoenix engraved upon its surface, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He yearned to possess an alchemical furnace so that he could refine elixirs at home. However, the furnace was prohibitively expensive, beyond his means. Customizing even the most rudimentary alchemical furnace at the Qianlian Pavilion would cost several hundred spirit stones. Alchemical furnaces, being a type of magical artifact, commanded prices significantly higher than other categories of such artifacts. Li Chun brought over some iron heart wood, shaking his head as he cast aside distracting thoughts. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a fireball to ignite the wood. The roaring flames licked the furnace, and as the azure phoenix transformed into a fiery one, Li Chun skillfully summoned a large hand with his magical energy to lift the lid of the furnace, deftly adding various spiritual herbs and medicines into it. Were it not for his limited magical prowess, he would have aspired to produce dozens or even hundreds of nourishing qi pills in a single batch. Unfortunately, his cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refinement constrained his alchemical skills, preventing him from refining such a quantity of pills at once. The exalted status of Master Chun and Master Gu stemmed from their ability to produce dozens or even hundreds of low-grade spirit pills in a single session. Master Chun would open his furnace twice a month, spending the rest of his time in leisurely retirement. As for Master Gu, he resided in the Class A Cave No. 8 and only opened his furnace once a year. His dedicated alchemical chamber remained largely unused, requiring daily cleaning by the attendants of the Divine Pill Pavilion to avoid dust accumulation. Though both Master Chun and Master Gu were affiliated with the Divine Pill Pavilion, Their statuses were starkly different. Li Chen had been at the Divine Pill Pavilion for nearly a year, yet he had yet to encounter Master Ge, having only heard of him through the apprentices and attendants of the pavilion. Chapter 25. Bottleneck. The alchemical furnace ceased its vibrations. A crimson hand lifted the lid, and a plume of white steam ascended, filling the chamber with the fragrant aroma of elixirs. Li Chen approached the furnace, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, and retrieved a plump pill, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He carefully sealed 10 qi-nourishing pills into 2 jade vials, relinquishing one to the Divine Pill Pavilion while pocketing the other. Only then did he exit the alchemy chamber. Stepping outside, he noted that dusk had draped the sky in shadows. After submitting the pills he had crafted that day, he intended to return home directly. Within the Divine Pill Pavilion, some apprentices labored tirelessly, day and night, to refine pills in a quest for spirit stones. Exhausted, they would meditate briefly, only to resume their toil once their mana was restored, neglecting their own cultivation in the process. Li Chen, however, would not succumb to such folly. Alchemy served merely as a means to enhance one's cultivation, which was the foundation of all. To sacrifice one's progress in exchange for spirit stones was a grave misjudgment. Of course, those like Immortal, who had forsaken their path to immortality in hopes of their progeny, were a different matter altogether. Upon returning to the humble abode, as he approached the door, Li Chen was greeted by the delightful aroma of freshly cooked rice. The simple dwelling had been transformed with a makeshift stove crafted from rubble, accompanied by a table, 2 chairs, and a cupboard. Entering, he felt the space was somewhat cramped. Previously, when he resided alone, the room felt desolate and cold. Now, with the presence of Mo Yunyu and the addition of furniture, it appeared more congested, yet infused with a vibrant warmth. "My husband, you are back," exclaimed Mo Yunyu. "Come, sit at the table, the dishes will be ready shortly." She set aside her tasks and guided Li Chen to his seat before returning to her culinary endeavors. A wave of warmth washed over Li Chen. In a mundane world, marrying a wife like Mo Yunyu, even in a modest existence, would bring him contentment. Yet, this was the realm of cultivation. Li Chen would not rest on his laurels. He aspired to diligently enhance his cultivation, accumulate more spirit stones, and steadily grow in strength. Soon, Mo Yunyu presented 2 dishes and a soup, serving Li Chen a bowl of spirit rice. In the realm of cultivation, spirit rice existed, tended to by specialized spirit farmers. These farmers cultivated spirit rice to obtain spirit stones, akin to the farmers of a more earthly existence. With farmers, naturally, there were landowners. Heishui Prefecture, rich in mountains and rivers, possessed limited fertile land for cultivating spirit rice. It was said that in places like Yun Prefecture, Ping Prefecture, Huazhou, and Qing Prefecture, many cultivation families opened spirit fields, employing low-level cultivators to grow spirit rice. Spirit rice, imbued with pure spiritual energy, could aid in cultivation, though its effects were not as potent as those of pills. Having been in the realm of cultivation for nearly a year, Li Chen had yet to savor the taste of spirit rice. Lifting the golden bowl, he sampled the rice prepared with the spirit grains, savoring its sweetness, which transformed into pure spiritual energy as it descended into his belly, nourishing his mana. Seated beside him, Mo Yunyu quietly remarked, "My husband, I have purchased 2 pairs of ivory chopsticks, 20 grains of spirit sand, 10 golden bowls, and an additional 10 grains of spirit sand. The tableware and furniture cost 1 spirit stone, while 2 pounds of spirit rice amounted to 2 spirit stones. The stove was constructed by me using rubble, without the aid of spirit stones. The spirit stones you provided have dwindled to merely 2. Li Chen nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Such trivial matters are yours to decide. There is no need to report to me in detail." Seeing the smile upon Li Chen's face, Mo Yunyu felt a measure of relief. Just moments ago, she had been anxious, contemplating her extravagance in spending 3 spirit stones and 30 grains of spirit sand in a single day. In the past, earning those 3 spirit stones would have required her to wash 2 sets of garments for others. "Why do you only consume vegetables?" Li Chen inquired, observing Mo Yunyu as she delicately savored wild greens with ivory chopsticks from a golden bowl, leaving the spirit rice untouched in the pot. Upon hearing his question, Mo Yunyu merely smiled in silence. Li Chen's gaze shifted, and he quickly understood. She was reluctant to eat the spirit rice, wishing to reserve the finest for him. "Foolish girl, you need not do this," Li Chen said, rising to take her bowl and filling it generously with spirit rice. He continued, "I have delightful news to share. I am now capable of refining qi-nourishing pills. Each batch yields 5 spirit stones, and I can produce 2 batches a day. Imo Yunya blinked in astonishment. You can earn 10 spirit stones a day, which amounts to 300 in a month. Li Chen chuckled and nodded. Thus, you may indulge. I can afford to sustain you. With his words, Imo Yunya felt reassured. After their meal, Imo Yunya stood to clear the dishes. Although Li Chen intended to assist her, she gently pushed him aside. My husband is destined to ascend to immortality. You should not engage in such menial tasks, she insisted, and Li Chen acquiesced. Once Imo Yunya completed her chores, they retired to bed, indulging in tender moments before commencing their daily cultivation. Now, Li Chen was able to refine 2 batches of qi-nourishing pills each day, retaining 10 pills altogether. No longer did he face a shortage. He could consume 2 pills at once. However, feeling that the increase in his power was still too sluggish, he opted to swallow 3 additional pills. By the end of the night, he had consumed all 5 pills reserved from the day, yet he remained dissatisfied with his progress. Such is the plight of one with a 9th grade spiritual root. How lamentable. Days of tranquility passed, with Li Chen visiting the Divine Pill Pavilion each morning, diligently refining pills in the dedicated workshop of Master Chen, maintaining minimal interaction with other apprentices. Before long, a month had elapsed. Imo Yunya advanced from the first to the second layer of qi refinement, while Li Chen reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer. Throughout this month, Li Chen retained 10 qi-nourishing pills daily, amassing nearly 300 by the end, excluding the few given to Imo Yunya. He consumed every remaining pill himself, over 270 pills. The qi-nourishing pills were intended for those at the 3rd layer of qi refinement to break through their bottleneck. Li Chen sensed the barrier, akin to a celestial gate, impeding his progress. No amount of pills seemed capable of shattering it. Perhaps it is due to the excessive consumption of qi-nourishing pills that my body has developed a resistance to them? Li Chen's cultivation has stagnated at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, 3rd layer. A newfound clarity dawned upon Li Chen's mind. It is no wonder that the elder from the Zishu sect had once asserted that those with a 9th grade spiritual root, devoid of fortuitous opportunities, would remain forever ensnared at the early stages of qi refinement, unable to transcend to the mid-level, not even qualifying to be a mere disciple of the Zishu sect. Han Mao, possessing an 8th grade spiritual root, had borrowed a qi-nourishing pill from Li Chen and successfully shattered his bottleneck, advancing to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Yet, despite Li Chen's consumption of numerous qi-nourishing pills, he remains unable to breach the insurmountable barrier between the 3rd and 4th layers, which feels as formidable as the gates of heaven. The disparity between an 8th grade and a 9th grade spiritual root, though seemingly a mere grade apart, is indeed vast. Li Chen's understanding of the ineptitude associated with a 9th grade spiritual root has deepened significantly. It appears that qi-nourishing pills will not suffice for his advancement to the 4th layer. He must resort to using spirit-gathering pills. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Since stepping into the celestial realm, it has barely been a year. In the span of a single year, transforming from a mere mortal into a cultivator, and reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, seems rather implausible. Fortunately, Li Chen's limited interactions with others have spared him from arousing any suspicions. Chapter 26. Revelation today marks the monthly payday. The apprentices of the Divine Pill Pavilion gather together, each face adorned with expressions of anticipation. For this day signifies the fruits of a month's diligent alchemical toil. Zhou Jian, however, is the exception. Throughout the month, he has spent little time at the pavilion and has hardly engaged in any refining. Standing amidst the crowd, his pallid visage betrays no emotion, and his gaze is tinged with indifference. Manager Fu, as per usual, peruses the account books. Judashin. This month you successfully refined 30 batches of the fasting pill and 30 batches of the hemostatic pill, totaling 60 spirit stones. Ma Chang. You refined 70 batches of the fasting pill, amounting to 70 spirit stones. Imobai, you refined 130 batches of the qi-nourishing pill, totaling 650 spirit stones. Li Chen, you refined 57 batches of the qi-nourishing pill, which brings you 285 spirit stones. Pausing momentarily, Manager Fu continues. Zhou Jian, you refined 2 batches of the gathering spirit pill this month, totaling 20 spirit stones. His gaze lingers on Zhou Jian, imbued with a significant meaning. Seated high above, the enchanting fairy Ling Long casually plays with her nails. Once the others have collected their spirit stones, Manager Fu finally speaks, instructing the rest to disperse, while Li Chen is asked to stay behind. The remaining apprentices have grown accustomed to such occurrences, offering no reaction. After everyone departs, Manager Fu regards Li Chen with a cheerful demeanor, remaining silent. Fairy Ling Long, perched in her elevated seat, observes Li Chun with an amused glint in her eyes, also refraining from speech. With Manager Fu being a peak chi refinement practitioner and Fairy Ling Long a formidable foundation establishment cultivator, Li Chun finds himself parched and uneasy under their intense scrutiny. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chun respectfully bows to Fairy Ling Long, followed by a bow to Manager Fu, and speaks with deference. "May I inquire what matters have prompted the esteemed pavilion master and Uncle Fu to summon me?" Fairy Ling Long rises from her seat, her diminutive figure and striking beauty accentuated by a floral crown adorning her head. With a playful smile, she inquires, "Have you reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of chi refinement? If I recall correctly, you have been in the cultivation world for less than a year, and your spiritual root is of the 9th grade, yes?" A wave of anxiety washes over Li Chun, dampening his back with perspiration. Before he can respond, Fairy Ling Long continues, "I have heard from Uncle Fu that you have not been refining alongside the other apprentices, but rather, you have been working alone in Master Chin's alchemical chamber?" Meeting Fairy Ling Long's inquisitive gaze, Li Chun offers a wry smile and replies, "I acknowledge my misstep in withholding the elixirs. I beg the pavilion master's forgiveness." At this juncture, Li Chun chooses to candidly admit his actions. Though no one witnessed his transgression, it is evident that both Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu have surmised the truth. It is likely that Master Chin is aware as well, though he turns a blind eye to the matter. Li Chun understands that rather than attempting to defend himself before Fairy Ling Long, it is wiser to confront the reality head-on, even if Fairy Ling Long were to express her wrath, reclaim the 285 spirit stones, and expel him from the Divine Pill Pavilion. He would harbor no resentment. This incident indeed reflects poorly on his conduct towards Fairy Ling Long. To Li Chun's surprise, the enchanting Fairy Ling Long did not express anger. She gracefully approached him, tilting her head slightly, and in an ethereal voice, inquired, "I am quite curious. What is your success rate in refining chi-nourishing pills?" Li Chun respectfully cupped his hands in front of the charming Fairy Ling Long and replied candidly, "Esteemed Pavilion Master, my success rate in refining chi-nourishing pills is 100%. 100%? Beside them, Manager Fu tugged at a strand of his grizzled beard, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Li Chun. Fairy Ling Long's reaction was more subdued. After a moment of contemplation, she stroked her smooth chin and softly remarked, "It seems you possess some hidden fortune as well." Li Chun opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. He held a second-tier alchemical inheritance. Was it appropriate to disclose such a matter to Fairy Ling Long? Perhaps it was permissible. However, the fact that he had a system was something he could not share with her. As he pondered how to explain, Fairy Ling Long raised a hand to halt him and calmly stated, "You need not elaborate. Since it is your fortune, cherish it. Until your cultivation reaches a level where you can safeguard this fortune, do not expose it." "Thank you, Fairy," Li Chun said, bowing deeply to her, his voice hoarse. Initially, Li Chun had prepared to offer his second-tier alchemical inheritance to Fairy Ling Long, and he was not particularly averse to it, given the great kindness she had shown him. However, he did not anticipate that she had no intention of prying into his secrets or seizing his fortune. If it had been another foundation-building cultivator, they would have undoubtedly sought to extract the second-tier alchemical inheritance from him. In that moment, Li Chun profoundly realized that he was still not cautious enough, nor sufficiently shrewd. Furthermore, he recognized that cultivators in the realm of immortality were not to be underestimated, especially individuals like Fairy Ling Long. "Now, this matter is settled. There is no need for you to be anxious," she said, returning to her elevated position and directing her gaze towards Manager Fu. "Fu, please arrange for him an independent alchemy chamber." Manager Fu nodded calmly, understood. Li Chun stood there, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Fairy Ling Long smiled at him. "From now on, you may refine any pills you wish. You shall keep half of the elixirs you produce, while the remaining half will be retained by the Divine Pill Pavilion. Additionally, for every furnace of pills you refine, the pavilion will distribute spirit stones to you according to the corresponding grade. This will remain unchanged. I will instruct Yufeng and Yunji that you may freely access the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. By the way, I heard from Uncle Fu that you have found a Dao companion, the daughter of Mobai, correct?" Li Chun instinctively nodded. After a moment of thought, Fairy Ling Long tossed him a jade slip, saying, "As a gift for your marriage, I present you with this token." Li Chun caught the jade slip, gazing at the charming Fairy Ling Long above him, filled with profound gratitude. Just as he was about to articulate his heartfelt thanks, Fairy Ling Long waved her hand dismissively. "All right. You may take your leave. I reiterate, in the realm of immortality, cultivation is paramount. Do not neglect your practice." Li Chen once again performed a respectful bow and gracefully withdrew from the hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he turned to depart. Once Li Chen had left, the enchanting fairy Ling Long, with a charming smile, spoke meaningfully. Recalling that her initial decision to bring him into Ancient Square stemmed from his unwavering resolve and his resemblance to her elder brother. Little did she expect to uncover such a remarkable individual. Manager Fu squinted slightly and remarked, "Miss, even if he possesses fortune, such commendation may be unwarranted." Fairy Ling Long shook her head. "Uncle Fu, it is not merely his fortune that is noteworthy. More importantly, this man's resolve is rare in the realm of cultivation. My innate divine perception indicates a shift in the aura surrounding him, and forging a bond with him will be advantageous for my path. Generally, a person's destiny is predetermined at birth. However, he is peculiar in that his fortune began to alter only after embarking on the path of immortality. By offering him some assistance during his humble beginnings, if he is not ungrateful, he shall undoubtedly yield rewards 1,000-fold in due time." Manager Fu opened his mouth in astonishment, rendered speechless. He held no doubts regarding Fairy Ling Long's judgment, for he alone understood the extraordinary origins of the young lady he had nurtured since childhood. Chapter 27. Young Master by San. Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chen felt a dampness on his back, the evening breeze caressing him with a chill. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. He had believed that his clandestine retention of elixirs was a secret, yet it had been unveiled. The crux of the matter lay in his cultivation. Having recently broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he reached its pinnacle within merely a month. Such a pace of advancement was not characteristic of a cultivator with a 9th-grade spiritual root, but rather one with a superior grade. Considering Li Chen's spiritual root aptitude, coupled with his utilization of Master Chen's exclusive alchemical chamber, it was not difficult for Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu to deduce that he had unlawfully retained elixirs, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd level. It was not just Manager Fu and Fairy Ling Long who suspected him. Master Chen likely had his own assumptions, albeit he chose to turn a blind eye. Although there was no concrete evidence against him, Li Chen chose to candidly confess. The realm of cultivation was not governed by the necessity of proof. Mere suspicion sufficed. To argue his case in front of Fairy Ling Long would have been an act of folly. Li Chen began to reflect upon himself. The world of cultivation was far removed from the mundane, and he realized he had not exercised sufficient caution. While the enhancement of one's cultivation was undeniably significant, one must not be overly hasty. Such rapid progress, incongruent with his 9th-grade spiritual root, would inevitably arouse the curiosity of others, leading them to speculate that he harbored some hidden fortune. In the realm of cultivation, when one practitioner suspects another of possessing fortuitous opportunities, especially if the latter's cultivation is inferior, what should one do? The adage "a common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure is a crime" aptly applies here. Li Chen felt a surge of gratitude towards Fairy Ling Long, which escalated to an unparalleled degree, resolving to repay her kindness once his cultivation reached greater heights. Fairy Ling Long was not only a guiding light on his path to immortality, but had also provided him with considerable support. After discovering Li Chen's retention of elixirs, rather than reproaching him, Fairy Ling Long had instructed Manager Fu to establish a private alchemical chamber for Li Chen, granting him numerous privileges. Furthermore, she gifted him a jade slip. The contents of the slip remained a mystery to Li Chen, as he had yet to develop spiritual awareness to decipher its information. Having undergone this experience, Li Chen engaged in profound self-reflection, vowing to exercise greater caution in the future. He adjusted his mindset and, instead of returning home, made his way to the spirit wine workshop. Li Chen intended to procure a flask of spirit wine as a token of appreciation for Master Chen, who had treated him as a disciple, lent him the exclusive alchemical chamber, and turned a blind eye to his retention of elixirs. It was essential for him to express his gratitude, rather than act as though nothing had transpired. The Spirit Wine Workshop was centrally located in Incher Square, adjacent to the Delicacies Tower, and was an establishment of the Bai family from Qingzhou Mountain. Even before nearing the workshop, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. Upon entering, Li Chen was immediately greeted by a smiling attendant who inquired, "Esteemed friend, we offer crimson blood wine, bitter bamboo wine, green bamboo wine, and monkey wine. Which would you prefer?" Li Chen glanced at the attendant, noting that she was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, her cultivation comparable to his own. The spiritual wine sold at the Lingjiu workshop primarily consist of Qi Shuejiu, Kuzhujiu, Qingzhujiu, and Hoerjiu, with Hoerjiu being the most prestigious, a first-tier high-grade spiritual wine that can enhance the magical prowess of late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. After careful consideration, Li Qin realized that the spiritual stones in his storage pouch were insufficient to purchase Ho Ergio. Even acquiring Qingzhu Jiao would be a stretch. Ultimately, he decided to buy a flask of Kuzhu Jiao as a gift for Master Qin. With only 285 spiritual stones at his disposal, he needed to reserve 80 for renting a cave for cultivation, thus avoiding extravagance. The maid nodded and brought forth a wine flask, stating, 90 spiritual stones, my friend. Wait, Qing'er, do not accept this friend's spiritual stones. Just as Li Qin was about to pay, a dashing young man in white, fanning himself gracefully, entered the workshop. Upon seeing him, the maid immediately bowed, addressing him as young master. Li Qin, observing the newcomer, clasped his hands and remarked, I have the honor of meeting young master Bai San. The gentleman before him was Bai Feng, a direct descendant of the Bai family from Qingzhu Mountain. Known as Bai San Gongzi due to his status as the thirdborn, and he was responsible for the affairs of the Lingjia workshop. The Bai family of Qingzhu Mountain is among the foremost cultivation families in Heishui Prefecture. In this region, there are two prominent foundational cultivation families, the Yang family of Heishui Yulong and the Wang family of Ningbayu. Both possess foundational ancestors and are the largest cultivation families in Heishui Prefecture. Below them are families such as the Bai family of Qingzhu Mountain, the Sidu family of Yeye Lake, and the Zhao family of Yifeng Cliff, which are classified as Qi refinement families. Yingshan Workshop was established by a collaboration of the two foundational families and several Qi refinement families. The Bai family boasts several peak Qi refinement cultivators, placing their influence just below the two major foundational families in Heishui Prefecture. Li Qin had heard rumors that a peak Qi refinement member of the Bai family was in seclusion attempting to break through to foundational stage. However, he found it difficult to ascertain the truth of these claims. Does young Master Bai recognize me? Bai San Gongzi is one of the few outstanding young talents in Yingshan Workshop, approximately of the same age as Li Qin, yet already possessing a Qi refinement cultivation of the 6th layer. His recognition surprised Li Qin, as he was merely a small cultivator at the 3rd layer. Standing before Li Qin, Bai Feng waved his fan, his smile as warm as jade, evoking a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. I have heard of you, my friendly. I know you are an apprentice at the Divine Elixir Pavilion and have begun concocting pill of abstinence and nourishing cheat pill. I have a fondness for making friends. This flask of Kuzhu Jiao shall serve as a gift for our first meeting. I hope you will accept it and allow me to count you as a friend. Li Qin's mind raced as he donned a courteous smile, replying, I am grateful to you, young Master Bai. Bai Feng nodded, his smile unwavering. I reside in cave number 3, Class B. Do visit whenever you find leisure. I shall remember that, Li Qin replied. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and shall visit on another day. He bowed in farewell to Bai San Gongzi. Bai Feng maintained his pleasant demeanor as he escorted Li Qin out of the Lingjia workshop, his attitude impeccable. Upon exiting, Li Qin's gaze flickered. Realizing that Bai San Gongzi was attempting to win him over on behalf of the Bai family of Qingzhu Mountain. Although I have only reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, my ability to concoct elixirs is limited to the pill of abstinence in the Qi nourishing pill, which has indeed piqued the interest of the immortal cultivation families. Should Bai Feng genuinely desire to befriend me, I would have no objection. However, if Bai Feng seeks to persuade me to forsake the Divine Pill Pavilion and align myself with Qizhu Mountain, I would categorically decline. The Bai family of Qingzhu Mountain wields considerable influence in Heishui Prefecture, yet they pale in comparison to the illustrious Linglong Fairy. In fact, it can be argued that the Linglong Fairy represents the most formidable force in Heishui Prefecture, and perhaps the greatest power in the realm of immortal cultivation in Yin Country, second only to the Zishu Immortal Gate. Even if I were to depart from the Divine Pill Pavilion in the future, it would be to establish my own immortal cultivation lineage, rather than to join any other family. Bai Feng presented me with a flask of bitter bamboo wine, which I graciously accepted. To refuse would likely offend him. Despite his outwardly refined demeanor, his true character remains uncertain. Exiting the spirit wine workshop with the flask in hand, I contemplated my next move and made my way to the adjacent delicacy pavilion. It would be rather inappropriate to visit Master Chun with only a flask of bitter bamboo wine, yet this gift from Bai Feng conveniently spared me 90 spirit stones. I intend to procure a selection of spiritual dishes from the delicacy pavilion to accompany the wine for my visit to Master Chin. Chapter 28. Serendipity. Li Qin had just spent 100 spirit stones at the Jinxiu Pavilion, acquiring 3 exquisite spiritual dishes. The price of the spiritual fish soup was particularly outrageous, costing 70 spirit stones. Jinxiu Pavilion is a property of the Yang family, renowned for breeding spiritual fish along a 300-mile stretch of the Blackwater River in the Blackwater Prefecture. It is said that they have even cultivated a second-tier fish dragon to serve as their clan's spiritual beast, hence the moniker Fish Dragon Yang family. The pavilion is most famous for its dish, the red dragon soup, which is brewed from the first-tier advanced demon beast, the red carp, and boasts an exorbitant price that Li Chun could not afford. As Li Chun exited the Jinxiu Pavilion, he unexpectedly collided with three individuals. At the center stood a portly middle-aged man, his face glowing with a rosy hue, adorned with a vulgar mustache, and clad in an exquisite white cloud robe. Flanking him were two enchanting female cultivators. This man was none other than Yang Dexiu, a prominent figure in Inshur Square, known as Master Yang among the locals, a member of the Yang family's collateral line, in his 50s, and possessing the cultivation of the 8th layer of qi refinement. Among the two accompanying women was the familiar figure of Shu Chan, dressed in a resplendent flowing gown with wide sleeves. Li Chun had not seen her for some time. Upon their encounter, the charming smile that had graced Shu Chan's face suddenly faltered, her expression turning awkward. Li Chun stepped aside, his gaze briefly sweeping over Shu Chan before diverting away. When he first arrived at Inshur Square, Shu Chan had been at her peak in the 4th layer of qi refinement, generating spirit stones by crafting spiritual paper for the talisman shop. Now, however, the fluctuations of her spiritual energy indicated a decline to the 3rd layer, and she seemed perilously close to falling to the 2nd layer. Li Chun stifled a laugh, recalling how Shu Chan had once claimed to have become a Dao companion to Master Yang. He had initially thought she had secured a wealthy patron, becoming a concubine or servant to him. Yet, it was evident that she had instead become a vessel for Master Yang, her cultivation being siphoned away. Suppressing his amusement, Li Chun sidestepped the trio and departed from the Jinxiu Pavilion, carrying with him the bamboo wine and 3 spiritual dishes. Master Yang cast a sidelong glance at Shu Chan, inquiring if she recognized the young man they had just encountered. Shu Chan, her smile stiff and her demeanor unnaturally forced, nodded and intertwined her arm with Master Yang's, playfully suggesting, "That young man is Li Chun, my former neighbor, with whom I have had some disagreements. Perhaps you could teach him a lesson to relieve my grievances." Master Yang regarded her with a bemused expression, responding, "If he were merely a loose cultivator at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, it would be no trouble to discipline him. But tell me, how could a mere 3rd layer cultivator afford bamboo wine or the spiritual fish soup from Jinxiu Pavilion?" Shu Chan's expression faltered, leaving her at a loss for words. The female cultivator on Master Yang's left cast a derisive look at Shu Chan and chirped sweetly, "My lord, I too am aware of the cultivator named Li Chun. Li Chun, a disciple of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, has studied under Master Chin and has already acquired the ability to concoct the pill of absorption and the qi-nourishing pill, earning Master Chin's great esteem. Approximately a year ago, the enchanting fairy Ling Long personally brought Li Chun to Incheon Square, an event witnessed by numerous cultivators. It is fair to say that Fairy Ling Long serves as Li Chun's guiding light on his path to immortality." Upon hearing this, Master Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to look at Shu Chan, his eyes turning icy. "You wretched servant, do you wish to harm me?" Shu Chan's legs weakened, causing her to collapse to the ground, her face drained of color. Clinging to Master Yang's leg, she shook her head repeatedly, pleading, "My lord, it is not as you think, not at all. Please allow me to explain." She insisted that the relationship between Li Chun and Fairy Ling Long was not as close as it seemed, asserting that someone of Fairy Ling Long's stature would never concern herself with a minor figure like Li Chun. However, Master Yang's demeanor remained frosty as he kicked Shu Chan aside, stating, "Are you aware that Fairy Ling Long ascended to the Mid-Foundation realm several years ago? She shattered the legendary sword of Song Shufei from the Zishu sect, and to this day, there has been no response from them. A person of her caliber could shake the very foundations of Heishui Prefecture with a single stomp. Regardless of that boy-esque connection to her, I will not risk my standing for a mere servant like you. Depart. From this day forth, do not appear before me." With that, he forcefully pushed Shu Chan away and entered the Delicacy Pavilion with another female cultivator. Left behind, Shu Chan collapsed onto the ground, her flowing celestial gown strikingly radiant. Around her, a crowd gathered, casting her strange glances as she sat there in disarray. Outside the Delicacy Pavilion, Shu Chan numbly rose from the ground, her gaze fixed on Master Yang's retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her smile a haunting reflection of despair. Not long ago, Master Yang had promised Shu Chan that if she served as his alchemical vessel, he would gift her a celestial gown and reward her with 1,000 spirit stones afterward. for the sake of her cultivation and the allure of the spirit stones. Shuchan had gritted her teeth in agreement. She rationalized that as long as she could obtain the spirit stones, the loss of her cultivation would be inconsequential. She could always rebuild her strength. Yet now, aside from the exquisite celestial gown she wore, the promised spirit stones remained elusive. Deep down, Shuchan understood that she would likely never receive those spirit stones. Feeling the mocking gazes of the surrounding cultivators, she clenched her teeth, nearly grinding them to dust. Her expression twisted with bitterness and resentment. She dared not harbor hatred towards Master Yang, for the chasm between them was insurmountable, too vast for her to foster any animosity. Thus, she redirected all her ire toward Li Chun. Li Chun, she seethed through gritted teeth as she departed from the delicacy pavilion, feeling more humiliated and wretched than ever before. As for Li Chun, he remained indifferent to Shu Chan's plight. On the path to immortality, countless beings vie for a fleeting chance at transcendence. Upon reflection, Shu Chan's behavior becomes somewhat comprehensible. In the realm of cultivation, there are many like Shu Chan, who, in their relentless pursuit of ascendance, spare no effort. If Li Chen had not possessed the system or encountered Fairy Ling Long, what would his current state be? Shaking his head, he cast aside the tumultuous thoughts and strode purposefully towards the cavern area. Yinshan Fong is divided into 4 distinct regions: the Central Commercial District, the cave dwellings constructed upon the spiritual veins, the Western Street where wandering cultivators set up their stalls, and the shantytown bordering the marketplace. The shantytown serves as the impoverished area of Yinshan Fong, while the cave dwellings represent the affluent section. These cave dwellings, built upon the spiritual veins, are categorized by rank. The status and cultivation levels of their inhabitants vary accordingly. The illustrious Linglong Fairy resides in the A-class No. 1 cave dwelling, signifying her supremacy in Yinshan Fong. Master Chen occupies the B-class No. 7 cave dwelling, which also reflects his standing within this community. Before the cave dwelling, an array is meticulously arranged. Standing before the entrance, Li Chen holds a flask of bitter bamboo wine and 3 spiritual dishes, respectfully proclaiming, "Disciple Li Chen seeks an audience with my esteemed master." As his words echo through the air, a luminous curtain parts, revealing a curvaceous young maiden who sways gracefully as she approaches Li Chen, respectfully addressing him, "Young master, my lord beckons you inside." Li Chen casts a discerning glance at the maid, silently critiquing Master Chen's taste. As it appears his teacher has a preference for those with fuller figures. Chapter 29. Pregnancy You Have a Heart. Come, let us dine together. The abode of Master Chun Dan was exquisitely and luxuriously adorned, leaving Li Chen in awe. Following his invitation, Li Chen settled into a chair intricately carved from precious spiritual wood. The table was also fashioned from first-tier spiritual wood, mirroring the elegance of the chair. Within the cave, 2 maidservants, both at the early stage of qi refinement, attended them, unlike the 2 he was accustomed to seeing. Master Chen Dan possessed 2 residences, one being the Grade B No. 7 cave, and the other located behind the Divine Elixir Pavilion, where he often basked in the sun during the day and returned to his cave at night. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Master Chen's company, Li Chun was aware that the master's full name was Chun Tiange, a man who placed great value on enjoyment. As for cultivation, Master Chen had long since relinquished his ambitions. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a commonly accepted notion that practitioners should strive to reach the foundation establishment stage before the age of 60, the younger one is, the greater the chance of success. Beyond 60, one's vitality begins to wane and the soul starts to decay, rendering the possibility of achieving the foundation establishment nearly impossible. Master Chen had surpassed 60, now at the age of 79 and nearing 80. Practitioners in the qi refinement stage typically have a lifespan of around 120 years upon breaking through to foundation establishment. Their lifespan could extend to 200 years. Golden Core true masters live for 500 years, while nascent soul true monarchs enjoy a millennium of life, sufficient to witness the tides of change. This is the very reason practitioners tirelessly pursue the enhancement of their cultivation, as most aspire to prolong their lives. Within the cave, the maidservants presented dishes, one hand cradling fish and meat, offering it to Master Chen's lips. Ignoring their efforts, Master Chen turned his gaze to Li Chun and calmly inquired, "Young Chen, what brings you here today? Do you have a request of this old man?" Li Chen immediately shook his head. "Master, you misinterpret your disciple's intentions. You have always taken good care of me, and today, having received some spiritual stones, I thought to bring a jar of spiritual wine as a token of respect." Master Chen regarded Li Chen with a skeptical expression. You truly have no ulterior motives? Li Chen, with a bemused smile, replied, Master, I harbor no other intentions. Master Chen gradually nodded, his expression softening, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Over the years, I have taken many apprentices. They excel in flattery. Yet none have shown the genuine concern you do. The bitter bamboo wine costs 90 spiritual stones a jar, and these 3 spiritual dishes require over 100 stones. Your cultivation is modest, and your resources limited. With a Tao companion to consider, do not indulge in such extravagance in the future. Young Chun, your thoughtfulness brings me great comfort. Do you have enough spiritual stones? Li Chen nodded. Thank you for your concern, Master. I have sufficient resources. Master Chen raised his cup. Young Chun, let us drink heartily today. Disciple toasts to Master. As the bitter wine slid down Li Chen's throat, a slight frown creased his brow. Master Chun, stroking his beard, erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Young Chen, the Bai family's bitter bamboo wine is first bitter then sweet. You must savor it slowly. Come, let us continue. Li Chun and Master Chen raised their cups repeatedly, while the 2 maidservants stood by, refilling their drinks and serving dishes. A pot of bitter bamboo wine lay empty. Yet Master Chen Dan was not satisfied. He instructed a maid to bring forth his treasured monkey wine, which he shared with Li Chun. This monkey wine was a superior grade spiritual liquor, imbued with astonishing spiritual energy, and when consumed by late-stage qi refinement practitioners, it could enhance their magical power. In the spirit wine workshop, a single pot of monkey wine was priced at 600 spirit stones. As Li Chen consumed a cup of monkey wine, he felt the surging spiritual energy within him, causing his cheeks to flush. He hastily sat down to refine the immense spiritual power, neglecting to offer apologies to Master Chen. Master Chen observed Li Chen with a smile, one maid feeding him wine while another offered him delicacies. Approximately half an hour later, Li Chen finally refined the effects of a cup of monkey wine. Sensing the thick barrier within him crack open like a celestial gate, he turned to Master Chen. Expressing his heartfelt gratitude, Master, I thank you for your generosity. Master Chen shook his head, indicating that such expressions of thanks were unnecessary. Young man, indeed you possess a 9th-grade spiritual root, but you are still quite youthful. Your talent in alchemy surpasses even my own. Given time, you may well seize the chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I have no heirs, and over the years, I have taken many apprentices. Yet none have shown promise like you. I genuinely regard you as my disciple. I do not expect repayment. I merely hope you will diligently cultivate your skills, avoid complacency, and one day establish your own foundation, allowing you to witness the vistas that lie beyond the path of immortality on my behalf. Master Chen spoke at length, and Li Chen listened quietly. When Master Chen became visibly inebriated, resting his head on the soft bosom of a maid and drifting into a deep slumber, Li Chen finally rose. He gazed respectfully at the elderly figure nestled in the maid's embrace and softly stated, Master, I shall take my leave. Another maid escorted Li Chen out of the cave dwelling. Once Li Chen departed, Master Chen turned over, adjusting his position to better savor the softness of the pillow, a satisfied smile emerging on his aged face. Stepping out of the cave, Li Chen found the sky had darkened completely, with stars sparsely dotting the firmament. The evening breeze swept over him, bringing him back to a clearer state of mind. Today, he had intended to buy spiritual wine and delicacies to honor Master Chen. Yet unexpectedly, he had ended up benefiting himself. With slightly unsteady steps, Li Chen made his way toward the makeshift housing area. Upon arrival, he spotted Mo Yunyu leaning against the door, her short hair tousled by the night wind, suggesting she had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Li Chen, Mo Yunyu's face lit up with a relieved smile as she hurried forward to assist him. Husband, have you been drinking? Li Chen nodded, glancing at Mo Yunyu beside him. Xiaoyu, I went to visit my teacher today and lost track of time. I did not inform you in advance, causing you worry, for which I sincerely apologize. Mo Yunyu paused, her voice gentle. Husband, there is no need for you to apologize. Let me help you to bed. She assisted Li Chen onto the bed, and as he turned, he found himself pinning her beneath him. Just as he began to tug at her garments, Mo Yunyu wrapped her arms around his waist, a faint smile gracing her lips as she whispered in his ear, Husband, I have news. Li Chen suddenly jolted awake, the effects of alcohol dissipating entirely. He turned over, sitting upright with an expression brimming with excitement, stammering, Xiaoyu, you said you have something. What do you have? Mo Yunyu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile radiant and warm as she assured Li Chen, My dear husband, we are expecting a child. Today. While meditating, I sensed the life force within me. Upon hearing her words, Li Qin was overwhelmed with joy. Hastily pulling Mo Yunyu closer and pressing his ear against her barely noticeable abdomen. A profound sense of connection surged within him, and he could hardly contain his elation, exclaiming, "Ha! We are having a child. I am going to be a father. In his 2 lifetimes." This was the first time Li Qin would have a child of his own. Even though the child had yet to be born, he was exceedingly thrilled. Sitting by the bedside, Mo Yunyu observed Li Qin's exuberant delight, her gentle smile reflecting a wave of happiness that flowed through her heart. As the initial excitement began to subside, Li Qin's attention shifted to Mo Yunyu's abdomen, and a flicker of concern arose within him. Both he and Mo Yunyu possessed 9th-grade spiritual roots, which meant their child would likely inherit the same. However, there was also a significant chance of the child being born without any spiritual roots. He fervently hoped that their offspring would possess at least 9th-grade roots. Anything less would be deeply disheartening. This concern was not driven by any system task, but rather by Li Qin's genuine fear that a child without spiritual roots would be condemned to a mundane existence, unable to embark on the path of immortality. He dreaded the thought of one day sending off a child who could not thrive in the world of cultivation. Chapter 30. Spirit Gathering Pill. That night, Li Qin found himself in a restless state, unable to focus even on his cultivation. Mo Yunyu was already with child, and Li Qin was to become a father. He anticipated the arrival of their child. Should the child possess a spiritual root, he would fulfill the system's first side quest and receive its rewards. However, he was also plagued by the fear that the child might lack a spiritual root, destined to live as an ordinary mortal. As dawn approached, Li Qin gradually regained his composure. He came to a realization: the birth of the child with a spiritual root would indeed be a blessing. Yet if the child were to lack one, he would ensure a life of worldly wealth and stability. There was no need to fret about the future. Instead, he should focus on each step before him and diligently enhance his own cultivation and strength. Xiaoyu, remain at home and cultivate in peace. Do not exert yourself. Li Qin solemnly instructed Mo Yunyu before departing, cautioning her to take care of the pregnancy and avoid any undue strain. Mo Yunyu obediently nodded, adjusting Li Qin's attire as she accompanied him out of the makeshift housing area. On the way, Li Qin and Mo Yunyu encountered Shu Chan once more. Shu Chan had returned to the makeshift housing, renting a modest room once again. She donned simple attire, devoid of her previous splendor. Upon seeing Li Qin and Mo Yunyu, her demeanor turned cold and expressionless. Li Qin made no effort to mock her, nor did he spare her more than a glance. "Xiaoyu, this is where I shall leave you. You may return now," he said, gently patting Mo Yunyu's hand before turning toward the central area of Inshan Block, heading for the Divine Pill Pavilion. As Li Qin's figure faded from view, Mo Yunyu glanced at Shu Chan, offering a kind smile before turning to leave. Watching Mo Yunyu's slender silhouette depart, Shu Chan's icy facade finally cracked, her expression contorting with anguish. "Li Qin, what is it about me that pales in comparison to this wretched maid? You would choose her over me. Had you been willing to part with 120 spirit stones back then, we would have already been soulmates. Why have I come to this?" Shu Chan attributed all blame to Li Qin, conveniently overlooking the Master Yang who had siphoned away her cultivation. Li Qin arrived at the Divine Pill Pavilion, where Steward Fu had arranged for him a private alchemy chamber, complete with a top-tier alchemical furnace. The furnace towered like a man, its entirety of vivid crimson, adorned with a fiery toad. Li Qin felt somewhat astonished. This furnace rivaled Master Qin's Qingfeng furnace, showcasing the grand generosity of the Linglong Fairy. Reflecting on the identity of Linglong Fairy, Li Qin found solace. As the foremost cultivator of Inshan Block, the head of the Divine Pill Pavilion and the Tianfu Pavilion, she even held enterprises in both Yunzhou and Pingzhou. While a top-tier alchemical furnace was a treasure for Li Qin, it was merely a trifle for Linglong Fairy, who was affluent in the realm of cultivation. Regrettably, the world of cultivation did not accommodate tales of impoverished youths seeking love with wealthy patrons. In this realm, it was only high-ranking female cultivators who took in lower-ranking male cultivators, or vice versa. The notion of leveraging beauty to attract a wealthy benefactor was non-existent, especially since the realm was populated by handsome men and beautiful women. Li Qin first concocted a nourishing qi pill before making his way to the herb garden. The previous night, Master Qin's cup of monkey wine had opened a crack in Li Qin's previously impenetrable bottleneck. As long as he drinks a few more cups of monkey wine, Li Qin believes he will soon break through his bottleneck, transcending to the 4th level of qi refinement and becoming a mid-stage practitioner. After reaching the fourth level of Qi refinement, one's spirit will undergo certain transformations, giving birth to spiritual awareness, enabling the refinement of magical artifacts and harnessing their powers. The difference between the third and fourth levels of Qi refinement, though seemingly minor, is akin to a vast chasm. In the realm of cultivation, countless practitioners with 9-grade spiritual roots have squandered their lives, stagnating at the third level of Qi refinement, unable to surpass to the fourth, ultimately resigning themselves to a mundane existence. Li Chen is fortunate. He possesses a legacy in alchemy bestowed by the system, the care of the exquisite fairy, and the guidance of Master Chun and Manager Fu. To this day, he has scarcely lacked for resources, having forcefully accumulated his cultivation from the first level to the pinnacle of the third level using Qi-nourishing pills. A single cup of monkey wine from Master Chen has even begun to loosen the constraints of his bottleneck. Other cultivators lack a system and do not share Li Chen's exceptional fortune of receiving attention from figures like the exquisite fairy and Master Chen. Li Chen owned to purchase a pot of monkey wine. However, his storage bag was scant, rendering him unable to afford it. Continuing to consume Qi-nourishing pills would likely prove ineffective, as his body has developed a resistance to them after ingesting an excessive amount. Now, he can only resort to concocting spirit-gathering pills. In the medicinal garden, as anticipated, Li Chen encountered the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, Yun Feng and Yun Ji. Relaxed in a wicker chair, Yun Feng lay with a fan shielding his face from the sun, too lethargic to even open his eyes at Li Chen's arrival. Yun Ji squatted beside the medicinal field, perpetually tranquil, tending to a few magnolia plants. Daoistly, what spiritual herbs do you require? Upon seeing Li Chen, Yun Ji rose, her expression serene and her voice gentle. Li Chen clasped his fists in greeting. I would trouble Taoist Yun to procure 10 stalks of spiritual ginseng and 10 spirit-gathering flowers for me. A ripple of contemplation crossed Yun Ji's calm eyes as she replied after a brief silence. Taoistly, spiritual herbs have growth cycles. You cannot take so many at once. After pondering, Li Chen adjusted his request, then 5 stalks of spiritual ginseng and 5 spirit-gathering flowers. This time, Yun Ji said no more, gracefully moving to the medicinal field to excavate 5 stalks of spiritual ginseng and pluck 5 spirit-gathering flowers, handing them to Li Chen. Li Chen understood the necessity of the growth cycles for spiritual herbs. For instance, the golden bone grass required for concocting the pill of abandoning grains flourishes under simple conditions, abundant in the medicinal fields, allowing apprentices to indulge. The herbs needed for Qi-nourishing pills are also plentiful in the garden. However, high-grade spiritual herbs are sparse. The more advanced the spiritual herb, the more intricate its growth requirements and the longer its growth cycle. Even within the medicinal garden of the Divine Pill Pavilion, spiritual herbs cannot be taken without limit. Receiving the jade box from Yun Ji, Li Chen expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. He had initially wished to converse further with Yun Ji, but Yun Feng regarded him with a watchful eye, as if he were a thief. After Li Chen departed, Yun Feng removed the fan from his face, clicking his tongue in astonishment. He is about to concoct spirit-gathering pills already? How little time has passed. This lad possesses exceptional talent in alchemy. No wonder the pavilion master granted him the privilege of freely utilizing spiritual herbs. Perhaps this boy has a spiritual affinity for alchemy? Regrettably, his cultivation remains somewhat insufficient, unworthy of my esteemed Jir. Otherwise, it would have been possible to consider a deeper exploration. Yun Ji, unperturbed by her grandfather's musings, diligently tended to the spiritual herbs without acknowledging his soliloquy. Li Chen selected a spiritual ginseng and a gathering flower, supplemented by various auxiliary herbs, and proceeded to ignite the furnace. One specimen of spiritual ginseng, paired with a gathering flower and complemented by the additional herbs, could yield a batch of gathering pills. Having absorbed the memories of several second-tier alchemy masters, Li Chen was thoroughly familiar with the intricate details of crafting gathering pills. Predictably, he succeeded in producing the gathering pills with a perfect success rate. In accordance with his agreement with the exquisite Linglong fairy, he was permitted to retain 5 of the 10 gathering pills, while the remaining 5 would belong to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Gazing at the round, jade-green gathering pills, each the size of a longan, Li Chen felt a surge of exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. These 5 gathering pills should propel him to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 31. Relocation with the successful crafting of the spirit-gathering pill. Li Chen could now endeavor to break through his cultivation bottleneck and ascend to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Reaching this level would categorize him among the mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners. However, attempting such a breakthrough in the crowded slum area was ill-advised. The fluctuations of spiritual power generated during the transition from the third to the fourth level would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Thus, relocating had become a priority. Constructed upon a spiritual vein, a cave dwelling would provide a more concentrated and abundant flow of spiritual energy for cultivation, free from prying eyes. Yet, before renting a cave, it was imperative to procure a set of formation plates to establish a protective array outside the dwelling, concealing the power fluctuations of his breakthrough. Furthermore, upon reaching the fourth level of Qi refinement, Li Chun would require a technique capable of masking his presence and concealing his cultivation level. Given his 9th grade spiritual root aptitude, a swift ascension to the fourth level would inevitably raise suspicions among others. Cautiously, Li Chun resolved to first acquire the formation plates before renting the cave, intending to achieve his breakthrough within its confines. As he calculated the spiritual stones in his storage bag, his expression gradually soured. Just yesterday, he had received 285 spiritual stones. The bamboo wine gifted by Feng did not count, yet he had spent 100 stones at the delicacy pavilion. At present, he found himself with a mere 185 stones remaining. Renting a grade D cave required 80 stones per month, and even the most basic formation plates would cost over 100 spiritual stones. Additionally, with Mo Yunyu expecting, it was essential that she not only consume spiritual meals, but also have a steady supply of spiritual rice. Faced with these calculations, Li Chun felt a pang of anxiety and could not help but chuckle bitterly. Cultivating in the realm of immortality was arduous, and doing so while supporting a family was even more challenging, particularly with subpar spiritual roots. While Li Chun could refine pills to earn spiritual stones, the plight of the lower-tier loose cultivators in Yinshan Square was far more dire. It was no wonder that Mo Bai toiled day and night at the alchemy furnace, disregarding his own cultivation progress. After a moment of reflection, Li Chun suppressed the urge to break through to the fourth level immediately. His first step would be to move from the slum to the cave dwelling. After obtaining spiritual stones next month, he would consider purchasing the formation plates and techniques for concealing his presence. Additionally, he would need to acquire magical artifacts post-breakthrough. At present, the spiritual stones he had were utterly insufficient. He needed to devise a means to earn more. In the realm of cultivation, everyone was a survivor, and Li Chun began to understand this truth. If one did not strive for resources, how could they ever be sufficient? Dismissing these distractions, Li Chun departed from the Divine Pill Pavilion and made his way to the cave district to rent a grade D cave. Yinshan Square had been established by several prominent cultivation families, yet it was primarily managed by the Fish Dragon Yang family and the Ningbi Cliff Wang family, with the remaining families such as the Qingzhou Mountain Bai family, the Crescent Lake Situ family, and the Yin Wind Cliff Zhao family holding little sway. Currently, the management of Yinshan Square was in the hands of the Fish Dragon Yang family. Li Chun approached a Qi refinement 9th level cultivator from the Yang family, paying 80 spiritual stones and, after registering, received the opening token for cave number 299 of grade D. The cave dwellings were categorized into 4 grades: 10 grade A caves, 50 grade B caves, 100 grade C caves, and over 300 grade D caves on the outskirts. Holding the jade tablet, with AD inscribed on one side and 299 on the other, he understood that this token granted him the right to occupy the cave. Li Chun had secured a month's residence in the Ding level number 299 cave dwelling, after which he would need to continue paying with spirit stones. In the realm of cultivation, there was no concept of overdue rent. Failure to pay would undoubtedly result in eviction. With 185 spirit stones in his storage bag, he was left with a sudden loss of 80 stones. Emotionless, Li Chun departed from the cave-dwelling area, preparing to return to the shanty town to assist Mo Yunyu in moving. Although cave dwellings were expensive, their high cost was justified. They were a necessity. Upon returning to the shanty town, Li Chun encountered an unexpected figure. Han Mao had returned. He had undergone significant transformation. His once oval physique had become robust. 3 jagged claw marks now adorned his face, extending from the corners of his eyes to his chin, a testament to having faced bloodshed. Several months prior, Han Mao had borrowed spirit stones from Li Chun to purchase a magical artifact before joining a demon hunting team. This team comprised cultivators who banded together to hunt demonic beasts in the Yinshan Mountains. Li Chun had assumed he would not return, likely having fallen victim to the beasts, serving as mere bait. To his surprise, Han Mao had returned, and the changes he exhibited were profound. Brotherly, Han Mao greeted, approaching with a grim smile, the claw marks appearing almost alive as they seemed to writhe on his face. Li Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Unexpectedly, Han Mao produced 10 spirit stones from his pocket. Brotherly, I no longer harbor resentment towards you. After several narrow escapes from demonic beasts, I understand now that your refusal to lend me spirit stones was for my own good. I previously borrowed a nurturing pill from you and intended to calculate interest on it. The Han Mao before him had matured. Shedding his previous naivety for a more composed demeanor, Li Chen did not refuse the 10 spirit stones, accepting them calmly. Do you still wish to become a partner with Miss Xu? He inquired. Han Mao's gaze turned resolute as he nodded vigorously, of course. Several times I faced near death, and in every moment of despair, I recalled Sister Chan's gentle smile. It was her warmth that instilled in me the will to survive, enabling me to return to the Yinshan district. I must seek Sister Chan to express my feelings and forge a partnership with her. Li Chen nodded, offering a word of blessing before turning to leave. Whether Han Mao could indeed unite with Xu Chan was of little concern to him. His primary focus lay in acquiring more spirit stones to further his own cultivation. Aside from alchemy, he possessed no other cultivation skills. He could not resort to hunting demonic beasts or becoming a rogue cultivator. Both paths were perilous, akin to placing one's life on the line, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Upon returning home, Li Chen began to stow away various scattered items into his storage bag, then hoisted the cupboard, table, and chairs onto his shoulder. His storage bag, a gift from Manager Fu, was the most rudimentary type available in the cultivation world, offering only a cubic space insufficient for larger furniture. Initially, Li Chen considered discarding the cupboard and table, but reconsidered, deciding to take them along, as they held value amounting to several spirit grains. Observing Li Chen's peculiar behavior, Mo Yunyu questioned, Husband, what are you planning to do? Li Chen gazed at Mo Yunyu, a smile adorning his face. Little Rain, from today onwards, we shall no longer reside here. I shall take you to our new home. Mo Yunyu, obediently nodding, followed closely behind Li Chen as they made their way out of the shanty area. Upon reaching the outskirts, Li Chen cast a final glance at the low, sprawling houses, his thoughts drifting back to a year prior. Just a year ago, he had entered the realm of cultivation and settled in this very shanty town. Unbeknownst to him, a year had already passed. During this time, not only had he embarked upon his path to immortality, achieving the level of Qi gathering, but he had also found a partner and welcomed a child. Husband, I feel a twinge of reluctance, Mo Yunyu said, standing beside him. Her gaze lingering on the shanty district, emotions of nostalgia welling in her eyes. Having lived there since childhood, she had spent many years in this area. Li Chen withdrew his gaze, his ambitions soaring, yet his tone remained calm. Little Rain, you must learn to adapt. We are merely relocating from the shanty area to the cave-dwelling district. In the future, we will move again, and that time, it will be beyond Yin Mountain. Chapter 32. Purchasing the array plate. Li Chen, accompanied by Mo Yunyu, moved into the cave-dwelling. Among the over 300 grade D cave abodes, Li Chen resided in number 299, while the adjacent caves remained unoccupied for the time being. In front of them, cave number 298 was inhabited by a young man, reeking of intense bloodlust and malevolence. This new neighbor was rather aloof and offered no greeting as Li Chen and his wife settled in. The indifference of human emotions is a commonality in the world of cultivation. Li Chen nodded at the new neighbor as a form of acknowledgement. The space within the cave was significantly more expansive than that of a shantytown dwelling. After arranging the cupboard and seating, it still felt somewhat vacant. Li Chen took a moment to absorb the atmosphere. The spiritual energy here was over 3 times denser than that in the shantytown. Thus, Li Chen and Mo Yunyu made their home in the cave district. During the day, Li Chen went to the Divine Pill Pavilion to refine elixirs, returning to the cave at night to cultivate. Time passed swiftly, and a month flew by without any noteworthy events. Mo Yunyu's flat abdomen gradually began to show, and in order to nourish her and lay a solid foundation for their unborn child, Li Chen made it a point to purchase a pound of white spirit rice each day, occasionally bringing back a spiritual meal from the delicacy house. As his visits to the delicacy house increased, Li Chen discovered that his new neighbor worked there as a spiritual butcher, slaughtering spiritual livestock. The intense bloodlust and malevolence surrounding him were thus acquired. However, Li Chen and this neighbor had little interaction. Before long, it was time for the monthly settlement of spiritual stones at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Rather than settling with the other apprentices, Li Chen chose to discreetly reconcile his spiritual stones with Manager Fu. This time, the enchanting Linglong fairy did not make an appearance. Li Chen did not inquire further. It was not unusual for a foundational cultivator like Linglong Fairy to enter secluded meditation for several years at a time. This month, Li Chen dedicated himself to elixir refinement, receiving over 400 spiritual stones from Manager Fu. With an ample supply of spiritual stones, he made his way to the treasure pavilion. Having delayed for a month, it was time to break through to the fourth layer of qi refinement and advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Li Chen's purpose in visiting the treasure pavilion was twofold: to purchase an array plate to conceal the fluctuations of his spiritual energy during his breakthrough, and to establish protective formations outside the cave for Mo Yunya's safety. Besides acquiring the array plate, Li Chen also intended to obtain a secret technique capable of concealing his aura and hiding his cultivation level. The treasure pavilion was grand, nearly comparable to the Divine Pill Pavilion. In Yichang District, the Treasure Pavilion, Divine Pill Pavilion, Qianlian Pavilion, Tianfu Pavilion, and Goddess Tower were the most prominent businesses. For instance, the Divine Pill Pavilion not only sold elixirs to scattered cultivators, but also engaged in business dealings with the Zishu sect and numerous cultivation families from the Yan Kingdom, which is why Manager Fu encouraged apprentices to diligently refine elixirs. Elixirs were in high demand in the realm of cultivation. The Divine Pill Pavilion and Tianfu Pavilion were properties of the Linglong Fairy, while the Treasure Pavilion and Qianlian Pavilion were establishments of the Zishu sect in Yichang District. As for the Goddess Tower, its origins were quite significant. It was said that the Goddess Tower had branches in every market within the Yan Kingdom's cultivation world, and even the neighboring Yu Kingdom's cultivation realm boasted its own Goddess Tower. The origins of the Divine Maiden Tower remain shrouded in mystery. Yet it is undeniable that the powerful practitioners behind this multinational chain must possess formidable strength. Li Chen sought to acquire a spirit-locking array disc and a method for concealing his aura, and the Treasure Pavilion was the most suitable choice. Venturing to the stalls of scattered cultivators on West Street posed a risk of falling into traps, but the Treasure Pavilion stood apart. It belonged to the Zishu Immortal sect, and while the prices of its wares might be higher, its reputation was assured, offering a vast array of items. Upon entering the Treasure Pavilion, Li Chen was greeted by a mundane martial artist. "Greetings, esteemed Immortal Master. How may I assist you today?" The sight of this ordinary warrior reminded Li Chen of himself a year prior. This individual was also a congenital martial artist, yet appeared exceedingly humble in Li Chen's presence. Perhaps he too had come to Yingshan Fong in search of immortality, ultimately becoming a clerk at the Treasure Pavilion, hoping to earn spirit stones to purchase cultivation techniques and embark on the path of the immortal. This person was fortunate to have secured a position at the Treasure Pavilion. Throughout his year in Yingshan Fong, Li Chen often heard tales of worldly martial artists seeking enlightenment, most of whom were captured by malevolent practitioners before they could even enter the establishment. Regaining his focus, Li Chen smiled at the warrior before him and said, "I wish to purchase a first-tier spirit-locking array disc, along with a cultivation technique. Please, esteemed Immortal Master, ascend to the second floor," the mundane martial artist replied, gazing at Li Chen with envious admiration as he led him upstairs. The array disc was exceedingly precious. The spirit-locking array disc Li Chen intended to buy was merely a low-tier item, crafted by array masters from special spiritual materials, allowing even those unversed in formations to utilize it. However, its price was exorbitant, nearly equivalent to that of a low-grade magical instrument. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Chen was received by a practitioner, an elderly man clad in the standardized outer robe of the Zishu Immortal sect, which Li Chen recognized from his participation in the spirit testing ceremony. "I am surnamed He. You may address me as Elder He," the old man said, his stooped frame and murky eyes scrutinizing Li Chen, a benevolent smile gracing his face. "I understand you wish to purchase a spirit-locking array disc and a cultivation technique." Li Chen clasped his hands in greeting, internally wary. He had merely come to acquire a spirit-locking array disc and a method for concealing his aura. It was hardly a significant transaction worthy of drawing the attention of the pavilion's overseer. "The spirit-locking array disc is priced at 200 spirit stones. May I inquire what type of cultivation technique you seek?" "I wish to purchase a method for concealing my aura. Does your esteemed pavilion have any available?" "Indeed, we do." Observing Li Chen's cultivation at the third level of qi refinement, the elder kindly produced 2 tomes exuding the scent of ink, placing them before Li Chen. "The turtle breathing technique and the withered wood technique are quite suitable for you. If you find them to your liking, they are offered at a mere 10 spirit stones." Li Chen silently cursed the exorbitance. The turtle breathing technique and the withered wood technique were mere commonplace items, while they could indeed help conceal one's aura, they would still be discernible to practitioners of higher cultivation. On the market, these techniques were typically priced around 7 spirit stones. Yet the treasure pavilion had inflated the cost by a staggering 30%. Ultimately, Li Chen obediently procured a set of minor locking spirit array discs, a tome detailing the withered wood technique, and another volume elucidating the fundamentals of array theory. Li Chen resolved to return and delve into the intricacies of formation techniques. While he may not aspire to become a master, he certainly did not wish to remain utterly ignorant. Young friend, we eagerly await your next visit. The elderly man surnamed, he said with a smile as he watched Li Chen descend the stairs. Once Li Chen departed, the elder gently shook his head, reflecting. To spend spirit stones on array discs rather than elixirs to enhance one's cultivation, how youthful. Beside him, a third-layer chi refining apprentice could not help but interject, Master. That individual is not lacking in spirit stones. He is a disciple of Master Chen from the Divine Elixir Pavilion, rumored to have already begun refining both the pill of abstinence and the chi-nourishing pill. Oh, the elder turned, his murky gaze revealing a hint of surprise. Before he chuckled lightly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. After all, he deemed a mere apprentice in the third layer of chi refining not worthy of excessive attention. Chapter 33, Mid-Stage Chi Refinement. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Li Chen found Mo Yunyu waiting outside, a customary routine she had adopted to greet him at this hour each day. Coincidentally, their neighbor, Fu Kong, returned from the Jinxiu building just then. The two cave dwellings were merely a stone's throw apart. Fu Kong cast a glance at Mo Yunyu and, with a tone of indifference, inquired of Li Chen, "Is your wife with child?" Li Chen replied with a smile, "Indeed, she is nearly 3 months along, my friend Fu. When the child is born, you must come to celebrate with us." Fu Kong nodded silently and retreated into his own dwelling, sealing the door behind him. Li Chen paid little mind to Fu Kang's behavior. He had resided in the cave for a month and had encountered Fu Kong on several occasions, recognizing him as a naturally taciturn individual who preferred solitude. "My dear husband, why are you late today? The food is nearly cold," Mo Yunyu remarked as Li Chen assisted her back inside. He gently explained, "I ventured to Baibao building today to procure an array plate, which delayed me somewhat." Mo Yunyu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After finishing their evening meal, Li Chen promptly retrieved the array plate from his storage bag and positioned it at the entrance of their cave. "Are you setting up an array?" Mo Yunyu asked. Li Chen chuckled and clarified, "I lack the skill to lay out an array. This is a minor locking spirit array plate. By embedding spirit stones into it and placing it at the entrance, it can be activated directly, bypassing the complexities of traditional array formation." Curious, Mo Yunyu pressed. "What is the function of this minor locking spirit array?" "It is a low-level first-tier array that, once activated, can secure the spiritual energy within the cave, preventing fluctuations from reaching the outside. Additionally, it provides a basic level of protection, albeit not very strong. A mid-stage chi refinement cultivator could breach it with a few attacks." Li Chen explained patiently. Although Mo Yunyu was also a cultivator, her understanding of the cultivation world paled in comparison to Li Chen's, often lacking in fundamental knowledge. Before meeting Li Chen, she had never utilized spirit stones for cultivation, nor had she consumed any medicinal pills, not even a basic fasting pill. Otherwise, she would not have remained at the first level of chi refinement for over a decade. Mo Bai had channeled all her affection towards their son, treating her daughter with great severity. Li Chen suddenly recalled that he had not seen Mo Bai in over 10 days. Perhaps she had gone to Zisu Immortal Gate to deliver spirit stones to Mo Yunxing, but he dismissed the thought. After activating the minor locking spirit array, Li Chen taught Mo Yunyu the incantation to manipulate the array, granting her the freedom to enter and exit the cave at will. After a night of regular cultivation, Li Chen sensed that the formidable barrier before him, as solid as the heavenly gates, was on the verge of yielding. The following day, he proceeded to Xindan Pavilion to request leave from Manager Fu. Manager Fu's gaze swept over Li Chen. "Are you preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the 4th level of chi refinement?" Li Chen nodded, mentally cursing the ineffectual Ku-Mu technique that could not conceal his cultivation level, as Manager Fu saw through it effortlessly. Manager Fu readily approved his leave and smiled at Li Chen, saying, "Once you achieve the 4th level of chi refinement, come seek me immediately. The young lady has prepared a gift for you." Taken aback for a moment, Li Chen quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude to Manager Fu. When Li Chen first embarked on his journey, the ethereal fairy Ling Long bestowed upon him a vial of chi-nourishing pills, encouraging him that further rewards awaited should he break through to the mid-stage of chi refinement. Li Chen had nearly forgotten this promise, but to his surprise, Fairy Linglong proved true to her word. Even in her absence from Ainshire Square, she entrusted the gift to Manager Fu for delivery to Li Chun. Li Chun found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude to Fairy Linglong, his guiding light. With a heart brimming with excitement, he returned to his cave dwelling. "What are you up to, Taoist Fu?" Li Chun inquired upon seeing his new neighbor, Fu Kong, presenting a freshly prepared spirit fish to Mo Yunyu, who was politely declining the offer. Upon Li Chun's return, Fu Kong visibly relaxed, clearly unaccustomed to dealing with women. Mo Yunyu's demeanor softened as she whispered to Li Chun, "Husband, Taoist Fu insists on gifting me this spirit fish." Li Chun turned his gaze to Fu Kong, whose stern countenance belied a calm demeanor as he spoke. "This fish is of inferior quality, unfit for the dining table. Master Feng entrusted it to me for handling. Your wife is with child, so I thought to bring it for her nourishment. Since it is Taoist Fu's good intention, Xiao you should accept it." Li Chun replied after a moment of contemplation, prompting Mo Yunyu to graciously accept the spirit fish from Fu Kong. Li Chun then clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, offering a warm smile as he expressed his gratitude. "On behalf of my wife, I thank Taoist Fu." Mo Yunyu, with a graceful demeanor, bowed to Fu Kong and softly said, "Thank you, Taoist Fu." Fu Kong managed a faint, awkward smile, his tone stiff as he replied, "No need for thanks." After a brief pause, he added, "The spirit fish is hardly worth a few spirit stones." With that, he returned to his cave dwelling. Mo Yunyu approached Li Chun, whispering, "Husband, Taoist Fu is quite a peculiar person." Li Chun shook his head, correcting her. "Taoist Fu is merely a warm-hearted individual who struggles with social interactions. Xiao, it's inappropriate to label him strange when he has kindly gifted you a spirit fish." Mo Yunyu stuck out her tongue playfully. Once they returned to the cave and after dining, Li Chun instructed Mo Yunyu to seal the dwelling and refrain from disturbing him or going out for the time being. Understanding that her husband was about to enter seclusion to break through to the 4th level of qi refinement, her delicate features took on a serious expression. The cave was adorned with luminous pearls, casting a gentle glow upon Li Chun's resolute visage. Seated on a cushion, Li Chun emptied his mind to prepare himself. After achieving a tranquil state, he retrieved 3 concentration pills from his storage bag and swallowed them in one go. One pill alone lacked the potency to break his bottleneck. However, consuming too many at once risked overwhelming his dantian with excessive medicinal energy. Thus, 3 pills were the maximum he could bear. As the pills entered his abdomen, the surging medicinal force transformed into spiritual energy, wreaking havoc within his dantian, nearly bursting its confines. Li Chun gritted his teeth, his cheeks flushed crimson, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Controlling the fusion of the power within his dantian with immense spiritual energy, Li Chun began to strike against the formidable bottleneck that resembled the gates of heaven. Boom, boom, boom. Within Li Chun, it was as if the very heavens were being split apart, as torrents of power surged relentlessly against the thick barrier. Once, twice, thrice. Li Chun repeatedly directed his energy to assault the obstruction, and when exhaustion set in, he promptly retrieved and consumed a spirit-gathering pill. Fortunately, he had prepared an ample supply of these pills. Outside, Mo Yunyu bit her lip, her expression tense as she watched Li Chun. Her hands clasped before her in silent prayer to the heavens. "Oh, heavenly forces, I beseech you." She hoped for divine protection for her husband, wishing for him to successfully break through the bottleneck and advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Though Li Chun could not hear Mo Yunyu's prayers, he perceived a glimmer of light. As the tumultuous energy continued its relentless assault, Li Chun felt his meridians nearing the brink of collapse. Thankfully, he finally shattered the formidable barrier. Thunderous reverberations echoed as the obstruction to his ascension crumbled, and the power surged to his brow, merging seamlessly with his divine consciousness. Nourished by this energy, his spirit began to undergo miraculous transformations. Within the cave, spiritual energy erupted, swirling into a vortex that penetrated Li Chun's pores, rapidly amplifying the power within his dantian. Li Chun paid no heed to the surging energy. Instead, he experienced a wondrous sensation. With a mere thought, he transcended the confines of his physical form, as if endowed with a third eye. Through this mystical eye, he beheld his corporeal body seated upon the mat, and saw Mo Yunyu, her expression one of profound relief. Everything within a tuzhong radius was strikingly clear. This exquisite clarity surpassed mere visual observation. Li Chun realized he had birthed spiritual awareness. The emergence of this awareness marked the threshold of becoming a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner, signifying the ability to refine magical artifacts and soar through the skies on a sword. After traversing this realm for 20 years and stepping into the world of cultivation for over a year, Li Chen had finally ascended to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Slowly, he opened his eyes, extending his spiritual awareness outward, albeit limited to a 2-zhang radius. The distinction between an early-stage and mid-stage qi refinement practitioner lay not only in their power, but significantly in their spiritual awareness. Though intangible, this awareness could provide warnings, extend beyond the body to observe the external environment, and possess numerous other wondrous applications. Li Chen felt immense gratitude. Before entering Yinshan town, he had encountered an assassin. He was fortunate that the assailant was merely an early-stage practitioner. Had that individual been mid-stage, the instant the flying dagger was released, his spiritual awareness would have provided a warning, enabling him to activate a golden light talisman to deflect the attack. Upon witnessing Li Chen awaken, Mo Yunyu leapt into his embrace, her face alight with excitement. "Husband, you have successfully ascended to the mid-stage of qi refinement." "Indeed, I have attained the mid-stage." In contrast to Mo Yunyu's exuberance, Li Chen felt an unexpected tranquility within. Chapter 34. The Art of Deception upon advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Li Chen felt not exhilaration, but rather a profound awareness of the arduous path to immortality. The inadequacy of his 9th-grade spiritual root served to further challenge his understanding. If the effort to ascend from the 3rd to the 4th layer of qi refinement was so demanding, what could be expected of the transition from the 6th to the 7th? And how formidable would the chasm between qi refinement and foundation establishment prove to be? Those with 9th-grade spiritual roots, lacking fortuitous opportunities, often remain stagnant at the initial stage of qi refinement throughout their lives, struggling even to break into the mid-stage. It was no wonder that the Zishu Immortal sect regarded 9th-grade spiritual roots with disdain. They were, indeed, a significant hindrance. Li Chen shuddered at the thought of the resources he would need to expend to reach foundation establishment. Yet, he did not succumb to despondency. Regardless of the quality of his spiritual root, he possessed a system, and he was determined to become an immortal. Quickly regaining his composure, Li Chen resolved to persevere. Refusing to retreat into despair or isolation, he retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag and immersed his consciousness within it. This jade slip, a gift from the exquisite Linglong fairy, had only now become accessible for his understanding. As he delved into its depths, he experienced a moment of disorientation, during which he beheld a translucent dragon of deep azure, shifting in size and form with astonishing fluidity. After a span of half a day, Li Chen emerged from his reverie, rubbing his throbbing temples, his complexion slightly pale. Was it not enough that he possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root? Did he also lack comprehension? If not, why had he failed to grasp the contents of the jade slip? Soon, however, he dismissed this notion. His understanding was not lacking. Rather, the wisdom inscribed within the jade slip was exceedingly profound. With renewed determination, he grasped the jade slip once more and plunged his consciousness into it. Time and again, he faced failure but persisted relentlessly, ultimately spending an entire month deciphering its secrets. In his quest to unravel the mysteries of the jade slip gifted by Linglong fairy, Li Chen grew gaunt, eliciting quiet tears from Mo Yunyu. Yet, amidst this arduous process, he also noticed a significant expansion of his spiritual consciousness. Before engaging with the jade slip, his awareness could extend 2 zhang beyond his body. Now, it reached 3 zhang. The art of deception, Li Chen murmured to himself, solemnly stowing the jade slip away. This was a secret technique passed down by Linglong fairy, known as the art of deception. The technique was imparted in 2 layers. Upon mastering the initial stage, not only could one conceal their aura, but they could also mask their cultivation level, rendering even peak qi refinement cultivators unable to see through the disguise. Should one advance to the 2nd layer, even those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment would be deceived. Cursed with the dreary withered wood technique and the abominable treasure house that sold it, Li Chen inwardly cursed the former as worthless and the latter as equally contemptible. In comparison to the art of deception imparted by Linglong fairy, the withered wood technique was indeed trash. Had he known of such a remarkable secret, he would have spared the expenditure of 10 spiritual stones. Li Chen's gaze flickered as he recognized the extraordinary nature of the art of deception. Just who was Linglong fairy? Was her brother alive or deceased, and what level of cultivation did he possess? Ultimately, Li Chen could only ponder these questions without resolution. After 3 days of intense effort, Li Chen successfully advanced from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refinement. However, the profound comprehension of the deceptive heaven technique consumed him an entire month. During this period, Mo Yunwei refrained from cooking, fearing that her actions would disturb Li Chen, subsisting solely on the fasting pills. Noticing her increasingly gaunt appearance, Li Chen scolded himself for his negligence and hastily rose to prepare a meal. "Darling, allow me to assist," Mo Yunwei said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. For over a month, she had anxiously observed Li Chen in seclusion, reluctant to intrude. The sight of him finally returning to normalcy filled her heart with joy. After a simple preparation of spirit rice, Li Chen quickly resumed his practice of the deceptive heaven technique, determined to attain the basics before emerging from his retreat. As another fortnight passed, Mo Yunyue's belly grew rounder, a clear sign of her pregnancy. At last, Li Chen mastered the fundamentals of the deceptive heaven technique, simultaneously perfecting the fire crow technique and the fire arrow technique from the scarlet flame scripture. Upon opening the cave dwelling, he was greeted by the warmth of sunlight, a sensation he had not experienced in some time. So this is the life of a cultivator? He mused. While the chi refinement stage was manageable, one could only imagine the years of foundation establishment cultivator might spend in seclusion. Here I thought you had perished within your cave. A young man with a contemptuous smile confronted him as soon as the cave door was ajar. "Who are you?" Li Chen inquired, confusion evident on his face. The young man, with an air of arrogance, produced a token from his storage bag and replied, "My surname is Yang, and my grandfather is Yang Diju. You have yet to pay the 80 spirit stones for your month-long stay in this cave. Pay immediately." Li Chen came to realize that this young man was indeed a member of the esteemed Yulong Yang family, bearing a genuine token of authority. Without further ado, he retrieved the required 80 spirit stones and handed them over. "In the future, remember to pay your dues before entering seclusion, lest you summon my presence to collect." The young man remarked dismissively, "You impoverished souls should refrain from occupying caves if you lack spirit stones. Return to the slums." After collecting the spirit stones, the young man cast a derisive glance at Li Chen before leisurely departing. Li Chen's gaze followed him, reflecting a mixture of disdain and determination. The Yulong Yang family certainly wielded considerable influence. He understood that, had he not been a disciple of the divine elixir pavilion, this youth would have shown him far less courtesy and might have barged into his cave without hesitation. Was he humiliated? Indeed, he felt a sting of humiliation, but he refrained from expressing it. At this stage, the Yulong Yang family loomed large in his world. Li Chen silently etched the young man's disdainful visage into his memory. One day, he vowed, he would establish his own cultivation family, compelling the descendants of the Yulong Yang family to bow in deference before his kin. For now, he resolved to endure in silence until he amassed sufficient strength. With the day's events firmly lodged in his mind, Li Chen set forth toward the divine elixir pavilion to seek out Manager Fu. Additionally, he intended to pay a visit to Master Chan, who must have been quite worried about his prolonged absence. On the top floor of the Shundan Pavilion, Manager Fu cast a scrutinizing glance at Li Chen and inquired in a solemn tone, "It should take no more than a month and a half to advance from the 3rd to the 4th level of Qi refinement, correct?" Li Chen, with an expression of calmness, explained that he had also been practicing 2 spells, which had consumed a bit more time. Manager Fu nodded in understanding, affirming that as long as the breakthrough was achieved, that was what mattered. "You are still young and have a bright future ahead." He continued, "This is a gift from the pavilion master. Take it." With a sweep of his hand to his waist storage bag, a resplendent golden brick materialized in his palm. Li Chen rubbed his eyes and received the golden brick from Manager Fu, feeling its weight almost cause him to drop it. In an instant, he realized this was not an ordinary brick of gold, but rather a magical artifact, albeit one with a somewhat unrefined appearance. Manager Fu spoke in a tranquil tone. "This is a top-tier magical artifact. Once you return, be sure to refine it properly. Do not let the expectations of the young lady go unfulfilled." A top-tier magical artifact. Li Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Manager Fu. With a smile, Manager Fu affirmed, "Indeed, it is a top-tier magical artifact." Li Chen's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, silently marveling at the generosity of the exquisite fairy Linglong. Magical artifacts are categorized into 1st tier, 2nd tier, and 3rd tier, with distinctions among low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade artifacts, corresponding to the stages of Qi refinement practitioners. A top-tier magical artifact, once refined, would deplete all of one's spiritual power upon its initial use. Li Chen recalled. He remembered when Mo Bai sought his and Master Chen's assistance to collect 2,800 spirit stones to purchase a top-tier magical artifact for Mo Yunxing. Such artifacts are indeed invaluable. First, the deceiving heaven technique, now a top-tier magical artifact. Li Chen felt that Fairy Linglong's generosity rivaled that of the system itself. Fairy Linglong had been Li Chen's guiding light in the realm of cultivation, providing him with significant support. Receiving a top-tier magical artifact from her moved Li Chen profoundly. He felt he would gladly traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire for her if she asked. Noticing Li Chen's deeply touched expression, Manager Fu nodded with satisfaction and continued, "By the way, there is news I must share with you. Mo Bai has likely perished outside. He is yet to return." Chapter 35. The Cold of Heart. The warmth of the spirit Mo Bai has likely perished outside, for he has not returned thus far. The shopkeeper Fu spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. Li Chen furrowed his brow, showing little reaction. Periodically, Mo Bai would take the flying vessel of the Ningbaya Wang family to the Zishu Immortal Gate, delivering the accumulated spirit stones to Mo Yunxing. After handing over the spirit stones, Mo Bai would hesitate to return via the vessel, as the fare was 10 spirit stones. He hoarded all his spirit stones for his son's cultivation, as his own cultivation level was not high, lacking magical tools and talismans, rendering him nearly hopeless in the face of danger. Traveling at night invites misfortune. To conserve spirit stones, Mo Bai refrained from using the flying vessel for his return from the Zishu Immortal Gate to Yinshanfang, and now he would not return. Upon hearing from the shopkeeper Fu that Mo Bai had likely met his demise, Li Chen felt little upheaval within. After becoming companions with Mo Yunyu, he had not interacted with Mo Bai, who was wholly absorbed in his son far away at the Zishu Immortal Gate, tirelessly refining pills and amassing spirit stones day and night. Though Mo Bai was Mo Yunyu's father, Li Chen felt no sorrow, merely lamenting the perils of the cultivation world. At present, Li Chen pondered whether to disclose this news to Mo Yunyu. After careful consideration, he resolved to withhold the information for the time being. Mo Yunyu was already over 5 months pregnant, her belly swelling, and Li Chen was uncertain how she would react to such news, fearing it might affect their yet-to-be-born child. It would be prudent to wait until after the child's birth to share the tidings. Having refined a batch of gathering spirit pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen departed to the Spirit Wine Workshop to procure some spirit wine, intending to visit Master Chen Dan. After nearly 2 months of seclusion, Master Chen must be quite worried about him. "Li Daoyu, what wine do you wish to purchase this time?" In the Spirit Wine Workshop, Bai Feng was perusing the account books. Upon seeing Li Chen, he set down the ledger and rose to greet him, his smile warm and inviting as a spring breeze. "Greetings, Bai Daoyu. I have limited spirit stones today. I will take a jar of bitter bamboo wine, as usual." After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Feng, Li Chen bought a jar of bitter bamboo wine. This time, Bai Feng charged him 90 spirit stones. Although Bai Feng was a direct descendant of the Bai family from Qingzhou Mountain and managed the Spirit Wine Workshop with a decent standing in his family, he could not afford to consistently gift Li Chen with spirit wine. A jar of bitter bamboo wine costing 90 spirit stones was clearly beyond his generosity. "Farewell for now, Bai Daoyu." Li Chen bid farewell, and Bai Feng nodded with a smile, escorting him to the door. "Li Daoyu, take care, and do visit my cave dwelling when you have the time." Li Chen readily nodded in agreement, though he thought better of visiting Bai Feng's cave dwelling. Until he possessed sufficient strength, it would be wise to limit interactions with the scions of these cultivation families. Grade B Cave Number 7. Master Chen Dan looked at Li Chen with concern, and Li Chen sensed a powerful spiritual awareness sweeping over him, far surpassing his own. "Have you failed in your attempt to reach the 4th layer of Qi refinement?" Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "Yes, my qualifications are lacking, and I was unable to achieve a breakthrough, disappointing my master." Master Chen, a practitioner of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, had not seen through his disguise. Indeed, the art of deception held profound secrets. After entering the preliminary stages of this technique, Li Chen concealed his true cultivation level, presenting himself as merely at the pinnacle of the 3rd layer. It was only during his recent meeting with Manager Fu that he refrained from using the art of deception to hide his prowess. After all, only by breaking through to the mid-Qi refinement stage would Manager Fu hand over the gift prepared by the exquisite fairy for him. Currently, only 2 individuals were aware of Li Chen's advancement to the mid-Qi refinement stage, Mo Yuni and Manager Fu. "Please, have a seat. You are still young. Do not be disheartened. A single failure does not define your journey," Master Chen encouraged. Gesturing for Li Chen to sit down while instructing a maid to bring forth spiritual fruits, speaking with heartfelt sincerity, Li Chen did not require consolation. Yet he feigned attentiveness to his mentor's teachings. Regardless of the circumstances, this elder genuinely cared for him. However, Li Chen had resolved to continue employing the art of deception to mask his true cultivation level, striving to appear more ordinary. By concealing his abilities, should any malevolent forces seek to harm him, revealing his true strength in a moment of crisis could catch his adversaries off guard. After consuming 2 spiritual fruits in Master Qin's abode, Li Qin rose to take his leave, feeling a pang of guilt. For this elder genuinely demonstrated concern for him, while he had concealed the truth of his cultivation. Upon exiting Master Qin's dwelling, Li Qin returned home, filled with anticipation to refine the golden brick artifact gifted by the exquisite fairy. Before the entrance of the cave, he encountered Fu Kong once more. "You have failed in your attempt to reach the 4th layer of qi refinement?" Fu Kong observed Li Qin, his spiritual sense sweeping across him, his tone remaining icy. Before Li Qin could respond, Fu Kong continued, "Cultivation cannot be rushed. Do not recklessly exert yourself. Your child is soon to be born. What will become of them if harm befalls you, leaving them orphaned?" Li Qin could only smile wryly. This fellow cultivator indeed had a knack for showing concern. However, Li Qin offered no explanation, merely clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Fu Daoist. I assure you, I will not be reckless in my pursuits next time." Fu Kong nodded, handing Li Qin a package wrapped in lotus leaves. "This blue pheasant is not fit for the banquet table. Take it home to nourish your wife." Li Qin gazed at the blue pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves and shook his head, speaking solemnly. "Fu Daoist, your cultivation is not without its challenges. I cannot accept this. A flawed blue pheasant is worth scarcely a few spirit stones. Just take it. What kind of man are you to refuse?" Fu Kong insisted, forcefully thrusting the package into Li Qin's hands before turning and walking toward his cave. Holding the package, a warm current surged through Li Qin's heart. This Fu Daoist, though taciturn and seemingly cold, possessed a warm heart and was a worthy companion. After a moment's reflection, Li Qin suddenly called out, "Fu Daoist, please wait." Fu Kong turned, his gaze filled with curiosity as he looked back at Li Qin. Li Qin stepped forward, approaching Fu Kong, and retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch, placing it into Fu Kang's hands. "Friend Fu, this is a vial of qi-nourishing pills. Please accept it without reservation." Fu Kong gazed at the jade vial in his hands, remaining silent for quite some time before shaking his head. "No, I cannot accept this. The spiritual fish and azure pheasant I gifted you were of inferior quality, mere remnants unworthy of the exquisite dining table at the Rare Delicacies Pavilion. Hardly worth a handful of spirit stones. This vial of qi-nourishing pills is precious. I cannot take it." Upon hearing this, Li Qin flashed a bright smile, revealing his neat and white teeth, and cheerfully replied, "Friend Fu, I sincerely wish to befriend you. If you would accept me as a friend, please do not be so modest and decline." Fu Kong regarded Li Qin for a long while, then finally placed the jade vial into his storage pouch and departed. Watching Fu Kong close the cave door behind him, a hint of a smile appeared on Li Qin's face. Chapter 36, Acquiring a Flying Sword Xiaoyu. Daoist Fu has sent a green pheasant for you to stew. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Li Qin handed the pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves to Mo Yunyu, instructing her to prepare it. Mo Yunyu, her belly round and radiant with maternal affection, accepted the pheasant from Li Qin and skillfully approached the stove to ignite a fire. Watching Mo Yunyu's retreating figure, Li Qin hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing not to inform her of the grim news regarding Mo Bai's likely demise. After their meal, Li Qin retrieved the golden brick gifted by the exquisite fairy. This was a premier magical artifact, marking Li Qin's inaugural possession of such a tool. Most cultivators, upon reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement, eagerly seek to acquire a magical artifact, as it significantly enhances their prowess. It is rare for cultivators like Li Qin, who can utilize a premier magical artifact at the mid-stage of qi refinement, to exist. The resplendent golden brick, albeit somewhat ostentatious in appearance, did not deter Li Qin. As he infused his magical energy into the brick, he painstakingly refined the inherent restrictions within. True to its status as a premier artifact, the refining process proved exceptionally arduous. Li Qin dedicated 3 full days to this endeavor, exhausting his magical energy multiple times and relying on recovery pills to restore his strength, ultimately managing to refine the golden brick. Upon completion, Li Qin inscribed his spiritual imprint within the brick. Only by leaving such an imprint does a magical artifact acquire an owner. After studying it for half a day, Li Qin discovered that aside from the ability to enlarge and shrink, the brick possessed no additional functionalities. By channeling his magical energy, he could magnify the brick to more than 10 times its original size, transforming it into a massive slab akin to a door and weighing over 10,000 pounds. However, wielding this brick would deplete all of Li Qin's magical energy in one go. given his cultivation level at the 4th stage of Qi refinement. Maneuvering a premier magical artifact was somewhat taxing. In the cave, Li Qin refrained from recklessly experimenting, fearing that a single misstep could devastate the dwelling. Mo Yunyu, her eyes sparkling with joy, seemed indifferent to the magical artifact, or perhaps to cultivation itself. After some contemplation, Li Qin reduced the brick's size and stored it in a spatial pouch. This golden brick could only be employed as a trump card due to the excessive magical energy it consumed. For Li Qin, it could be used but once. If the brick failed to vanquish an enemy, it would inevitably spell his own demise. The true potency of this brick would require a secluded location for experimentation. After much deliberation, Li Qin concluded that the golden brick alone was insufficient. He needed to visit the Qianlian Pavilion to purchase a flying sword. The ability to traverse the skies on a sword had long been his aspiration. The golden brick bestowed by the exquisite fairy was not a flying artifact, and the energy required to wield it was excessive. Therefore, Li Qin deemed it necessary to acquire a low-tier flying sword. In addition to the sword, he would also require a sword technique. On the market, a low-tier flying sword typically cost around 200 spirit stones, while purchasing a sword technique also necessitated spirit stones. Li Qin glanced at Mo Yunyu's prominent belly. The arrival of their child was imminent. He still needed to procure Yin Lingji and the blood of a first-tier demon beast, the white-spotted deer, to concoct a prenatal nourishing elixir for Mo Yunyu. Spirit stones. Li Qin sighed softly. The path of cultivation demands vast resources, and resources necessitate spirit stones for acquisition. The art of financial companionship places wealth at the forefront. In pursuit of breaking through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement and comprehending the heavenly deception technique, I have refrained from alchemical endeavors for nearly 2 months, and my stock of spirit stones is nearly exhausted. It is imperative to accumulate more spirit stones. Li Qin resumed his daily routine, diligently venturing to the Divine Pill Pavilion to refine elixirs by day and returning to his cave abode for meditation and cultivation by night. Following his breakthrough to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, Li Qin noticeably perceived a deceleration in his cultivation speed, even with the continuous consumption of spirit-gathering pills. Progress remained exceedingly languid. Nevertheless, Li Qin remained unperturbed. With 3 years for foundation establishment, 10 years for pill formation, and a century for infant soul emergence. Such is the journey of a prodigy endowed with heavenly-grade spiritual roots. As for his own 9th-grade spiritual root, achieving the 4th layer of Qi refinement through an abundance of medicinal pills is a common occurrence. Thus, a slower pace is to be expected. In the realm of cultivation, attaining foundation establishment before the age of 60 and pill formation before one reaches 150 years is considered a mark of a minor genius. Most of the true disciples of the Purple Void sect establish their foundations around the age of 30. In this world, 99% of mortals lack spiritual roots and cannot embark on the path of transcendence. Among those who do tread this path, 99% remain trapped in Qi refinement, unable to establish their foundations. Furthermore, among those who have established their foundations, 99% cannot achieve pill formation. On the arduous road to immortality, countless beings vie for a fleeting chance at ascendance, yet each hurdle along this path obstructs the majority of practitioners. As the exquisite Linglong fairy aptly stated, how many have succeeded in the South Wilderness cultivation realm over the millennia? Not to mention that the Yin Kingdom is merely a remote nation among the 56 countries of the South Wilderness. Within the entirety of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation sphere, there is not a single true monarch of the nascent soul stage. The highest cultivation level is held by the venerable old ancestor of the Purple Void sect, who has lived for over 400 years. This underscores the formidable challenges on the path to immortality, akin to scaling the heavens. Mortals aspiring to transcendence must navigate a treacherous path, and the widely circulated adage in the cultivation world aptly illustrates the arduous nature of this journey. Li Qin, however, remained patient. Having entered the cultivation realm for less than 2 years, he had already ascended to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. While his progress may not rival that of practitioners with superior spiritual roots, it certainly does not fall short of those with medium-grade roots. Upon reviewing his data panel, he found it still quite unadorned. Host, Li Qin lifespan, 2196, cultivation, 4th layer of Qi refinement techniques, Crimson Flame technique, Spirit transformation hand, Withered Wood technique, Heavenly deception technique skills, 2nd-tier alchemy magical artifacts, Golden brick partner, Mo Uni offspring, Nun main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, give birth to the first offspring with spiritual roots. Incomplete, the system panel revealed the addition of a skills and magical artifacts section. With little else having changed, Li Chun paid little heed to the system panel, choosing instead to diligently adhere to his routine, refining elixirs at the Divine Pill Pavilion during the day and consuming spirit-gathering pills for cultivation at night. Presently, his sole desire is to quickly amass enough spirit stones to purchase a flying sword artifact, acquire a Yin Lingji, and procure a vial of white-spotted deer demon blood to concoct a deer blood-nourishing pill for Mo Uni. A month swiftly passed, and once again it was time for the spirit stone settlement. Yet, Linglong Fairy had yet to make her appearance. Li Chun received 600 spirit stones from the manager, Fu. As his cultivation progressed, the variety and quality of the elixirs he could concoct increased, resulting in a corresponding rise in his earnings of spirit stones. Currently, Li Chun primarily concocts 3 types of elixirs at the Divine Elixir Pavilion: the Qi Nourishing Pill, the Spirit Restoration Pill, and the Spirit Gathering Pill. Occasionally engaging in the refinement of the Harmonizing Qi Pill, his storage pouch has accumulated over 600 spirit stones, and after deducting rent, he still possesses more than 500. Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chun contemplated donning a wide-brimmed hat and a loose black robe before making his way to the Thousand Refinements Pavilion to procure a magical flying sword. To the outside world, he is merely a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and revealing his true identity while purchasing a flying sword could easily arouse suspicion. As he approached the Thousand Refinements Pavilion, a wave of intense heat enveloped him. He was greeted by a junior attendant at the initial stage of Qi refinement, who, unconcerned by Li Chun's attire, beamed as he introduced the various magical artifacts that had been crafted within the pavilion. The first floor of the Thousand Refinements Pavilion displayed a diverse array of artifacts, predominantly of low to mid-tier quality. The second floor housed advanced and top-tier artifacts. As for spiritual artifacts, the Thousand Refinements Pavilion does not sell them, nor does it possess any second-tier artifact masters. Visiting the Thousand Refinements Pavilion allows one to purchase completed magical artifacts with spirit stones or commission an artifact craftsman to create a custom piece. However, the Crimson Flame technique that Li Chun practices is quite ordinary and does not include methods for crafting artifacts. Thus, he sees no need to commission a custom piece, opting instead to purchase a finished product from the pavilion. In fact, he does not even need to ascend to the second floor, as the prices of advanced artifacts are beyond his means. Ultimately, Li Chun's gaze settled upon a flying sword, entirely crimson, and a dark black cord. Chapter 37. The Power of Kingship. The discerning guest possesses keen eyesight. The crimson-edged sword, forged from the essence of red iron, is renowned for its sharpness, and many disciples of the Purple Void Immortal sect are equipped with this very blade. Noticing Li Chun's gaze linger on the sword, the attendant eagerly attempted to promote it. Li Chun, however, waved his hand to interrupt him. The crimson-edged sword is merely a low-tier magical weapon, a standard sword of the Purple Void Immortal sect, commonly wielded by many of its menial disciples, and is quite famous in the realm of cultivation within the Yin Kingdom. Li Chun felt no need for the attendant's excessive elaboration. His interest was piqued instead by a dark, ominous rope. Pointing to the rope, Li Chun calmly inquired of the attendant, "What is the significance of this rope?" "Oh my, esteemed guest, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. This is a mid-tier binding rope, crafted from the sinews of the cloud python soaked in the blood of numerous monsters, combined with various spiritual materials. It is exceptionally resilient. Once ensnared by this binding rope, even a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator would find it impossible to break free within a short span of time. I am not afraid to reveal to you. This binding rope is the proud creation of Master Ma from the Thousand Refinements Pavilion, and there is but one in the entire Yin Mountain market. What caliber of item dares to be called a binding rope?" Li Chun inwardly scoffed, considering it merely a mid-tier magical artifact. Yet it boldly appropriated the name of a binding tool associated with the earth element. Nevertheless, his curiosity towards the rope remained strong. "Might I examine this binding rope?" The attendant hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. After observing the binding rope for a brief period, Li Chun asked, "How much does this binding rope cost?" "Esteemed guest, the binding rope is a mid-tier magical artifact, and being a masterpiece of Master Ma, it is priced at 698 spirit stones." 700 spirit stones. Li Chun could hardly contain his disbelief. While the binding rope would indeed serve as an excellent choice for ambushing dark beings, he had initially intended to purchase it to ensnare his foes before delivering a decisive blow with a golden brick. However, upon hearing the exorbitant price, he quickly dismissed the thought. Ultimately, he exited the Thousand Refinements Pavilion with only a crimson-edged sword, which was far more palatable at 208 spirit stones. As Li Chun departed, the attendant watched him leave with a smile, which faded as soon as Li Chun was out of sight. He spat in contempt at Li Chun's retreating figure, muttering, "Poor wretch, what business do you have eyeing a binding rope without spirit stones? Such a waste of my breath." Once outside the Thousand Refinements Pavilion, Li Chun made his way directly to the 100 Treasures building, hoping to acquire a sword technique. The red flame technique was too simplistic. He required a sword technique to complement his flying sword. This time, he did not encounter the overseer he at the 100 Treasures building. After spending 36 spirit stones, he purchased the shadow-splitting sword technique and exited the establishment. In the realm of cultivation, the prices of low-tier techniques are often significantly lower than those of elixirs. Magical artifacts, formation plates, and spiritual talismans, as a technique, can be replicated indefinitely with minimal cost. However, high-tier techniques are unattainable, even with spirit stones. The shadow-splitting sword technique is rather commonplace, applicable only for the chi refinement stage. After some contemplation, Li Chun noted that he still had a substantial amount of spirit stones left and thus proceeded to the Elixir Pavilion. In the Yinshan Square, apart from the Divine Pill Pavilion, there exists another establishment known as the Baodin Building, which also specializes in the sale of elixirs and can be considered a modest rival to the Divine Pill Pavilion. The Baodin Building is owned by the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Li Chun sought to procure Yinlingji. But there was a slight complication. The Divine Pill Pavilion's medicinal garden did not possess any Yinlingji. This particular herb is a specialty of the Yinwind Cliff. Yet the Zhao family from that region only sells the Yinlingji to the Baodin Building. Consequently, Li Chun had no choice but to visit the Baodin Building for his desired herb. Upon entering the Baodin Building, a staff member promptly approached Li Chun, inquiring about the elixir he wished to purchase. Whether it be the Bigo pill, the hemostasis pill, the chi nourishing pill, the spirit returning pill, the spirit gathering pill, the harmony pill, or the Huangya pill, the Baodin Building offers them all, ensuring that their quality rivals that of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Li Chun shook his head, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "I am not here to purchase elixirs. I seek to acquire a Yinlingji." The attendant paused, examining Li Chun for a moment, and replied, "Esteemed guest, I am not authorized to make such decisions. I must report to the manager." Li Chun nodded, signaling the attendant to inform the person in charge of the Baodin Building. The Yinlingji is not particularly rare, as the Baodin Building employs it as a primary ingredient in the crafting of the Guion pill. This pill is somewhat akin to the renowned Zongyu pill created by Master Chen, targeting elderly cultivators whose vitality has waned. However, the issue lies in the fact that Yinlingji only flourishes in the entirety of Heishui Prefecture. Only the Zhao family of the Yinwind Cliff possesses a yin vein suitable for cultivating Yinlingji, and they maintain a close cooperative relationship with the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, thus unwilling to sell the herb to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Soon, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and a dignified demeanor, clad in a ceremonial robe, emerged. Accompanying him was a handsome young man exuding a delicate aura. Li Chun's heart sank as he sensed that the middle-aged man was brazenly probing him with his spiritual awareness, while the young man was also scrutinizing him. "Oh, I wondered who it might be. It is none other than Master Li from the Divine Pill Pavilion." The middle-aged man chuckled, clearly amused that Li Chun's ordinary black robe could not conceal him from scrutiny. Feeling helpless, Li Chun removed his hat and clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Manager Wang. My alchemical skills are hardly worthy of the title of alchemist. Please do not jest about me." The man before him was indeed the manager of the Baodin Building, the grandson of the ancestor of the Wang family from Ningbi Cliff, a figure of considerable stature in the market of Yinshan Square. As for the young man behind Manager Wang, he appeared to belong to the younger generation of the Wang family, but Li Chun did not recognize him. Manager Wang's gaze swept over Li Chun's face, his smile unwavering as he remarked, "Young friendly, you have only just embarked on your immortal journey for less than 2 years, yet you have already attained the 3rd level of chi refinement. Moreover, you are capable of independently forging Bigo pills and chi nourishing pills. With such talent, it is merely a matter of time before you ascend to the rank of alchemist." Li Chun refrained from responding and redirected the conversation. "Manager Wang, I wish to purchase a Yinlingji and hope for your assistance." Manager Wang shook his head, a cheerful expression gracing his face as he replied, "There is no need to purchase it. If you desire a Yinlingji, I can take the liberty of gifting you one." At this juncture, Manager Wang paused momentarily, then continued, Not only can I gift you a Yinlingji, but I can also provide you with other spiritual herbs, and even invite Master Yi to offer you guidance in alchemy. It is imperative to note that Master Yi of Baodan Tower is a second-tier alchemist, a figure whom numerous alchemists aspire to seek guidance from, yet few find the opportunity. However, this is contingent upon the young friend departing from the Shundan Pavilion and joining Baodan Tower as an alchemist. Wang Quan observed Li Chun with a calm demeanor, his gaze exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Under the pressure of Wang Quan's penetrating stare, Li Chun felt a chill within, yet he remained composed and respectful, stating, "The esteemed Linglong Fairy has shown me great kindness, and I have no desire to forsake the Shindan Pavilion. I am grateful for your commendation, Wang Master." With that, Li Chun turned to leave. Baodan Tower has always regarded Shindan Pavilion as a rival, and Wang Quan's desire for Li Chun to betray Shindan Pavilion was something Li Chun could never acquiesce to. Even if the day came for him to depart, he would not align himself with any other faction, nor would he betray Linglong Fairy. The immense gratitude he felt towards her remained etched in his heart. To think that a single Yinlingji could entice him to turn against Linglong Fairy? Wang's family underestimated him, even if they offered precious artifacts. Li Chun would never betray her. One must adhere to their principles. Within Baodan Tower, Wang Quan displayed no signs of anger. His gaze remained steady, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "He is merely a third-level qi refining alchemist. To elevate him with the title of Alchemist Li, does he truly consider himself significant?" He then instructed, "Feng Ming, keep a close watch on him. As soon as he exits Yinchifang, take action. What does it matter if he is a genius in alchemy? If he cannot be utilized by my Wang family, then he must be eliminated." Beside Wang Quan, a young man named Wang Fengming hesitated, expressing concern. "Uncle, I have heard that this young man is highly regarded by Linglong Fairy. If we were to kill him, would that not be tantamount to slapping her in the face? If she were to unleash her wrath, my Wang family might not withstand her fury." Wang Quan turned to the youth, his tone devoid of warmth. "What is there to fear? Linglong Fairy is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. My family's ancestor is not to be trifled with. Do you truly believe she would risk her standing for such an insignificant individual? Furthermore, the one from Zishu sect is nearing his end, and before that time comes, he will undoubtedly seek to eliminate Linglong Fairy. 20 years ago, it was Linglong Fairy's brother who severely wounded that old wretch. No one would believe he would refrain from seeking revenge. Moreover, to maintain the authority of the sect, Zishu sect cannot tolerate Linglong Fairy. Feng Ming, among the younger generation of my Wang family, the ancestor holds the highest expectations for you. You must not display weakness. Or how will you support the Wang family's legacy in the future?" Wang Fengming nodded solemnly, responding, "Uncle, I shall heed your counsel." Chapter 38. The First Offspring, Royal Authority. The Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. As Li Chun stepped out of the Baodan building, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The families of cultivators were increasingly tyrannical, particularly the Yulong Yang family and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Li Chun had initially believed that his meager cultivation would go unnoticed by these formidable clans. However, he soon realized that they had already taken note of his existence. A sense of urgency and an overwhelming feeling of crisis welled up within him. Until he possessed the means to protect himself, he could not afford to leave Yingshan Square even for a moment. Li Chun was unaware of the multitude of eyes that discreetly observed him. Within the confines of Yingshan Square, the illustrious reputation of the Linglong Fairy ensured that no one would dare to make a blatant move against him. Yet once he stepped beyond its boundaries, the situation would be uncertain. Power. Li Chun was fervently eager to elevate his cultivation and strength. Having grasped the fundamentals of the Qitian technique, he could now pursue his cultivation without restraint. At his current level, encountering a foundation establishment cultivator was arduous, let alone a golden core master, as he lacked the requisite cultivation tier. As for those at the Qi refining stage, they were incapable of seeing through the disguise provided by the Qitian technique. Without the opportunity to procure the Yinlingji, Li Chun reluctantly abandoned the preparation of the deer blood nourishing pill. Upon returning to his cave abode, he first attended to Mo Yunyu, then devoted himself to diligent practice, sparing not a moment of idleness. Days passed in this manner, one after another. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Mo Yunyu's belly had grown increasingly round, and the vitality of the unborn child surged with vigor. Calculating the time, the child was on the verge of birth. Throughout these 3 months, Li Chun's life remained consistently tranquil, revolving around a simple routine. By day, he refined pills at the Shinin Pavilion, and by night, he trained in his cave. Regrettably, Li Qin's cultivation remained stagnant at the fourth layer of qi refining, showing no signs of breaking through to the fifth. His neighbor, Taoist Fu, frequently returned from the Jinxiu building with spiritual fish or monster meat as gifts for Li Qin, coupled with the abundant qi-nourishing pills he provided. Mo Yunyu's cultivation had impressively ascended to the third layer of qi refining during her pregnancy. A mother with a higher cultivation level naturally benefited her unborn child. As the moment of birth approached, Li Qin felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, causing his thoughts of cultivation to wane considerably. One day, as usual, Li Qin returned from the Shinin pavilion to his cave. Upon entering, he found Mo Yunyu lying on the bed, blood seeping from between her legs. Her complexion pale as she smiled at him, saying, "Husband, the child is about to be born. Do you wish for a son or a daughter? Xiaoyu, please do not speak. Regardless of whether it is a son or a daughter, I shall cherish them both. Wait for me. I will fetch the midwife at once." This unexpected urgency took him by surprise, as Mo Yunyu had shown no signs of labor in the morning, yet by afternoon, the child was ready to arrive. In a flurry of panic, Li Qin tore a travel talisman to summon the midwife. "Your wife is about to give birth." Fu Kong, who had just returned from the Jinxiu building with a tale of spiritual fish, immediately grasped the situation upon seeing Li Qin's frantic demeanor. "Stay here and keep watch. I shall go fetch the midwife for you." With swift determination, Fu Kong returned in less than 15 minutes with a woman, Sister Zhang, who had ample experience in assisting births. Li Qin approached her, offering 2 spirit stones, and implored, "Sister Zhang, I beg you to ensure the safety of both mother and child." Sister Zhang, with a cheerful demeanor, accepted the spirit stones and reassured, "Rest easy, Master Li. Madam Li is also a cultivator, not an ordinary woman, so complications during childbirth will not arise. You both wait outside the cave, the child will arrive soon." As Sister Zhang entered the cave, Li Qin felt an uneasy tension, his throat dry and parched. Images of complications flashed through his mind, creating a whirlwind of anxiety. In this life and the last, Li Qin had never felt such turmoil. Fu Kong, standing by his side, patted his shoulder and advised, "Do not be anxious. Your wife is at the third level of qi refining. She is not so fragile." Li Qin swallowed hard, forcing himself to regain composure. There should be no issues with Mo Yunyu, and the child should be born smoothly. He wondered whether it would be a boy or a girl, and if the child would possess a spiritual root. It was indeed rare for a child born of mundane parents to have a spiritual root, but not impossible. If both parents possessed spiritual roots, it was highly likely that the child would too. With Mo Yunyu and himself both having 9th grade spiritual roots, surely their child would inherit the same, right? Li Qin's thoughts spiraled out of control. As time dragged on, every second felt like an eternity, and his emotions underwent numerous shifts. Suddenly, after an indeterminate wait, a piercing cry echoed, finally easing Li Qin's anxious heart. "Side quest completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check." Post, the system chimed, and Li Qin exhaled deeply, feeling an immense relief wash over him. The child had been born safely, possessing a spiritual root. The cave door swung open, and a woman emerged, beaming as she announced, "Mother and child are safe. Congratulations, Master Li, you have a son." "Thank you, Sister Zhang." Li Qin expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture and presented her with 2 more spirit stones. Sister Zhang accepted them, her weathered face breaking into a radiant smile. She had never encountered such a generous employer in her delivery experiences. Li Qin disregarded Sister Zhang, even neglecting to check the rewards issued by the system, and hurried into the cave. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Kong followed him inside. The cave was adorned with luminous pearls, casting a gentle glow upon Mo Yunyu. She appeared frail, half reclining against the headboard, her complexion pale, yet her face radiated maternal warmth as she cradled a wrinkled infant. Li Qin approached Mo Yunyu, gazing at the swaddled baby, unable to suppress a joyful smile. "Dearest, it's a boy." Mo Yunyu handed the swaddled infant to Li Qin, her thin cheeks graced with a soft smile. Li Qin carefully accepted the bundle, a profound sense of connection enveloping him. This was his son, sharing his blood. The baby, crinkled and calm, gazed up at Li Qin with pure, untainted eyes. Li Qin instinctively wore the gentle smile of a proud father, playfully tapping the tiny bundle. "Son, I am your father. Call me father." In response, the wrinkled infant stared intently at Li Qin, extending his chubby little hands and breaking into an innocent grin. Mo Yunyu reclined half-sitting, her gaze playfully reproachful as she looked at Li Qin. "My dear husband, our child has just been born. How could he possibly speak?" Only then did Li Qin come to his senses. He was no great sage. The newborn was just like any ordinary infant, incapable of speech or movement, let alone soaring through the skies. Even he, as the father, had yet to master the art of flight. Fu Kong stood to the side, observing the family of three. A trace of softness broke through his typically stern expression as he looked at the newborn cradled in Li Qin's arms. His voice, slightly hoarse, carried a note of warmth. Congratulations, Taoist Li and Taoist Mo. Li Qin felt a surge of joy and turned to Fu Kong. Taoist Fu, if you also have a fondness for children, you might consider seeking a partner. With your cultivation, finding a companion should be an easy endeavor, no? Fu Kong shook his head, lost in thought. A shadow crossed his eyes, and he seemed to withdraw into himself, his mood visibly darkening. Observing Fu Kang's silence, Li Qin pondered. This Taoist Fu surely harbored his own tales. Chapter 39. Li family's child, Chongqing Xiaoyu. First take this blood-replenishing pill. Li Chun cradled the child and brought a blood-replenishing pill from the jade vial to the lips of Mo Yunyu. After swallowing the elixir, her complexion improved slightly, and she was now barely able to rise from the bed, despite her seemingly delicate demeanor and her lack of diligence in cultivation. Mo Yunyu was indeed a practitioner of the third layer of qi refinement, possessing a physique far superior to that of ordinary women. Even after childbirth, when her vitality was severely depleted, the medicinal pill began to restore her strength gradually. In the realm of cultivation, there is no tradition of confinement for female practitioners after childbirth. Fu Kong returned to his cave dwelling to fetch a pot of spirit wine, which he shared with Li Chun and his wife. After downing a cup of the crimson blood wine, Fu Kong turned to Li Chun and asked solemnly, Taoist Li, have you decided on a name for the child? Mo Yunyu looked at Li Chun with anticipation. Naming was a task for the father, and Mo Yunyu was not one to assert herself. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chun spoke earnestly, as cultivators, our journey towards immortality is driven by our desires for longevity and transcendence. I aspire to become an immortal, thus, let this child be named Chongqing. Chongqing, to become an immortal. Li Chongqing, what a name rich in meaning. Fu Kong raised his wine cup without mockery. Mo Yunyu gently took the swaddled infant from Li Chen's arms. Her gaze soft as she addressed her son. From today onwards, you shall be called Li Chongqing. As she looked at her quiet son, a sudden pallor crossed Mo Yunyu's face, and with a timid glance at Li Chen, her voice trembled as she asked, Husband, what if Chongqing has no spiritual root and cannot embark on the path of immortality? Li Chen understood her concerns well. Mo Yunyu possessed a 9th grade spiritual root, and her brother, Mo Yunxing, had a 7th grade one. From birth, Mo Yunyu had never received affection from her father, Mo Bai, only cold indifference. She feared that if their son lacked a spiritual root, he would not be favored by Li Chen. Li Chen, fully aware of Mo Yunyu's worries, pulled her close, gently patting the back of her hand, and soothingly reassured her, do not fret. Whether or not Chongqing possesses a spiritual root, he is my son, and I shall never treat my own child harshly. Although we have yet to ascertain this, I am confident that our son has a spiritual root. The system's side quest was to bear a child with a spiritual root, and that task has been accomplished. The rewards have been granted, so there is no cause for concern. Li Chongqing undoubtedly possessed a spiritual root, most likely of the 9th grade. After finishing the pot of spirit wine, Fu Kong rose to take his leave. Li Chen accompanied him out of the cave dwelling, feeling that Fu Kong was a reliable friend. In Mo Yunyu's arms, their son had fallen into a deep, sweet slumber, such is the nature of newborns, who spend the majority of their time asleep. Li Chun turned to Mo Yunyu and softly said, Xiaoyu, you must be exhausted. Go rest for a while. Mo Yunyu nodded obediently, cradling her son as she returned to bed, her face radiating happiness. Mo Yunyu harbors no ambition nor lofty aspirations for immortality. Her desires are modest. She simply wishes for her husband and children to live in peace and happiness as a family. A glance at Li Chun, seated serenely on the meditation mat, fills her eyes with infinite tenderness and grants her a sense of tranquility. With the successful birth of their son, who possesses spiritual roots, all of Li Chen's previous worries dissipate, leaving him at last with the time to examine the system. Host, Li Chun lifespan, 2196, spiritual root, 8th grade cultivation level, 4th layer of qi refinement techniques, crimson flame technique, spirit transformation hand, withered wood technique, light splitting shadow sword technique, deceiving heaven technique magic tools, crimson peak sword, golden light brick skills, 2nd tier alchemy Dao partner, Mo Yunyu offspring, Li Chongqing main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, Seize the foundation. Occupy the spiritual vein, incomplete. As Li Qin stared at the system panel, his eyes widened in astonishment. A new category for spiritual roots had appeared. Was he not of the 9th grade spiritual root? The spirit measuring pillar of the Zishu Immortal sect had indicated a 9th grade spiritual root, and Fairy Linglong had also confirmed this. Why then did the system display an 8th grade spiritual root? Could it be that the Zishu Immortal sect's measuring device was faulty, or had Fairy Linglong made an error? Li Qin shook his head, dismissing such possibilities. The measuring device could not be broken, and Fairy Linglong could not have misjudged. What could have caused his 9th grade spiritual root to become an 8th grade one? After much contemplation, Li Qin finally discerned the reason. He opened the offspring category. And to his surprise, he could access the panel data for Li Changxing, while Mo Yunyu could not. Offspring, Li Changxing lifespan, 0.75, spiritual root, 8th grade talent. None the data for Li Changxing was exceedingly concise. Li Qin stroked his chin, beginning to grasp why his 9th grade spiritual root had transformed into an 8th grade one. It appeared that the spiritual root aptitude of his offspring could indeed be inherited by him as the father. His gaze shifted towards Mo Yunyu and their child, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Was the system encouraging him to procreate more? If Li Changxing were a 7th grade spiritual root, would he too become a 7th grade spiritual root? Upon further reflection, Li Qin felt invigorated. What if he were to seek a partner with a heavenly grade spiritual root and bear a child of the same caliber? Might he not then elevate himself to a heavenly grade spiritual root as well? He had deeply experienced the futility of a 9th grade spiritual root. If his child's spiritual root could enhance his own, then by having several children with high spiritual root aptitudes, his path to immortality would surely become a seamless journey. He resolved to seek multiple partners, preferring those with superior spiritual root qualities, rather than producing numerous 9th grade spiritual root offspring with Mo Yunyu. It would be wiser to have a single child with a heavenly grade spiritual root. Quality over quantity was the true path to success. However, partners with heavenly grade spiritual roots were likely rare. In the vast cultivation world of the Yin Kingdom, not a single nascent soul true monarch could be found, underscoring the scarcity of heavenly grade cultivators. What spiritual root did Fairy Linglong possess, he wondered. Without any apparent reason, Li Qin thought of the exquisite Fairy Linglong. Undoubtedly, Fairy Linglong possessed exceptional spiritual roots. Otherwise, she would not have attained such high cultivation at such a tender age. As he recalled her ethereal visage, Li Qin quickly regained his composure, dismissing further musings. Fairy Linglong was not someone of his current standing that he could aspire to reach. Suppressing his distractions, Li Qin began to examine the second side quest issued by the system. The first side quest entailed producing an offspring with spiritual roots. Upon its completion, the subsequent quest transformed into the endeavor of seizing a foundation and occupying a vein of spiritual energy. As he perused this new assignment, Li Qin's scalp prickled with apprehension. In the realm of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation, the various spiritual energy veins had long been divided and claimed by numerous factions. With his mere 4th layer of qi refinement, could he truly risk his life to stake a claim on such a territory? Li Qin had also discerned certain patterns within the system's issued side quests. Each side quest was intricately linked to the overarching main quest. However, concerning the second side quest, Li Qin currently lacked the capability to fulfill it. It would be prudent to first consider the rewards granted by the system upon the successful completion of the first side quest. With great anticipation, Li Qin awaited the system's rewards, especially since the novice gift pack bestowed upon him was a second-tier alchemy inheritance. Thus, the rewards for completing the quest should surely exceed those of the novice pack. Chapter 40. The bloodthirsty blade of the demonic path. Li Qin, filled with anticipation, began to examine the rewards bestowed by the system. Upon embarking on his journey to immortality and activating the system, he was granted a beginner's gift pack, which contained a second-tier alchemical inheritance. It was precisely due to this second-tier inheritance that Li Qin was able to elevate his cultivation to the current 4th layer of qi refinement through the consumption of vast quantities of elixirs. It is worth noting that most apprentices at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, after a decade of study, could barely concoct basic spirit pills such as the sustenance pill and the hemostasis pill. Without the second-tier alchemical inheritance imparted by the system, Li Qin would not consider himself a true genius in alchemy. The emergence of Li Changxing allowed Li Qin to complete the system's first side quest, and he was eager for the rewards. Given that it was a reward following the completion of a quest, it ought to surpass the initial beginner's gift pack. In the system, an additional item slot appeared. Upon inspecting this slot, Li Qin discovered a scarlet flying knife. A flying knife? Li Chen was perplexed and reached out with his thoughts to touch the crimson blade. After a moment of contemplation, he returned to his senses, a strange expression crossing his face, as he was not as elated as he had anticipated. This crimson flying knife, named the Bloodthirsty Blade, was a growth-type artifact of the demonic path. In the realm of cultivation, Qi refinement practitioners wield magical tools. Foundation establishment practitioners employ spiritual artifacts. Golden Core true persons utilize magic treasures, and nascent soul true monarchs possess spiritual relics. However, this bloodthirsty blade did not conform to any of these categories. It was an extraordinary treasure with the potential for growth. Of course, if that were all, Li Chen would not have displayed such a peculiar demeanor. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the bloodthirsty blade was an artifact of the demonic path. This demonic treasure required its master to nurture it within their dantian, feeding it daily with their own blood. When the time for combat arrived, activating the bloodthirsty blade would cause it to siphon the owner's essence blood, subsequently locking onto the enemy, rendering them unable to evade, thus guaranteeing a hit. With Li Chen's current cultivation level, even Foundation establishment practitioners and perhaps Golden Core true persons would be unable to evade the bloodthirsty blade. However, there was a high probability that it would struggle to breach the defenses of a formidable Foundation establishment or Golden Core true person. As a growth-type extraordinary treasure, the extent of the flying knife's power depended on both Li Chen's cultivation and the quantity of essence blood it extracted from him. The higher Li Chen's cultivation, the more essence blood the bloodthirsty blade would draw, thus amplifying its might. In simple terms, this was a demonic treasure that inflicted harm upon enemies while simultaneously wounding its wielder. When confronted with exceptionally powerful practitioners, it could potentially inflict grave self-damage with no harm to the adversary. Li Chen found himself at a loss for words. In the mundane world, he had dominated the martial arts realm with his golden bell shield and impeccable flying knife technique, ascending to the pinnacle of the secular martial world. Now, in the realm of cultivation, the system had rewarded him with yet another demonic treasure, the bloodthirsty blade, which inflicted harm both ways. As he extracted the bloodthirsty blade from the system, the scarlet flying knife lay in the palm of Li Chen's hand, measuring merely 3 inches in length and resembling a willow leaf. Before Li Chen could examine it further, the crimson blade merged with his flesh, burrowing into his dantian. Did this flying knife possess sentience? Li Chen utilized his spiritual awareness to peer into his dantian, concluding that the flying knife indeed possessed a degree of consciousness. Another formidable weapon has been added to his arsenal, yet it is not one to be wielded lightly. The golden brick bestowed upon Li Chen by the exquisite fairy is a top-tier magical artifact. However, given Li Chen's current low cultivation level, activating the golden brick even once would nearly deplete his entire reservoir of magical energy, rendering it impractical for frequent use. The bloodthirsty flying dagger, gifted by the system, is even more extraordinary. It does not require magical energy to activate, but rather the essence of blood. This essence is not mere ordinary blood. Even though Li Chen is a cultivator, he can scarcely extract a few drops of vital blood from himself. Nevertheless, possessing such a rare treasure is certainly better than having none at all. In a life-or-death situation, it may reveal surprising powers that could astonish Li Chen. Li Chen is eager to test the capabilities of the bloodthirsty flying dagger, yet he lacks a suitable target. For to unleash the dagger would inevitably result in bloodshed. There is no escaping that. He has already tested the power of the golden brick, which, when hurled down, causes the earth to tremble and creates a deep crater in the ground, one that even seasoned Qi refining stage cultivators would struggle to withstand. The potency of the bloodthirsty flying dagger should not pale in comparison to that of the golden brick, as it is a growth-type magical artifact. While the golden brick is merely a standard artifact, with a golden brick in his storage pouch and a bloodthirsty flying dagger in his dantian, Li Chen finally feels a semblance of confidence in confronting the world of cultivation. If he were to recklessly activate the bloodthirsty flying dagger, even a peak Qi refining cultivator would likely meet their demise in an instant. As for foundation-building cultivators, Li Chen does not believe that the current incarnation of the bloodthirsty flying dagger can breach their defenses. However, he finds it unlikely that he will encounter any foundation-building cultivators in the near future. With a deep exhale, Li Chen feels a weight lifted from his shoulders. The presence of the bloodthirsty flying dagger instills in him a profound sense of security. From here on, he can focus on refining elixirs and cultivating, while also nurturing his son. Furthermore, he may consider seeking out several female cultivators with high spiritual root qualifications to marry, thereby increasing the chances of producing offspring with superior spiritual roots and enhancing his own qualifications. once he breaks through to the foundation building stage. With the formidable elder of the Purple Void Immortal sect absent, he will essentially be able to navigate the cultivation world of Yin country with ease. At that point, establishing his own cultivation family by seizing a piece of spiritual vein territory would be a simple endeavor. He sets a modest goal for himself to break through to the foundation building stage within 20 years. Seated on his meditation mat, Li Chun is filled with boundless determination as he begins to practice the Scarlet Flame technique to draw in and refine spiritual energy. It is the perfect opportunity to discern the differences between the 8th and 9th grade spiritual roots. After all, if the 9th grade spiritual root is akin to crawling, then the 8th grade must be like walking upright. By that logic, the 7th grade spiritual root would be akin to a brisk run, while the 6th grade would be a full sprint. And the heavenly grade spiritual root, wouldn't cultivating with it be akin to flying in an airplane? He is resolute in his decision to seek a new partner, one with high spiritual root qualifications. As for whether Mo Yunyu might object, Li Qin remains unconcerned. This is the cultivation world, where powerful cultivators can directly forge crystal palaces and house tens of thousands of wives and concubines without a soul raising an eyebrow. Did not Master Qin himself have 4 maidservants and concubines? Why can't Li Dan have a few more companions? Mo Yunyu rose from the bed, her complexion significantly improved. Moving about with ease, Li Qin approached the bedside, casting a glance at the swaddled Li Chongqing, his face adorned with the tender smile unique to a loving father. My son, your father is off to work to earn some spirit stones. Behave at home, listen to your mother, and do not cry or fuss. If I return and find you disobedient, I shall surely scold you. Upon hearing Li Qin's voice, the swaddled Li Chongqing opened his bright, clear eyes, grinning widely without teeth. Gazing at Li Chun with an innocent smile, a pang of concern struck Li Chen's heart. Alas, this son does not cry or whine, only grins foolishly. Could he be a simpleton? Mo Yunyu, with a gentle gaze, adjusted Li Chen's clothing, playfully chiding him. My dear husband, how can you scare him at such a tender age? Li Chun wrapped his arm around Mo Yunyu's slender waist, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. Shall you? I am heading to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Take good care of Changsheng at home, and remember, do not let your own cultivation lag behind. Nodding, Mo Yunyu embraced Li Changsheng and accompanied Li Chun to the entrance of their dwelling, watching as he departed. As she gazed at Li Chen's receding figure, Mo Yunyu glanced down at her son, then looked up at the sky, her delicate cheeks forming faint dimples as she murmured softly to herself, Heaven, I pray today for my husband's success in all endeavors and a smooth path in his mortal journey. And also, may Changshen grow up safe, healthy, and happy. Chapter 41. Reunion with Huang Qingya today. Li Chun was in exceptionally high spirits. The bloodthirsty flying daggers had bestowed upon him immense confidence, as if the invisible mountain pressing down upon him had been lifted, granting him a sense of lightness. Rather than visiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, he decided to stroll through the scattered cultivators' market in the West Street, intending to purchase a couple of small toys for his son. The West Street was a melting pot of various scattered cultivators. Li Chun spent a grain of spirit sand to acquire a clapper toy. While wandering along the street, he unexpectedly encountered 2 familiar figures, Shu Chan and Han Mao. It was indeed surprising to see these 2 together. Brotherly, Han Mao greeted, rising to his feet, his face marred by jagged scars that twisted like a centipede, as he acknowledged Li Chun. Li Chun glanced at Han Mao's stall, which displayed an assortment of materials from magical beasts, beast meat, bones, hides, milk, and blood, all harvested from a low-tier magical beast known as the sword-spined boar. Turning his gaze to Shu Chan, he noted her simple attire and the neatly stacked low-tier and mid-tier spiritual papers on her stand. Shu Chan kept her head lowered, avoiding eye contact with Li Chun. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Chen's features. Had this woman truly turned over a new leaf and decided to build a life with Han Mao? Surveying them both, he sensed that Han Mao's magical fluctuations were slightly weaker than his own, indicating he was at the 4th level of qi refinement, while Shu Chan reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level. After a moment's reflection, Li Chun inquired of Han Mao, how much for that jar of beast milk? Han Mao's scars twisted into a grin as he cheerfully responded, Brotherly, if you desire it, take it without the need for spirit stones. Li Chun regarded Han Mao with a meaningful glance and calmly asked, How many spirit stones? Han Mao, not wanting to press the matter, smiled and replied, 12 spirit stones. Li Chun retrieved 15 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Han Mao, taking possession of the jar of beast milk. As he departed, Han Mao watched him leave, softly sighing. Brotherly has truly improved. It is regrettable, however, that our relationship can never return to what it once was. Shu Chan lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with resentment as she stared at Li Qin's retreating figure. Turning to Han Mao, her expression turned icy. That Li Qin is merely at the third level of qi refinement. Why do you demean yourself before him when your cultivation surpasses his? Is this all you amount to? I truly regret binding myself to such an unambitious companion. Han Mao scratched his head, wearing a sheepish smile. Sister Chan, please don't be upset. I want to do it again next time. Shu Chan's cold gaze remained fixed on Han Mao. You promised to procure a bottle of Yin restoration pills for me to mend my damaged primordial Yin. When can you fulfill that promise? Han Mao's smile faltered. Sister Chan, please be patient. Tomorrow, I will join Brother Wang and the others to hunt magical beasts in the Yin mountain range. I will soon earn enough spirit stones to purchase the pills for you. Li Chun continued down the street, quickly dismissing Shu Chan and Han Mao from his thoughts. Upon reaching the end of West Street, he paused before a stall. It's you. The stall owner, clad in a voluminous black robe and wearing a mischievous monkey-faced mask, spoke with a voice as melodious as jade beads clinking on a platter, the sound lingering enchantingly in the air. Li Chun grinned and inquired, Fairy Huang, how fares your business today? Huang Qingya, her mask still intact, replied flatly, no transactions have been made. Li Chun cast a glance at the talismans on her stall, noting both lower and intermediate grades. After contemplating for a moment, he tentatively asked, Fairy Huang, do you possess any high-grade talismans? His inquiry was not born from a mere whim. He intended to procure some advanced talismans, recognizing their renowned convenience. Even a cultivator at the initial stage of qi refinement could utilize first-tier high-grade talismans, or even top-tier ones. The consumption of magical energy when employing talismans was negligible. The adage, when one's cultivation falls short, let talismans compensate, was not to be taken lightly. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners such as talismancers, formation masters, and poison masters often had the capability to defeat foes across minor realms, a reality evidenced by numerous instances. Huang Qingya's mask obscured her visage and emotions. Yet Li Chun could perceive the enchanting brilliance of her eyes. She blinked playfully, scrutinizing him with a teasing tone. You truly are timid, aren't you? Merely at the third layer of qi refinement, and you already wish to purchase high-grade talismans for self-preservation? With these spirit stones, wouldn't it be wiser to invest in elixirs for cultivation? Li Chun maintained his smile, urging her to simply confirm the availability of high-grade talismans. Previously, he had felt intimidated and anxious in Huang Qingya's presence, her words causing him to break into a cold sweat. However, in the face of this talented talismancer, he now felt no trace of nervousness. This newfound confidence stemmed from the presence of a bloodthirsty flying dagger within his dantian. At her stall, Huang Qingya tilted her head and remarked, a high-grade talisman from the Talent Pavilion is priced at 200 spirit stones. Do you possess any? Li Chun smiled, acknowledging, regrettably. My stock of spirit stones is insufficient, yet I can offer elixirs in exchange. What kind of elixirs do you have? Huang Qingya's interest was piqued, her tone becoming more animated. Li Chun replied with a light chuckle, I have spirit-gathering pills, harmonizing qi pills, and recovery pills. Huang Qingya's eyes sparkled as she inquired, do you have Huangya pills? Li Chun did not respond directly, stating only that should Fairy Huang possess high-grade talismans, he would certainly procure Huangya pills. Rising to her full height, equal to Li Chun's, Huang Qingya surveyed their surroundings to ensure privacy before asking, you are merely a third-layer qi refinement cultivator. I have heard you can only refine the 3 types of elixirs, the pill of abstinence, the nurturing qi pill, and the recovery pill. How could you possibly have intermediate and high-grade elixirs? Li Chun, still smiling serenely, replied, it seems Fairy Huang has forgotten that my master is Master Chun. After a moment of appraisal, Huang Qingya's voice rang out, melodious and bright, you startled me. I thought this third-layer qi refinement cultivator could refine Huangya pills. So, you're simply assisting Master Chen with his elixirs. That makes sense now. Provide me with a vial of Huangya pills, and I shall exchange 24 high-grade talismans for it. Choose any high-grade talisman you desire. Li Chun regarded Huang Qingya, cloaked in her dark robe, with a meaningful gaze, stating, I seek high-grade wind and thunder talismans and high-grade ice talismans. Do you have those? Huang Qingya promptly retrieved 24 talismans from her storage bag, her lively eyes darting about eagerly. And where are the Huangya pills? Li Chun presented a jade vial to Huang Qingya. Upon opening the vial, she examined its contents for a moment before bringing it closer to her nose, confirming it was indeed Huang Yaden. Here, take these wind thunder talismans and ice talismans. Please inspect them. Should you acquire more Huang Yaden next time, do remember to seek me out. I would be willing to exchange them for spirit talismans or purchase them with spirit stones. However, given our established rapport, I trust you'll offer me a more favorable price than the exorbitant rates at the Divine Pill Pavilion and the Treasure Pill Tower, she remarked playfully. Sticking her tongue out at Li Qin. Li Qin accepted the 24 high-level spirit talismans from Huang Qingye with a cheerful acknowledgement before turning to leave. This fairy Huang conceals her prowess remarkably well, Li Qin mused, initially approaching her with a sense of curiosity, unaware that she truly possessed the ability to craft high-level spirit talismans. Rumor had it in the marketplace that this fairy Huang was a prodigious talisman maker. Not yet 20 years old, yet already at the 6th layer of qi refinement, capable of drawing intermediate talismans. However, it now appeared that she was evidently a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, capable of crafting advanced talismans. Huang Yaden, an advanced spirit pill, was typically reserved for late-stage qi refinement cultivators. Those in the mid-stage would rarely indulge in such luxury. At under 20 years of age and already at late-stage qi refinement, it seemed this fairy Huang possessed extraordinary spiritual roots, with the potential to establish her foundation before the age of 30. One could only wonder what visage lay beneath that mask. Li Qin stroked his chin, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, contemplating the possibility of forming a partnership with this fairy Huang. Unbeknownst to him, Huang Qingye was observing his retreating figure, her expression growing increasingly peculiar as she murmured softly. Even if you are a disciple of Master Chun, he should not bestow Huang Yaden, such a precious spirit pill, upon you. Could it be that you, like me, are concealing your true cultivation and alchemical talents? Yet, did not the people of Yinshu Square claim you only entered the immortal realm 2 years ago? As she scrutinized Li Qin's silhouette, her thoughts became more perplexing and her doubts deepened. Chapter 42. The unexpected guest departing from the street market of wandering cultivators. Li Qin made his way to the Divine Elixir Pavilion, where he resumed his alchemical pursuits, as usual, successfully refining a furnace of spirit-gathering pills and another of harmonizing qi pills. Despite his spiritual root having ascended to the 8th rank, Li Qin's cultivation pace remained sluggish, preventing him from breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. An 8th rank spiritual root, although superior to lower ranks, still lagged significantly behind a 9th rank, allowing for only a modest acceleration in cultivation speed. Relying solely on meditation for advancement would only permit him to reach the 6th layer of qi refinement, making the leap to the 7th layer exceedingly challenging. He would need to rely on medicinal pills to facilitate his progress. Currently, having consumed an excessive amount of spirit-gathering pills, Li Qin's body had developed a resistance to their effects, rendering further consumption ineffective. He needed to focus on concocting more harmonizing qi pills for his cultivation. While both spirit-gathering and harmonizing qi pills were classified as intermediate elixirs, the latter proved to be far more effective, albeit at a higher price. As Li Qin prepared to return to his cave dwelling, he encountered manager Fu. Li Qin. My boy, I've heard the news of your child's arrival, Fu called out, halting him. With a beaming smile, Li Qin nodded in acknowledgement. Fu uncle. Even you have heard about it? However, Fu shook his head and earnestly advised, my boy, with your 9th rank spiritual root, the path of immortality is already fraught with challenges. Now, with a family to care for, the journey will be even more arduous. If you still aspire to ascend the celestial path, you must concentrate on honing your alchemical skills and advancing your cultivation. Do not allow your wife and child to hinder your progress. Otherwise, a century hence, you may find yourself resting beneath the earth. Li Qin's expression grew serious as he respectfully bowed to Fu. Thank you for your concern, Fu uncle. I will heed your words. Satisfied, Fu smiled and waved him off. As long as you understand. Do not think me overly talkative. Go on now. Once Li Qin turned to leave, he understood that Fu's intentions were genuine, yet he did not fully absorb the advice given. On the contrary, he believed that having more children would bolster his path. The more children he had, the greater their potential, facilitating his own journey toward immortality. Upon returning to his cave, he was greeted by Mo Yunya, who approached with a purple bamboo-woven baby carriage, her gaze gentle as she looked at him. Husband, Changsheng has been very well behaved. Not a single cry all day. Li Qin glanced at the bamboo carriage and inquired, did you purchase this? Mo Yunya shook her head. No. It was a gift from Taoist Fu next door. I was hesitant to accept it, but he insisted, and I could not refuse. Li Qin nodded, feeling somewhat bemused. It seemed Taoist Fu cared for their child more than he himself did, to the point that an outsider might mistake him for the father. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that Taoist Fu was indeed a trustworthy ally. Between Li Qin and Fu Kong, their friendship had blossomed over time. In truth, Fu Kong was his first friend within the realm of cultivation. "Changqing, look what I have brought you," Li Qin exclaimed, retrieving a rattle from his storage bag and presenting it to Li Changqing. With pudgy hands, Li Changqing clumsily accepted the rattle, which emitted a delightful sound as he shook it. His eyes squinted into crescent moons as he grinned toothlessly, a silly smile spreading across his face. Li Qin felt a twinge of concern. Could it be that his son was truly dull-witted? After playfully teasing Li Changqing until he fell into a deep slumber, Li Qin retrieved a jar of beast milk from his storage bag and presented it to Mo Yunyu. Nurturing a child must commence from an early age. One cannot allow the child to falter at the starting line. Although Li Changqing possesses an 8th grade spiritual root, Li Qin has resolved to ensure that he grows up as a second-generation immortal. The sentiments of parents everywhere are truly poignant. It was only after becoming a father that Li Qin gained a profound understanding of this truth. Following a dinner shared with Mo Yunyu, Li Qin commenced his nightly cultivation routine. Life has indeed improved. Meals are consistently accompanied by spiritual rice, and on occasion, there is even meat from magical beasts. However, the Grade D cave dwelling leaves much to be desired. Li Qin aspires to relocate to a Grade C cave dwelling, which is closer to the spiritual vein center and offers a superior environment. With his current income, he could barely afford it. Yet, he hesitated. To the outside world, he is merely a third-layer qi refining alchemist, capable of producing only the basic nourishing pill and the qi cultivation pill. Would moving to a Grade C cave be too ostentatious? Ultimately, Li Qin decided to endure for another 2 years in the Grade D cave dwelling, waiting until he breaks through to the 5th layer of qi refining and until Li Changqing matures a bit more before revealing his ability to concoct the spirit-gathering pill, thereby transitioning seamlessly to the Grade C cave. Seated cross-legged on his mat, Li Qin adjusted his mindset and ingested a harmony pill. As it entered his belly, the pill transformed into spiritual energy, augmenting his magical power. After reaching the 4th layer of qi refining, the pace of his cultivation has slowed considerably. Even consuming pills yields only gradual enhancement. This is in stark contrast to the rapid improvements he experienced during the 1st and 2nd layers, when the ingestion of pills could swiftly elevate his magical prowess. The path of immortality is fraught with difficulty. It is not merely a saying. Thus, tranquil days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had elapsed. During this time, Li Changqing progressed from crawling to walking, with teeth sprouting in his mouth, and he was now able to call Li Qin father. Through relentless dedication and the consumption of numerous pills, Li Qin finally broke through, elevating his cultivation to the 5th layer of qi refining. Throughout this period, he had multiple encounters with Huang Qingya, glimpsing her true countenance. A superficial camaraderie developed between them, but it was far from enough to consider her as a partner for marriage and children. After all, in Huang Qingya's eyes, he was merely a 3rd-layer qi refining alchemist, barely capable of concocting the spirit-gathering pill. It is worth noting that Li Qin's bond with his neighbor, Taoist Fu, has deepened significantly. Fu Kong frequently brought back meat from magical beasts from the delicacies pavilion, along with a flask of spiritual wine to share with Li Qin. Fu Kong harbored genuine affection for his nephew, Li Changqing, often presenting him with spiritual items to lay a solid foundation for his future. Through his interactions with Fu Kong, Li Qin came to learn some background about this Taoist. At 29 years of age, Fu Kong had reached the 6th layer of qi refining, earning spirit stones as a spiritual butcher at the delicacies pavilion, while also cultivating demonic techniques through the slaughter of magical beasts, gathering blood and resentment to refine demonic artifacts. He was originally a direct descendant of a qi refining family in Qizhou. However, the family was annihilated and their sacred land was usurped. Presently, the Yinjia family occupies the sacred land of the Fukong family, where the venerable ancestor of the Yinjia is an 8th-layer qi refining practitioner. Whenever he mentions the Yinjia after a drink, Fukong's eyes redden, silently shedding tears. Time has passed. Li Changqing is 2.5 years old, and it has been nearly 5 years since Li Qin ascended to the immortal realm. After 5 years in the cultivation world, with a cultivation level of 5 layers in qi refining, he is not doing poorly. One day, after finishing his duties at the Shindan Pavilion, Li Qin contemplated moving to a Grade B cave dwelling. Upon returning to the cave, Li Changqing hurried towards him with his little legs, calling out from a distance, "Father, father, did you buy me a toy today?" Li Qin chuckled as he lifted his son into his arms, saying, "Changqing, your father was a bit busy today and forgot to buy you a toy. How about I get you one tomorrow?" "Oh." Li Changqing nodded, his youthful face displaying disappointment. His mood dampened. At that moment, Mo Yunyu emerged from the cave, her gaze stern as she addressed Li Changxing. Changxing, how many times has your mother told you? It is not easy for your father to earn spirit stones while supporting the family. Why do you not understand? Always pestering your father for toys. Li Changxing hid in Li Qin's embrace, shrinking his head in slight fear of Mo Yunyu. Li Qin had not anticipated that Mo Yunyu would transform into this demeanor after becoming a mother, while she was infinitely gentle with him. She was quite strict with their son, leading Li Changxing to harbor some trepidation towards her. Enough, Xiaoyu. Changxing is still young. Why be so harsh with him? Mo Yunyu looked at Li Chun with a helpless gaze, saying, Husband, you may indulge him. Sooner or later, Changxing will spoil you and fellow Taoist Fu. As she spoke, Mo Yunyu's expression suddenly stiffened. Li Chun sensed someone approaching from behind and turned to see a young man, exuding an air of grace, clad in the standard robe of an inner disciple of the Zishu Immortal sect, walking towards them. He bore a resemblance to Mo Yunyu in his features. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, the young man calmly glanced at Li Chun, then shifted his gaze to Li Changsheng in Li Qin's arms, his expression softening slightly. Finally, he turned his attention to Mo Yunyu, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Elder sister, I have returned to see you. Chapter 43. The arrogant younger brother-in-law Mo Yunxing possessed a handsome visage and a tall, slender figure. Adorned in the customary robe of an inner disciple of the Purple Void sect, a storage bag hung at his waist, and an air of subtle arrogance emanated from him. Perhaps unconsciously, he cast a glance at Li Qin, his expression calm, even somewhat indifferent. However, upon noticing Li Changxing cradled in Li Qin's arms, his gaze softened slightly. Eventually, Mo Yunxing turned his attention to Mo Yunyu. His voice, slightly hoarse, broke the silence. Elder sister, I have returned to see you. Mo Yunyu paused momentarily, then stepped aside. Please, enter the cave dwelling and take a seat. Her feelings towards this younger brother were rather complex. Li Qin said little, following her lead into the cave while holding Li Changxing. The latter nestled in his father's embrace, curiously observing Mo Yunxing. With innocent curiosity, he inquired, Father, is this uncle your friend? Why have I never seen him before? Before Li Qin could respond, Mo Yunxing turned with a smile, addressing Li Changxing. You must be Changxing, correct? I am your uncle. Li Changxing ignored Mo Yunxing's introduction and instead looked up at Li Chun. Father, what is an uncle? Inside the cave, Mo Yunxing pulled a chair closer to himself, surveying the surroundings before glancing at Li Qin. He spoke in a low voice, though your cultivation is modest. I can see you have not treated my sister poorly. He then shifted his gaze to Mo Yunyu. I have descended from the mountain primarily to avenge our father. I have slain the 3 fiends of the dark cloud, thus avenging him. I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Sister, seeing that you are well puts my mind at ease. Upon my return, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate, striving to place among the top 3 in the intersect competition a decade hence. To acquire a foundation establishment pill and explore the higher realms of the immortal path for our father. He continued, I have constructed a burial mound for him, located at our ancestral home on Goathorn Mountain, beside our mother's grave. In the coming decade, I will have no time to pay my respects to our parents, so I would trouble you to visit regularly and tend to their graves. Mo Yunyu regarded her brother with a complex expression but ultimately nodded in agreement, softly replying, Very well. A smile flickered across Mo Yunxing's face as he turned to Li Changxing. Little one, call me uncle. Instinctively, Li Changxing looked up at Li Qin, who nodded in encouragement. At this moment, it appeared that this younger brother-in-law was not entirely ill-natured. He understood the importance of avenging his father, ensuring that Mo Bai's sacrifices were not in vain. With Li Qin's assent, Li Changxing cheerfully called out, Uncle. Mo Yunxing approached Li Chun, gently patting Li Changxing's chubby cheeks. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a palm-sized shield from his storage bag. This is the mixed iron shield I used in my early years. Consider it a gift from your uncle, to be used by Changxing for now and passed on to him in the future. As he handed the mixed iron shield to Li Qin, he looked back at Li Changxing with a warm gaze. Once Changxing turns 5, I shall assess his spiritual roots. If he possesses them, I will send him to the Purple Void sect. With me as his uncle there, he shall fare far better than languishing in obscurity with you. Li Qin curled his lips, refraining from offering a response. Although Mo Yunxing meant well, his words came across as somewhat harsh and unpalatable. As the son of Li Qin, he possessed the capability to cultivate himself and did not require being sent to the Zishu sect to serve as a menial disciple. Casting a glance at Mo Yunyu, Mo Yunxing remained silent for a moment before he spoke. Sister, I know father has not treated you well, but he is still your father. You cannot harbor hatred towards him. I shall take my leave now. Sister, take care of yourself. Mo Yunyu pressed her lips together, remaining silent throughout. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she watched Mo Yunxing depart the cave dwelling. Li Chen did not engage in further conversation with Mo Yunxing. His brother-in-law was not a bad person, merely somewhat arrogant. However, considering his circumstances, it was understandable. Mo Yunxing, possessing a 7th-grade spiritual root, did not have exceptional qualifications. After joining the Zishu sect, he ascended from a menial disciple to an inner sect disciple, and it would be surprising if he were not proud. Mo Yunxing was still quite young, 2 years junior to Li Chen. Yet, his ability to stand out among numerous menial disciples and become an inner sect disciple indicated that he had at least reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Although a portion of his cultivation in the later stages of qi refinement was attained through the sacrifice of Mo Bai's vitality, one could not deny his own efforts. Holding the low-grade magical artifact, the mixed iron shield, Li Chen's impression of his brother-in-law was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. Mo Yunyu stood in a daze, clearly in a state of deep melancholy. 2 years prior, Li Chun had informed Mo Yunyu of Mo Bai's demise, and at that time, she had shown little reaction. Li Chen had assumed she was indifferent to Mo Bai's fate. However, it was evident now that she cared. Li Chongqing struggled to leap from Li Chen's embrace, his short legs carrying him to Mo Yunyu's side, where he tugged at her trousers. Mother, do not cry. Chongqing will not make you angry anymore. Thanks to the solid foundation laid by Li Chun and Fu Kong, though Li Chongqing was not yet 3 years old, he was already capable of running and jumping, his physique far surpassing that of most children his age. Mo Yunyu bent down to gather her son in her arms, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at Li Chun. Husband, I wish to return to our old home in the mundane world, Mount Yangjiao, to pay respects to our parents. After a moment of silence, Li Chun pondered carefully before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall accompany you back to the mundane world tomorrow, having been bound in a spiritual partnership with Mo Yunyu for nearly 4 years. She had never once made a request of Li Chen, as if her entire existence revolved solely around her husband and child. Now, with her first request, Li Chen could not bear to refuse. Having attained the 5th level of qi refinement and possessing a top-tier magical artifact, the Golden Brick, along with an array of high-level spirit talismans acquired from Huang Qingya, not to mention the demonic treasure, the bloodthirsty flying knife, returning to the mundane world should not pose significant danger. Even if peril were to arise, he felt capable of handling it. It was improbable that he would encounter a foundation-building cultivator seeking to rob him. After all, in the cultivation world of the Yin Kingdom, each foundation-building cultivator was renowned and respected, commanding authority in their own regions, unlikely to target a mere qi refinement 3rd-level cultivator like him. Presently, Li Chen's publicly displayed cultivation level remained at the pinnacle of qi refinement 3rd level. Only Fu Zheng and Mo Yunyu were aware that he had reached the 4th level of qi refinement. In reality, Li Chen had already attained the 5th level. Since tomorrow I shall accompany Mo Yunyu back to his mundane hometown, it is imperative to request leave from Manager Fu in advance. After all, this journey to the secular world may take no less than 10 days to half a month, and even a couple of months is not out of the question. Additionally, I must inform Master Chun to alleviate any concerns he might harbor. That evening, Li Chun made his way directly to the Divine Elixir Pavilion to seek permission from Manager Fu, while Mo Yunyu remained in the cave dwelling to pack his belongings. Upon reaching the top floor of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chen encountered Zhou Jian. His presence surprised Li Chen. Prior to Li Chen's arrival, Zhou Jian was regarded as a prodigious alchemical apprentice at the pavilion, capable of concocting harmonizing qi pills and essence-enhancing pills, and even yellow bud pills. Logically, Zhou Jian should have been promoted to an alchemist by now, yet Manager Fu and Fairy Ling Long had not conferred upon him that title. Over the years, although Zhou Jian was nominally associated with the Divine Elixir Pavilion, he had not frequented it for quite some time, making this encounter unexpected. It appeared that Zhou Jian and Manager Fu had experienced some discord, resulting in a somewhat tense and frigid atmosphere. Chapter 44. I shall assassinate him. Young Master Li, what brings you to seek me? Master Fu cast a frosty glance at Li Chen, his face devoid of the usual warm smile, his eyes filled with an icy demeanor. Li Chen understood that the chill emanating from Master Fu was not directed at him, but rather at Zhou Jian. Meeting Master Fu's gaze, Li Chen respectfully clasped his hands together and said, Uncle Fu, I wish to request a leave of absence for a period of time, and I hope for your approval. Granted. You may leave. Master Fu waved his hand, signaling Li Chen to depart. Li Qin exchanged a glance with Master Fu and then with Zhou Jian, opting for silence as he turned to exit. Once Li Qin had departed, Master Fu's attention shifted to Zhou Jian, his voice cold and cutting. Zhou Jian, were it not for my Divine Pill Pavilion's nurturing, would you possess your current alchemical skills? You may wish to go to the Baodin Tower, but first, you must pay 5,000 spiritual stones as tuition for the years of training you have received from the Divine Pill Pavilion. Only then will I return the spiritual contract you signed. Otherwise, you shall not leave the Divine Pill Pavilion for the Baodin Tower. Be aware that violating the spiritual contract incurs a backlash, and I wonder if you can withstand the consequences of such a backlash? Zhou Jian's complexion turned pale. His eyes filled with malice. Old Devil Fu, how many pills have I forged for the Divine Pill Pavilion over the years? Do you not think it excessive to demand 5,000 spiritual stones from me now? Master Fu responded with a series of cold laughs. The Divine Pill Pavilion is not a charity, and I am no benevolent man. In short, if you wish to retrieve your contract, bring me 5,000 spiritual stones. Very well. Very well. What a devil you are, old Fu. What a Divine Pill Pavilion. What a delicate fairy. Zhou Jian rose, his teeth clenched, and swept out in a huff. Master Fu watched Zhou Jian's departing figure with disdain, a mocking smile gracing his lips. A mere clown like you dares to stir up trouble? Zhou Jian left the Divine Pill Pavilion with a dark expression, not even bothering to conceal his anger as he made his way directly to the Baodin Tower. Inside the Baodin Tower, a handsome young man with an effeminate demeanor invited Zhou Jian to sit, inquiring with concern, Master Zhou, what did that old devil Fu say? Is he willing to let you go? Zhou Jian took a sip of spiritual tea, his voice laced with indignation. That old devil Fu is exceedingly overbearing, demanding 5,000 spiritual stones before he will return my contract, before receiving the qualification to refine pills. All apprentices at the Divine Pill Pavilion must sign a spiritual contract with old Fu, sealing it with their blood. Should they breach the terms of the contract, they would suffer a backlash. The only exception within the entire Divine Pill Pavilion was Li Qin, who had not signed a contract with old Fu. Wang Fengming's eyes flickered. Li Qin? Zhou Jian disdainfully explained, an apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion, with a cultivation level of merely qi refining third layer, hardly impressive. However, this individual possesses some talent in alchemy. Having entered the cultivation world for just 5 years, he is already capable of refining gathering spirit pills. Wang Fengming narrowed his eyes. His skin more delicate than that of a woman, indeed a talent, but regrettably not suitable for our Baodin Tower. Noticing Wang Fengming, the scion of the Wang family from the Ningbi Cliff, showing interest in Li Qin, Zhou Jian added, by the way, I also encountered Li Qin today. He went to seek leave from old Fu, and old Fu granted it without hesitation, unlike the treatment afforded to the other apprentices at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Fu Laogui even privately established a separate alchemy chamber for him. Having been at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion for many years and having repeatedly brought this matter to Fu Laogui's attention, I found him ever reticent. Such blatant injustice from Fu Laogui is hardly credible. Oh? Wang Fengming's gaze shifted, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes as he cheerfully redirected the conversation. The Divine Alchemy Pavilion and Fu Laogui are remarkably short-sighted, failing to appreciate talents like Master Zhou Dan. It appears that the Divine Alchemy Pavilion may not endure for long. Zhou Jian nodded in agreement, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Indeed, indeed. Young Master Wang, I am unable to procure 5,000 spirit stones. And without them, I cannot retrieve the spirit contract from Fu Laogui. Hence I cannot preside over the Baodin Tower's furnace. Young Master Wang, Zhou Jian continued. Would you be so kind as to cover the 5,000 spirit stones for me? Wang Fengming narrowed his elongated eyes, fixing an unwavering gaze upon Zhou Jian, causing the latter to feel an unsettling prickling at the nape of his neck. Just as Zhou Jian was about to speak, Wang Fengming interjected, not to worry. Not to worry. The Baodin Tower is willing to cover a deficit of 2,000 spirit stones for Master Zhou. As for the remainder, it shall be up to you to devise a solution. Zhou Jian's face brightened with satisfaction, expressing his gratitude. I wholeheartedly thank you, young Master Wang. Wang Fengming shook his head. From this moment forth, Master Zhou is one of us at the Baodin Tower. No need for thanks. Master Zhou, I still have some matters to attend to, if you please. Zhou Jian understood and promptly rose. Young master, I shall take my leave. Once Zhou Jian departed, Wang Fengming spoke softly. Daoist Zhao, I have a matter I wish to request your assistance with. It requires your personal attention. A tall young man in a voluminous black robe entered, his complexion a shade of greenish black. A storage pouch hanging from his left waist and a corpse-rearing bag from his right. With a chilling tone, he inquired, what assistance does Wang Daoist require from me? Wang Fengming chuckled lightly. There is an apprentice at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion named Li Qin, a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, residing in Cave 299 of the Ding level. I need you to keep a close watch on him. Should he leave Yinshan Square? Zhao Ran's face darkened, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Wang Fengming. He is merely a 3rd level Qi refinement cultivator. Surely, Wang Daoist could send a mere handmaiden to deal with him. Why must I take action? Wang Fengming shook his head. My handmaidens, though skilled in cultivation, lack the practical experience in combat. They would be of little use and might allow the boy to escape. It is imperative that you handle this personally to ensure success. Zhao Ren pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. You have a way with words, Wang Qi. Very well. I shall undertake this task for you. Li Qin requested an extended leave from the storekeeper Fu, meditating and cultivating throughout the night until dawn broke. In the morning, Li Qin cradled Li Chongqing in his arms, followed closely by Mo Yunyu. The family of 3 sealed their cave dwelling and set off towards the outskirts of Yinshan Square. Initially, Li Qin had not intended to leave Yinshan Square, but upon Mo Yunyu's insistence, he found it hard to refuse and acquiesced. Worry not at Li Qin's heart as he considered allowing Mo Yunyu to venture into the secular world alone. After all, she was genuinely a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator, whose timid nature rendered her ill-equipped for confrontations. Should danger arise, the odds of survival would be grim. Thus, he had no choice but to accompany Mo Yuni to the mundane world, bringing along his son, Li Chongqing. Leaving Li Chongqing behind in Yingshan Fang would not sit well with Li Qin, especially since Fu Kong was to work atop the Jinxiu Tower. It would be unreasonable to have Fu Kong escort Li Chongqing to the slaughterhouse. As Li Qin walked with his wife and child towards the outskirts of Yingshan Fang, he remained oblivious to the 2 pairs of eyes that were stealthily observing him from a distance. In the shantytown, Shu Chan hurried home, unceremoniously dragging Han Mao out. Han Mao, with a face full of eager smiles, allowed himself to be pulled along and asked, Sister Chan, where are you taking me in such haste? Shu Chan halted, her eyes glinting with vengeful intent, and spoke slowly. Li Qin has left Yingshan Fang. A grimace twisted Han Mao's face, resembling the claws of a centipede, as he fell silent for a moment before hoarsely asking, Sister Chan, are you planning to assassinate him? Shu Chan's expression turned icy. Indeed, I intend to kill him. Han Mao glanced around, ensuring no one was near, and lowered his voice. Sister Chan, have you lost your mind? Brother Li is highly regarded by the Linglong Fairy. What if she investigates our actions after we kill him? Shu Chan's gaze remained indifferent. How many years has it been since the Linglong Fairy appeared in Yingshan Fang? Do you truly believe someone of her stature has any significant ties with Li Qin? But what of Master Qindan? Even without the Linglong Fairy, Brother Li is still a disciple of Master Qindan. We cannot withstand his wrath, Han Mao countered, visibly hesitant, observing his timorous demeanor. Shu Chan raised an eyebrow and scolded, Look at you, quaking with fear. What are you afraid of? How can one cultivate if they are so timid? Han Mao lowered his head, his spirit subdued by Shu Chan's reprimand, and weakly explained, Sister Chan, I am not timid, merely cautious. If it weren't for my caution, I would have perished 100 times over in the jaws of the beasts. Shu Chan regarded Han Mao, softening her tone slightly, and said, Li Qin has spent several years refining pills at the Xindan Pavilion and resides in a cave dwelling. Can you imagine how much wealth he has amassed in that time? He is merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and his partner is a waste. We, being at the 4th level, could easily overpower him. Han Mao, if you truly love me, accompany me to kill Li Qin. Not only will we gain his accumulated wealth, but it would also help me dispel my inner demons. Surely, you do not wish to see me live in resentment every day? Han Mao met Shu Chan's vengeful gaze, gritting his teeth before finally nodding in agreement, internally murmuring, Brother Li, do not hold this against me. I do not wish to proceed with this, but I cannot bear to see Sister Chan live in resentment. I wish to see her smile, to witness her joy each day. Chapter 45, Counterattack. Upon exiting the Shadow Mountain Market, Li Qin was overwhelmed with emotion, his thoughts inevitably drifting back to 5 years prior. 5 years ago, he had ventured to the Zishu Immortal sect to partake in the grand spiritual assessment, only to be disappointed by his inferior spiritual roots, resulting in his exclusion from the sect. After extensive inquiries, Li Qin discovered the existence of the Shadow Mountain Market beneath the Shadow Mountain Range in Heishui Prefecture, a gathering place for wandering cultivators. Resolute, he journeyed to the market, hoping to seize a fortuitous opportunity. Before reaching the market, he encountered a cultivator attempting to rob him. Fortunately, the assailant was merely at the initial stage of Qi refinement, allowing Li Qin to retaliate successfully using his flying knife technique. As he lingered outside the market, Unable to gain entry, he encountered the exquisite Linglong fairy, who graciously guided him into the Shadow Mountain Market and introduced him to the Divine Elixir Pavilion, setting him on his path to immortality. Now, after 5 fleeting years, as he stepped out of the market once more, he had ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement. In his arms, Li Chongqing observed the surroundings with inquisitive eyes, gazing at the distant, rolling mountains with a sense of wonder. Let us proceed. After a moment of reflection, Li Qin, accompanied by his wife and child, headed northward. They were en route to the ancestral home of Mo Yunyu, located in the Qingyang County of Xian City, under the jurisdiction of Heishui Prefecture. Nestled in the northern region and bordering Qizhou, were it not for his family, Li Qin could effortlessly soar on his sword to reach Zhangjiao Mountain in just half a day. However, with Mo Yunyu and Li Chongqing in tow, he lacked the ability to transport them via sword flight. The only alternative was to procure a flying vessel. These flying vessels, capable of accommodating multiple passengers, were available from the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, who operated daily routes among the various markets. A ticket on their vessel cost 10 spirit stones. Initially, Mo Bai had taken the Wang family's vessel to the Zishu Immortal sect, but upon returning, he was reluctant to board again, encountering the 3 fiends of Wuyun Mountain, which led to his disappearance. Li Chun refrained from using the flying vessel, not due to a lack of spirit stones, but rather because the vessels did not travel to the mundane world, only shuttling between the major markets and sections. After walking for a while, Li Chun halted, handing Li Chongsheng to Mo Yunyu, his gaze growing icy as he stared into the dense forest behind them. "What troubles you, my dear?" Mo Yunyu asked, puzzled. Li Chun did not respond, his voice cold as ancient ice as he addressed the lush greenery. "Come out. How long do you intend to follow me?" At his words, Mo Yunyu gasped in shock, clutching Li Chongqing tightly as she warily scanned their surroundings. With a rustle, 2 figures emerged from the underbrush, Shu Chan and Han Mao. Shu Chan wore a detached expression, her eyes filled with malice as she glared at Li Qin, her voice hoarse and low. "Today marks your demise, Li Qin." In contrast to Shu Chan's indifference, Han Mao appeared uneasy, avoiding Li Qin's gaze. Li Qin regarded Shu Chan and Han Mao briefly before continuing. "Another friend of yours may also reveal themselves." Clap, clap, clap. "Pray tell, how did you discover my presence?" A youth clad in a voluminous black robe, his face pallid and emanating a strong aura of death, stepped forth from the thicket, tilting his head inquisitively as he scrutinized Li Chun. "What? There is someone else." Shu Chan and Han Mao's eyes widened, their pupils constricting in alarm. Li Chun observed the young man for a moment, his gaze lingering on the storage pouch and the corpse-raising bag at the man's waist. This youth, judging by the magical aura he emanated, was at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Li Chun secretly let out a sigh of relief and asked calmly, "Might I inquire? Does he have any enmity with the Zhao family of Ian Wincliffe? With Zhao's status and cultivation, why would he bother to assassinate a mere 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator like myself?" The young man's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Li Qin. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. "You are not merely a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator. Otherwise, you could not possibly have detected my presence. You must possess a treasure that conceals your cultivation level, am I correct?" Li Qin chose not to respond. This Zhao family cultivator was no ordinary opponent. He discerned the young man's identity due to the corpse-raising bag at his waist. The Zhao family of Ian Wincliffe monopolized a vein of Ian spirits, using it to cultivate numerous zombies and malevolent spirits. Li Qin's earlier probing words had not been denied by the youth, confirming his affiliation with the Zhao family. As for how Li Qin detected the Zhao family cultivator, it was simply because his spiritual awareness was not inferior to that of the Zhao family member. Although the Zhao family cultivator was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, which was higher than Li Qin's, Li Qin's innate soul was naturally more robust than that of ordinary individuals. During his comprehension of the deceiving heaven technique, his spiritual awareness had experienced another enhancement. Despite being at the 5th level of Qi refinement, his spiritual awareness was comparable to that of a 7th-level cultivator. At this moment, Li Qin sought to clarify one matter: why this Zhao family cultivator sought to assassinate him. He recalled that he had never harbored any enmity with the Zhao family, nor had he ever encountered this particular Zhao family member. As for Shu Chan and Han Mao, Li Qin chose to disregard them. Shu Chan had restored her cultivation to the 4th level, and Han Mao was also at the 4th level. Li Qin paid them no mind. "Zhao Daoyu, could you enlighten me as to who sent you to eliminate me?" Li Qin inquired directly, refraining from wild speculation. Zhao Ran's face darkened, and he chuckled ominously, conceding, "I must admit, Wang Qi possesses foresight. Had I sent my concubines, they would likely have fallen into your hands. Though you conceal your cultivation, you have encountered me. Young man, you can only blame your misfortune and your entanglement with Wang Qi. Wang Qi, Wang Foming. Li Chen nodded, recalling the handsome young man he had seen previously at Baodin Tower. So it was him. Now, Li Chen understood the identity of that striking youth. The foremost figure of the younger generation of the Wang family from Ningbai Cliff, young master Wang Qi, Wang Foming. Beside him, Xu Chan and Han Mao turned pale. Beads of sweat forming on their brows, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The Zhao family of Yianwen Cliff and the Wang family of Ningbai Cliff were colossal entities they could only look up to. They could not fathom how Li Chen had drawn the ire of such formidable forces. Moreover, was Li Chen not a mere third-level Qi refinement cultivator? Why did the Zhao family cultivator claim he had concealed his cultivation? Under the terrified gazes of Xu Chan and Han Mao, they witnessed the Zhao family cultivator. His face darkened, striding towards Li Chen, exuding a chilling aura of death. Zhao Ran advanced towards Li Chen, an ominous aura of death emanating from him, coalescing into a formidable claw that lunged menacingly at Li Chen. You may embark on your journey, he sneered. Li Chen merely lowered his eyelids, retorting, You may also commence yours. In that fleeting moment, as Li Chen parted his lips, a dazzling beam of blood-red light surged forth, akin to a meteor trailing its luminous tail, resplendent and radiant. The breeze swept through the mountains, sending shivers down the spines of Xu Chan and Han Mao, their hearts plummeting into a frigid abyss as they sensed a chilling dread emanating from the depths of their souls. A practitioner from the Zhao family stood rigidly in place. As the wind gusted, he seemed weightless, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide in terror, the shock of impending doom still etched upon his visage. Li Chen beckoned, and a stream of bloodlight surged from the Zhao practitioner's form, returning to his grasp and merging seamlessly with Li Chen's flesh. His countenance turned ashen as he turned to Xu Chan and Han Mao. Brotherly, spare Jie. I implore you, spare Jie. Han Mao's legs buckled beneath him, collapsing before Li Chen, his voice quaking as he repeatedly bowed his head. Before Han Mao could continue his desperate pleas, Li Chen swiftly retrieved a crimson sword from his storage pouch, the blade splitting into two shimmering shadows, which darted forth to sever two colossal heads. With a pallid face, Li Chen turned to Mo Yunyu and Li Changxing, forcing a gentle smile. Xiaoyu, Changsheng, all is well now. Though the bloodthirsty flying daggers were not to be recklessly wielded, Li Chen felt compelled to unleash them, for Mo Yunyu and Li Changxing remained close behind. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly, denying the Zhao practitioner any opportunity to inflict harm upon his loved ones. As for Xu Chan and Han Mao, they were unworthy of meeting their end by the bloodthirsty flying daggers. Chapter 46. Li Chen educates his son. Li Chen's face was as pale as a sheet, and he retrieved a blood-replenishing pill from his storage bag, swallowing it to replenish the vitality that had been drained from his body. Moments ago, the bloodthirsty flying dagger had instantaneously siphoned off 30% of his essence blood. It is essential to note that essence blood differs significantly from ordinary blood. Even though Li Chen was a fifth-layer Qi refinement practitioner, he possessed but a few drops of essence blood within him. The Zhao family's cultivator, merely a sixth-layer Qi refinement adept, was only slightly above Li Chen in cultivation level. In truth, Li Chen could have refrained from using the bloodthirsty flying dagger, as the high-level spiritual talismans and golden light brick he had exchanged from Huang Qingya would have sufficed. Yet, without hesitation, he activated the bloodthirsty flying dagger, swiftly dispatching the Zhao family cultivator. The reason was simple. Mo Yunyu and Li Changxing were still behind him, and Li Chen could not allow even the slightest mishap to befall them. As Li Chen wielded the bloodthirsty flying dagger for the first time, he profoundly grasped the terror of this weapon. Particularly remarkable was its capacity for growth. The moment it was unleashed, the Zhao family cultivator met his demise, his blood completely drained. This dagger, true to its name, demanded the extraction of Li Chen's essence blood before activation and, upon being unleashed, instantly claimed the life of its foe, simultaneously draining the entirety of their blood. Mo Yunyu approached, cradling Li Changsheng in her arms, her gaunt face ashen and tears streaming down her cheeks. Husband, are you unhurt? It is all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on returning to the mortal realm to pay respects to my parents, you would not have encountered such danger. Li Chen turned to Mo Yunyu, gently wiping away her tears, and with a tender smile, he reassured her. Xiaoyu, I cannot remain in the Yin Mountain workshop forever. Such events are bound to occur sooner or later. You must not blame yourself. Shaking her head, Mo Yunyu replied, Husband, I shall never be willful again. In her embrace, Li Changsheng shrank back, having witnessed his father's lethal efficiency in dispatching the Zhao family cultivator, and subsequently severing the heads of Shu Chan and Han Mao. This harrowing spectacle left an indelible impression on the young boy, instilling a sense of fear towards his father. Li Chen glanced at his son and calmly inquired, "Chongqing, are you afraid?" Li Chongqing nodded, retreating further into Mo Yunyu's embrace. With an impassive expression, Li Chun continued, "Chongqing, remember today's scene. You may not comprehend it now, but it is imperative that you retain this memory. The cultivation world is a brutal realm. If you do not kill, you shall be killed. When you eventually embark on your path of immortality, never show mercy." Under Li Chen's stern gaze, Li Chongqing felt even more trepidation. Yet he obediently nodded, "Father, I will remember." In everyday life, Li Chen could be a loving father. But he understood the necessity of imparting the harsh realities of the cultivation world to Li Chongqing. As his eldest son, despite possessing an 8th-grade spiritual root, Li Chen harbored high expectations for him, desiring that he not become a weakling devoid of resolve. "Chongqing, pay close attention. I have another lesson to impart. After taking a life, remember to search the body and erase all traces." Li Chen imparted lessons to Li Chongqing through his actions. He approached and first took the storage bags and corpse-rearing bags from the Zhao family cultivator, as well as the storage bag from Shu Chan. Then, Li Chen raised his hand, and a fire crow soared into the air, engulfing the 3 corpses in a fierce blaze. Li Chongqing, nestled in his mother's embrace, peeked out with a naive and innocent gaze, observing Li Chen and the raging flames. "Let us depart from here first." After disposing of the 3 bodies, Li Chen promptly led the mother and son away from the scene. As night fell, they exited the confines of Yingshan Fong and entered the mundane world, where they sought refuge in a small inn in a nearby town. In their guest room, Li Chen retrieved 2 storage bags and 1 corpse-rearing bag from his sleeve. He easily opened Shu Chan's storage bag, which contained a haphazard assortment of items, including around 100 spirit stones. It took him a quarter of an hour to open the storage bag of the Zhao family cultivator. Upon opening it, he gently shook his head. The Zhao family cultivator was slightly more affluent than Shu Chan and Han Mao, yet not significantly so. His storage bag contained no magical artifacts. Only a few mid-level spirit talismans, over 300 spirit stones, and various bottles and jars. Li Chen then turned his attention to the corpse-rearing bag. Ultimately, his spoils included a total of 457 spirit stones, Han Mao's low-level magical artifact, the cold silk net, over 10 types of Yin blood collected from zombies by the Zhao family cultivator, and 2 zombies of the same cultivation level as the 5th stage of Qi cultivation. Li Chen accepted these items without hesitation. He knew he needed to find a moment to dispose of the Zhao family cultivator's corpse-rearing bag and the 2 zombies. Otherwise, they would become troublesome to carry. Furthermore, upon returning to Yingshan Fong, he must seek an opportunity to eliminate Wang Fengming, the foremost youth of the Wang family. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Chen's eyes. He had not forgotten that it was Wang Fengming who had sent the Zhao family cultivator to ambush him. If the Zhao family cultivator did not return in a few days, Wang Fengming would undoubtedly suspect Li Chen, and he worried whether the latter would divulge this incident to the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff. If Wang Fengming revealed this matter to the Zhao family, an even greater dilemma awaited Li Chen. He decided not to dwell on it. When the soldiers come, I shall resist. When the river rises, I shall dam it. As long as he returned to Yingshan Fong and remained within its protective confines, the enchanting fairy would shield him. The following day, Li Chen purchased a swift steed and set off with Mo Yunyu and her son straight for Yangjiao Mountain in Xuanqing County. After 5 years in the realm of cultivation, his return to the mundane world was familiar territory, having previously roamed the secular martial world. 5 days later, Li Chen arrived at Yangjiao Mountain. At the summit, there lay a small grave and a large grave. The small grave was an old tomb, where Mo Yunyu's mother lay at rest. The large grave was a ceremonial burial, recently constructed by Mo Yunxing. Mo Yunyu knelt before the small grave, tears glistening in her eyes. "Mother, it has been a long time since I last visited you. Do you hold any resentment towards me? I have found a husband and have a child. My husband treats me exceedingly well." And Chongqing is obedient and understanding as she knelt before her mother's small grave. Mo Yunyu softly murmured countless thoughts, most of which revolved around Li Chen and Li Chongqing. At last, she gazed silently at the tomb of Mo Bai, ultimately lighting incense and burning paper money. Li Chongqing stood beside Li Chen, tugging at his pant leg, gazing at their mother with innocent curiosity. Li Chen stepped forward, offering a stick of incense to his unseen mother-in-law, followed by another for Mo Bai. Then he gently patted Mo Yunyu's shoulder, saying, "Little you, it is time for us to depart." Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of Baodin Tower in Yingshan Fang, Wang Fengming tapped his slender fingers on the table. Squinting his elongated eyes, musing to himself, Invite Zhao ran to take action. I initially thought highly of you, yet it seems I have underestimated you. What secrets lie within you, that a figure like the exquisite fairy Ling Long would hold you in such regard? My ancestor often imparted wisdom, stating that a scion of wealth should not lounge in the hall. It appears my decision to refrain from intervening was indeed prudent. Next time, I shall have to call upon my second uncle. Chapter 47. Qinggafang Market, Heishui Prefecture, Xuanqing County. Within the inn, Li Chun handed a set of thunderstorm talismans, fire talismans, and ice talismans to Mo Yunyu, urging her earnestly, "Little Yu, keep these advanced talismans with you. Should you encounter any danger, do not hesitate to use them." Mo Yunyu shook her head, replying, "Husband, you should keep these advanced talismans for yourself. We are in the mortal realm, not the world of cultivation. Regardless, I am still a practitioner and shall not face peril." "Better safe than sorry," Li Chen insisted. "Moreover, Chongqing is with you. You must consider him as well." He pressed the talismans into her hands, leaving no room for refusal. Although they were in the mundane world, it did not preclude the possibility of danger for Mo Yunyu. After all, Li Chen had once slain a nascent Qi practitioner while still a mere mortal. Mo Yunyu, being timid by nature and not adept at combat, could not be left without means of defense. Li Chen felt uneasy otherwise. Had Mo Yunyu not been at the third level of Qi refinement, unable to wield magical artifacts, Li Chen would have even considered giving her the mixed iron shield and the cold silk net. On the bed, Li Chongqing stirred awake, blinking drowsily. "Father, where are you going?" Li Chen turned to his son, gently explaining, "Father is stepping out to attend to some matters and will return shortly. You and your mother shall remain here and wait for me. Do not wander off and listen to your mother. Understood?" Li Chongqing nodded obediently. Having no further instructions to impart, Li Chen stepped out of the room. Mo Yunyu followed him, hesitating before softly saying, "Husband, please be cautious." Li Chen nodded, exiting Xuanqing County. Once he reached a secluded area outside the city, he retrieved the chiefing sword from his storage pouch and transformed it into a streak of light. Soaring northward, Xuanqing County lies in the northern part of Heishui Prefecture, bordering Qizhou. Li Chen resolved to visit Qingzhou's Qinggafang Market to dispose of the Zhao family's corpse bags and zombies, as well as procure additional resources. In the realm of cultivation in the Yin Kingdom, there exist several prominent markets, including Heishui Prefecture's Yin Mountain Market, Yunzhou's Nashan Market, Pingzhou's Taihu Market, Qingzhou's Qinggafang Market, and Dingzhou's Shilin Market. Each of these markets is established atop second-tier spiritual veins, attracting numerous wandering cultivators from the Yin Kingdom. Li Chen flew northward along the Clearwater River. In Qizhou, the Clearwater River flows southward into Heishui Prefecture, merging with the Heishui River. A section of this river hosts a water vein, around which several prominent cultivation families of Qizhou established Qinggafang Market. Traveling by sword is undoubtedly swifter than by horse. Half a day later, Li Chen descended from his flying sword onto a misty section of the river. The dense fog here was conjured by an illusion array, serving as a boundary between the mortal and immortal realms. Every market entrance typically features such an array to prevent mortals from inadvertently trespassing. Li Chen, no longer a novice in the cultivation world, was well versed in its intricacies. He promptly formed a series of hand seals and strode confidently into the mist. This time, clad in a flowing black robe and a monkey mask akin to Huang Qingya, he chose not to employ any concealment techniques to hide his cultivation level. In this unfamiliar territory, devoid of acquaintances, Li Chen felt no need to mask his powers. Concealing one's cultivation has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in allowing your adversaries to underestimate you, catching them off guard. However, the drawback is that with insufficient cultivation, many practitioners may harbor ill intentions towards you. After the dense fog dissipates, a new world unfolds. The Qingshui River flows majestically, with numerous modest houses built along its low banks, forming distinct areas. A mere glance from Li Chen reveals the layout. Those thatched roof huts signify a slum, while the upper floor shops belong to various factions. In addition to a space for wandering cultivators to set up stalls, the arrangement of Qing Yifang and Yingshan Fang is largely similar. The only distinction being that Qing Yifang's cave dwellings are constructed beneath the water rather than on the shore. Li Chen avoids the area for wandering cultivators and heads straight for the commercial district. Purchasing items from the stalls of wandering cultivators may lead to deceit, but the shops in the commercial district possess a modicum of credibility. Within this area, Li Chen notices the Divine Maiden Tower and the Treasure Pavilion. The treasure pavilion in Qinghifang is, likewise, an establishment of the Zisu Xian men. Esteemed senior, would you like to purchase? In the treasure pavilion, Li Qin is attended by a maidservant of second-level qi refinement, who, undeterred by his attire, respectfully addresses him as senior, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him. Li Qin glances at the maidservant and replies in a deep, hoarse voice, I wish to procure a body refinement technique. In addition to 2 magical artifacts and several spiritual herbs. His purpose for visiting Qinghifang is not without intention. Managing the corpse-raising pouch and the 2 zombies is secondary. His primary goal is to acquire a body refinement technique. The cost of activating the blood-sucking flying knives is excessively high. Li Qin believes it is essential to purchase a body refinement technique to bolster his physique and enhance his vitality. After cultivating this technique, the repercussions of activating the blood-sucking flying knives in the future may be mitigated. Furthermore, Li Qin intends to acquire 2 intermediate magical artifacts and procure the main ingredients for refining the Yuan-enhancing pill and the Huangya pill. In his possession, he has low-level magical artifacts such as the Qi Feng Sword, the Mixed Iron Shield, and the Hanxi Net, alongside the top-tier magical artifact, the Golden Light Brick. However, he regards the power of the low-level artifacts with disdain. The energy expenditure required to activate the Golden Light Brick is exorbitant, even with his 5th-level Qi refinement. After 2 activations, his magical energy nearly depletes. Thus, he requires 2 intermediate magical artifacts. The same applies to the spiritual herbs. Within the Shendan Pavilion's herb garden, spiritual herbs are not available for unrestricted collection, as they have a growth cycle. Over the years, Li Qin has increasingly felt that the spiritual herbs cultivated in the Shendan Pavilion are becoming insufficient. If he purchases spiritual herbs in Qinghifang, any spiritual pills he refines from those herbs will naturally belong to him. The maidservant's eyes brighten, her expression growing more respectful. Please wait a moment, esteemed senior. I will inform the person in charge. Li Qin nods and takes a seat nearby. Such a significant transaction clearly requires the authority of the pavilion's manager, not just the maidservant. After a brief interval, the manager of the Bai Bao Lu from the Zisu sect emerges, a plump middle-aged cultivator clad in the sect's official robe, his face aglow with vitality. Fellow cultivator, I am Xie Xian, the manager of the Bai Bao Lu. Please, let us ascend to discuss in detail. Li Qin nods, clasping his fist in salute. His voice low and hoarse. I have met fellow cultivator Xie. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, Xie Xian invited Li Qin to take a seat and instructed a maid to serve them spirit tea. With a warm smile, he inquired, I have heard that you seek to purchase a body refining technique, along with magical artifacts and spirit herbs? Indeed, replied Li Qin. His true visage concealed beneath a monkey mask, his voice cold and aged, exuding an air of taciturnity. Xie Xian refrained from prying into Li Qin's true appearance with his spiritual sense. His smile remained undiminished as he continued. What specific requirements do you have for the body refining technique? There are no grade restrictions, but it would be preferable if it could enhance one's vitality, Li Qin articulated. He was acutely aware that the Bai Bao Pavilion could not possibly offer high-tier techniques. In the realm of cultivation, the methods available for purchase were predominantly low-tier. High-tier techniques were seldom displayed for sale. To obtain a high-tier technique, one would need to be a direct descendant of a cultivation family or a true disciple of a sect. Of course, there were also fortunate souls who ventured into the relics of predecessors, acquiring the legacies of ancient masters. At present, the techniques Li Qin practiced, aside from the Qitian technique, were all common fare in the cultivation world. Upon hearing Li Qin's request, Xie Xian pondered momentarily before gently shaking his head. Body refiners are indeed scarce in the cultivation realm. While our Bai Bao Pavilion does possess a body refining technique, it does not have the capacity to enhance one's vitality. Is there truly no body refining method available that can bolster vitality? Li Qin asked, though he was not surprised by Xie Xian's response. In the cultivation world, where magical techniques were predominant, body refining methods were rare, thus making them difficult to come by. Just as Li Qin was about to speak, Xie Xian changed the subject with a cheerful tone, though the Bai Bao Pavilion lacks a body refining method that can enhance vitality. I happen to possess a technique that may align with your needs. Li Qin felt a flicker of surprise within, yet maintained an impassive demeanor. Might I trouble you to present it for my perusal, esteemed Xie? Xie Xian nodded and, with a swift motion, retrieved a blood-colored jade slip from his storage bag, sliding it across the table towards Li Qin. Chapter 48. Blood God Technique. Li Qin contemplated the blood jade slip for a moment, then pressed it to his forehead to absorb its contents. This was not a technique for body refinement, but rather a dark art. Moments later, Li Qin's eyes widened, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Xia Xian watched Li Qin with a sly smile. Indeed, this was a dark art he had acquired after vanquishing a dark cultivator in his early years. What do you think? Does this technique meet your needs, my friend? Li Qin gazed at the rotund figure before him, sensing, perhaps due to a trick of perception, an aura of dense bloodlust enveloping him. Li Qin remained silent. He did not trust a single word from Xia Xian. Although the jade slip contained only the introductory principles, Li Qin could ascertain that this was an extraordinarily profound dark art. The blood god technique, both in name and preface, left him awestruck. Yet, it was undeniable that mastering this technique would allow one to wield the bloodthirsty flying daggers without restraint, making it a perfect complement. How many spirit stones? Li Qin's voice was hoarse, his throat parched, as countless voices within urged him to acquire this blood god technique. Fully aware of Xia Xian's dubious nature and the potential pitfalls of the blood god technique, Li Qin still found himself unable to resist the temptation. My friend, if you genuinely desire it, it will only cost you 1,000 spirit stones. Li Qin's eyes flickered. He lacked sufficient spirit stones and wondered if this esteemed establishment might purchase spiritual materials. Xia Xian maintained his genial demeanor. Of course. Li Qin retrieved a corpse-rearing bag from his sleeve and placed it before Xia Xian. Xia Xian scrutinized Li Qin for a moment, then accepted the bag, slowly articulating. 2 zombies at the 5th level of Qi refinement, worth 600 spirit stones. What do you think? Li Qin nodded. That works. After selling the corpse-rearing bag and the 2 zombies, Li Qin handed Xia Xian 400 spirit stones. Xia Xian dipped the blood jade slip, dispelled the restrictions within, and then handed it to Li Qin, saying, "This blood god technique is now yours." Li Qin accepted the jade slip and glanced over it, frowning slightly. Why does it only contain the first 3 levels? Xia Xian replied with a chuckle. If there were additional content, would you be able to afford it? Li Qin conceded that this was a valid point. According to the description of the blood god technique, practicing this art would enable one to seize the blood of living beings to nourish oneself, refining it into one's essence, and further advancing one's cultivation. At its pinnacle, the blood god technique could even manifest a vast sea of blood, creating a blood god avatar. However, Xia Xian had only provided the first 3 levels, meaning that reaching the peak of Qi refinement would be as far as one could go, with no further teachings. Li Qin chose not to engage in further conversation with Xia Xian. He took the blood jade slip and turned to leave, extinguishing any thoughts of purchasing magical artifacts or spiritual herbs. Safe travels, my friend, Xia Xian called out, observing Li Qin's departure with a grin. Once Li Qin exited the treasure pavilion, Xia Xian's gaze deepened, a glimmer of bloodlust flickering in his eyes. Ah, yet another fish has taken the bait, and I've gained 1,000 spirit stones effortlessly. As long as you cultivate the blood god technique, you shall remain firmly within my grasp. Li Qin circled the Qinghe Square twice before cautiously leaving the market. Upon exiting the Qingefang market, Li Qin swiftly drew forth his flying sword, transforming it into a beam of light as he made his rapid escape. Half a day later, having departed from Qizhou and returned to Heshui Prefecture, he finally descended from his sword, landing upon the riverbank and exhaling a long, troubled breath. He had been overly sensitive. Xia Xian had not pursued him, nor was there anyone intent on ambushing him. Seated upon a by the riverbank, Li Qin began to contemplate his recent encounter with Xia Xian and the blood god technique. Xia Xian, being the steward of the Baibao Tower and a disciple of the Zishu sect, how could he possibly possess the blood god technique? Could it be that he acquired it after vanquishing a practitioner of the demonic path? Furthermore, Li Qin was certain that the blood god technique was an exceedingly profound demonic cultivation method, of which he had only gleaned the foundational aspects related to Qi refinement. Should he pursue the study of this blood god technique? It was not that Li Qin harbored a disdain for demonic arts, but rather, he hesitated, uncertain of the pitfalls that might accompany its practice. With his current perspective, even if there were indeed traps within the technique, he would be ill-equipped to discern them. The river surged with a tumultuous flow, mirroring the myriad thoughts swirling in Li Qin's mind. Ultimately, he raised his head, exhaling a deep breath, his gaze resolutely firm. The blood god technique was not a path he could tread. Setting aside the question of its dangers, even in the absence of such, he could not engage in its practice. Should he embark on the path of slaughter, becoming a bloodthirsty demon, it would lead him down an irrevocable road. While the blood god technique might facilitate rapid advancements in cultivation, it bore significant drawbacks. Those lacking mental fortitude were likely to meet grim fates after becoming practitioners of the demonic path. In the realm of cultivation, Every renowned demonic figure was invariably a person of immense wisdom, unwavering will, and fortuitous destiny. The lower-tier demonic cultivators merely served as fodder for their more advanced counterparts. Take the blood god technique as an example. Once one tasted the swift elevation of power through murder and bloodshed, would they still adhere to a disciplined approach to cultivation? Li Qin had no desire to become a pariah in the cultivation world, universally reviled as a demon. Had he not possessed a system, a wife, and a child, he would have pursued the blood god technique without hesitation, even at the cost of becoming a widely abhorred fiend. However, with the system at his disposal, his innate talents could be enhanced. Should he seek profound cultivation methods, they could be acquired through the system, rendering the perilous pursuit of the blood god technique entirely unnecessary. Moreover, as a family man, should the practice of this technique come to light, it would inevitably endanger his wife and child. After extensive contemplation, Li Qin resolved to disregard the blood god technique, treating it as if it were non-existent. Moments ago, he had felt as though entranced by a demon, his mind besieged by a cacophony of voices tempting him to delve into this sinister art. Li Qin recognized that merely observing the blood god technique had stirred his inner demons. Indeed, demonic cultivation methods were treacherous. The dangers of the cultivation world were omnipresent, and Li Qin's understanding of these perils deepened. As he overcame his inner turmoil, his resolve was undoubtedly tempered and tested, his spiritual awareness subtly expanding. Rising from his seat by the riverbank, Li Qin felt a lingering sense of trepidation. His journey to Qingafang had been solely to procure a method to enhance his vitality. He had never anticipated straying so perilously close to the abyss. Who, then, was Xie? Was he truly a disciple of the Zishu sect? Li Qin felt a question mark in his heart, committing the name Xie to memory. Just as he was about to depart, a young girl soared towards him from a distance, her expression fraught with urgency as she called out for the Immortal Master to halt. Li Qin turned, his demeanor calm as he assessed the girl, identifying her as a chivalrous maiden from the mundane world, possessing remarkable lightness of foot. The girl approached swiftly, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, her chest heaving with exertion. She respectfully introduced herself. I am Ning Hongxiu, honored to meet the Immortal Master. Clad in a black robe and adorned with a monkey mask, Li Qin inquired in a tranquil tone, You have pursued me all this way? The girl looked up, revealing a visage that Li Qin found vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Upon seeing a streak of sword light in the sky, Hongxiu realized she had come upon an immortal master and thus had chased after him. After observing the girl for a moment, Li Qin softly asked, What is your relation to the founder, Ningji? The girl widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the figure cloaked in black. Does the immortal master know my father? Li Qin slowly removed his mask, stating, Master Ning has once extended his kindness to me. Hongxiu gazed intently at Li Qin, her delicate, rosy lips parting in astonishment, and then exclaimed joyfully, Little leaf flying dagger. It truly is you. Brotherly, it is I, Hongxiu. As he looked at the girl before him, a twitch of his cheek revealed memories he would rather forget. Before entering the realm of cultivation, Li Qin had traversed the secular world, rising to the pinnacle of the martial arts community, hailed as a prodigy not seen in a century. In those days of mingling with the martial world, he had even earned a resounding nickname, Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Chapter 49. Ning Hongxiu. Li Qin was almost certain that the young lady before him was none other than the daughter of the leader Ning. In this life, Li Qin was originally a humble farmer from Funyo Town in Pingshan County, under the jurisdiction of Heishui Prefecture. Shortly after his birth, his mother tragically died during childbirth. By the time he turned 5, his father, worn down by toil, passed away as well. In desperation, he sold the little land they owned and ventured to Yanggu County, where he joined a gang known as the Sana Gang, becoming a disciple therein. The Sana Gang was a formidable organization in Yanggu County, founded by 3 martial heroes. Ning Ji, the esteemed leader of the Sana Gang, had taken a particular interest in Li Qin during his early years, often expressing his desire to marry his daughter to him. As Li Qin gazed upon the young maiden, her figure began to merge with that of the snotty little girl he once knew. Memories flooded back. He had encountered Ning Hongxiu once before. It was during a visit to the Ning residence when he was 14, and she was merely 6, affectionately nicknamed Xiu'er. Back then, she was a mischievous little imp. But now she stood as a graceful and valiant woman. Big brotherly, it truly is you, she exclaimed with palpable excitement. Father said you had gone to seek immortality, and I never expected you to actually become a sage. Li Qin's spirits were lifted, and with a warm smile, he inquired, Hongxiu, how is the leader Ning faring now? Not well, Ning Hongxiu replied, her eyes glistening with tears. She rushed into Li Qin's embrace, and tears of sorrow streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Big brotherly. If you hadn't left Yanggu County to seek immortality, Father would have passed the Sanha gang to you. You would be the leader now, and Father would not have met such a tragic fate. Li Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Hongxiu, what exactly transpired? Please explain. Ning Hongxiu lifted her gaze, revealing a profound and abiding hatred in her eyes. 6 years ago, after you left Yanggu County, Duguing lost his balance of power and grew increasingly arrogant. He first murdered Uncle Wang and then forced Father to relinquish his authority. Naturally, Father resisted and fought fiercely, resulting in a division within the Sanha gang. It was only 2 years ago that Duguing perfected his eagle claw technique and attacked our home, slaughtering my entire family. In a desperate bid to protect me and escape Yanggu County, Father's loyal subordinates were all lost. Now, Duguing reigns supreme in Yanggu County, having renamed the Sanha gang to the Tianyuan gang, establishing himself as the martial overlord of the region. For the past 2 years, I have been fending off assassins sent by Duguing. Today, I intended to leave Heishui Prefecture for Qishou, but upon witnessing a beam of sword light in the sky, I pursued it, hoping to seek the sage's aid for vengeance. Big brotherly, I never anticipated that the sage would be you. Li Chen finally grasped the unfolding events. The Sanha gang had 3 leaders, the principal leader Ningxi, the second leader Duguing, and the third leader Wang Tianhao. He was astounded to learn that so much had transpired in Yanggu County during his 5 years in the world of cultivation. Casting a glance at the tearful maiden in his embrace, Li Chen gently patted her shoulder. Hongxiu, do not weep any longer. We shall return to Yanggu County. Ning Hongxiu nodded earnestly, her teeth clenched in determination. Brotherly, I shall see to it that Duguing is ground to dust. Very well, let us ensure his demise. Thus, Li Chen led the young woman down the riverbank, heading straight for Yanggu County. Years prior, Li Chen had received a boon from the leader of the Ning clan. And upon encountering Ning Hongxiu today, having learned of her mentor's tragic fate, he felt compelled to intervene. Though she was but a mortal, Ning Hongxiu possessed remarkable martial prowess and exceptional agility, enabling them to travel swiftly together. 3 days later, they arrived at the outskirts of Yanggu County. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign city gate, a wistful expression crossed Li Chen's visage. 6 years ago, he had resolutely stepped through that very gate to partake in the spirit-testing ceremony at the Zishu Immortal sect. Now, upon his return, everything had changed, and the passage of time had wrought its toll. Brotherly, the city is swarming with Dugu Ying's spies. Should we disguise ourselves? Ning Hongxiu exclaimed. Her emotions heightened as she gripped the hilt of her sword, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. Li Chen shook his head. No need for that. Let us seek out Dugu Ying directly. Ning Hongxiu acquiesced, and the pair entered the city. Upon their arrival, Li Chen sensed numerous scrutinizing gazes. Yet he paid them no mind. In the streets of Yanggu County, a group of martial artists observed the 2 figures with hushed whispers. Is that the fabled killing star? Indeed, it is him. It cannot be mistaken. They were astonished that he had resurfaced after 6 years of silence. With this killing star's return to Yanggu County, blood will surely flow today at Tianyuan gang. Come, let us follow and see. Esteemed seniors, who is he? Is he renowned? I do not recognize him, inquired a youth. You are still young and have not been in the martial world for long. You may not have encountered him. But surely you have heard of the legendary Little Li Flying Dagger? Hiss. He is the one whose blade is always stained with blood, whose aim never misses. At Tianyuan gang's main hall, the leader Dugu Ying hosted a banquet for various esteemed heads of factions, with fine wine, delectable dishes, and enchanting performances gracing the table. Dugu Ying sat at the head, surveying the assembly with a sense of pride. His current status, he knew, was hard-won. Yet, as Dugu Ying reveled in his triumph, a frantic figure burst into the banquet. Leader, trouble is upon us. He has returned. The one you dread has come back, and he brings Ning Hongxiu with him. Dugu Ying furrowed his brow, rebuking, Brother Chu, you are a prominent figure in the martial realm. What could possibly instill such fear in you? The pale-faced scholar, Chu Yulin, swallowed hard, managing to stammer, it is Li Chen. Li Chen has returned. What? Dugu Ying sprang to his feet, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic. In the grand hall, the leaders of the Tianyuan gang were restless, their anxiety palpable as a wine cup slipped from their grasp and shattered upon the floor. The sudden reappearance of the elusive Little Li Flying Dagger, after 6 years of silence, ignited a wave of dread, especially as he had returned alongside Ning Hongxiu. Surely, he had come seeking vengeance for the leader of the Ning faction. What course of action should we take now? Let us first assess the situation. Little Li's precision is indeed formidable, but with so many of us gathered here, can he truly be armed with an endless supply of flying daggers? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Dugu Ing gradually regained his composure, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he spoke. What does it matter that Li Chun has returned? The skills of this leader have long since reached their zenith. It is time to test whether the fabled little Li flying dagger can indeed be met with resistance. Come, let us confront this little Li flying dagger. Chapter 50, The Second Companion. Young miss, it is the leader who bears a grudge against you. We, mere minions, are not involved. Please spare us. In the expansive grounds of the Tianyuan gang, Ning Hongxiu's delicate face was as cold as ice. With a finely crafted iron sword in hand, she danced the blade, leaving a trail of severed limbs and shattered bones, filling Li Chen's ears with anguished cries. Following closely behind Ning Hongxiu, Li Chun ascended the bloodstained steps, one deliberate step at a time. At the summit of the stairs stood a grand hall. Before the hall, a group of martial artists from Yanggu County awaited. At the forefront was a tall, gaunt, middle-aged man, his gaze sharp and menacing as he observed the approaching pair. Ning Hongxiu led the way, clearing the path for Li Chun. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, she paused, stepping aside to look at him. She understood that while she could handle the minions of the Tianyuan gang, the formidable Dugu Ing was a task for her elder brother, now an immortal master. Li Chun approached the hall, gazing up at the plaque that once bore the name Hall of Unity, now inscribed with Hall of Supremacy. Dugu Ing, clad in a black robe with a stern visage, narrowed his eyes and addressed Li Chun in a deep voice. Welcome back to the Tianyuan gang, my young brother. Li Chun cast a sidelong glance, his tone calm, yet pointed. Your warm reception appears disingenuous, given the weapons drawn and the hostility in your ranks. Dugu Ing forced a semblance of a smile upon his gaunt cheeks. That depends on your purpose for returning, my young brother. Should you come as a guest? The leader of this gang would naturally extend a warm welcome. However, if you seek trouble, do reveal your blades. I am eager to test whether your famed flying daggers truly have no equal. Ignoring Dugu Ying's provocation, Li Chun scanned the familiar faces around him before turning to Ning Hongxiu, red sleeve, which among these should be slain, and which spared, with an icy demeanor. Ning Hongxiu replied, all present are deserving of death. Li Chun nodded lightly, then all shall perish. Arrogant. Dugu Ing retorted, Li Chun, you remain as presumptuous as ever. Truly believing yourself invincible? Even if your flying daggers never miss, do you possess enough to vanquish us all? The exchange between Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu drew the ire of the gang leaders, who glared fiercely at Li Chun, denouncing his arrogance. Was it arrogance? In his youth, Li Chun had traversed the martial world undefeated, indeed displaying hubris. However, upon entering the realm of immortals, he tempered his pride. He was no longer the reckless youth or a martial overlord, but rather a fledgling cultivator, treading cautiously along the path to immortality. As he regarded the familiar faces, Li Chun's expression remained serene as he raised his hand. A colossal crimson hand materialized, casting a shadow over the assembly of martial elites from Yanggu County. Witnessing the enormous red hand, the martial giants trembled, a profound fear taking root within them. What kind of martial art is this? This is the spirit manipulation hand, yet it is not a martial skill. Li Chun spoke softly, raising his palm and gently pressing down, the enormous crimson hand following suit. Boom! The earth trembled. Under the fearful gazes of the minions of the Tianyuan gang and the onlookers from the martial world, the supreme hall collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the figure of the martial overlord of Yanggu County, Dugu Ing, vanished. Along with the prominent leaders of the Tianyuan gang, the sky had fallen upon Yanggu County. In the spacious area below, some martial artists stood in a daze, murmuring softly. Ning Hongxiu stared blankly at the crumbling hall, and soon regained her senses, rushing to the ruins, clearing away the rubble to pull Dugu Ying's lifeless body from the debris. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Ning Hongxiu, in a frenzy, relentlessly struck Dugu Ying's corpse with her iron sword. Below, the henchmen of the Tianyuan gang scattered in fear, while the onlookers fell silent. Clank. After a long while, Ning Hongxiu dropped her sword to the ground, turning to Li Chun and collapsing into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Li Chun gently patted the girl's back, softly reassuring her, do not cry, Hongxiu. It is all over now. Ning Hongxiu looked up, wiping her tears with reddened eyes. Thank you, brotherly. Li Chun shook his head. The leader of the Ning gang has aided me on numerous occasions. Now that I am aware of this matter, I must avenge him. Hongxiu, your vengeance has been fulfilled. What are your plans moving forward? Ning Hongxiu gazed intently at Li Chun, unabashedly stating, brotherly. I have no plans. I want to marry you. Li Chun waved his hand. Hongxiu, There is no need for such declarations. I have come here to avenge the leader of the Ning gang, not for your gratitude. Ning Hongxiu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Qin. But my father once said he would marry me to you. Li Qin chuckled, not responding. Noticing Li Qin's lack of reaction, Ning Hongxiu grew anxious. Brotherly. I do not wish to marry you merely because my father said so. I truly want to marry you. You do not know how long I have liked you since I was very young. When you suddenly disappeared, I pestered my father for a long time before he finally told me you had gone to seek immortality. You cannot imagine how heartbroken I was. Brotherly, please marry Hongxiu. Under the setting sun, amidst the ruins surrounded by pools of blood, the girl looked at Li Qin with earnestness, boldly expressing her feelings. Li Qin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding gravely. Hongxiu, I already have a wife and children. Ning Hongxiu clutched Li Qin's sleeve, unwilling to let go. I do not care. Meeting the girl's earnest gaze, Li Qin gently advised, Hongxiu, you know that I have embarked on the path of immortality. The realms of the immortal and the mortal are distinct. We are no longer of the same world. Ning Hongxiu's eyes remained stubborn, refusing to give up. Then take me with you on the path of immortality. Li Qin, feeling helpless, had to explain earnestly, Hongxiu, cultivating immortality requires a spiritual root. Without a spiritual root, one cannot embark on the path of immortality. Among the mundane world, only 1 in a million possesses a spiritual root. How can you be certain that I do not have a spiritual root? In a bid to dissuade the young maiden, Li Qin retrieved a spirit testing plate from his storage pouch and pressed his palm upon it. This plate was designed to sense one's spiritual root aptitude. Should one possess a spiritual root, the plate would emit a radiant glow. Conversely, a lack of response from the plate would confirm the absence of such a root. This particular spirit testing plate was originally intended for Li Chongqing. Although Li Qin was aware that Li Chongqing possessed an 8th grade wood-type spiritual root, he felt compelled to adhere to the necessary formalities. Unexpectedly, this plate would be employed to assess Ning Hongxiu. The question of whether Ning Hongxiu might possess a spiritual root had not crossed Li Qin's mind, as it was exceedingly rare for an individual from the mundane world to be endowed with such a gift. As Ning Hongxiu gazed at the spirit testing plate, her expression was fraught with apprehension as she placed her hand upon it. In the next moment, the plate burst forth with a golden radiance. The brilliance was not blinding but far surpassed the glow emitted when Li Qin had tested his own roots. 6th grade gold-type spiritual root. To his astonishment, she truly possessed a spiritual root. Li Qin's gaze shifted to the young girl, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. A joyful smile broke across Ning Hongxiu's delicate face. Her excitement palpable. It glowed. It glowed. Brotherly, the jade plate has illuminated. Does this mean I can marry you? Chapter 51. Return to Yinshan Square on the bustling streets of Xuanqing Prefecture. Ning Hongxiu clutched a candied hawthorn in one hand while tugging at Li Qin's sleeve with the other, her voice tinged with anxiety. Brotherly, do you think Sister Imo will accept me? And, will Chongqing dislike me? Li Qin turned, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he reassured her, do not worry. Xiaoyu has a tender disposition. She will not hold anything against you. As for Chongqing, he is quite understanding. Just offer him the candied hawthorn, and he will take a liking to you. Despite Li Qin's comforting words, Ning Hongxiu remained somewhat apprehensive, for she was about to meet Li Qin's wife and son. In the realm of cultivation, there is no distinction between a primary wife and concubines. Only the terms of partners, attendants, and maidservants exist. As for whether Imo Yunyu would accept Ning Hongxiu, Li Qin was confident she would. Outside the inn, Imo Yunyu held onto Li Chongqing's hand. The young boy gazed curiously at the throngs of people on the street, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Mother, it's father. Father has returned. Following the direction of her son's pointing finger, Imo Yunyu indeed spotted her husband. However, he was accompanied by a spirited young woman, their demeanor suggesting a close bond. Li Qin, having arrived at the inn's entrance with Ning Hongxiu, turned to Imo Yunyu and softly inquired, Xiaoyu, I trust you have not encountered any troubles these past few days? Imo Yunyu gently shook her head, her gaze warm as she replied, Husband, Chongqing and I have been residing at the inn without any issues. Father, who is this beautiful sister? Li Chongqing interjected, having been momentarily overlooked. He tugged at Li Qin's trousers, eager for attention. Li Qin bent down to lift Li Chongqing into his arms. Chongqing, this is your Aunt Hongxiu. Say hello. Li Chongqing looked at Ning Hongxiu with innocent, pure eyes. Auntie, hello. Ning Hongxiu felt a wave of relief as she handed the candied hawthorn to Li Chongqing. You are such a good boy. This is a gift from your auntie. However, Li Chongqing did not take it immediately. Instead, He looked up at Li Chun. Upon receiving a nod of approval from his father, he accepted the candied hawthorn and tentatively licked it. His eyes then sparkled with delight. "Father, what is this?" "This is a candied hawthorn. If you like it, Ning Hongxiu can buy you more," Li Chun explained, seeking his son's consent. Li Changxing turned to Ning Hongxiu, his innocent eyes reflecting a moment of contemplation before he nodded vigorously. Li Chun then entrusted Li Changxing to Ning Hongxiu. "Hongxiu, please take Changsheng to explore the city for a while." Ning Hongxiu nodded, leading Li Changxing away. Once they had departed, Li Chun turned to Mo Yunyu and spoke softly. "Xiaoyu, Hongxiu is an old acquaintance of mine from the mundane world. This time, husband, there is no need for explanations," Mo Yunyu interjected, shaking her head gently. Her gaze remained tender as she continued. "Since you cherish her, it is enough to bring her back. Even if you wish for that young lady, Hongxiu, to take on a larger role, I harbor no grievances." Li Chun scratched his head, finding that the words he had meticulously prepared were unnecessary. Mo Yunyu remains the same Mo Yunyu. Even now, her understanding nature is overshadowed by an inherent sense of humility and timidity that has yet to dissipate. Li Chun embraced Mo Yunyu, for in the realm of cultivation, there is no distinction between a primary and secondary wife. "Both you and Hongxiu are my companions in this journey, regardless of rank." Mo Yunyu tilted her head and softly suggested, "Husband, let us have another child." Li Chun shook his head, calmly rejecting her proposal. "No, we cannot. Do you wish to forfeit your cultivation for another child?" Mo Yunyu had already borne Li Changxing for him. That was sufficient. Li Chun had no intention of pursuing further offspring with Mo Yunyu. With her possessing a 9th grade spiritual root and him an 8th grade spiritual root, it was likely that any additional child would also have either an 8th or 9th grade spiritual root. The reason Li Chun sought a partner with superior spiritual roots was to ensure a greater number of offspring blessed with high spiritual potential, thereby enhancing his own. Without the system, Li Chun might not even have sought a partner, let alone desired children. He had never been one to indulge in carnal pleasures. Indeed, Li Chun reaffirmed his conviction, resolute in his stance. He was not a man consumed by lust. An hour later, Ning Hongxiu returned with Li Changsheng. In his hands, he held a small bag of treats and 2 toys. Mo Yunyu approached with a gentle smile, inquiring of Ning Hongxiu, "Sister Hongxiu, has Changsheng been well behaved?" Ning Hongxiu, somewhat flustered and restrained, shook her head vigorously. "Sister Mo, Changsheng has been very good, not mischievous at all." Li Chun lifted Li Changsheng into his arms, declaring, "Son, it is time for us to return home." That day, Li Chun procured 2 swift horses and set forth with Mo Yunyu and her child, alongside Ning Hongxiu, towards Incher Market. They had already delayed long enough. The secular world stands in stark contrast to Incher Market. In the mundane realm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exceedingly sparse, almost non-existent. Thus, no cultivator would linger in the secular world for long, save for those who have given up on their paths and return to indulge in earthly pleasures. The cultivation realm differs from the secular world in that areas where cultivators congregate are typically rich in spiritual veins. These veins emanate spiritual energy, enabling practitioners to cultivate and refine their skills. Only in places abundant with spiritual energy do spiritual herbs and medicines flourish, along with spiritual materials and mines. However, in the cultivation realm of the Yin Kingdom, all the mountains with spiritual veins have been claimed by various powers. The Zishu sect occupies the kingdom's sole 3rd-grade spiritual vein, while the Yulong Yang family monopolizes a 2nd-grade vein along a 300-mile stretch of the Blackwater River, forbidding outsiders from approaching. The Wang family has seized several peaks of the Ningbi Cliff. Even 1st-grade spiritual veins are fiercely contested by numerous families, such as the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain, the Sidu family of Crescent Lake, and the Zhao family of Yifeng Cliff. The 5 major markets Yinshe, Nanshan, Taihu, Qinghe, and Shilin are built upon 2nd-grade spiritual veins, attracting a multitude of wandering cultivators and providing them with a foothold. Simultaneously, the Zishu sect and various prominent cultivation families have established enterprises within these markets, exploiting the resources of the wandering cultivators. Beyond the 5 major cultivation markets, the Yin Kingdom's realm of cultivation also boasts several smaller markets, established upon 1st-tier spiritual veins. 5 days later, Li Chun returned to the outskirts of Yinshan Market with Mo Yunya and her son. Ning Hongxiu dismounted her horse, gazing curiously into the thick fog ahead. "Li Ge, is the realm of cultivation beyond this dense mist?" Li Chun smiled and nodded. "Indeed, beyond this illusionary formation lies the realm of cultivation. Hongxiu, The realm of cultivation differs vastly from the mundane world. You shall understand once you embark upon your path to immortality. At this juncture, a chill descended upon Li Qin's gaze. Wang family, Wang Foming. Although he had safely returned to Yinshan Market without encountering any ambush, Li Qin had not forgotten Wang Fengming's collusion with the Zhao family cultivators to assassinate him. This score must be settled with Wang Foming. Chapter 52. Daily life of cultivators. Li Qin returned to the cave dwelling with Mo Yunyue and her child, accompanied by a new companion, Ning Hongxiu. As they encountered Fu Kong, he scrutinized Ning Hongxiu with a hint of curiosity directed at Li Qin. With a light chuckle, Li Qin introduced friend Fu. Allow me to present Hongxiu, my new partner. Fu Kong nodded, his expression unchanging. He understood that Li Qin, constrained by his spiritual root aptitude, likely faced an insurmountable path to immortality in this lifetime, thus placing his hopes of transcendence upon the next generation, aspiring to nurture several children with spiritual roots. It was precisely due to Li Qin's modest cultivation that Fu Kong felt at ease forging a friendship with him. Uncle Fu, I missed you so much, exclaimed Li Chongqing, as he rushed over with his little legs. Chongqing, how was the secular world during your visit? Fu Kong inquired, bending down to lift Li Chongqing, a rare smile breaking through his stern demeanor, softening his tone. The secular world is wonderful. I want to go back. Li Chongqing replied eagerly. Uncle Fu, would you take me to the secular world to play? As Li Chongqing and Fu Kong enjoyed their playful banter, Li Qin guided Ning Hongxiu into the cave. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, Ning Hongxiu found everything to be remarkably novel. Li Qin advised her to remain in the cave and spend time with Mo Yunyue until she was well-versed in the ways of the world, cautioning against wandering aimlessly. He also instructed Mo Yunyue to impart some basic knowledge of the cultivation world to Ning Hongxiu. Once Ning Hongxiu was settled, Li Qin hurried to the Divine Pill Pavilion to pay a visit to Manager Fu. Following that, he proceeded to Master Qin's cave to seek his counsel. The next day, in an unprecedented turn of events, Li Qin concocted 4 batches of elixirs at the Divine Pill Pavilion. After all, a man with a family must diligently strive to earn spirit stones, especially now that he had Ning Hongxiu to support. After work, he headed to the treasure house, where he purchased a basic cultivation technique known as the Golden Element Technique. Similar to the Red Flame Technique, this was a common low-tier cultivation method, available at a modest price. As Ning Hongxiu possessed a 6th-grade spiritual root with a golden attribute, Li Qin desired to acquire a more advanced technique for her. However, such methods were exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. High-tier techniques were predominantly monopolized by established cultivation families and sects, while those available in the market were basic and limited, capping out at the peak of qi refinement without further material for the foundation establishment stage. Should a loose cultivator fortuitously reach foundation establishment, they would encounter the daunting challenge of lacking advanced techniques. In such circumstances, loose cultivators typically found themselves with 2 options to obtain subsequent cultivation methods: either become a subordinate of a prominent cultivation family or join the Zishu Immortal Gate as an outer sect servant. Working for the sect, outside of these avenues, it was exceedingly difficult for loose cultivators to find alternative paths. Of course, those who had inherited legacies from esteemed predecessors found themselves in a different situation altogether. Each step posed a significant obstacle for the advancement of lower-tier loose cultivators, painting a bleak picture of the cultivation landscape in the Yin Kingdom, which was largely mirrored in other realms as well. It is not that Li Qin is unwilling to provide Ning Hongxiu with profound methods, but rather that, given his current status, he is unable to obtain them. Li Qin himself practices the Scarlet Flame art, which is not superior to the Golden Yuan technique. He returned to his cave dwelling, where Mo Yunyu was busy preparing dinner, while Ning Hongxiu was playfully engaging with Li Chongqing, teaching him a set of mundane boxing techniques. In truth, Li Chongqing felt quite lonely, as he had no playmates and, before even reaching the age of 3, began to study and recognize characters. The arrival of a concubine and Hongxiu visibly brightened Li Chongqing's spirits. However, Ning Hongxiu could not perpetually entertain him, as she too needed to cultivate her skills. After contemplating, Li Qin resolved to expedite the process of having another child, a brother or sister for Li Chongqing, to ensure he had a companion and could enjoy a more complete childhood. After the family had their dinner, Li Qin called Ning Hongxiu aside to impart the Golden Yuan technique to her, hoping she would soon attain the Tao and transform into a cultivator. Ning Hongxiu demonstrated considerable aptitude, combined with the fact that the Golden Yuan technique was not overly complex. She quickly grasped its essence and eagerly sat down to meditate and practice. observing Ning Hongxiu occupying his meditation mat. Li Qin glanced around the cave dwelling and realized that relocating must be prioritized. This D-grade cave, after all, felt somewhat cramped, and the spiritual energy was insufficiently dense. With 4 individuals residing in the D-grade cave, it seemed a bit congested. Li Qin decided to rent a C-grade cave the following day and partition several rooms within it. As Li Changxing grew, certain matters would inevitably fall upon his shoulders. The next morning, Li Qin looked at Ning Hongxiu. She approached him, somewhat disheartened. "Brotherly, I can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet I am unable to draw it into my body and refine it into magical power to complete my entry into the Tao." Li Qin shook his head, chuckling gently to reassure her, "There's no need to rush. The world of cultivation differs from the mundane. Take your time." Mo Yunyu chimed in with a smile. "Hongxiu, you possess a 6th grade spiritual root. I believe you will soon enter the Tao. I started cultivating at 7 and only managed to draw in energy at 12. It took me a full 5 years." Ning Hongxiu nodded, raising her fist. "Brotherly, Sister Mo, do not worry. I will strive hard and will not become a burden." Li Qin smiled as he playfully pinched Ning Hongxiu's nose, then turned to leave the cave, heading to the Divine Elixir Pavilion for work. As was customary, Mo Yunyu accompanied Li Qin to the entrance of the cave, watching as his figure disappeared from sight. However, this time, she was not alone. Ning Hongxiu was by her side. Meanwhile, Li Changxing remained blissfully asleep, unaware that his father had risen early to embark on his daily endeavors. In the afternoon, Li Qin made his way to the A-grade number 2 cave. The esteemed resident of the A-grade number 2 cave was a prominent figure from the Yulong Yang family. Named Yang Dazhu, rumored to be the direct descendant of the family's ancestor. Yang Dazhu was a significant presence in Yinchuan, boasting pinnacle cultivation in the qi refining realm. Overseeing the shantytown and cave districts, and even commanding the enforcement team of Yinchuan. Li Chun presented 200 spirit stones to acquire the opening token for the C-grade No. 99 cave. Exiting the A-grade number 2 cave, he cast his gaze towards the A-grade number 1 cave. The first-class cave, known as the Cave of Linglong, is situated at the very heart of the second-tier spiritual vein. This sanctuary was graciously bestowed upon Linglong by the esteemed families of Yulong and the Wang family of Ningbaya, for they dared not request spiritual stones from her. Although this cave belongs to Linglong, she seldom graces it with her presence. Gazing at the secluded cave, one notices that no magical formations have been arranged before its entrance. It has been over 3 years since Li Chun last beheld Linglong, leaving him in ignorance of her whereabouts and pursuits. Chapter 53, Blood Fiend Technique. Li Qin submitted 200 spirit stones and obtained the opening token for the B-grade No. 99 cave dwelling. In the dilapidated district, a single room costs 1 spirit stone per month. A D-grade cave dwelling only requires 80 spirit stones monthly, while a B-grade demands 200. An A-grade cave dwelling commands a staggering 500 spirit stones monthly. The pressure of living expenses has intensified. Li Qin silently cursed the avarice of several prominent cultivation families, who, by establishing cave dwellings on the spirit veins, rent them out to loose cultivators at exorbitant rates, pocketing tens of thousands of spirit stones each month. How many loose cultivators toil tirelessly to earn spirit stones merely to rent a cave dwelling for their cultivation? Ultimately, all the spirit stones flow into the coffers of these powerful families. Most notably, the Yulong and Yang families, both foundational families with centuries of heritage, are the largest shareholders of Yinshan Square. Although families like the Bai family from King's Hushan, the Sidhu family from Crescent Lake, and the Zhao family from Yinfeng Cliff are ostensibly the founders of Yinshan Square, their influence is minimal. The true power within Yinshan Square rests with the Yang and Wang families. Upon returning home with the opening token, Li Chun intended to invite Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu to move into the B-grade cave dwelling with him. "Little Black, don't run away. Woof, woof." As soon as he arrived home, Li Qin saw Li Changxing chasing a palm-sized puppy outside the cave dwelling. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized it as a first-tier demon beast. The black flame dog cub. Where did such a creature come from? Changxing, where did this black flame dog cub come from? Li Qin approached and lifted Li Changxing, inquiring about the origins of the demon beast cub. "Daddy, Little Black is a pet that Uncle Fu gave me." Li Qin nodded, setting Li Changxing down. "Go play by yourself. I have matters to discuss with Uncle Fu." Fu Kong truly cared for Li Changxing, treating him almost like his own child, even going so far as to find him a first-tier demon beast cub. Although merely a first-tier cub, it was worth over 100 spirit stones, a staggering sum for a nascent Qi Lu's cultivator, and not an insignificant amount for Fu Kong, a 6th-layer Qi cultivator. Friend Fu, are you home? Outside the cave dwelling, Li Chen called out, and the cave door slowly creaked open. Stepping inside, he said, Friend Fu, here are 200 spirit stones. Please accept them. Li Chen retrieved 200 spirit stones from his storage bag and pushed them forward. He could not accept the black flame dog cub without offering something in return. Fu Kang's expression hardened, his brows furrowing. Chongqing is not only your son but also my nephew. Return the spirit stones. Li Chen shook his head. A deal is a deal. The demon beast cub holds considerable value, and you also have your own cultivation expenses. Please accept these spirit stones. Fu Kong did not even glance at the spirit stones, but instead regarded Li Chen with a calm gaze. Today, I ventured into the Yinshan Mountains to hunt demon beasts and fortuitously encountered a newly born black flame dog cub. I thought Chasheng could use a companion, so I brought it back for him. You know I practice the blood fiend technique, which requires the cultivation of fiendish energy and blood essence. The slaughterhouse cannot satisfy my training needs anymore. In the upcoming period, I will be entering the Yinshan Mountains to hunt demon beasts, gather blood fiend energy, and strive to break through to the later stages of Qi cultivation while simultaneously refining the blood fiend banner. I have resigned from my position as the butcher at Shinshio Tower. Now, I would like to ask for your assistance. Upon seeing Fu Kang's serious demeanor, Li Chen's expression also turned grave. Please, speak, fellow Taoist Fu. Fu Kong, with a calm countenance, gazed at Li Chen and said, The blood slaughter technique cultivates through the essence of blood and malevolent energy. Having taken many lives, when I attempt to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, I am certain that internal and external demons will obstruct my path. I wish for Master Chen to concoct a clear spirit pill to suppress these demons. I have prepared the spiritual herbs, auxiliary materials, and the formula, but I lack a personal connection with Master Chen. Li Chen furrowed his brow. He was already aware of Fu Kang's practice of demonic arts, yet today marked the first occasion he heard the name of this technique. Blood slaughter technique. Li Chen couldn't help but recall Xie Xian, whom he had encountered at King of Feng. He still possessed a sealed blood god technique within his storage bag. The names blood slaughter technique and blood god technique were difficult for Li Chen to dissociate from one another. Noticing Li Chen's frown, Fu Kong calmly remarked, It is no matter if you cannot call upon Master Chen to assist in refining the pill for me. Li Chen regained his composure and inquired, Fellow Taoist Fu, might you share how you acquired this blood slaughter technique? Fu Kong did not respond, his gaze peculiar as he regarded Li Chen. Realizing Fu Kang's misunderstanding, Li Chen was about to clarify, but Fu Kang's expression turned nostalgic as he spoke solemnly. 13 years ago, my family, the Fu clan, faced annihilation. During my flight, I encountered a venerable elder. After saving me, that elder imparted the blood slaughter technique to me. Since then, I have journeyed from Qingzhou to Heishui Prefecture, arriving at Yingshan. In truth, I am akin to you, possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root. Without the blood slaughter technique, I would not have achieved my current level of cultivation. If you are interested in the blood slaughter technique, I can share it with you. Li Chen tightened his brow, retrieving a blood-colored jade slip from his storage bag. Fellow Taoist Fu, please examine this technique. Fu Kong regarded Li Chen with suspicion, then took the blood-colored jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. Moments later, Fu Kang's eyes shot open, a crimson light emanating from them. The blood god technique and blood slaughter technique stem from the same lineage. The former is a more profound demonic art derived from the latter. Where did you obtain this blood god technique? Li Chen did not conceal the truth, recounting his recent encounter with Xie Xian at King of Feng. Fu Kong fell into contemplative silence. Li Chen remained quiet, trusting that Fu Kong would form his own judgment. Li Chen speculated that both the blood god and blood slaughter techniques were deliberately disseminated by some formidable figure in the realm of demonic arts. Practitioners of these techniques, upon attaining mastery, would become either resources or, in a sense, sustenance. Li Chen felt a sense of relief, thankful that he had resisted temptation and refrained from practicing the blood god technique. After a lengthy pause, Fu Kang's gaze turned steely, his voice hoarse. Even knowing that traps lie ahead, I must press onward. There is no turning back for me. The deep-seated enmity of my Fu clan must be avenged. Brother, thank you for bringing me this blood god technique. Under Fu Kang's grateful gaze, Li Chen remained silent. After a long while, he spoke softly. Please provide me with the spiritual herbs and formula for the clear spirit pill. I shall seek Master Chen to refine it for you. Fu Kong was aware that the path of cultivating the blood god technique and the blood slaughter method was fraught with peril, yet he chose to press on. His thirst for vengeance overshadowed any concern for the immortal path, eternal life, or the prospect of transcending into an immortal being. He existed solely for the purpose of revenge. This was Fu Kang's choice, and Li Qin respected it. Having made the decision to continue mastering the blood slaughter method, Li Qin resolved to assist him by concocting a clear spirit pill, which would aid Fu Kang in breaking through to the 7th level of qi refinement, thus enabling him to seek retribution for the blood-soaked grievances of his family. In truth, there was no need for the formula of the clear spirit pill. Within the second-tier alchemical inheritance Li Qin had acquired, the method for crafting the clear spirit pill was included, rendering it unnecessary to enlist the help of Master Chun, as he could brew it himself. Since arriving in the realm of cultivation, Li Qin had formed few friendships, save for Fu Kang and Huang Qingya. The bond between Li Qin and Huang Qingya could scarcely be termed friendship, given its superficial nature. Fu Kang, typically reticent and stern in demeanor, had not always been so. His transformation into a taciturn and humorless individual stemmed from the traumatic incident that led to the annihilation of his family, which profoundly altered his temperament. Nevertheless, from the perspective of camaraderie, Fu Kang was a friend worth cultivating, a companion deserving of trust. Having acknowledged this friendship, Li Qin would not hesitate to offer assistance when called upon. Chapter 54. Ning Hongxiu enters the Dao. Li Qin returned to the cave dwelling, calling upon Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu to assist in the relocation. Li Changshan clutched his small black dog and asked, "Father, where are we going?" "We are moving to a Grade B cave dwelling." Li Qin cheerfully explained the distinctions between Grade B and Grade D caves to his son, who listened with a bewildered expression. Still too young for cultivation, Li Changshan found himself lost in the explanation. Upon arriving at the Grade B cave, Li Qin took it upon himself to gather rubble and construct several walls, dividing the cave's interior into 4 sections: a spacious hall, a bedroom exclusively for Li Changshan, and 2 additional bedrooms for Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu. As for himself, Li Qin deemed any arrangement sufficient. At dawn, Li Qin continued his routine at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. In the Alchemy Chamber, he retrieved the spiritual herbs prepared by Fu Kang and commenced the refinement of the Spirit Calming Pill. This first-tier advanced elixir consumed an entire day of his time, leaving no opportunity to concoct any other potions. The higher the grade of the elixir, the longer the refining process. For elixirs like the Fasting Pill, Hemostasis Pill, and Qi Nourishing Pill, Li Qin could produce a batch within an hour. However, for elixirs such as the Spirit Gathering Pill, Qi Consolidating Pill, and Yuan Enhancing Pill, the time varied significantly. As for second-tier elixirs, one could hardly expect to complete a batch in less than 10 days or half a month due to the increased complexity and higher quality of herbs required. That night, Li Qin made his way to Grade D Cave number 298, delivering a vial of Spirit Calming Pill to Fu Kang. Without a glance at the vial, Fu Kang accepted it into his storage bag, offering Li Qin a silent embrace. Li Qin caught a whiff of the potent blood and murderous aura emanating from him. Farewell. With that, Fu Kang embraced Li Qin once more and slipped into the night, exiting the shadowy market. Li Qin quietly observed Fu Kang's solitary figure, marked by an unusual resolve. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and softly murmured, "Friend Fu, I wish you good fortune." Suddenly, Li Qin sensed someone watching him from the shadows. Turning around, he spotted a cultivator in the early stages of qi refinement. Meeting Li Qin's gaze, the cultivator appeared flustered and quickly vanished into the darkness. Li Qin's eyes turned cold. Wang Fengming. It was likely that this individual had been sent by Wang Fengming to spy on him, though he could not dismiss the possibility of other factions being involved. Returning to the Grade B cave, Li Qin consumed a yuan-enhancing pill and dedicated himself to cultivation. The supply of high-grade spiritual herbs from the Divine Elixir Pavilion's medicinal garden had dwindled, making it impossible for him to indulge in unlimited qi-nourishing pills as before. Fortunately, having moved to the Grade B cave, his spiritual root had ascended from the 9th to the 8th grade, preventing any stagnation in his cultivation. 3 months passed in this manner. One day, as Li Qin returned to the cave, Ning Hongxiu dashed towards him, tiptoeing to wrap her arms around his neck. "Big brotherly, I have wonderful news. I have successfully entered the Dao." Li Qin smiled, nodding in encouragement. "Hongxiu, you are truly remarkable." In truth, he had already discerned her achievement at a glance. Ning Hongxiu had just entered the Dao, and the fluctuations of her magical power were unstable, evident to any discerning eye. In just 3 months, one can channel their energy into the path of cultivation and transform into a practitioner. Such a rate of advancement is quite ordinary for those with 6th grade spiritual roots. After all, Ning Hongxiu resides in a Class B cave dwelling, where she enjoys meals of spiritual rice and occasionally indulges in spiritual delicacies. Such favorable conditions are not readily available, even to disciples of the Zishu sect or members of noble families. Brotherly, I have also become a cultivator. Why not teach me the art of alchemy? This way, I could assist you, allowing you more time for your own cultivation, Ning Hongxiu suggested, wrapping her arms around Li Qin's neck. Li Qin's gaze shifted, contemplating the feasibility of her proposal. With a family to support, despite receiving a considerable amount of spiritual stones from the shopkeeper every month, his resources were still insufficient. Residing in a Class B cave dwelling incurs a monthly expense of 200 spiritual stones. Additionally, he needed to purchase spiritual rice and the meat of demonic beasts, not to mention the blood food required for the little black dog raised by Li Changxing. All these expenses weighed heavily on Li Qin's shoulders, encompassing the family's sustenance and cultivation needs, which was indeed a considerable burden. Mo Yunyu had previously expressed a desire to learn a skill to earn spiritual stones and alleviate Li Qin's burden. Unfortunately, her lack of talent became evident. She struggled to grasp alchemy or the art of talismans, let alone formations. After several attempts, her self-esteem diminished, leading her to contemplate washing clothes for others in exchange for spiritual sand. However, after Li Qin scolded her a few times, she dared not mention it again. Now, with Ning Hongxiu expressing her desire to learn alchemy, Li Qin was naturally inclined to teach her. Yet, he pondered whether she possessed the aptitude for it. To pursue alchemy, she would need to acquire an alchemical furnace, spiritual herbs, and even ironheart wood. The costs associated with such resources were staggering. The thought of nurturing an alchemist filled Li Qin with trepidation. Not everyone had the privilege of receiving a second-tier alchemical inheritance like he did. Without the backing of a powerful faction, one simply lacked the qualification to cultivate an alchemist. It would be prudent to take Ning Hongxiu to the Divine Alchemy Pavilion as an apprentice and assess her talent for alchemy. If she lacked the aptitude, it would be best to dissuade her from further pursuing the art. As he considered these matters while gazing at the girl in his arms, Li Qin smiled and said, "There is no rush regarding your alchemical studies. At present, there is a more pressing matter at hand." Ning Hongxiu looked puzzled. Brotherly, what urgent matter could there be? Suddenly, she exclaimed with a flushed face. Li Chun lifted her with ease and whispered in her ear, "Of course, it is to give Changxing a little brother or sister. Otherwise, he shall remain so lonely." Ning Hongxiu, feeling the warmth of her flushed cheeks against Li Qin's chest, wrapped her arms around his neck, her body tensing in response to his words. After sharing a tender moment, Li Qin did not forget to continue his meditation and cultivation. The inexperienced girl peeked out from beneath the blankets, her head showing as she softly asked, "Brotherly, are you still going to cultivate?" Li Qin gently stroked her hair and replied with a tender smile, "It is time to change how you address me. You should call me husband." Beneath the gentle gaze of Li Qin, Ning Hongxiu softly called out to her husband and buried her head beneath the covers, refusing to emerge. Observing her retreat, Li Qin offered a warm smile before speaking earnestly, "Hongxiu, as cultivators embarking on the path to immortality, our sole pursuit is to attain eternal life. Yet, the road to immortality is fraught with numerous challenges and perils. If we become complacent in our cultivation, how shall we surmount these obstacles?" With those words, Li Chun retrieved a yuan-enhancing pill and gradually closed his eyes in meditation. Ning Hongxiu, lifting the blanket, gazed at her husband in deep concentration, her eyes flickering before solidifying with determination. Seeing her husband strive so diligently for immortality, she resolved to stand by his side and accompany him on this journey. With renewed purpose, Ning Hongxiu sat up and mimicked Li Qin's pose, closing her eyes in solidarity. The following day, when Li Qin awoke from his meditation, he was met with the sight of Ning Hongxiu still immersed in her practice, a look of contentment gracing his features. In contrast to Mo Yunyu's lackadaisical approach to cultivation, Ning Hongxiu undoubtedly exhibited a commendable ambition. Contemplating Mo Yunyu, Li Qin felt a twinge of frustration. Despite being a ninth-grade spiritual root, Mo Yunyu showed little interest in her training. Even when provided with nourishing and spirit-gathering pills, she discreetly stashed them away rather than consuming them. Li Chun had reprimanded her numerous times, yet Mo Yunyu remained obstinate, adhering to her own whims. As she often stated, being a ninth-grade spiritual root meant she would not squander resources. She intended to reserve these elixirs for their son. Li Qin had pleaded and scolded. Yet Mo Yunyu would agree outwardly while secretly hoarding the cultivation resources he provided. He could not help but think of Mo Bai. It was evident that Mo Yunyu and Mo Bai shared a striking resemblance in certain aspects, Their similarities unmistakable. Chapter 55, Li Qin took Ning Hongxiu to the Divine Pill Pavilion, where he commenced her education on the properties of medicinal herbs. The intricacies of alchemical furnace operation, temperature regulation, and the manipulation of flame size, among other fundamental aspects of pill refinement. Although Li Qin held a unique status within the Divine Pill Pavilion, whispers circulated among the apprentices and assistants behind his back. Gradually, rumors of Li Qin's fondness for women began to spread among the lower-tier cultivators of Yinshan Lane. Li Qin caught wind of some of these tales but merely smiled, dismissing them with indifference. Ning Hongxiu, possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root, endeavored to learn pill refinement under Li Qin's tutelage. However, she lacked the innate talent for the craft. As Ning Hongxiu's belly grew rounder with time, Li Qin ceased to bring her to the pavilion, and she herself relinquished the desire to pursue alchemy. Refining pills is far too difficult, she lamented. Another year passed, and Ning Hongxiu's pregnancy became pronounced. Her cultivation had reached the 3rd stage of qi refinement, and she was on the verge of giving birth. Such a pace of cultivation was not extraordinary, considering her 6th-grade spiritual root and Li Qin's boundless supply of nourishing qi pills. One day, as Li Qin returned home from the Divine Pill Pavilion, he found Li Changsheng, his 4-year-old son, waiting outside the cave dwelling with an exuberant black and red dog at his side. Upon seeing Li Qin, the boy dashed over, his face alight with excitement. "Father, Aunt Hongxiu is about to give birth. I'm going to have a brother or sister." Li Changsheng, exhibiting a calm demeanor for his age, was generally obedient and sensible. Overall, Li Qin was quite pleased with his firstborn. The black and red dog wagged its tail energetically, panting as it followed Li Changsheng closely. Squatting down, Li Qin affectionately ruffled Li Changsheng's hair and inquired with a smile, "Changsheng, do you wish for a brother or a sister?" Li Changsheng pondered, nibbling on his finger for a moment before responding, "I want a sister." Li Qin remained silent. Whether the newborn was a son or a daughter mattered little to him. What he truly cared about was the child's spiritual root quality. Having already experienced the birth of Li Changsheng, he felt no anxiety regarding the imminent arrival of his second child. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Li Qin was filled with anticipation. Typically, a full-term pregnancy lasts 10 months. Given that Ning Hongxiu was a 6th-grade spiritual root, the child she carried had been gestating for a full year, leading Li Qin to speculate that the spiritual root quality should be commendable. Suddenly, a lusty wail of a newborn pierced the air, and a smile spread across Li Qin's face. Li Changsheng, barely reaching his father's thigh, danced with glee, exclaiming, "Father, Aunt Hongxiu has given birth." As the cave door opened, Mo Union emerged, casting a stern glance at Li Changsheng. "Changsheng, what are you shouting for? Do you not fear startling your sister?" Li Changsheng quickly covered his mouth with his hand, though the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Mo Union turned her gaze to Li Qin, declaring, "Husband, it's a girl." Li Qin nodded and stepped into the cave. Inside the bedroom, Ning Hongxiu reclined on the bed, cradling a glistening infant in her arms, a stark contrast to the wrinkled appearance of Li Changsheng at birth. Upon Li Qin's return, Ning Hongxiu rose from the bed and handed the swaddled girl to him, saying, "Husband, it's our daughter. Rest now, Hongxiu. Do not move about," Li Qin urged gently. Li Qin gently received the infant still in swaddling clothes, instructing Ning Hongxiu to remain still. The baby girl, cradled in Li Qin's arms, wailed incessantly. Beside them, Li Changsheng tugged at Li Qin's trousers, his face alight with excitement. "Father, may I hold my sister?" Li Qin nodded with a smile, passing his newborn daughter to Li Changsheng. With utmost care, Li Changsheng accepted his sister, pinching her cheek, which only startled the newborn into a more fervent cry. Observing her brother's escalating distress, Li Changsheng felt a twinge of helplessness. Ning Hongxiu reclined on the bed, her eyes sparkling as she watched the sibling duo. Li Qin refrained from scolding Li Changsheng, his countenance radiating paternal warmth. "Darling, let us bestow a name upon our daughter," Ning Hongxiu suggested, her gaze shifting to Li Qin. Mo Yunyu also turned towards him, awaiting his decision. Li Changsheng, momentarily abandoning his attempts to soothe his crying sister, directed his curiosity towards his father. Eager to discover the name Li Qin would choose. Without hesitation, Li Qin calmly declared, "Xian." "Li Xian." Ning Hongxiu paused briefly before breaking into a smile. "Very well. She shall be named Li Xian." In Li Changsheng's embrace, the newborn Li Xian suddenly quieted, followed by a burst of innocent laughter. "Father, mother, Aunt Hongxiu. My sister is laughing." Mo Yunyu approached, playfully pinching Li Changsheng's ear. "Hand over little Xian to me. Be careful not to drop her." Li Chen observed the scene with a serene gaze, his heart swelling with warmth. Naming his son Changxing and his daughter Xian reflected Li Chen's aspirations for them, as well as a self-imposed motivation. Mo Yunyu, cradling the newborn Li Xian, settled by the bed, engaging in conversation with Ning Hongxiu about how to nurture their daughter. Meanwhile, Li Changxing stood to the side, feeling inexplicably glum. Assuming his son was merely feeling jealous, Li Chen affectionately ruffled his hair and inquired, "Changxing, what troubles you? You were just so joyous." Li Changxing looked up at Li Chen and said, "Father, you mentioned that when I was born, Uncle Fu held me. I haven't seen Uncle Fu in such a long time. I miss him." Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled reassuringly. "Uncle Fu will return to see you very soon." "Really?" "Of course." Li Changxing's spirits lifted. He was easily appeased. Since their last farewell to Fu Kong, he had not returned, and Li Chen wondered if Fu Kong had successfully broken through the 6th layer of qi refining to reach the later stages. He also pondered about the well-being of his friend, wondering what he might be engaged in at present. Soon, however, Li Chen shifted his focus back to the system panel before him. Host, Li Chen Lifespan, 2599, Spiritual Root, 6th Grade Cultivation, 5th Layer of Qi Refining Techniques, Scarlet Flame Technique, Spirit Transformation Hand, Withered Wood Technique, Deceptive Heaven Technique, Light-Splitting Shadow Sword Technique Skills, 2nd Tier Alchemy Treasures, Scarlet Edge Sword, Golden Light Brick Dao Companion, Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu Offspring, Li Changxing. Li Xian Main Quest, Establish a Cultivation Family, Incomplete. Side Quest, Seize Foundations, Occupy Spiritual Veins, Incomplete. Li Chen then opened the data panel of Li Xian. Offspring, Li Xian Lifespan, 081. Spiritual Root, 6th Grade Talent. Combat Magic. Li Xian possesses a 6th Grade Spiritual Root, having inherited Ning Hongxiu's innate qualities, while simultaneously elevating Li Chen's own spiritual root to the same level. What does the talent for combat magic signify? Li Chen pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In contrast to Li Changxing's data panel, Li Xian possesses an additional talent, combat magic. Meanwhile, Li Changxing's talent is non-existent. Li Chen cast a glance at his daughter, still in her swaddling clothes, and then at his son, who was grinning foolishly and could not help but let out a gentle sigh. He wondered whether, once Li Changxing and Li Xian began their cultivation, Li Changxing would still be able to smile as joyfully as he does now. Chapter 56. The 6th Layer of Qi Refinement. Li Xian emerges, inadvertently elevating Li Chen's spiritual root aptitude to the 6th grade. Having previously experienced the cultivation speeds of both the 9th and 8th grade spiritual roots, Li Chen finds himself somewhat disoriented with this new 6th grade enhancement. In stark contrast to the 9th and 8th grades, the 6th grade spiritual root is a remarkable talent, with a cultivation velocity that surpasses the former by several folds. It is no wonder that the Zishu Immortal sect places such significant emphasis on spiritual roots when recruiting disciples. The Zishu Immortal sect conducts its spiritual root assessment every decade, seeking to gather the most promising talents from the cultivation realm of the Yin Kingdom. Naturally, the sect primarily targets renowned cultivation families and independent cultivators within Yin, making the participation of individuals like Li Chen, who approach as mere mortals, exceedingly rare. When Li Chen first attended the spiritual root assessment at the Zishu Immortal sect, he faced a barrage of derisive glances and mockery. Those with 9th grade spiritual roots were deemed unworthy of entry, lacking even the qualifications for menial discipleship. However, those with 8th or 7th grade roots, provided they were of a young age, could gain entrance as menial disciples, while those with 6th grade roots could directly join the outer sect as outer disciples. Disciples of the Zishu Immortal sect are categorized into menial disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Menial disciples do not benefit from the sect's resources, whereas outer disciples begin to enjoy preferential access to these resources. Only true disciples are entrusted with the sect's foundational techniques. The Zishu sect, the sole immortal sect in the Yin Kingdom, boasts a legacy spanning thousands of years. With a 3-tiered inheritance system that has historically produced golden core true persons in nearly every generation. During its zenith, the sect was home to multiple golden core cultivators. In the present day, however, the Zishu sect has seen a decline, with only one aging golden core ancestor, over 400 years old, and no newly elevated golden core elders. Nevertheless, the Zishu sect remains the singular immortal sect in the Yin Kingdom, casting a formidable shadow over the cultivation realm. If the secular world of Yin is governed by dynasties, then the cultivation realm is under the dominion of the Zishu sect. Each time the Zishu Immortal sect holds its spiritual root assessment, Major cultivation families in Yin eagerly send their most gifted offspring to the sect. The rationale behind this is straightforward. The Zishu sect offers abundant cultivation resources and a three-tiered inheritance system. With his spiritual root aptitude elevated to the 6th grade and aided by medicinal elixirs, Li Chen experiences the swiftness of a prodigy in cultivation. Spiritual roots are categorized into 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the highest, often referred to as the heavenly grade spiritual root, which is free from bottlenecks on the path to the nascent soul stage. However, in truth, heavenly grade spiritual roots are merely the stuff of legend. Throughout the history of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm, no heavenly grade spiritual root has ever emerged. Should such a phenomenon occur, prominent sects from other nations would undoubtedly rush to claim the individual. To Li Chen's knowledge, the Zishu sect's foremost true disciple, Song Su, who pursued the exquisite fairy Ling Long and was famously rebuffed by her, possesses merely a 3rd grade spiritual root. Yet, despite this, Song Su was accepted as a direct disciple by the Zishu sect's Golden Core ancestor and is regarded as the sect's future. In the context of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm, a 6th grade spiritual root is considered a minor prodigy, while the majority of independent cultivators possess inferior spiritual roots. A genius cultivator like Huang Qingya should, by all rights, have joined the Zishu sect and become a true disciple of theirs. However, every individual harbors secrets, and Huang Qingya's choice to forego the Zishu sect must be rooted in her own reasons. Although Li Chen's spiritual roots have been enhanced, his life remains largely unchanged. He continues to visit the Xin Yin Pavilion daily to refine elixirs, returning to his cave dwelling at night to meditate and cultivate while also spending time with his beloved children. Thus, 2 more years have passed. After 2 years, Li Chen's cultivation advanced further, elevating from the 5th to the 6th layer of qi refinement. After 8 years in the realm of cultivation, at the age of 27, he has achieved the 6th layer of qi refinement. At this age and level, he is generally satisfied, with hopes of establishing a foundation before turning 40. Following his breakthrough to the 6th layer, Li Chen presented himself to the outside world as a practitioner of the 4th layer, successfully rising to become the 3rd alchemist of the Xin Yin Pavilion. In the Yingshan market, lower-tier cultivators, upon encountering Li Chen, are compelled to greet him with smiles, addressing him as masterly. In the eyes of the lower-tier scattered cultivators within Yingshan market, Li Chen has come to be regarded as a prominent figure. Over these 2 years, Ning Hongxiu has advanced her cultivation to the 4th layer of qi refinement, and Li Chen gifted her a low-grade magical artifact, the cold silk net. As for Imo Yunya, she remains stagnant at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, showing no signs of progress. Despite Li Chen urging her to consume spirit-gathering pills, she remains unable to break through her bottleneck to the 4th layer. Imo Yunya displays a complete lack of determination. Her apathetic attitude, akin to that of a carefree fish, has prevented her from advancing, even in the face of resources and living in a 3rd-tier cave dwelling. Li Chongxing is now 7 years old, resembling a little adult. In contrast, the less than 3-year-old Li Xian is a bundle of mischief, often riding on the back of Li Chongxing's pet, the Black Fire Hound, wreaking havoc in their cave dwelling, turning it into a scene of chaos. Compared to Li Chongxing, this daughter is anything but quiet. Li Chen deeply realizes that the 3rd-tier cave dwelling is becoming insufficient. He cannot allow Li Xian to frolic outside, as it may provoke other cultivators. Yet, being in her lively and active phase, confining her within the cave every day would stifle her spirit. Li Chen understands that he must seek a spiritual land in advance, both to fulfill the system's side quest and for the sake of his vivacious daughter. Additionally, with Li Chongxing now 7 and his spiritual roots having manifested, it is time for him to begin his cultivation. The spiritual energy provided by a 3rd-tier cave dwelling is becoming inadequate for both Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu, who are mid-stage qi refinement practitioners. If Li Chongxing embarks on the path of immortality, the energy from the cave will certainly fall short. It is imperative to find a vein of spiritual energy and claim a mountain for themselves. However, the spiritual vein territories in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world have all been claimed and divided. To acquire a piece of such land, one must vie against other cultivation families. With Li Chun merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement and accompanied by Ning Hongxiu at the 4th layer, what chance do they stand against any cultivation family? Moreover, as the children grow day by day and as Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu's cultivation levels rise, the spiritual stones he receives from refining elixirs at the Xin Yin Pavilion have become insufficient to support his family's expenses. Li Chen is profoundly troubled by this predicament. Balancing family obligations while cultivating his own path is proving to be an arduous challenge. On this day, Li Chen returned to his cave dwelling after finishing his duties at the Shindan Pavilion. As he stepped inside, he was met with the sight of Li Xian energetically riding a black and red dog, careening into various pieces of furniture while excitedly chasing after Li Chongqing, urging, "Xiaohei, bite him, bite him." Witnessing this chaotic scene, a scowl formed on Li Chen's face, his temples throbbing with frustration. "Li Xian, Li Chongqing," he called out as he entered the cave, his expression stern as he gazed at the raucous siblings. "Father, you're back," Li Xian exclaimed, her face alight with joy. "What about the spiritual fish you promised me?" She leaped off the dog's back, rushing to tug at Li Chen's pant leg. Li Chen's cheek twitched slightly as he coldly responded, "Li Xian, how dare you ask me for the spiritual fish? Stand against the wall and reflect on your behavior." "Okay," Li Xian replied reluctantly, moving to the wall, her small face betraying no hint of fear as she slyly winked at Li Chongqing. This only fueled Li Chen's ire further. His daughter was utterly unruly, spoiled by both Mo Yunyu and Li Chongqing. "Dad," Li Chongqing murmured, lowering his head. Li Chen shot a stern look at his son. "Chongqing, Li Xian is still young and naive. Do you not also share in her folly? You, too, go stand by the wall and contemplate your actions." Li Chongqing obediently approached the wall, silenced by the fear of his father's wrath. Li Chen's gaze then fell upon the black and red dog, his expression icy. "If you dare to indulge in Li Xian's mischief again, I shall sever your tail and use it to concoct the wondrous elixir." The dog immediately tucked its tail between its legs, casting a pitiful look at Li Chen. Sensing the continued chill in Li Chen's demeanor, it hurried to Li Chongqing's side, squatting down in front of the wall, trembling with trepidation. At that moment, Mo Yunyu returned from outside, carrying a bundle of green bamboo, intended for the production of spiritual paper. Upon noticing Li Chen's cold expression and the sight of Li Chongqing, Li Xian, and the dog facing the wall, she quickly understood the situation. With a gentle smile, she inquired softly, "Li Xian, have you been naughty again and made your father angry?" Li Xian shrugged nonchalantly, grinning mischievously. "Auntie, you must persuade father not to be mad." Mo Yunyu turned to Li Chen, saying, "Husband, Li Xian is still young. Mischief is to be expected. Why expend your anger on her?" Li Chen rubbed his temples, letting out a soft sigh. He realized he would need to rent another Class B cave, otherwise, with just this one, peace would be unattainable whenever Li Xian was in a playful mood. Yet, a Class B cave costs 200 spirit stones each month. Chapter 57. The Remnants of Ancestors. The next day, Li Chen once again rented a cave abode, acquiring the opening order for the rank B cave No. 100 from Yang Diju. He felt a pang of regret as he paid the spirit stones. Was it easy for a loose cultivator to earn spirit stones? 2 cave abodes cost 400 spirit stones each month, and surely the Yang family of Fish Dragon and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff had ulterior motives. Yang Diju handed the opening order to Li Chen with a cheerful smile, saying, "Li Dan Master, you truly are a young talent. In just 8 years in the immortal cultivation realm, you have reached the 4th level of Qi refinement and advanced to the 3rd-ranked alchemist of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, capable of refining harmony pills. I presume your monthly stipend from the Divine Alchemy Pavilion is quite substantial?" Many loose cultivators in Yinshan Workshop, with higher cultivation than Li Chen, could only rent rank D cave abodes. How could they compare to Li Chen's ability to rent 2 rank B cave abodes? Li Chen shook his head and replied with a wry smile, "Senior Yang, please do not jest. I have family to support, and this is my only option." Yang Diju, with a genial expression, continued, "So, Li Dan Master, your earnings from the Divine Alchemy Pavilion are insufficient for your needs?" Li Chen remained silent. Yang Diju pressed on. "You are a promising young man and can refine harmony pills. Why not consider becoming a guest elder at my Yang family? I can assure you that if you join us, we will provide you with a residence built on a spiritual vein, as well as a monthly stipend of spirit stones that will surpass what the Divine Alchemy Pavilion offers. In return, you would only need to refine some necessary elixirs for my Yang family disciples each month. What do you say?" Li Chen raised his gaze and cupped his hands respectfully towards the elder. "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, but I owe a great debt to the Pavilion Master and cannot betray the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. I hope you can understand." Yang Diju was not offended. He waved his hand with a smile. "I did not intend to pressure you, Li Dan Master. Let us consider this matter as if I had never mentioned it." As Li Chen exited the Grade A Cave No. 2, he glanced back and then turned his attention to the adjacent Grade A Cave No. 1 before hastily departing. Over the years, as Li Chen revealed his ability to refine gathering spirit pills and harmony pills, ascending to the position of the 3rd-ranked alchemist of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, He had shed the cloak of obscurity. Young Master Bai from the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain had sought to entice him several times, offering generous terms to invite Li Qin to serve as a guest elder. The Sidu family of Crescent Moon Lake and the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff had also sent envoys to court Li Qin, eager to recruit the newly promoted alchemist of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. Although alchemists hold a prestigious position in the immortal cultivation realm, the resources required to cultivate one are immense. Even the fish dragon Yang family extended an olive branch to Li Qin. However, he declined all offers from various families. At the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, Li Qin enjoyed a degree of freedom. He could refine elixirs at his leisure, and no one would compel him otherwise. Accepting the invitations from prominent immortal cultivation families would mean relinquishing that freedom, especially given his relatively low cultivation level. Li Qin had never contemplated serving as a guest elder for any other forces, regardless of how enticing their offers might be. It is noteworthy that Wang Foming did not inform the Zhao family of Yinfengya about Li Qin's act of killing Zhao Ran. After renting a cave, Li Qin did not return home but instead proceeded to the Baibao building, where he purchased a Qingmu Ju. Li Chongxing possessed an 8th grade attribute spiritual root, and it was time for him to commence his cultivation. Further delay was not an option. As for sending Li Chongsheng to Zishu sect as a servant disciple, Li Qin had not entertained such a notion, for servant disciples did not benefit from the resources of the immortal sect, and at merely 7 years of age, Li Chongxing was certainly not fit for Zishu sect. After acquiring the Qingmu Ju, Li Qin contemplated and made his way towards the area where scattered cultivators set up stalls on West Street. From a wandering cultivator, he purchased a containing a splendid golden-scaled fish, spending 30 spirit stones for it. This golden-scaled fish, classified as a first-tier low-level demon beast, possessed little flesh but was visually striking and lacked any aggressive tendencies, making it an ideal pet for Li Xian. Upon returning to the cave, Li Qin presented the golden-scaled fish to Li Xian. Holding the and gazing at the beautiful fish within, her eyes sparkled with delight. She tiptoed and planted a kiss on Li Qin's cheek, her sweet voice ringing out, "Thank you, Daddy. You are the best Xiener." Li Qin, observing his lively, mischievous, and audacious daughter, felt a mix of affection and exasperation. "Xiener, go play with Xiaohei. I have matters to discuss with your elder brother." Li Xian nodded, bouncing away with the in her arms. "Father, what do you need from me?" Li Chongxing stood before Li Qian, now of considerable height and appearing rather composed. After scrutinizing his son for a moment, Li Qian spoke in a serious tone, "Chongxing, from this day forth, I shall teach you the ways of cultivation. Are you prepared?" Li Chongxing nodded earnestly, saying, "Father, rest assured, I will strive diligently in my practice." Li Qin patted his son's shoulder, feeling content with this obedient and sensible child. After imparting the Qingmu Ju to Li Chongxing, Li Qin summoned Ning Hongxiu to move into cave number 100 of Class B. In contrast to the indifferent attitude of Mo Yunya, Ning Hongxiu was fervently dedicated to her cultivation, spending the majority of her time in meditation. Spurred on by her struggles with alchemy and talisman making, Li Qin welcomed this development, as he naturally desired a partner whose cultivation was advanced enough to accompany him on a longer journey. Thus, Li Qin and Ning Hongxiu settled into cave number 100 of Class B, while Mo Yunya, Li Chongxing, and Li Xian remained in their original cave. Nonetheless, Li Xian frequently knocked on their door, disrupting the peace of Li Qin and Ning Hongxiu. Eventually, after Ning Hongxiu grew exasperated and chastised Li Xian, the girl quieted down for a short while. However, within half a month, Li Xian completely forgot the previous reprimand and reverted to her mischievous nature. Whenever Li Xian caused a ruckus, Ning Hongxiu would be compelled to discipline her. Yet, as the beatings accumulated, Li Xian's resilience grew, rendering her impervious to Ning Hongxiu's attempts at correction. In the end, even Ning Hongxiu found herself at a loss. Additionally, the golden-scaled fish that Li Qin had gifted her, despite being a low-tier demon beast, succumbed to her care after 6 months, a testament to her peculiar knack for mismanagement. Although the golden-scaled fish was an ornamental creature, it was still a beast with tenacious vitality, yet it met its demise under Li Xian's unintentional neglect. As Li Xian matured, Li Qin grew increasingly apprehensive about her daughter's future. Time swiftly passed, and 2 years went by. Li Xian was nearing 5 years of age. And apart from her biological mother, Ning Hongxiu, who still exerted a modicum of authority over her, the rest of the household found it nearly impossible to manage her. Li Chongsheng, now 9, had successfully embarked on the path of cultivation, becoming a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement. He was quite understanding. Recognizing the heavy burden on his father, and during his spare time from training, he assisted his mother in washing and crafting spiritual paper, solely to alleviate some of his father's load. Ning Hongxiu was exceptionally diligent in her cultivation, having reached the peak of the 4th level of qi refinement. On the cusp of breaking into the 5th level, Mo Yunyu remained unchanged, still at the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Venturing daily to the West Street area where wandering cultivators set up stalls to procure green bamboo, which she would return to wash and convert into spiritual paper. Her skill in crafting spiritual paper was taught by Li Qin at the Tianfu Pavilion, and the spiritual paper she produced was supplied back to the pavilion, earning her a modest income of around 100 spiritual stones each month, effectively lightening Li Qin's burden. As for Li Qin, he remained at the 6th level of qi refinement, with the breakthrough to the 7th level still a distant prospect. Life had not continued in such tranquil fashion indefinitely. Until one fateful day, outside Yinshan Square, a beam of blood-red light erupted from the Yinshan mountain range. Upon witnessing this crimson radiance, all cultivators within Yinshan Square erupted into a frenzy. This heralded the emergence of a cave dwelling left behind by an esteemed ancestor. Such commotion could only be caused by the unveiling of a cave relic from a foundational cultivator, with the possibility of it being a legacy from a Golden Core practitioner as well. In a mad rush, a multitude of wandering cultivators surged toward the Yinshan mountain range. And even the 2 pinnacle practitioners of qi refinement, Yang Dezhu and Wang Quan, could not restrain them. In ordinary times, these wandering cultivators would cower before the formidable Yang family and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, but now, with opportunity and fortune laid bare before them, who would heed the Yang and Wang families? In the face of the opportunities left by esteemed ancestors, the accumulated authority of the 2 prominent families dissipated in an instant. Chapter 58. At last, an opportunity arises above the shadowy peaks of Yingshan. The resplendent figure of Wang Quan stood poised upon his flying sword, gazing into the distance where a crimson light pierced the heavens, while a throng of scattered cultivators surged forth. Among these scattered practitioners were formidable figures, akin to Wang Quan, who had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. With a chilling gaze, Wang Quan turned to his companion, Wang Fengming, and spoke in a low voice. Fengming, given this commotion, it is likely a hidden cave left behind by a foundation establishment cultivator. It is not impossible that it could belong to a Golden Core master. These scattered practitioners cannot be subdued, but we must not allow them to seize the treasures within the senior's cave. I shall pursue them to prevent the treasures from falling into the wrong hands. You must hasten back to Ningbi Cliff and summon our ancestor. Only he possesses the authority to quell this chaos. Wang Fengming squinted, contemplating for a moment before replying solemnly, in that case, uncle, you proceed to the senior's cave, and I shall return at once to summon our ancestor. The uncle and nephew swiftly embarked on their separate quests, transforming into 2 streaks of sword light, one heading towards the Yingshan mountain range, the other towards Ningbi Cliff. On the ground below, a pair of cold eyes observed the duo. Completely unnoticed by them, Li Qin, shrouded in a dark robe, adjusted his hood to obscure his features, and when Wang Fengming's sword light exited Yingshan, he expertly followed suit. Li Qin held no interest in the remnants of the senior's legacy. However, the prospect of ambushing Wang Fengming intrigued him greatly. The sanguine light ascending from the Yingshan mountain range was likely a cave relic left by a demonic cultivator. Such locations were often fraught with intricate mechanisms and traps, where a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable doom. Even assuming the cave held no such dangers, the multitude of cultivators flocking towards it rendered it unwise for Li Qin to follow. Instead of pursuing the cave, it would be far more prudent to eliminate Wang Fengming. As a late-stage qi refinement cultivator and a prominent member of the Wang family's younger generation, Wang Fengming was highly regarded by the family patriarch, and the spiritual stones and magical artifacts he carried must be of considerable worth. Li Qin had not forgotten Wang Fengming's earlier attempt to enlist Zhao family cultivators to eliminate him. He had kept this in mind ever since returning from the mortal realm. After observing Wang Fengming's movements, Li Qin had noticed that the latter seldom ventured out of Yingshan alone, often accompanied by other cultivators. But now, fortune smiled upon him. Wang Fengming was finally alone. Is this fellow a rabbit? Li Qin gritted his teeth as he watched the fleeting sword light ahead begin to fade from view. Though he was intent on ambushing Wang Fengming, Li Qin overlooked a critical detail. Wang Fengming's cultivation was superior to his own, and the quality of his flying sword surpassed that of Li Qin's crimson-edged sword, causing Li Qin to lose track of him. In the vicinity of Yingshan, Li Qin dared not openly attack Wang Fengming. However, once outside its bounds, he observed Wang Fengming accelerating further into the distance on his flying sword. Watching the dwindling streak of light against the horizon, Li Qin felt a surge of frustration. After finally seizing the opportunity to confront Wang Fengming alone, he had prepared himself for the risk of being drained of blood by the blood-devouring flying blade, determined to eliminate Wang Fengming at all costs. However, the outcome was that Wang Fengming ran too swiftly, leaving him unable to keep pace. Casting a glance at the inferior chiefing sword beneath his feet, Li Qin's eyes blazed with anger. Wretched chiefing sword, detestable by Bailu, loathsome Zishu sect. Just as Li Qin was engulfed in despair and prepared to abandon his pursuit back to Yingshan Square, a vast net suddenly surged from the ground into the sky. Enveloping the sword light above, Li Qin's furious gaze turned to one of astonishment. Had Wang Fengming encountered a formidable adversary? Was he not the only one intent on eliminating Wang Fengming? Narrowing his eyes, Li Qin focused his thoughts, directing his flying sword downward to the ground, tearing a swift travel talisman and hastening toward the direction of the battle. Before long, Li Qin arrived on the ground, the Qitian technique effectively masking his presence, allowing no trace of his aura to escape. Raising his gaze to the two figures engaged in combat mid-air, Li Qin's brows quivered. It was her. In the air, the tall and striking female cultivator stood upon her flying sword, her hands weaving intricate seals as a multitude of high-level spiritual talismans swirled around her. Resembling a school of agile fish, Wang Fengming, disheveled and somewhat disoriented, had a dangerous glint in his elongated eyes as he bellowed, "Huang Qingya, you wretched maid. Last time you escaped by mere chance, yet you dare to appear before me again? Step aside. I have no time to play with you today." Hovering in the air, Huang Qingya's expression was icy, her tone frigid. "Wang Fengming, I have finally caught you. Today, you are destined to perish here. Go." With a single wave of her hand, hundreds of advanced thunderfire talismans surged toward Wang Fengming as if imbued with life. In the wake of this, a series of thunderous explosions echoed, painting the sky a fiery crimson. Observing Wang Fengming engulfed by the tempest of thunder and fire, Li Qin's pupils constricted, his breath caught in his throat. Indeed, talismans were formidable. An advanced spiritual talisman equated to a late-stage qi refinement cultivator casting a spell. With hundreds of such talismans descending, the overwhelming force would undoubtedly leave a foundational cultivator severely wounded if unprepared. "Useless," Wang Fengming retorted. "I possess the ancestral bestowed turtle origin shield. You cannot harm me. Although this shield is not a spiritual weapon, it is a top-tier magical artifact. No matter how many talismans you possess, even if they are of the utmost quality, they cannot breach my turtle origin shield. Unless you wield second-tier talismans, do you possess any? Huang Qingya, today I have pressing matters. I do not wish to entangle with you. Move aside, lest you force me to end your life." As the thunderfire subsided, Wang Fengming's figure emerged, holding a shield that radiated blue light, forming a protective barrier around him. He had been hastily returning to the Qingbi cliff, unaware of Huang Qingya's ambush, leaving him somewhat flustered. However, once he focused, Huang Qingya could not harm him, for he possessed the top-tier magical artifact, the turtle origin shield. Nonetheless, Wang Fengming had no desire to linger with Huang Qingya, as he was eager to return to Qingbi Cliff to report to his ancestor about the emergence of a senior expert's cave-dwelling relic outside Yingshan Square. While Wang Fengming was unafraid of Huang Qingya, he was uncertain about subduing this talented talisman master in a short span of time. Huang Qingya's expression was frigid as she produced several blood-red spirit symbols, gazing at Wang Fengming as though he were already deceased. As the blood-red symbols soared through the air, an overwhelming spiritual pressure caused Wang Fengming to break into a cold sweat. Die. The violent explosion in midair incited a tumult of spiritual energy, generating a tempest that rendered Li Qin momentarily unsteady. The surrounding trees were mercilessly uprooted by the gale. Second-tier spirit symbols. Huang Qingya astonishingly possessed second-tier symbols. Li Qin could hardly fathom what fate awaited Wang Fengming at the heart of the storm. A single second-tier symbol equated to a foundational cultivator casting a spell. With several such symbols raining down, even Li Qin, a mere spectator, was drenched in cold sweat. Cough, cough. Do you believe that by awakening the blood symbol spirit body and elevating a few top-tier symbols to the second tier, you can slay this young master? Were it not for my turtle origin shield, paired with 2 exquisite robes and a top-tier inner armor, I might have truly fallen at your hands today. You insolent wretch. You have genuinely provoked me. As the explosive remnants dissipated, Wang Fengming remained suspended in midair, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His turtle origin shield lay in tatters, and his magnificent robes hung in shreds, revealing yet another robe and inner armor beneath. Li Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had survived? In that moment, he felt a twinge of gratitude for his slower flight. for he had not been the first to attack Wang Fengming. Huang Qingya's second-tier symbols had failed to bring about Wang Fengming's demise. Li Qin was uncertain whether his bloodthirsty flying dagger could breach Wang Fengming's defenses. Even if it drained every drop of his blood, Li Qin was mistaken. Wang Fengming was not akin to a timid rabbit, but rather a tenacious turtle. First, he had the top-tier defensive artifact, the Turtle Origin Shield, followed by 2 exquisite robes, and beneath them, a layer of top-tier inner armor. Was he truly so fearful of death? Indeed, he was the foremost of the younger generation from the Ningbi Cliff Wang family. The value of his equipment alone exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. It is worth noting that many impoverished foundational cultivators could not muster such wealth. You wretched servant. Meet your end. With disheveled hair in his robes and tatters, blood still fresh at the corner of his mouth, Wang Fengming's gaze turned malevolent as he unleashed 2 glimmering golden flying swords, one on each side, targeting Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya's pallor deepened as she frantically deployed advanced golden light symbols, casting them desperately to form layers of protective barriers before her. Haha. Do you not possess an abundance of spirit symbols? Wang Fengming's handsome visage twisted in fury. His eyes fierce as he commanded the flying swords to slice through the layers of golden light. In the face of Wang Fengming's relentless assault, a peculiar smile emerged on Huang Qingya's bloodless face. Wang Fengming's expression froze. He sensed a surge of spiritual energy behind him. When he turned, a gold brick, the size of a door panel, descended upon him with tremendous force. In midair, a cloaked cultivator stood atop a crimson flying sword, their gaze icy and voice devoid of warmth. At last, I have caught my opportunity. Chapter 59, The Indignant Ancestor of the Wang Family Boom. In midair, Wang Fengming's eyes widened in terror. A gilded brick, as large as a door panel, hurtled down upon him. Instinctively, he formed a seal and attempted to cast a spell to send the golden brick flying. Yet, this brick weighed over 10,000 pounds. The ground trembled as the resplendent brick struck Wang Fengming, embedding him deep into the earth and creating a profound crater. Boom, boom, boom. As Wang Fengming was forced into the ground, Li Qin did not relent. He continued to control the brick, striking down multiple times, each impact causing the ground to shudder violently. Huang Qingya descended from the air, her gaze fixated on the relentless descent of the brick. She turned to the figure cloaked in black robes, Li Qin, her long eyelashes fluttering involuntarily. As Li Qin's magical energy began to wane, he finally retracted the golden brick. Given Li Qin's current cultivation level, wielding the golden brick was still somewhat taxing. His actions were not born from a deep-seated hatred for Wang Fengming, but rather from a cautious desire to prevent any potential counterattack from him. Wang Fengming's formidable defenses, including the Turtle Yuan shield, 2 top-tier robes, and a premier magical armor, had truly astonished Li Qin. He had witnessed many who feared death, but none quite like Wang Fengming. In the ground lay a crater over 10 meters wide and several meters deep. Li Qin cautiously approached the edge of the crater, where Wang Fengming was no longer visible. Only a mass of flesh encased within the shattered remnants of his robes and armor. There was no need for further inspection, given the manner of the assault. Survival was improbable. Huang Qingya stood beside Li Qin at the crater's edge, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she observed him. Her voice remained as melodious as ever, laced with a hint of mockery. Li Qin turned to meet her gaze. Huang Qingya, clad in a beige robe, bore a slight flush on her wheat-colored face, her eyes sparkling with a hint of satisfaction. Li Daoyu, you have managed to deceive Qingya quite thoroughly. Li Qin removed his hood, revealing a pale and stern visage. How did you recognize me? Li Qin had concealed his presence with a technique, and he was skeptical that Huang Qingya could discern his identity without probing him with her spiritual sense. Huang Qingya blinked, a sly smile spreading across her sun-kissed face. I guessed. Li Qin chose not to dwell on this inquiry, instead intrigued by another matter. Huang Diu, why did you seek to eliminate Wang Fengming? Did you have prior enmity with him? Huang Qingya nodded, her expression suddenly turning cold as she spoke in a hushed tone. Years ago, I accompanied Wang Fengming to the Yinshan mountain range to collaborate in hunting ferocious beasts. After I had severely injured a beast, Wang Fengming attempted to ambush me from behind, seeking to capture me. He failed, and I managed to escape. Li Qin nodded, gaining insight into the conflict between Huang Qingya and Wang Fengming. However, lingering questions remained in his mind. He was curious about Huang Qingya's spiritual root aptitude and the nature of her blood talisman physique, but after a moment's reflection, he refrained from asking. In the realm of cultivation, possessing a spiritual root is a prerequisite for embarking on the path to immortality. Spiritual roots are classified into 9 grades. and their quality is of paramount importance to cultivators. The better the spiritual root, the smoother the path to immortality. Conversely, a lesser spiritual root results in a more arduous and challenging journey. A first-grade celestial spiritual root is reputed to face no bottlenecks in reaching the nascent soul stage. However, possessing a ninth-grade spiritual root, one encounters a formidable bottleneck upon reaching the third level of chi refinement, as impenetrable as the gates of heaven. The great sects regard high-grade spiritual roots as seedlings of immortality, generously investing resources to cultivate those with mid-grade roots, while those with low-grade roots are relegated to the status of menial disciples. If one possesses a ninth-grade root among the low-grade, they are deemed unworthy even to serve as a sect's menial disciple. Apart from the qualifications of spiritual roots, the realm of cultivation also acknowledges the existence of spiritual bodies. These spiritual bodies are diverse and peculiar. Cultivators endowed with an alchemical spiritual body possess extraordinary talents in the art of alchemy. For instance, Li Qin, who has received a second-tier inheritance in alchemy from the system, has led Qin the alchemist and manager Fu to suspect that he possesses some form of alchemical spiritual body. In truth, Li Qin lacks such a body. Conversely, Huang Qingya indeed possesses a talismanic spiritual body, or perhaps a blood talismanic body, which explains her ability to craft top-tier spirit talismans and elevate them to second-tier talismans. Li Qin did not inquire about Huang Qingya's spiritual root qualifications, nor did he question her about the blood talismanic body. Yet, Huang Qingya posed a question to him. Li Daoist, if I recall correctly, you have only been in the realm of cultivation for 10 years, correct? Gazing into Huang Qingya's enchanting eyes, Li Qin found himself perplexed. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she noted his rapid advancement to the 6th level of chi refinement within a decade, along with his capability to refine high-level spirit pills. Could it be that you, Li Daoist, share my endowment of a spiritual body? After a moment of silence for contemplation, Li Qin gradually responded. I indeed possess a 9th-grade spiritual root, and my cultivation has been amassed solely through the use of pills. As for whether I have an alchemical spiritual body, I cannot say for certain. While many were aware that Li Qin was a 9th-grade spiritual root that was a relic of the past, he was now a 6th-grade root. However, explaining this to Huang Qingya was not feasible. In the realm of cultivation, there are indeed treasures capable of enhancing one's spiritual root qualifications. But such treasures are beyond the reach of cultivators at the chi refinement level. Huang Qingya and others harbored suspicions about Li Qin's potential possession of an alchemical spiritual body. He chose neither to confirm nor deny, allowing them to speculate at will. Huang Qingya did not press further, redirecting her attention to Wang Fengming, who had been reduced to a pulp in the pit, her beautiful visage displaying a glimmer of excitement. Li Daoist, we should inspect our gains. Li Qin nodded in agreement. They both leapt into the pit. Huang Qingya unfastened the storage bag from Wang Fengming's waist and began to sift through the spoils. Li Qin picked up the damaged turtle origin shield, then removed the tattered robes and inner armor, his expression filled with regret. The top-tier artifact, the turtle origin shield, along with 2 top-tier robes and a top-tier inner armor, collectively valued at tens of thousands of spirit stones, lay in ruins. Meanwhile, Huang Qingya had opened Wang Fengming's storage bag, her eyes sparkling as she murmured, "We've struck gold, we've struck gold." As Li Qin and Huang Qingya joyously divided their spoils, Wang Fengqi, who was guarding the soul tablets of their kin at Lingbai Cliff, began to wear an increasingly peculiar expression, ultimately breaking into a radiant smile. Wang Fengqi was elated because Wang Fengming's soul tablet had shattered. In a chamber brimming with spiritual energy, an elderly man, stooped with age, suddenly opened his murky eyes. Instinctively pressing his hand against his chest, a flicker of unease crossing his countenance. Ancestor, Fengqi seeks an audience. As the old man rose, his expression turned grave as he gazed towards the stone door. Enter. Upon the door's opening, before the elder could utter a word, Wang Fengqi, bearing a countenance of deep sorrow, looked up at him, his voice trembling as he spoke. Ancestor, the life soul token of my brother, Fengming, has shattered. The elder was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, his face a mask of anguish. His eyes darkened to the point of seeming as if they might weep. In a hoarse and aged voice, he lamented, Fengming, my Wang family has finally produced a true phoenix with a 3rd-grade spiritual root, one who held the promise of advancing to the core formation stage. It was for this reason that I named him Fengming, hoping he would soar to great heights like a phoenix, bringing glory to the Xianyuan realm of cultivation. Fengming, you are the phoenix of my Wang family. You have yet to guide the clan towards prosperity. How can you be snuffed out so soon? After a prolonged silence, Wang Shou, suppressing the sorrow within, allowed a chilling detachment to envelop him, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being, causing Wang Fengqi to struggle for breath beside him. The fortunes of the Wang family rest entirely upon Fengming. Whoever dares to sever our fate, regardless of who you are, I shall not forgive you. The elder Wang Shou erupted in fury, his eyes ablaze with a lethal intent intermingled with deep-seated hatred, almost tangible in its intensity. Wang Fengqi, standing nearby, kept his head bowed throughout, his shoulders trembling imperceptibly, seemingly consumed by profound grief and indignation at the loss of his brother. Chapter 60. The Blood River. 3,680 spiritual stones, let us divide them equally. Each shall wield a golden flood dragon sword. While I shall take the obsidian cone and you shall claim the soul-settling bell, I will inscribe a copy of the techniques contained within these 2 jade slips for you. The damaged turtle origin shield, 2 magical robes, and 1 inner armor shall all belong to you, while the youth-preserving pill shall be mine. What say you, Taoist Li? Huang Qingya smiled as she regarded Li Qin, discussing the distribution of their spoils. As for the remnants of Wang Fengming, the two had already reduced them to ashes. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qin agreed to Huang Qingya's proposed division of the treasures. They nearly split the spoils evenly. In truth, Huang Qingya had slightly suffered a loss, for she had been the principal force against Wang Fengming, expending many spiritual talismans and all the items, Wang Fengming's turtle origin shield, the 2 magical ropes, and the inner armor, had been shattered by her efforts. Li Qin had merely concealed his presence with a deception technique and seized the opportunity at a critical moment. Wealth. Upon witnessing the accumulation of 1,840 spiritual stones, Li Qin felt the weight of his breath increase. Since entering the realm of cultivation, this was the first time he had handled such a monumental sum of spiritual stones. In addition to the stones, Li Qin also acquired the supreme-grade golden flood dragon sword, the exceptional soul-settling bell, the damaged turtle origin shield, 2 magical robes, 1 inner armor, a second-tier divine fire technique, and a secret method for cultivating spiritual flames. It appeared that Wang Fengming's spiritual root was also of the fire attribute, for he would not have carried a second-tier divine fire technique and a cultivation method for spiritual flames otherwise. Truly, as a direct descendant of the Ningbi Cliff Wang family, he was indeed the foremost among the younger generation of the Wang clan. Such wealth could only be rivaled by the plunder of a foundation establishment cultivator. Indeed, it was far quicker to amass spiritual stones through robbery. A venture with no capital, it led to instant riches. Li Qin's eyes flickered in that moment. He found himself disinclined to pursue alchemy. How few spiritual stones could one earn through alchemy? It was far swifter to acquire spiritual stones as a robber. Soon, however, Li Qin returned to his senses, a bitter smile adorning his face. Faced with such immense temptation, he found himself once again grappling with dark thoughts. Contemplating the path of a robber. It must be remembered that robbers engage in ventures devoid of capital, risking their lives with every encounter, never knowing when they might meet an insurmountable foe, leading to their utter demise. Furthermore, not every cultivator is as affluent as Wang Fengming. Li Qin had a family to consider. He could not embark on the path of a robber. He secretly lamented the arduous and perilous journey of the immortal path. Only moments ago, he had endured yet another trial of his inner demons. Taoist Li, I must make my way to Qinghe Fong to handle the remnants left by Wang Fengming and procure some spiritual materials. Would you care to accompany me? Huang Qingya suggested, having organized their spoils. The artifacts possessed by Wang Fengming were not suitable for public display, necessitating their discreet handling. Li Qin pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. I have a wife and children at home. It would not be convenient for me to travel far. He had 2 primary reasons for declining the journey to Qinghe Fong. The first being his familial responsibilities at home, which indeed made it inconvenient for him to venture forth. The second reason is that Li Qin does not wish to encounter the cultivator named Xie Xian. Huang Qingya did not press the matter. Instead, she beamed at Li Qin, her sun-kissed complexion accentuating her sparkling white teeth, her smile radiantly bright. Dearly, may our collaboration be fruitful. I shall take my leave now. Li Qin nodded, watching as Huang Qingya transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Qingzhou in the north. He could distinctly feel that after their joint endeavor in vanquishing Wang Fengming, his rapport with Huang Qingya had significantly deepened. He wondered when he would be able to bring this talented talisman cultivator home to start a family. After a moment, Li Qin regained his composure, retracting his gaze and steering his flying sword back to Yinshan Fong. Meanwhile, at a cliff within the Yinshan Mountains, A stone door to a cave lay wide open, resembling a monstrous beast gaping its blood-soaked maw, emanating a brilliant crimson light. Inside the cave, a tall, slender youth donned in a blood-red robe, radiating a fierce aura of blood, stood before a blood pool. He cradled a blood orb in his hands, which emitted a sanguine glow, piercing through the cave's entrance, drawing countless cultivators from Yishan Fong. Blood God Technique, Blood Fiend Technique, Azura Technique, Transforming Blood Pool. The success of his foundational establishment hinges on whether this blood pool can be filled. With Linglong Fairy absent from Yishan Fong, it seemed there were no foundational cultivators present at this moment. Yin family, wait for me. As the youth spoke to himself, a throng of cultivators rushed into the cave. This is not a cave left behind by a senior. It is a trap set by a demon cultivator, deliberately luring us here. Bold demon cultivator, how dare you toy with us? Who are you? Prominent figures from Yinshan Fong, such as He Yuan Ning, Wang Quan, Wang Gui, Yang Dihai, Yang Dishio, Bai Rong, Situ Ming, Zhao Wuyo, along with several scattered cultivators, burst into the cave. Upon witnessing the roiling blood pool and the youth, with blood-red robe, blood hair, and a countenance as hard as stone, they all furrowed their brows. The youth, tall and lean, scanned the crowd with his blood-colored eyes. Good. There are no foundational cultivators among you. I am Fu Chou. You may refer to me as the Blood River Master. Wang Quan frowned and coldly reprimanded, you. A mere chi-refining demon cultivator, dare to call yourself a master? You are utterly ignorant of your own insignificance. He Yuan Ning, the Lord of Baidao Pavilion, stepped forward. His gaze icy. How dare a chi-refining demon whelp act so brazenly in the realm of the Yin Kingdom? Do you not fear the might of the immortal gates? The youth's expression remained indifferent as he raised his hand. The blood pool within the cave surged violently, and the blood orb in his grasp unleashed countless beams of crimson light. Kill. The dim cave was illuminated by the blood light, and various magical tools and spells flew chaotically, all engulfed by the torrent of blood erupting from the pool. Sizzling sounds echoed. The blood within the pool seemed to possess a sinister allure, rendering the cultivator's magical tools and spells powerless against it. In the youth's hand, the blood orb released myriad beams of light. Anyone struck by the blood light felt their essence and blood spiral out of control, their magical power rapidly dwindling. I have a wife and children. If I perish here, what will become of them? What is this? I still need to establish my foundation and achieve the golden core. How can I perish here? I refuse to accept this fate. In the shadowy cave, one by one, cultivators are dragged into the blood pool, watching helplessly as they merge with it, their eyes filled with despair in their final moments. This vile creature is treacherous. We must flee. He Yuan Ning, the overseer of the Bai Bao building at the Yin Mountain branch of the Zishu sect, was gripped by terror. He hastily retrieved a second-tier small teleportation talisman from his storage bag, disregarding the pain of expenditure, fearing that lingering too long would render him part of that sinister blood pool. The other cultivators were equally terrified, their courage shattered. Within the dark cavern, a blood pool churned violently. Many chi refinement stage cultivators struggled and howled within it, their flesh and blood becoming integral to the pool, their souls forever ensnared, wandering above the blood pool before gradually transforming into grotesque monsters. The young man, with a hardened visage and blood-soaked hair, seemed to have a surging sea of blood behind him. The crimson light in his eyes intensified as he muttered to himself, Blood God Technique, Blood Fiend Technique, Azura Technique. The foundation of the blood path has been established. I can only tread this path of slaughter, with no turning back. Seizing the moment while the Linglong Fairy and the Zishu sect were still caught off guard, he resolved to escape swiftly. With that, the young man stepped out of the cave, casting a long gaze at the Yin Mountain branch, a flicker of gentle smile breaking through his stern features, before transforming into a flash of crimson light and vanishing into the earth. Chapter 61. A letter. Li Chun returned to Yinshan Fong. The recent ambush on Wang Fengming had rendered him suddenly wealthy overnight, alleviating the previous scarcity of his storage bag. Father, did you find any spirit stones? In the cave? Li Xian was practicing her punches, her delicate fists slicing through the air with vigor as she playfully struck at the black hound. Upon seeing Li Chen return, she scampered over with a beaming smile. This daughter, nearing 5 years of age, showed little interest in scholarly pursuits. Instead, she reveled in wielding swords and spears, often clinging to Li Chun to hear his stories. The black hound sat forlornly to the side, having found no peace since Li Xian learned to walk. Despite being a magical beast himself, Li Chun cast a glance at his daughter, his smile swiftly fading as he asked, What is it this time? What do you want? Li Xian grinned widely, displaying her shimmering little teeth, and proudly drew a willow leaf flying dagger from her waist. Father, look what I have. Li Qian's eyelids twitched. Where did you acquire this flying dagger? The little girl beamed. Oh, father, don't worry about where it came from. When will you teach me the flying dagger technique? Mother told me that you once roamed the world with your flying dagger skills, undefeated, and earned the nickname Little Li Flying Dagger. Now, I am the new generation of Little Li Flying Dagger, and you are Old Li Flying Dagger. Rubbing his temples, Li Qian thought to himself that as his daughter grew older, she became increasingly restless. He could easily guess that the dagger in her hand was a gift from Li Changsheng. Presently, Li Xian's spiritual roots had not fully manifested, making it impossible for her to begin cultivation. She showed no interest in studying, yet her martial skills were quite commendable for her young age. Remarkably, she had even managed to grasp a few aspects of the family's signature opening mountain palm technique, delivering a slap to the hound that made it wince in pain. With a sigh, Li Qian lifted Li Xian into his arms and spoke earnestly, Xian, martial arts are but a trivial path. You must read more and acquire knowledge. Otherwise, lacking education, no young man will ever fancy you. Leaping from his embrace, Li Xian placed her hands on her hips and retorted, if no one likes me, then so be it. As long as you love Xian, that is enough. Father, hurry and pass on your flying dagger techniques to me. With no choice but to indulge her whims, Li Qian began to teach her the art of the flying dagger. Watching as Li Xian adeptly aimed the dagger at the black hound, which leapt and dodged in a flurry of panic, Li Qian eventually closed his eyes. Choosing to ignore the scene, her talent was undeniable. She learned quickly, regardless of the subject. However, her boldness and boundless energy were remarkable, contrasting sharply with Li Changsheng's calm demeanor. Disregarding Li Xian, Li Qian summoned Li Changsheng and, after inquiring about his cultivation progress with genuine concern, allowed him to take his leave. Li Changsheng was very understanding, easing Li Qian's worries considerably, having acquired a substantial amount of spirit stones from the ambush on Wang Foming. Li Qian resolved to purchase spirit herbs the following day and refine a batch of earth origin pills. After breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refinement, he still found himself far from the 7th layer. Despite having elevated his spiritual roots to the 6th grade, his cultivation speed remained frustratingly slow. In the 2nd-tier alchemy inheritance obtained by Li Qian, there exists a recipe for a pill known as the Earth Origin Pill, crafted specifically for cultivators at the 6th level of qi refinement to break through the bottleneck into the 7th level. Li Qian resolved to commence gathering the necessary spiritual herbs for the creation of the Earth Origin Pill the following day, eager to refine it and subsequently advance to the late stages of qi refinement. Only by achieving this breakthrough would he possess the confidence to seek out a piece of spiritual land. The next day, as Li Qian made his way to the Divine Pill Pavilion, he encountered Bai Feng, whose brow was furrowed with concern. Upon seeing Li Qian, he managed a forced smile and greeted, Li Danshi. Li Qian instinctively inquired, Young Master Bai, have you encountered some troubling matter? Bai Feng sighed, Li Danshi, you are aware that the relic of a senior expert has emerged in the Yinshan mountain range, correct? Li Qian nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Feng continued, however, that is not a relic left by a senior, but rather a trap set by demonic cultivators to lure practitioners from Yinshan Fang, only to slay them and harvest their essence. A relative of mine, Bai Rong, who is an 8th-level qi refinement cultivator, went with a group to Yinshan Mountain and fell victim to those demonic fiends. As Li Qian conversed with Bai Feng, he maintained a composed facade, though internally, a tempest of emotions surged. A demonic cultivator known as Fu Chou, self-styled as the Blood River Master, had orchestrated traps to massacre dozens of practitioners in Yinshan Fang while striving for a foundation-building breakthrough. Notably, Bai Rong of the Bai family, Yang Deshio of the Yulong family, and Situ Ming of the Situ family all perished at the hands of this demonic practitioner and did not return. Li Qian surmised with near certainty that Fu Chou was indeed Fu Kong. What had transpired in these years? After bidding farewell to Bai Feng, Li Qian, with a heavy heart, proceeded to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Upon entering, he encountered manager Fu, who, despite his advanced age and weariness, regarded Li Qian with a kind gaze and solemnly remarked, Young Qian, you have heard of yesterday's events, I presume? Li Qian nodded respectfully, replying, I have heard a little. Such is the nature of the cultivation world. Fortunately, you did not venture there. Among the hundreds of cultivators, only a handful returned. These demonic cultivators are becoming increasingly audacious. After exchanging a few words with manager Fu, Li Qian took his leave and retreated to the alchemical chamber. where he refined a furnace of enhancement pills. With over 2,000 spirit stones in his possession, Li Chun indulged in a rare moment of leisure, opting to create just one batch of pills before departing from the Divine Pill Pavilion. By now, Li Chun had ascended to the status of the third-tier alchemist at the Divine Pill Pavilion, a position of great esteem that naturally conferred upon him numerous privileges. Upon exiting the pavilion, he promptly made his way to the Treasure Pavilion, a place renowned for its diverse array of goods. Li Chun's purpose for visiting the Treasure Pavilion was to procure Earth Origin fruits, the primary ingredient for crafting the Earth Origin pill. As the Divine Pill Pavilion's herb garden did not cultivate these fruits, he sought them here. Upon entering the Treasure Pavilion, Li Chun observed that the staff members appeared unusually cautious, speaking in hushed tones. When he expressed his desire to purchase Earth Origin fruits, the attendants were unable to assist him, as the manager, he, was absent. Li Chun quickly discerned the situation. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion had also ventured to the Yinshan mountain range in pursuit of opportunities within the relic of the senior expert. At present, it is estimated that he, the one in charge, is on his way back to the Zishu Immortal Gate to report the events of yesterday. Having failed to procure the Duan fruit, Li Chun exited the Baibao building, his heart weighed down with concern for Fu Kong. Fu Kong had committed a heinous crime. Slaughtering dozens of cultivators in Yinshan Square, the Zishu sect would undoubtedly take notice. Not only the Zishu Immortal Gate, but also the prominent cultivation families of the Yin Kingdom would be involved. Li Chun could foresee that in the time to come, the notorious Blood River Man, Fu Chou, would be branded as a fiend to be hunted down by all in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation community. If such a massacre occurred in the secular world, even the slaughter of an entire city would elicit only a muted response from the cultivation realm. However, the nature of slaughtering cultivators was altogether different. The Zishu sect had disciples traversing the mountains, and the major cultivation families had their own progeny wandering about. They would fear for their disciples, who might fall victim to the Blood River Man's malevolence, especially given his mastery of the blood path and his penchant for murder and bloodletting. Burdened with these thoughts, Li Chun returned to his cave dwelling, his desire for cultivation considerably diminished. Upon returning, he encountered a young secular martial artist. This martial artist, in the presence of the 9-year-old Li Changxing, exhibited a demeanor that was both restrained and respectful. Upon seeing Li Chun, the martial artist cautiously inquired, "Are you Master Li Chun?" Li Chun scrutinized the individual before him. The young man appeared to be around 20, with a robust physique, a broad forehead, and a square face. His internal strength was considerable, clearly indicating that he was a formidable expert in the secular martial arts, adept in hard training techniques. "Indeed. That is I, who sent you to deliver a message to me." In response to Li Chun's inquiry, the youth lowered his head and respectfully replied, reporting to Master, "I originally came to Yinshan Square to seek enlightenment. Upon my arrival, I encountered another immortal master who claimed to be a friend of yours. He shared with me the method to enter Yinshan Square and instructed me to seek you out, delivering a message on his behalf. That immortal master also mentioned that if I were to convey this message, you would bestow upon me a boon of destiny." "A friend?" Li Chun mused, for he had but one friend in the cultivation realm. His gaze sharpened as he calmly inquired, "What message did he ask you to deliver to me?" The young secular martial artist raised his gaze, his expression one of utmost respect as he replied, 7 days hence, at Qivi Mountain in Qingzhou. "Master Li, that is the entirety of the message entrusted to me." Chapter 62. Iron Pride 7 days later, at Mount Suiwei in Qizhou. Indeed, it is him. Li Chun's mind was in turmoil, yet his countenance remained unperturbed. Mount Suiwei in Qingzhou housed a first-tier spiritual vein, originally belonging to the Fu family. Many years ago, a cultivator with the surname Yin killed the Fu family's ancestor and seized control of Suiwei Mountain. Now, it has become the ancestral land of the Yin family. 7 days later, at Mount Suiwei, Fu Kong intended to seek revenge against the Yin family. He had sent a mundane martial artist to deliver a message, perhaps inviting him to meet at the foot of the mountain or requesting him to take over Suiwei Mountain after 7 days. It was likely that he wished to bestow Suiwei Mountain upon him. When Li Chun and Fu Kong had shared drinks, they had discussed the desire to find a spiritual vein to establish a foundation for a cultivation family in the future. It was probable that Fu Kong had remembered this conversation. Now, he aimed to return to Suiwei Mountain to avenge a deep-seated grudge, yet after avenging himself, he could not remain at Suiwei Mountain or even in the cultivation realm of Yin country. Thus, he planned to grant Suiwei Mountain to Li Chun. Li Chun quickly grasped Fu Kang's intentions. He turned to the young martial artist before him and suppressed his chaotic thoughts, calmly inquiring, What is your name? Reporting to the Immortal Master. I am called Tai Ao, the young man replied. Li Chun nodded gently and asked again, Tai Ao, as you seek the immortal path, are you aware of the concept of spiritual roots? Tai Ao nodded eagerly. Immortal Master, I once attended the spiritual root assessment at the Zishu Immortal Gate. Li Chen's gaze became enigmatic. So, you possess a 9th grade spiritual root and were not selected by the Immortal Gate? Tai Ao lowered his head and replied solemnly, yes. Although my spiritual root is inferior, I possess an unwavering heart to pursue immortality. I implore the Immortal Master to grant me the opportunity to enter the path. Li Chen paused, momentarily lost in thought, as he saw a reflection of his younger self from a decade ago, 10 years prior. During the last spiritual root assessment at the Zishu Immortal Gate, Li Chen was 19, much like Tai Ao in age. With a 9th grade spiritual root and being older, he was unable to enter the Immortal Gate. He faintly recalled the mocking gazes of those around him as he ascended the assessment platform and the indifferent expression of the elder from the Zishu Gate. Li Chen remained silent. Tai Ao stood nearby, gripping his clothing tightly, his gaze filled with trepidation as he looked at Li Chen. Finally, he gritted his teeth and knelt before Li Chen, pleading, Immortal Master, I beseech you to grant me the opportunity to enter the path. Coming back to his senses, Li Chen regarded the young man kneeling before him. This was indeed his self from a decade ago. Li Chen raised his hand, gently assisting Tai Ao to his feet, and softly asked, what type of spiritual root do you possess? Tai Ao's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly replied, reporting to the Immortal Master. I have a wood element spiritual root. Li Chen nodded, retrieving several spirit stones from his storage bag and handing them to Tai Ao. He then turned to Li Changsheng. Changsheng, take him to the shanty town and help him settle in. Additionally, impart the Qingmu Ju to him. Father, I understand, Li Changsheng responded, though still youthful in appearance. He was composed, much like a little adult. Thank you, Immortal Master Li, for your guidance into the path. I shall never forget this kindness and will surely repay you when the opportunity arises, Tai Ao expressed, bowing repeatedly as gratitude filled his countenance. Li Chen waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. He accompanied Changsheng to settle in the shabby district, acknowledging that his abilities were limited and that he could only offer so much assistance. Tai Ao bowed deeply to Li Chen, expressing his profound gratitude before following Li Changsheng away from the cave dwelling. Observing the young man, Li Chen could not help but smile, a hint of nostalgia crossing his features. A decade ago, he journeyed south from Heishui Prefecture to attend the spirit measurement ceremony at the Zishu Immortal Sect, where he was found to possess a 9th grade spiritual root and consequently failed to gain admission into the sect. Undeterred, he sought further opportunities and came to Yingshan Square in pursuit of his destiny. There, he encountered the enchanting Linglong fairy, whose guidance set him on the path of cultivation. Tai Ao's situation mirrored Li Chen's own. He too bore a 9th grade spiritual root and had similarly come to Yingshan Square in search of enlightenment. He had met Fu Kong, who informed him of the way to enter Yingshan Square and came to deliver a message to Li Chen. In Tai Ao, Li Chen saw a reflection of his younger self. Fortune had smiled upon him in the past when he met Linglong fairy. Today, Li Chen was generous with spirit stones and willing to impart the Qingmu formula to guide Tai Ao on his own path to immortality. Though Li Chen was aware that Tai Ao might not achieve much in his cultivation journey, having experienced firsthand the limitations of a 9th grade spiritual root, he recognized that without a guiding system or a mentor like Linglong fairy, his own path might have been drastically different. Soon, Li Chen's thoughts shifted away from Tai Ao's predicament to the matter of claiming Kuivai Mountain. Initially, he had been troubled by the side quest of the system, but with Fu Kang's messenger arriving, it seemed likely that he intended to offer Kuivai Mountain to him. Li Chen pondered the feasibility of occupying the mountain. As a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, and with Ning Hongxiu barely at the 5th layer, the combat capabilities of Mo Yunyu, Li Changsheng, and Li Xian were negligible. Could he and Ning Hongxiu defend a spiritual vein? It appeared quite challenging. After careful contemplation, Li Chen concluded that it would indeed be difficult for him and Ning Hongxiu to secure a spiritual vein, as it was a coveted resource. Ascending to immortality was the ultimate aspiration for cultivators, yet the harsh reality was that many loose cultivators had abandoned such dreams, striving instead to seize a spiritual vein to establish their own families. If Li Chen were to occupy Kuivai Mountain, the loose cultivators would likely attempt to seize it from him, especially since he publicly displayed only 4th-layer Qi refinement prowess. With both he and Ning Hongxiu at this level, what grounds did they have to claim a spiritual vein? It would be hard to dissuade the intentions of the loose cultivators. Moreover, should he successfully take Qivei Mountain, it was likely that the cultivation families of Qizhou would conspire to suppress and ostracize him. In the cave, Li Chen sat cross-legged on the mat, stroking his chin in deep thought. After some time, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes as he murmured to himself, I must enlist Huang Qingya. As a late-stage qi refinement cultivator and a talented talisman master, her alliance would be formidable in deterring the majority of loose cultivators. After all, Huang Qingya would inevitably become his ally in due time. Huang Qingya ventured to Qingafang to attend to the artifacts left behind by Wang Fengming, and it remains uncertain whether she has returned. Li Chun intends to pay her a visit on the morrow, aiming to persuade her to join him in claiming Qivei Mountain. Having endured the ordeal of the assassination of Wang Fengming together, Li Chen and Huang Qingya have cultivated a bond of friendship, and he is confident she will acquiesce to accompany him to Qivei Mountain. Moreover, he contemplates probing the intentions of Master Chindan, should he express a desire to join. They could embark together to Qivei Mountain. With the prodigious talisman master Huang Qingya, who has reached the latter stages of qi refining, and the seasoned alchemist Chen Tiange, they would be well equipped to establish a foothold in Qizhou and forge their own cultivation lineage. That night, Li Chen found his mind awash with thoughts, unable to settle into a tranquil meditation. At dawn, he rose early and made his way to Cave 16 of Grade B, eager to visit Huang Qingya. Chapter 63. Discussion before the entrance of the B-level cave dwelling number 16, Li Chen called out loudly, Is Taoist Huang present? A radiant blue light blossomed before the cave, creating a passageway. As Li Chen stepped inside, he encountered a woman adorned in a light yellow robe, her figure graceful and her skin a warm wheat hue. Her dark hair was tied back with a silk ribbon, forming a ponytail. Taoist Li, it hasn't been long, has it? I have just returned from Qingafang to the cave when you sought me out. Have you perhaps developed feelings for me? Huang Qingya, tall and elegant, regarded Li Chen with playful, sparkling eyes, her beautiful visage devoid of the icy demeanor she often displayed to those unfamiliar with her. In the company of acquaintances, she revealed a different side of herself. Li Chen took a seat on a stone chair, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Huang Qingya. I came today partly out of longing for you, but also to discuss an important matter. Huang Qingya approached him, seated herself gracefully, and responded with a smile, Taoist Li. You already have 2 partners. Rumors in the marketplace suggest you are fond of beautiful women, which I initially dismissed. However, it seems those rumors hold some truth. I considered you a friend, yet you seem to covet my beauty. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, Huang Qingya deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, What matter do you wish to discuss with me? Suppressing his distractions, Li Chen adopted a serious expression and replied, Taoist Huang, you have reached the later stage of qi refinement. Have you ever contemplated seizing a spiritual vein and claiming the land it occupies? Huang Qingya cast a light glance at Li Chen and replied nonchalantly, Why would I occupy a spiritual vein? The cave I currently inhabit is built upon a second-tier spiritual vein, and I plan to move into a first-class cave soon. Managing a spiritual vein alone would be tedious. Besides, are there any unclaimed second-tier spiritual veins in the realm of cultivation in Yin country? Li Chen's expression faltered, caught off guard by Huang Qingya's response, which rendered him speechless. To establish a stronghold at Suiwei Mountain, he needed Huang Qingya, a talented talisman cultivator at the later stage of qi refinement, to support him. In Li Chen's plans, Huang Qingya was a crucial element for his ambition to build a family at Suiwei Mountain. Moreover, he intended to nurture a deeper bond with her, aspiring to become partners and eventually have children together. However, Huang Qingya's casual remarks disrupted all of Li Chen's plans and silenced his prepared discourse. Before visiting Huang Qingya, Li Chen had envisioned her eagerly agreeing to accompany him to Suiwei Mountain. Yet, one must never be overly confident, for oftentimes, events unfold in ways one does not anticipate. Noticing Li Chen's troubled expression, the playful gleam in Huang Qingya's eyes became more pronounced. Taoist Li, speak plainly. Are you not treating me as a friend by beating around the bush? If you do not consider me a friend, I must respectfully ask you to leave. Li Chen managed a wry smile, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Huang Qingya. Nevertheless, he bore no ill will. Since Huang Qingya has expressed such sentiments, it is evident that she consents to accompany me to Qizhou, to seize Suiwei Mountain and become its sovereign. Immediately, Li Chen's countenance turned grave, and with earnest expression, he spoke, Qingya, I intend to claim Suiwei Mountain and wish to invite you to join me. Once we secure it, we shall divide it equally. You shall be the nominal lord of Suiwei Mountain. Huang Qingya did not respond. With a slight furrow of her elegant brows, she spoke in a low voice. Suiwei Mountain is the territory of the Yin family in Qingzhou. The ancestral elder of the Yin family has recently ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement. And there are dozens of Qi refinement practitioners among them, along with a first-tier defensive formation. How can the two of us hope to seize Suimei Mountain? Huang Qingya paid no heed to Li Qin's address, but rather began to contemplate the feasibility of their endeavor. Calmly, Li Qin maintained his composure, though internally, he felt immense joy. The prospect of jointly claiming Suimei Mountain with Huang Qingya seemed assured. As for the Yin family, such matters were not for Li Qin to fret about, since Fu Kong had sent word to bestow Suimei Mountain upon him. He would undoubtedly handle the Yin family's practitioners with ease. Having established his foundation, Li Qin had faith that Fu Kong could manage the situation effortlessly. Moreover, Li Qin was elated by the progression of his relationship with Huang Qingya. The fact that he referred to her as Qingya without her objection indicated a deepening bond between them. Today, she is Qingya. In the future, she might well be his lady. You seem utterly unconcerned about the Yin family, as if Suimei Mountain is already yours, Huang Qingya suddenly remarked, her lively eyes glimmering with skepticism as they turned towards Li Qin. He replied earnestly, indeed, Suimei Mountain has already become my spiritual domain. However, I worry about my ability to retain it, which is why I have come to invite you, Qingya, to jointly occupy Suimei Mountain, hoping to leverage your esteemed reputation to intimidate any adversaries. Huang Qingya blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, a contemplative expression gracing her beautiful visage. After a moment, she smiled. Placing a hand on Li Qin's shoulder, Master Li Shan, I trust you will look after Qingya in the future. Li Qin regarded Huang Qingya and, with a respectful gesture, replied, it is I who must request the esteemed Huang Shan master to extend your guidance to me. They exchanged laughter, and after Huang Qingya had savored her mirth, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her demeanor shifting to seriousness as she inquired, when shall we depart for Suimei Mountain? Li Qin reined in his smile, responding solemnly, 6 days hence, we shall journey together to Qishou and take possession of Suimei Mountain. Huang Qingya nodded, declaring, it is settled then. Come, let us seal this agreement. As she extended her right hand, Li Qin wore a peculiar expression, reaching out to intertwine their pinky fingers. The moment their little fingers connected, Li Qin felt his body stiffen, his heart involuntarily fluttering. Observing her sun-kissed complexion from a mere breath away, he pondered whether she was blushing or not. Given that Huang Qingya's skin had a warm hue, it was somewhat challenging for him to ascertain her blush. Huang Qingya retracted her right hand and, maintaining her composure, stepped back a few paces to keep a respectful distance from Li Qin. With a smile, she waved at him, saying, Masterly, if there are no other matters, you may take your leave. We shall meet again in 6 days. Li Qin, feeling a lingering attachment to the prior sensation, nodded gently. Then I shall take my leave for now, Master Huang. As he exited Huang Qingya's abode, he glanced back, unable to suppress a faint smile. The more he interacted with this enchanting fairy, the more he discovered her innocent side. Being in her company brought him considerable ease and joy. This was a sensation entirely distinct from his interactions with Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. In that fleeting moment when he and Huang Qingya made a pact, Li Qin felt his heart race. Could this be what it means to be infatuated? With a smile gracing his lips, he proceeded towards the Grade B No. 7 cave to pay a visit to Master Chendan. Inside her dwelling, Huang Qingya continued to wave her right hand, her sleeve stirring a gentle breeze. How utterly embarrassing, she thought to herself, blushing deeply. In a moment, she regained her composure, her expressive eyes sparkling as she murmured, he is definitely not an ordinary 9th-grade spiritual root. He likely possesses some form of alchemical spiritual body. If we were to become partners, he could refine elixirs while I inscribe talismans, supporting each other on the path of immortality, a splendid choice indeed. Yet, he already has 2 partners and a son and a daughter. If I were to become his partner, would I not be the villainous woman who disrupts a family? Chapter 64, Master Qin's Rebuke. Yongchen. It has been quite some time since you last visited me. Master Qin reclined in his chair, a maid kneading his legs and another attending to his shoulders, relishing the comforts of life. Li Qin bowed respectfully to the elder, then straightened, a smile gracing his lips. Master, your life is indeed enviable. Master Qin sat upright, waved his hand to dismiss the maids, and turned his gaze to Li Qin. Yongchen, I have long surpassed the foundational stage. My hopes of ascension are dashed. Do not emulate my path. You are still young, possessing remarkable talent in alchemy. With diligent practice, it is not beyond possibility for you to establish your foundation. In recent years, I have heard the rumors circulating in the marketplace. You must not lose hope. Nor should you indulge in carnal pleasures. Focus your thoughts on mastering the art of alchemy and cultivation. Elevating your own cultivation is paramount above all else. Li Qin's lips twitched slightly, yet he responded respectfully. In truth, he yearned to defend himself, for he had not succumbed to indulgence. He had been diligently honing his skills. However, after contemplation, he decided against offering a defense. Time would vindicate him. Noticing Li Qin's obedient demeanor, Master Qin softened his tone. Young Qin, you have been in the realm of cultivation for nearly 11 years, and your mastery has reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, with your 9th grade spiritual root. This progress is commendable. However, I advise you to refrain from seeking a partner or starting a family. Invest your spiritual stones and elixirs in your own cultivation, striving to reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement before the age of 60, so you may attempt to break into the foundational realm. I am advanced in years and have little time left. Should you achieve the peak of Qi refinement before my passing, I would be willing to bequeath my entire fortune to procure a foundation-building elixir for you, assisting you in your journey toward ascension. Gazing at the elder before him, Li Qin felt a surge of warmth and smiled as he spoke. Master, you are yet to reach 90. Your vitality is at its prime. I shall continue to honor and care for you, so please refrain from such morose sentiments. Qi refinement cultivators typically have a lifespan of 120 years. However, this is not absolute. Some may not reach that age, while others might live to 150. Furthermore, the realm of cultivation offers longevity elixirs. Master Qin's aspiration to establish his foundation was unlikely, for once a cultivator surpasses 60, their vitality wanes and their spirit deteriorates. They cannot overcome the trials of vitality and spirit. Li Qin silently resolved to find a way to concoct a longevity elixir for the venerable elder. The master and disciple conversed for a while, exchanging insights on alchemical techniques. Master Qin even inquired about Li Chongqing and Li Xian's well-being. Eventually, Li Qin respectfully spoke, Master, I plan to venture out soon in pursuit of a spiritual vein. Would you be interested? Preposterous. Master Qin sprang to his feet, his beard bristling in indignation. What is your cultivation level? Dare you covet another's spiritual vein at the 4th level of Qi refinement? Li Qin laughed gently. Please do not be angry, Master. Allow me to explain. This endeavor to acquire the spiritual vein is not solely my undertaking. Are you familiar with Taoist Huang Qingya? Master Qin Dan squinted his eyes. Recalling the girl, who was 2 years younger than you and had already reached the late stage of Qi cultivation. She possessed the ability to draw advanced spirit talismans and was a rare talent, comparable to the true disciples of the Immortal sections. How did you come to associate with her? Does she even regard you? Li Qin's expression stiffened, unsure of how to respond. He yearned to inform Master Qin that he was at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, endowed with a 6th grade spiritual root, not the 4th level or a 9th grade root. Ultimately, he refrained from clarifying his relationship with Huang Qingya and respectfully extended an invitation. Master, I plan to seek the Qingzhou Zhuwei mountain with Taoist Huang and would like to invite you to join us, if you would be willing to accompany us. Enough. Li Qin's words were abruptly interrupted by the elder's stern voice. Master Qin Dan regarded Li Qin with a serious expression, his tone severe. Huang Qingya is not an ordinary person. You are merely at the 4th level of Qi cultivation with a 9th grade spiritual root, and you dare to entangle yourself with her? Are you not afraid she might betray you? The elder added, I will not leaving Shan Town, and you are forbidden from going to Qingzhou. Perhaps sensing he had been too harsh, Master Qin's demeanor softened slightly as he earnestly advised, Li, the world of cultivation is perilous, and you are still young. Do not seek danger. Coming from a mundane background, you should understand the unpredictability of human nature. With your cultivation level, it is unwise to aspire to associate with extraordinary talents like Huang Qingya. Instead, focus on refining pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion to earn spirit stones and enhance your own cultivation. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to consult me. I regard you as my disciple. Who else would I help if not you? Return now, dedicate yourself to your practice, and refrain from seeking shortcuts. The path to immortality requires steady progress, with no shortcuts to take. Master Qin spoke at length, and Li Qin could only listen respectfully. Eventually, he departed from Master Qin's cave, wearing a bitter smile. Huang Qingya was aware that Li Qin was at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, but Master Qin was not. In the elder's eyes, Li Qin was merely a weak cultivator at the 4th level, lacking experience in combat and powerful artifacts. Master Qin even believed that Li Qin was unworthy of associating with a genius talisman master like Huang Qingya and urged him not to pursue her. Li Qin recognized that his teacher genuinely cared for him. However, there were many matters he could not explain to him. Feeling disheartened, Li Qin returned to his own cave. And just as he reached the entrance, a cold light shot towards him with a whoosh. Li Qin raised his hand and caught the flying dagger. Looking helplessly at the little girl lurking in the shadows. Xian, has your father treated you poorly? Why do you wish to harm him? Li Xian, dressed in a pink dress with 2 high pigtails, stepped out from the corner, pouting. Father, I am not a child anymore. Please do not deceive me as if I were one. With my abilities, how could I possibly harm you? Li Chun pressed his temples. Sometimes, having an overly clever child was not a blessing. Father, you promised to take me to see the outside world. When will you take me out? Li Xian approached, clutching at Li Qin's pant leg, her face filled with anticipation as she gazed up at him. Li Qin's heart softened as he lifted his daughter into his arms. Smiling as he spoke, it won't be long now, just half a month more. Father will take Xian to move and show her the outside world. Li Xian gazed intently at Li Qin, questioning, Father, you're not deceiving me this time, are you? Li Qin's lips twitched slightly. No. Li Xian's face lit up with joy. Xian believes in Father. As he looked at his daughter in his embrace, Li Qin suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Since Li Xian's birth, her world had been confined to their 2 residences, with Li Qin occasionally taking her to the market. Until now. This lively little girl had never ventured beyond Yinshan Square. Although she was a bit mischievous and energetic, she was far from being unreasonable. It was imperative to relocate soon. To Cuwi Mountain, where Li Xian's spirited nature could roam freely. Li Qin increasingly felt the need for a mountain of his own rather than remaining in Yinshan Square. Li Changsheng was different. He had always been well-behaved and quiet, content to stay at home. But Li Xian was not the same. Confining her at home would be akin to imprisoning a fledgling eagle in a cage. At that moment, Li Qin's desire to secure a spiritual land grew stronger, not only to fulfill the system's tasks but also to provide his daughter with a broader space for her vivacity. After spending some time playing with Li Xian, Li Qin went to check on Li Changxing. Changxing, has Tai Ao settled in? Li Changxing nodded. Father, rest assured. I have taught Tai Ao the Qingmu technique and helped him pay for his spirit stones to establish a home in the shantytown. Li Qin scanned Li Changxing, then retrieved a bottle of qi-nourishing pills from his storage bag. Changxing, focus on your cultivation. When you break through to the 4th layer of qi refining, I will gift you 2 magical artifacts. Li Changxing's eyes brightened, nodding earnestly. Li Qin patted his son's shoulder, offering encouragement before returning to the cave to meditate and cultivate. In the cave, Ning Hongxiu approached Li Qin as he returned, intertwining her arm with his. Husband, I wish to discuss something with you. Li Qin gently tousled Ning Hongxiu's silky hair, smiling warmly. What is it? Please, do tell. Husband, my cultivation level is not low anymore. I cannot simply remain at home for my training. Our family incurs considerable spirit stone expenses daily. You go to the Divine Elixir Pavilion to refine pills. Sister Mo processes bamboo to create spirit paper, and even Changxing helps Sister Mo with chores. I feel like the least useful one. Husband, I plan to hunt demons. This way, I can earn some spirit stones. Li Chun was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head and firmly stating, no. The risks of hunting demons were too great, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Li Qin would not permit Ning Hongxiu to engage in such perilous pursuits. He understood well the ferocity of the demon beasts and the numerous dangers lurking within the Yinshan mountain range. In Yinshan Square, out of every 10 who ventured to hunt demons, 6 would never return. The casualty rate was far too high. Meeting Ning Hongxiu's pleading gaze, Li Qin sighed softly. Hongxiu, focus on your cultivation. Leave the rest to me. In due time, there will be plenty for you to do. Chapter 65 Farewell. The invitation to Master Qin Dan did not particularly concern Li Qin. Time passed swiftly, and after 6 days, Li Qin rose early and informed Mo Yunyun and Ning Hongxiu before heading straight to the outskirts of Yinshan Square. Li Daoist. At the entrance of Yinshan Square, Li Qin met with Huang Qingya. They exchanged a glance and, with an unspoken understanding, guided their flying swords northward towards Qizhou. To the south of Heishui Prefecture lies Haizhou, where the Zishu Immortal Gate is situated. Further south, one encounters the Boundless Sea. To the north of Heishui Prefecture, it borders Qingzhou. The two adeptly maneuvered their swords, swiftly traversing from Heishui Prefecture into the territory of Qizhou. After a short while, they arrived at the foot of the Qingshan Mountain Range. Strictly speaking, the Qingshan Mountain Range in Qizhou and the Yinshan Mountain Range in Heishui Prefecture are part of the same mountain chain, albeit with different names. Within the borders of Yin Kingdom lies a mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles from south to north, traversing a significant portion of the kingdom and connecting with the neighboring Yuan Kingdom. This range is known by various names in different regions. In Qizhou, it is referred to as the Qingshan Mountain Range. Surrounding the Qingshan Mountain are 2 peaks, one named Suiwei Mountain and the other Hutu Mountain. Suiwei Mountain is occupied by the Yin family, while Hutu Mountain is claimed by the Fong family. Upon reaching the base of Suiwei Mountain, Huang Qingya exhibited a look of astonishment, for there were traces of a broken formation. The Yin family's small 5-element reversal formation had been violently breached. The individual responsible for this breach must have utilized a second-tier breaking talisman or be a foundation establishment cultivator. In the realm of cultivation within Yin Kingdom, a foundation establishment cultivator would likely disregard the spiritual vein of Suiwei Mountain. Thus, it is probable that someone employed a second-tier breaking talisman to dismantle the Yin family's protective array. Regarding Huang Qingya's conjecture, Li Qin remained noncommittal, shrugging his shoulders as he proceeded towards the mountain's peak. Today marked the 7th day agreed upon with Fu Kong. He must have resolved matters concerning the Yin family. Seeing Li Qin ascend the mountain, Huang Qingya refrained from asking further questions and quickly followed suit. Along the way, apart from the chirping of birds and the rustling of insects, the entire mountaintop was eerily silent. Upon reaching the summit, Li Qin and Huang Qingya encountered rows of houses and courtyards, yet not a single soul was in sight. Huang Qingya frowned, her senses heightened as she detected a lingering, pungent smell of blood in the air. Li Qin, unfazed, began to survey the surroundings. The summit of Suiwei Mountain was deserted, with the stench of blood still palpable. Li Qin couldn't help but marvel at Fu Kang's ruthless methods. He had left no survivors on the entire Suiwei Mountain. But where were the others? Be cautious. Suddenly, Huang Qingya's voice pierced the stillness as she raised her hand, unleashing a top-tier lightning talisman. A brilliant yellow beam struck the ground mere meters in front of Li Qin. With a splatter, blood bubbles erupted from the earth, and flowing blood seeped from the ground, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Huang Qingya gasped in horror. It was a river of blood entity. Li Daoist, come to my side. This person is exceedingly dangerous. As she spoke, Huang Qingya conjured several blood-colored second-tier spiritual talismans in her hands. Li Qin turned to Huang Qingya and gently reassured her, do not be anxious. Brother Fu is not an enemy, but a dear friend of mine. Huang Qingya regarded him with skepticism, approaching Li Qin's side, her grip tightening around several blood-red talismans, her face betraying no hint of relaxation. After all, he was the infamous Blood River Master, who had lured and slaughtered dozens of cultivators from Yingshan. In the realm of cultivation, hierarchy is paramount. Only those at the foundation establishment level may be addressed as master, while golden core cultivators are recognized as true people, and those of the nascent soul level are revered as true lords or divine lords. Faced with the formidable Blood River Master, a foundation establishment practitioner of the demonic path, Huang Qingya had every reason to feel apprehensive. Li Qin patted the back of Huang Qingya's hand, signaling her to relax. A few meters in front of Li Qin, blood began to seep from the ground, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form, whose features soon became distinct. It was indeed Fu Kong. He appeared much thinner than before, his demeanor sharper, and his once vibrant crimson eyes now emanated an even greater chill. Clad in a blood-colored robe, even his hair bore the same hue, while his pallid face suggested years spent hidden away from the light of day. His blood-red gaze fell upon Li Qin before scrutinizing Huang Qingya beside him. With a stern expression and a somewhat harsh tone, he inquired, is this your new partner? Li Qin nodded, Brother Fu, this is my new partner, Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya remained vigilant beside Li Qin, offering no defense. Fu Kang slowly nodded. I have heard of her. How is Chashing faring now? Although Fu Kang's appearance and demeanor had transformed considerably, a flicker of warmth crossed his cold features at the mention of Li Changxing. Li Qin replied with a smile, Changxing has grown. He has embarked on the path of cultivation and is nearing the second layer of qi refinement, possessing an 8th grade spiritual root. He often reminisces about how long it has been since he last saw Uncle Fu. Fu Kang's smile appeared somewhat stiff, and after a moment, his gaze dimmed slightly. He gently shook his head. Given my current state, it would be better not to see him. I left no one from the Yin family behind. My brother. This Cuwi mountain is entrusted to you. As he spoke, Fu Kang surveyed his surroundings with a wistful expression, for this was the place of his childhood. Li Qin furrowed his brow. Brother Fu, are you leaving? Fu Kang nodded, responding calmly, there is no place for me in the cultivation world of Yin. I must depart from Yin. I do not know if I shall ever return. Before I leave, allow me to present you with a parting gift. With that, Fu Kang flicked his blood robe, causing dozens of storage bags to tumble from his sleeves, forming a small mound at Li Qin's feet. These items should remain hidden from prying eyes. Handle them with care, and do not expose our relationship, lest you suffer the consequences of my actions. Li Qin opened his mouth to speak. Brother Fu, you two require resources for your cultivation. I cannot accept these. Fu Kong slowly shook his head. I am now a foundation establishment cultivator, and acquiring spirit stones is quite effortless for me. Had it not been for the blood god technique you bestowed upon me, and the clear spirit pills crafted by Master Qin at your request, I would not be who I am today. Moreover, as I cultivate the blood path demonic arts, blood souls serve as the most suitable sustenance. Spirit stones and spiritual items hold little value for me. You and I are brothers. Take it without hesitation. As Li Qin gazed at Fu Kong, a multitude of questions lingered in his mind, yet Fu Kong offered no opportunity for inquiry. His figure gradually dissipated, scattering droplets of blood that slowly merged into the ground. Brother, I can no longer turn back. Take care of yourself. Additionally, look after Chongqing. Do not let him suffer. Li Qin stood in a daze, surrounded by dozens of storage bags, yet he lacked the spirit to attend to them. Fu Kong was departing from the realm of the Yin Kingdom to pursue immortality. He did not disclose his destination, but Li Qin could foresee the perilous path ahead. The blood god and blood fiend arts were inherently dubious, likely a bait disseminated by a nefarious figure within the cultivation world. The higher Fu Kang's cultivation, the greater the danger he faced. Contemplating the possibility that Fu Kong might never return, Li Qin felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He longed to assist, but found himself powerless to do so. Huang Qingya stood beside Li Qin and spoke softly. This friend Fu is indeed a person of deep emotion. It seems your bond is profound. Li Qin nodded and replied calmly, Qingya, I have a matter to discuss with you. Huang Qingya blinked and chuckled. You need not speak. Allow me to reveal it. The patriarch of the Yin family, despite his advanced age, still covets my beauty. In a fit of anger, I annihilated the Yin family and took their place, seizing control of Tsuweiwei Mountain. Come, accompany me in surveying Tsuweiwei Mountain, for I shall henceforth be its mistress. As Li Qin observed Huang Qingya's graceful figure, he picked up the storage bags beneath his feet, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. He could not deny that being in Huang Qingya's presence had significantly dulled the sorrow he felt over Fu Kang's departure. Chapter 66 Grand Gifts Tsuweiwei Mountain, though modest in size, conceals a first-tier spiritual vein within its depths. This spiritual vein nourishes the lush vegetation on the mountain, which flourishes remarkably. Huang Qingya circled around Tsuweiwei Mountain, then turned to Li Qin with a beaming smile, saying, We have 30 acres of spiritual fields, and we can hire some wandering cultivators as spiritual farmers to cultivate spiritual rice for us. I've devised a plan. We shall retain 70% of the yield while the remaining 30% will go to the farmers. There is also a plot for medicinal herbs, though it will only yield first-tier low-level spiritual herbs. As you are a master alchemist from the Divine Dan Pavilion, you could transplant some advanced spiritual herbs from their garden for cultivation, and subsequently refine the elixirs to sell back to the pavilion. Alternatively, we could establish a Dan shop in Qingafang. This area of green bamboo forest can be utilized to produce spiritual paper. I can inscribe talismans on it and sell them in Qingafang as well. The spiritual stones left to you by fellow Taoist Fu should suffice for us to rent 2 shops there, one for elixirs and one for talismans, thus ensuring a steady influx of spiritual stones. Moreover, there is a spiritual peach tree on the mountain, a high-tier spiritual plant unique to Tsuweiwei Mountain, which we must take good care of. As Huang Qingya contemplated the management of Tsuweiwei Mountain, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her sweet smile revealed her pearly white teeth, contrasting beautifully with her healthy wheat-colored skin. Li Qin smiled back, his grin even more radiant than Huang Qingya's, for her plans encompassed a shared future rather than a solitary one. Another source of joy for Li Qin was the completion of a system side quest. Why are you just standing there, grinning like a fool? Tsuweiwei Mountain is not solely yours, Huang Qingya chided playfully, noticing Li Qin's silence as she turned to him with a mock frown. Li Qin nodded with a grin, affirming, Indeed, Tsuweiwei Mountain belongs to both of us. Huang Qingya paused, then rolled her eyes, exclaiming, Oh, you. What do you mean we? You are you, and I am I. Never mind, I'm off to select my own cave abode. She turned away, her long neck resembling a proudly held swan, her posture exuding an air of haughtiness. Li Qin felt a sense of stability wash over him. He knew that his bond with this celestial maiden, Huang Qingya, was solidifying. Now, only a thin veil remained between them, waiting to be pierced. Surveying his surroundings, Li Qin nodded with satisfaction. The foundation was laid. He merely needed to pay homage to heaven and earth and hold a grand ceremony to establish the Li family of Tsuweiwei Mountain, thus completing the main quest of the system. However, he first needed to examine the storage bags left to him by Fu Kong. Fu Kong, under the alias Fu Chou, had dubbed himself the Blood River Man. He had lured and slain dozens of cultivators in the Yinshan Mountains, including prominent figures like Yang Dexiu of the Yulong Yang family, Wang Gui of the Ningbi Cliff Wang family, by Rong of the Qingzhou Mountain by family, and Situ Ming of the Yueya Lake Situ family. These were not mere wanderers, but well-known individuals in Yinshan. Now, the fortunes of these notable figures lay within the pile of storage bags before him. Additionally, there was the Yin family. Annihilated by Fu Kong without leaving a single survivor, their accumulated wealth must also be contained within this collection of storage bags, mustn't it? As he pondered, Li Chen eagerly picked up a storage bag, intending to assess the value of the grand gift bestowed upon him by Fu Kong. "Allow me to assist you," Huang Qingya offered, her gaze flickering uncertainly as she looked at Li Chen. Li Chen nodded and replied with a smile, "Perfect. With your help, Qingya, the task will be much easier. If I were to inventory these storage bags alone, it would take an inordinate amount of time." Upon hearing Li Chen's cheerful agreement, Huang Qingya's expression became somewhat awkward, and she quietly inquired, "Do you trust me so completely? Aren't you afraid I might be tempted by wealth and resort to murder for treasure?" Without hesitation, Li Chen gazed gently at the woman before him and assured her, "No. I have faith in you, Qingya. I genuinely wish to form a partnership with you, supporting one another as we traverse the path of immortality. Should you ever succumb to greed and resort to such actions, it would solely reflect my poor judgment in choosing my companions, and I would not hold you accountable." Huang Qingya lowered her head, retrieving a storage bag and using her spiritual sense to open it, murmuring softly, "What partnership? I do not comprehend. Perhaps we shall discuss it later." Li Chen, unfazed, opened the storage bag in his hands and began to tally the treasures within. He had an understanding of Huang Qingya's temperament. As for her concerns regarding greed and betrayal, he felt no fear. If their bond were to fracture in the face of such immense fortune, Li Chen had a hidden advantage that Huang Qingya was unaware of. With his cultivation now at the 6th level of qi refinement, he was confident that no cultivator below the foundation establishment stage could withstand his bloodthirsty flying daggers, except perhaps someone like Wang Fengming, who donned 2 supreme robes and a top-tier inner armor. Under normal circumstances, no cultivator would allocate all their enhancements solely to defense, as Wang Fengming had. After some time, gazing at the mountain of spirit stones before them, Huang Qingya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Over 48,000 spirit stones. With this many, one could purchase several foundation establishment pills. Li Chen smiled in silence. Fu Kong had slain numerous cultivators, including notable figures from prestigious families such as Yang Dexiu, Wang Gui, Bai Rong, and Situ Ming. It was also likely that the accumulated wealth of the Yin family was among those 48,000 spirit stones. As he contemplated the pile of spirit stones, a surge of warmth filled Li Chen's heart, and his gaze shifted to the eclectic array of items surrounding them. Low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade magical tools, along with various jars and jade slips. These had yet to be thoroughly examined. Suddenly, Li Chen's attention was caught by a glimmer of golden light. From a collection of magical tools, he retrieved a dazzling golden brick. Huang Qingya leaned in, her expression one of surprise. "Do you not already possess one of these golden bricks?" Li Chen nodded, extracting the golden brick gifted to him by the exquisite fairy. Upon placing the 2 golden bricks side by side for comparison, he was astonished to find that they were identical. Could it be that these golden bricks were mass-produced by a renowned artifact master? Suppressing his curiosity, he resumed his inventory of the treasures. In the end, Li Chen and Huang Qingya collaborated to meticulously inventory the contents of dozens of storage bags. They counted a total of 48,338 spirit stones, 12 top-tier magical artifacts, 56 mid to low-tier magical artifacts, several dozens of spirit elixirs, over 20 assorted jade slips, and more than 100 spirit talismans. When they aggregated all these items, Li Chen and Huang Qingya estimated that the value of these storage bags, gifted by Fu Kong, was approximately 100,000 spirit stones. Huang Qingya, astonished, gazed at Li Chen with an unusual expression, pondering the extravagance of such a gift. 100,000 spirit stones, along with a cooling mountain, casually bestowed as if it were nothing. With such resources, even someone with a 9th-grade spiritual root, deemed a failure, could forcibly ascend to foundation establishment. Li Chen's expression stiffened, exhaling a deep breath, and replied softly, "I never anticipated that Brother Fu's generous gift would be so valuable." Reflecting on Fu Kong, a wave of melancholy washed over him once more. Standing beside Li Chen, Huang Qingya playfully patted his shoulder with a grin and inquired, "Now, I truly am considering the idea of committing murder for wealth. Are you afraid?" Li Chen tilted his head, his gaze playful as he looked at Huang Qingya. Chuckling softly as he shook his head, "I am not afraid. What is yours is mine. Whether you wish to take spirit stones or elixirs, simply say the word, and I shall willingly present them. What need is there for murder and theft?" In response to Li Chen's teasing gaze, Huang Qingya spat playfully. Pa? What is yours and mine? You are utterly shameless. Chapter 67. The record of the body forged by 10,000 treasures. The gift presented to Fu Kong was undoubtedly of great value. After inspecting the contents of her storage pouch, Huang Qingya selected her secluded dwelling, allowing Li Chen the opportunity to examine the rewards from the system. Host. Li Chen cultivation level. 6th layer of Qi refinement lifespan. 30. 100 spiritual root. 6th grade techniques. Red flame technique. Spirit transformation technique. Withered wood technique. Sky deception technique. Light splitting shadow sword technique skill. 2nd tier alchemy magical artifacts. Crimson edge sword. Golden light brick. Blood consuming blade Dao partner. Mo Yunya. Ning Hongxiu offspring. Li Changsheng. Li Xian main quest. Establish a cultivation family. Unfinished. Side quest. Bear 5 offspring with spiritual roots. Unfinished. The side quest section had changed. The previous side quest was completed, and the system issued a new one. Li Chen shifted his focus to the system's built-in space to review the rewards for the preceding side quest. Upon completion of the task to secure a foundation and occupy a spiritual vein, the system rewarded him with a cultivation technique, which Li Chen promptly extracted without hesitation. Moments later, Li Chen emerged from the depths of the vast information, his eyes gleaming with brilliance and an unmistakable thrill on his face. This time, the system had rewarded him with a body cultivation technique, the record of the body forged by 10,000 treasures. As the name suggests, this technique involves refining magical artifacts to forge the physical form, ultimately transforming oneself into a humanoid beast of formidable prowess. The record of the body forged by 10,000 treasures is not a common cultivation method found in the cultivation world, but a genuine celestial-level technique. As Li Chen understood, in the realm of cultivation within the Yin Kingdom, even the esteemed Zishu sect possessed only a 3rd-tier inheritance. Celestial-level cultivation methods are exceedingly rare, to say the least. Throughout the entire southern wilderness cultivation realm, or indeed, the human world at large. Indeed, when it comes to the system's offerings, one can expect nothing less than exquisite quality. However, what sent a chill down Li Chen's spine was the sheer resource expenditure required to cultivate this technique. The record of the body forged by 10,000 treasures comprises 9 layers. The first layer corresponds to the Qi refinement stage, necessitating the refinement of 10 top-tier magical artifacts to forge the 10 treasures body. The second layer corresponds to the foundation establishment stage, requiring the refinement of 100 top-tier spiritual artifacts to forge the 100 treasures body. The third layer corresponds to the golden core stage, demanding the refinement of 1,000 top-tier magical artifacts to forge the 1,000 treasures body. The fourth corresponds to the nascent soul stage, the fifth to the god transformation stage, and so forth, culminating in the 9th layer corresponding to the celestial stage, which requires the refinement of countless celestial treasures to forge an immortal and indestructible form. The record of the body forged by 10,000 treasures is the pinnacle of body cultivation techniques. Once one gains entry, they can nearly dominate their peers at the same level, wielding their treasure body with unparalleled authority. However, the resources required for this celestial-level body cultivation technique are dauntingly excessive. For the Qi refinement stage alone, one must refine 10 top-tier magical artifacts. Where could an ordinary Qi refining cultivator possibly procure 10 such artifacts? The foundation establishment stage is even more outrageous, demanding a full 100 spiritual artifacts. As one progresses, the requirements become increasingly outrageous. For Li Chen, initiating his practice of the record of the body forged by 10,000 treasures was not particularly difficult, as he already possessed several top-tier magical artifacts. Though the resource consumption for cultivating this technique is alarmingly high, Li Chen's heart burned with fervor, filled with excitement. The allure of being able to dominate at the same level upon entering this technique was simply irresistible. Moreover, a true celestial-level cultivation method is something that countless cultivators yearn for yet cannot attain. Once the transcendent cultivation method is unveiled, it is likely that the reclusive elders hidden in every corner of the mortal realm will be unable to remain idle. Li Chen yearns to immediately enter seclusion to practice the 10,000 treasures body forging record, yet he must first return to Yinshan Workshop to bring Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, as well as Li Changxing and Li Xian to Cuwi Mountain for proper arrangements. Having just taken possession of Cuwi Mountain, numerous matters still require his attention before he can immerse himself in the practice of the 10,000 treasures body forging record. He must attend to these affairs to ensure a peaceful retreat. Li Chen sought out Huang Qingya, saying, "Qingya, I need to return to Yinshan Workshop for a while." Huang Qingya nodded. You may go. I will oversee Cuwi Mountain. She added, by the way, once you return to Yinshan Workshop, remember to recruit a few early-stage Qi refinement cultivators to tend to the 30 acres of spiritual fields at Cuwi Mountain. Additionally, see if you can invite a formation master to set up protective arrays at the foot of the mountain. Li Chen nodded, committing Huang Qingya's words to memory. Qingya, if there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Huang Qingya regarded him, then retrieved a crimson talisman from her storage pouch. This is a Thunderfire talisman. It was originally a top-tier first-grade spiritual talisman, but I have nurtured it into a second-grade one. Take it for your protection. Be cautious on your journey. Qingya. Li Chen's gaze flickered as he stepped forward to embrace Huang Qingya. The second-grade talisman is equivalent to a strike from a Foundation Establishment Cultivator's spell, and Huang Qingya possesses only a few herself. Stop. Huang Qingya deftly sidestepped Li Chen, her expression filled with distaste. I have already gifted you a second-grade talisman. Do you wish to take advantage of me further? Hurry along. Li Chen's lips curved into a smile, a warm current surging within him. Qingya, I shall take my leave now. Wait for me at Cuwi Mountain. With that, he soared into the sky on his flying sword, heading towards Yinshan Workshop. Huang Qingya stood rooted, watching Li Chen depart, a smile gracing her delicate features as she murmured to herself, Mother, it seems Qingya has found a home. Yet, she did not wish to become a wicked woman. Huang Qingya stood in a daze, her thoughts drifting back over 20 years. Born into a merchant family in the mortal world, her mother was a courtesan. From her earliest memories, she recalled the constant humiliation she and her mother endured at the hands of her father's legitimate wife. Once the novelty wore off, her father became indifferent to their plight. Her elder brother would often scorn her as a bastard, while her father's legitimate wife derided her mother as a shameless maid, a seductress, a wicked woman. It was only at the age of 8, after her mother's passing, that Huang Qingya could no longer bear the humiliation alone. She fled the Huang estate and began to roam the world. Later, she encountered a teacher, a cultivator who had lost hope of ascending and lived out his days in the mortal realm. Huang Qingya trained under him for 2 years until he passed away. Before his death, he urged her to seek out the Zishu Immortal sect, but Huang Qingya, unwilling to rely on others once more, chose to embrace a life of freedom as a wandering cultivator, untethered and unanchored. In recent years within the realm of cultivation, Huang Qingya has navigated her path alone, enduring tribulations of ambush and betrayal. She has witnessed the brutal law of the jungle and the deceptions that permeate the world of cultivators. Though loneliness has been her constant companion, she remains reluctant to place her trust in others. However, at this moment, someone has emerged whom she feels she can rely upon and trust, a sentiment that is exceedingly rare for her. As she gazes around the verdant peaks of Cuwi Mountain, Huang Qingya purses her lips, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. Could this truly be her home? Perhaps it is best to meet his wife and children first. Should they reject her, she would simply depart. Ever since the passing of her mother and mentor, she has managed to persevere alone for all these years. What is there to fear? Chapter 68. Farewell. The world of cultivation has never known tranquility. Outside Yin Mountain Square, Li Chen retracted the golden brick and summoned a fire crow, reducing 2 robbers to ashes. Upon returning to Yin Mountain Square, Li Chen called upon Mo Yunyun and Ning Hongxiu. Xiaoyu, Hongxiu, prepare yourselves. We shall relocate tomorrow. Exchanging glances, the 2 women wore expressions of hesitation. Mo Yunyun spoke first. Husband, perhaps we should reconsider. Our current rental of a Grade C cave is already stretching our resources thin. Moving to a Grade B cave would impose an even greater financial burden each month. Chongqing is growing daily and requires elixirs and spirit stones for his cultivation. Sienna is nearing the age of entering the Tao. It is prudent for us to save wherever we can. Ning Hongxiu nodded in agreement. Li Chen looked at the 2 women, smiling as he inquired, Who told you that we are moving to a Grade B cave? After pondering for a moment, Mo Yunyun softly replied, Husband, relocating back to a Grade D cave wouldn't be a concern. It would help alleviate some expenses. Ning Hongxiu lowered her gaze, her face tinged with shame. Husband, Sister Mo, it is all my fault for being useless. Seeing their misunderstanding, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Stop overthinking it. Hurry and prepare. I have some matters to attend to at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. The 2 women were unaware of Li Chen's recent confrontation with Wang Fengming, as he had chosen not to share the details with them to avoid unnecessary worry. As for the gift from Fukang regarding Cuwi Mountain, Li Chen also decided to keep it a secret, intending to surprise them once they relocated. Daddy, are you leaving again? Can you take Sienna with you? Noticing Li Chen's impending departure shortly after his return, Li Xian rushed over and clung to his leg. Li Chen, feeling helpless, pinched his daughter's delicate nose and gently reassured her. "Xianer, I have important matters to attend to. Please be a good girl and wait for me at home." "Oh." Li Xian looked down, her mood visibly dampened. Seeing this, Li Chen's heart ached for his daughter, and he reluctantly picked her up, deciding to take her along to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. This visit to the Divine Elixir Pavilion was not for alchemy. Rather, Li Chen intended to bid farewell to Manager Fu. On the top floor of the pavilion, Li Chen successfully met Manager Fu with a warm smile. Manager Fu regarded Li Chen and his daughter. "Young Chen, what brings you here today, and why have you brought your daughter along?" "Hello, Grandpa Fu." Li Xian jumped down from Li Chen's arms, fearlessly approaching Manager Fu, sweetly calling out to him. Manager Fu smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Xianer is truly well behaved." Standing respectfully beside them, Li Chen bowed to Manager Fu. "Uncle Fu, I have come to bid you farewell." Manager Fu looked at Li Chen with kind eyes and calmly inquired, "Have you found a better place?" "I, along with Fairy Huang Qingya, have jointly taken residence at Suiwei Mountain and have decided to move there. Over the years, your guidance and care have been invaluable to me, and I cannot forget it. However, with children in the family and Xianer's playful nature, remaining in Yin Mountain Square has always been a bit of a burden for her." Manager Fu gazed gently at Li Chen and spoke in a calm tone. "You have not signed a spirit contract with me, thus I cannot restrict your freedom. Young Master Chen, your departure from the Divine Elixir Pavilion was anticipated by me, though I did not foresee it occurring so soon. Since you have chosen to leave, I shall not impede your journey. After you vacate the Shadow Mountain abode, the path ahead shall be solely yours to traverse. Consider if there is anything you require. I will assist you to the best of my abilities. As I am now partially entwined with the earth, I seek nothing in return, save for your remembrance of the kindness bestowed upon you by the young lady." Li Chen's expression turned solemn as he respectfully bowed to the elder before him. Li Xian also approached Li Chen's side, mimicking his gestures and offering a bow to the manager, Fu. Throughout his years at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, the exquisite Fairy Ling Long had never treated Li Chen poorly, nor had Fu, the manager. Their numerous acts of support had paved a smooth path for Li Chen in his cultivation journey. Although he was about to depart from the Divine Elixir Pavilion and the Shadow Mountain abode, Li Chen harbored an unwavering gratitude for the immense kindness shown to him by Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu. As Li Chen left the Divine Elixir Pavilion with Li Xian, he discovered an additional item within his storage pouch, a fire toad furnace. According to Manager Fu, this furnace was originally intended as a gift for him. Now that he was departing, it was only fitting that he take it along. At this point, Li Chen possessed a substantial fortune in spirit stones and over a dozen top-tier magical artifacts, rendering the fire toad furnace of little value in his eyes. Nevertheless, Manager Fu's gesture deepened Li Chen's sense of gratitude. Li Chen understood that he held a unique position within the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Unlike other apprentices, who were required to sign a spiritual contract before they could independently refine elixirs, he had never entered into such an agreement. When Shou Jian sought to leave the pavilion, Manager Fu insisted he exchange spirit stones for a contract. In contrast, Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu had granted Li Chen numerous privileges, resulting in him having few friends among the other apprentices. As he prepared to leave the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chen refrained from bidding farewell to the other apprentices. He had initially intended to visit the herb garden to say goodbye to Yunxi, but recalling the wary gaze of old Yufeng, who always prevented him from speaking with her, he abandoned that idea. Upon exiting the pavilion, Li Chen gazed at the imposing structure dominating the center of the Shadow Mountain abode, filled with a multitude of emotions. Over a decade ago, he had entered the realm of cultivation as an apprentice in this very place, receiving the Crimson Flame technique from Manager Fu, thus embarking on his journey. In the span of these years, he had ascended from chopping wood to becoming an apprentice, eventually rising to the rank of alchemist. His sentiments for the Divine Elixir Pavilion were bittersweet, as it marked the inception of his journey. Yet, he knew he must forge ahead and continue his path in cultivation. Standing before the pavilion, Li Chen cast one last respectful bow towards the towering structure, signifying his farewell to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. On the top floor of the pavilion, Manager Fu gazed down with a satisfied expression at Li Chen and his daughter on the street, murmuring to himself, "Young Master Chen, the young lady believes you will become a person of great significance in the future. I trust her judgment, for she is never mistaken. Now that you have departed the Divine Elixir Pavilion, it is akin to a fledgling eagle breaking free from its cage or a fish diving into the vast ocean. Alas, my remaining time is limited, and I wonder if I shall witness the day you soar through the skies or leap through the Dragon's Gate." Leaving the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chen did not return to his cave abode, but instead made his way to the treasure pavilion. There, he procured various spiritual herbs and medicinal seeds, as well as a special variety of rice known as Yujinmi. On Suiwei Mountain, there existed a medicinal field alongside 30 acres of spiritual farmland that could not be neglected. After purchasing an assortment of items and acquiring 2 small toys for Li Xian, Li Chen finally returned to his cave. Upon his arrival, he found Mo Yunyue and Ning Hongxiu had tidied the cave to immaculate perfection, even taking mundane items such as tables, chairs, and cabinets with them. Li Changsheng emerged from a room, having learned about the impending relocation, and could not help but inquire, "Father, are we leaving now?" Li Chen shook his head, indicating there was no rush, as they still needed to prepare some items. Li Changxing regarded Li Chen with a puzzled expression, asking, "Father, are we not moving to the Ding-level cave? Is there no need for further preparations?" Li Chen patted Li Changxing's shoulder and replied, "Do not inquire further, lest the surprise be lost." Chapter 69. The Flying Boat Under the Cover of Night. Li Chen sat cross-legged on a mat, extracting 2 gleaming golden bricks from his storage pouch, along with a palm-sized flying boat. This extravagant gift from Fukong included a dozen supreme magical artifacts, of which Li Chen intended to utilize 10 for his cultivation of the 10,000 treasures body forging technique. The remaining 2 artifacts comprised a golden brick identical to the one gifted to him by the exquisite fairy Ling Long, and a top-tier magical artifact known as the Heavenly Net. The Heavenly Net could be used in conjunction with the golden brick, first ensnaring an opponent with the net, followed by a crushing blow from the brick. Li Chen resolved to keep these 2 artifacts on hand as his conventional means of combat in the future. Gazing at the brilliant golden bricks, he scrutinized them before commencing the refinement process. With his current cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, the task of refining a supreme magical artifact was no longer as arduous. As the night wore on, Li Chen wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his expression marked by surprise and uncertainty. He had successfully cleansed the newly acquired golden brick with his magical power and inscribed his spiritual imprint upon it, thus refining the brick. Upon completing the refinement, Li Chen was astounded to discover a subtle connection between the 2 golden bricks. He grasped one in his left hand and the other in his right, examining them closely. Suddenly, the 2 bricks emitted a blinding golden light, akin to 2 magnets, and with a resounding thud, they fused seamlessly into one, leaving no trace of separation. Narrowing his eyes, Li Chen was filled with astonishment. The 2 golden bricks had merged into a single entity, now larger and more substantial. After a meticulous inspection, he arrived at a conclusion. The quality of the combined golden bricks had significantly improved, nearly transcending the category of magical artifacts, elevating them to the pinnacle of supreme magical artifacts. If he were to acquire yet another golden brick, could it possibly transform into a spiritual artifact? Li Chen stroked his chin, pondering various speculations. Perhaps there once existed a singular spiritual artifact or treasure known as the golden brick, which had been fragmented into multiple pieces for some reason. Once these bricks were refined, they could meld together to restore their original form. After observing the newly formed golden brick for a brief moment, Li Chen shifted his focus and began refining the intermediate-level flying boat. He needed to transport his family to Tsui Mountain for settlement, but Mo Yunyu, Li Changsheng, and Li Xian were unable to fly, necessitating the refinement of this flying boat. With the boat at his disposal, he could forego the use of teleportation talismans and the need for horses, thus saving considerable time. As dawn approached, Li Chen finally succeeded in refining the flying boat. Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, and Li Changxing concluded their night of cultivation, while Li Xian remained in deep slumber. "Changxing, come with me to the shantytown," Li Chen called to Li Changxing. On the journey, Li Changxing, puzzled, inquired, "Father, have we fallen on hard times to the extent that we must return to the shantytown? What are you thinking?" Li Chen playfully rapped Li Changxing on the head. "Even if your father were inept, he would not allow you to move back to the shantytown. We have come to the shantytown to select individuals." Li Changxing was perplexed and asked, "Father, whom are we selecting?" Li Chen offered no explanation and led Li Changxing directly to the shantytown. Situated on the periphery of Yingshan Square, the shantytown does not lie upon a spiritual vein. It merely benefits from the ethereal energies that dissipate from it. Consequently, a dwelling in the shantytown costs but a single spirit stone per month, while a courtyard commands a slightly higher price. The inhabitants of the shantytown are primarily lower-tier cultivators. Most of these cultivators are at the initial stage of Qi refinement and are unwilling to abandon their path to immortality. striving each month to earn spirit stones to pay their rent, thus allowing them to remain in Yingshan Square for their cultivation. Li Qin's purpose for visiting the shantytown was to recruit 2 qi refinement cultivators to work as spiritual farmers on Suwei Mountain, thereby enabling him to cultivate the land. Li Qin was no stranger to this area. Years ago, when he first entered the realm of cultivation, he made his home in the shantytown, where he became acquainted with individuals such as Han Mao and Shu Chan. Aside from Han Mao and Shu Chan, Li Qin was not well acquainted with the other lower-tier cultivators of the shantytown. "Ah, is that not Master Li Dan?" exclaimed an elderly man with darkened teeth, who had just encountered Li Qin upon entering the shantytown. This man, surnamed Zhang, had once been Li Qin's neighbor, seeking to borrow a nurturing pill from Li Qin to help his grandson break through the bottleneck to the 3rd level of qi refinement, a request that Li Qin had declined. So many years had passed, and he wondered whether that grandson had indeed surpassed the threshold to reach the 4th level of qi refinement. Ignoring the old man, Li Qin continued deeper into the shantytown with Li Chongqing. The old man, observing Li Qin's retreating figure, spat disdainfully, his face contorted with scorn. "What is there to look down upon? Just because you possess some alchemical talent and were fortunate enough to catch the eye of Master Chen, you think yourself superior? If only my grandson could become an apprentice at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, he would surely surpass you." Li Qin, although he sensed the old man's words, paid them no heed, dismissing them with indifference. After walking a short distance, they encountered a woman. Upon seeing Li Qin, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh dear. A magpie has been chirping at my door since early morning, and it seems fortune has indeed come knocking. Master Li Dan, would you care to patronize my humble business? My services are of high quality and not expensive at all. I would only charge you 2 spirit stones. After all, you can afford it, can't you? Why not give it a try? I assure you, you won't regret it." This woman, a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement, was clad in revealing attire, playfully casting glances at Li Qin. Li Qin remained unresponsive, but Li Chongqing was incensed, retorting sharply, "With such filth, do not dare to sully my father's eyes. Begone!" The woman, taken aback by the rebuke, left in a huff, cursing under her breath. Li Qin looked at Li Chongqing in astonishment. In his childhood, Li Chongqing was quiet and untroubled. Now, having matured slightly, his temperament appeared steadier. Yet, in Li Qin's memory, Li Chongqing had never displayed such anger before today, nor had he ever resorted to harsh words. Li Qin placed a reassuring hand on Li Chongqing's shoulder and calmly advised, "Chongqing, do not be quick to anger in the face of provocation. Such individuals are best ignored. There is no need to react so vehemently." "Father, I shall take your words to heart," replied Li Chongqing. Li Qin nodded and, accompanied by Li Chongqing, began the search for suitable candidates among the spirit farmers. Selecting spirit farmers was a task of significance. Li Qin aimed to choose 2 practitioners at the initial stage of qi refinement. Ideally one with a water attribute spirit root and another with a wood attribute spirit root. Of course, those with an earth attribute spirit root were also acceptable, as practitioners with water, wood, and earth spirit roots were more suited to becoming spirit farmers. Ultimately, Li Qin selected a female practitioner named Wang Lijuan, who possessed a water attribute spirit root and was at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Additionally, he chose a youth named Wu Xiaofan, who had an earth attribute spirit root and was at the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Notably, during the selection process, Li Qin encountered Tai Ao, who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation and had not found a means to earn spirit stones. At present, he was merely immortal, living cautiously in the slums. Li Qin decided to bring Tai Ao along as well, acting as a guide for Tai Ao on the path of immortality. Li Qin did not hesitate to support him once more. Together with Wang Lijuan, Wu Xiaofan, and Tai Ao, they returned to the cave dwelling. Upon entering the cave area, the 3 kept their heads bowed, refraining from looking around, exuding an air of humility. "Xiaoyu, Hongxiu, Xiener, follow me," called Li Qin, summoning Imo Yunya, Ning Hongxiu, and Li Xian as he led the group outside Yinshan Fang. Additionally, trailing behind them was a dog, resembling a calf in size, with a coat of black and red fur, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. In Li Qin's arms, Li Xian was brimming with excitement. "Father, are you taking Xiener out of Yinshan Fang?" Li Chongqing, walking beside Li Qin, was filled with curiosity and could not help but ask, "Father, where are we moving to?" Imo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu shared their confusion, though they remained silent. Upon exiting Yinshan Fang, Li Qin surveyed his surroundings, retrieving a palm-sized flying boat from his storage pouch. With a surge of magical energy, the small vessel expanded, transforming into a ship over 10 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide. hovering steadily a few feet off the ground. Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu stood in stunned disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Chongqing was equally astonished. He had never known that they possessed a flying boat. Such a vessel, capable of carrying multiple passengers, was exceedingly expensive. This was a mid-tier flying boat. If ordered from the Qinlian Pavilion, its price would nearly rival that of a top-tier magic artifact. The Wang family of Ningbi Cliff owned a top-tier flying boat, which shuttled between the various markets of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, a true behemoth. Practitioners wishing to travel on the Wang family's boat required 10 spirit stone tickets. The Wang family essentially monopolized the passenger transport business in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm, raking in profits hand over fist. Having embarked on the path of cultivation himself, Li Chongqing was somewhat familiar with the common knowledge of the cultivation world. He stared blankly at Li Chun as he unveiled the flying boat, his heart in tumult. Unable to calm for a long while, not only Li Chongqing, but also Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu shared this sentiment. Only Li Xian, innocent and naive, gazed at the ship hovering a few feet above the ground with joy, exclaiming, "Father, father, what a big boat." Li Chen chuckled lightly. "This flying boat is not particularly large. In the future, father will give Xian an even larger vessel." As he spoke, Li Chen embraced Li Xian and leaped gracefully onto the deck, casting his gaze towards the figures of Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Li Chongqing, and others on the ground. Li Chun chuckled lightly and remarked, "What are you all standing there for? Why not come up?" Chapter 70. Wang Fengqi. The flying boat ascended into the sky, weaving gracefully among the towering peaks, while the rivers encircling the mountains resembled emerald ribbons adorning the earth. The mortal cities appeared as mere miniature models beneath them. A chilling gale swept through the air as Li Chen stood at the bow of the vessel, his dark robe billowing dramatically in the wind. Tai Ao gaped in astonishment. Observing the swiftly gliding boat, the swirling mist surrounding them, and the tiny cities beneath their feet, he turned to the imposing figure ahead, his mouth agape as he gradually regained his composure from the shock. "Is this the power of immortals?" Tai Ao murmured, his face alight with envy and his eyes brimming with determination. The reactions of the others mirrored Tai Ao's sentiments closely. Wang Lijuan, standing beside him, was equally envious and could not refrain from exclaiming, "Don't even think about it. Flying boats are not something we can aspire to. Father, this. Li Chongqing approached Li Chun, his own astonishment no less than that of anyone else. Since childhood, Mo Yunya had informed Li Chongqing that his father labored alone in the Divine Dan Pavilion to support the entire family, and that they lived in relative hardship, urging him to be more mature. Thus, Li Chongqing learned to be responsible from a young age. After beginning his cultivation, he would assist his mother in washing green bamboo to produce spirit paper, all to alleviate some of his father's burdens. But now, who could explain to him the nature of this flying boat beneath their feet? Did their family possess a flying boat? Li Chen glanced at his son but offered no explanation. The flying boat had been a gift from Fu Kong, and in comparison to the dozens of storage bags he had received from Fu Kong, this flying boat was but a trifling part of the whole. Li Chen could not disclose any information regarding Fu Kong, not even to Li Chongqing. At least for now, he felt it necessary to withhold this information from his son. Noticing Li Chen's silence, Li Chongqing quickly deduced the situation. He cast a glance at Tai Ao, Wang Lijuan, and Wu Xiaofan behind him, suppressing his curiosity and refraining from further inquiries. Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu shared their own perplexities but understood that this was not the moment for such questions. Li Xian sat upon Li Chen's arm, her youthful face illuminated with excitement as she eagerly surveyed the mountains and rivers passing beneath them, momentarily quiet, without her usual exuberance. Observing the tranquility among the group, Li Chen felt somewhat out of place and turned to them, asking, "Aren't you curious about where I am taking you?" Mo Yunya smiled and shook her head, declaring that as long as she was with her husband, she cared not for the destination. Ning Hongxiu nodded in agreement. Wang Lijuan promptly affirmed her loyalty, stating, "As long as the master provides us with spirit stones, we shall serve him without question." Tai Ao and Wu Xiaofan quickly echoed their agreement. Li Chen withdrew his gaze from them, looking into the distance, a surge of ambition swelling within him. After more than a decade in the realm of cultivation, he had finally stepped out of the Yin Mountain workshop, leaving behind the protection of the exquisite fairy. From this point forward, his path in the world of immortals would depend solely on his own efforts. The others gazed at Li Chen's figure, feeling as though he had grown taller and more enigmatic, as Li Chen led his family away from the Yin Mountain workshop towards the road to Tsuiwei Mountain. In the Level B Cave number 7 of Yin Mountain workshop, Master Chen received a letter. Strange, who would send me a letter? Chen Dan, with a puzzled expression. Opened the missive. After a moment, having finished reading, his countenance shifted between shadows and light, and he sighed deeply, saying, "Foolishness. Why do you refuse to heed my counsel? Instead of pursuing the noble path laid before you, you seek a shortcut. On the path of immortality, where are the shortcuts to be found? Taking your entire family to Tsuewei Mountain, do you truly believe that Huang Qingya is a benevolent figure? Alas, let you go your way. Yet I fear that all my teachings will be buried in the earth." Meanwhile, within Baodin Tower, the patriarch of the Wang family fixed a stern gaze upon Wang Quan, coldly inquiring, "Have you ascertained who killed my family's phoenix son, thus severing our lineage's fortune?" Wang Quan knelt upon the ground, sweat streaming down his brow, stammering and unable to articulate a response. The patriarch's gaze grew even colder. "I entrusted you with protecting Fengming, and this is how you fulfill that duty? Fengming is dead, yet you remain alive at the hands of the bloodthirsty?" Wang Quan trembled, his voice quaking. "Grandfather, I recognize my faults. Please, punish me as you see fit." The patriarch seized a teacup from the table, smashing it against Wang Quan's forehead, leaving him bloodied and unable to flinch. "Useless. From this day forth, Baodin Tower shall be under Feng Qi's command. You are to pursue the murderer of Fengming. No matter the means, uncover the one responsible for his death. Should you fail to reveal the killer, do not return to Ningbi Cliff, nor shall you be considered a member of the Wang clan." "Yes," Wang Quan dared not retort. Fearing the patriarch's wrath, Wang Shou rose, his expression dark, and with a wave of his sleeve, departed. Once the patriarch had distanced himself, Wang Quan rose from the ground, a look of distress upon his face as he turned to the young man beside him. "The world of cultivation is vast. Where am I to search for the one who killed Fengming?" Feng Qi, with an expression of calm, spoke softly, "Second uncle, consider this. Fengming, being a disciple at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, carried many treasures bestowed by the patriarch. Think carefully. How many cultivators in Yin Mountain or Blackwater Prefecture could have slain him? Who has Fengming incurred enmity with? Who benefits most from his death? Or rather, who would most desire to see Fengming stifled in his growth?" Wang Quan's eyes flickered with realization. "Feng Qi, are you suggesting the Yulong Yang family?" Feng Qi shrugged. "I do not know, but in Blackwater Prefecture, few possess the boldness to kill Fengming. Regardless, second uncle, you lack direction. Why not investigate? Fengming is my family's phoenix son, embodying our lineage's fortune. Whoever has slain him must be avenged." Wang Quan nodded, a fierce determination appearing on his face. "I understand what must be done." Watching Wang Quan depart, Feng Qi gently shook his head, a fleeting glint of bloodlust in his eyes, filled with derision. Fengming is already dead. Why waste time and effort pursuing his murderer? Indeed, Wang Fengming possessed third-grade spiritual roots. The patriarch regarded him as the phoenix son of the Wang family, investing countless resources and efforts into his growth. Now that he is dead, it is only natural for the patriarch to be enraged. However, the considerable resources invested in Wang Fengming now seem to be squandered. "Ancestor, family, how amusing. If only you had allocated half of the resources directed towards Wang Fengming to me, I would not have found myself on this misguided path. Now that Wang Fengming is deceased, you think of me. Alas, it is too late." Wang Fengqi sat in his chair, his handsome visage resting on one hand, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, Wang Fengming's demise presents an opportunity to be exploited. Wang Quan is a brash individual, with a little guidance. I can certainly incite conflict between the two families. When the two families clash, many lives will undoubtedly be lost. The blood of kin is far more delectable than that of outsiders. With that thought, Wang Fengqi extended his tongue to lick his lips, his eyes gradually turning a deep crimson. The River of Blood, what a fitting title. Chapter 71. A new home. After a considerable time, the flying vessel glided into Qingzhou. Approaching the verdant peaks of Tsuewei Mountain, gazing at the lush summits and the figure in an apricot-colored robe atop the mountain, a slender female cultivator caught Li Chen's eye, and a subtle smile graced his face. Beside him, Li Changxing stood, his heart filled with curiosity, unable to contain himself any longer. "Father, where is this place? Why have you brought us here?" The others also turned their gaze toward Li Chen, as Li Chen maneuvered the vessel to a gentle landing. A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "This is Tsuewei Mountain in Qizhou. From now on, this will be our home." Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the tall, radiant female cultivator in the apricot robe ahead. Upon landing, Li Chen cradled Li Xian in his arms as he approached Wang Qingya. Upon reaching her, he remarked with a smile, "Qingya, considering you are the mistress of Tsuewei Mountain, there was no need for you to await us here. Huang Qingya swept her gaze over the group, her expression slightly awkward as she coolly replied, I was merely feeling bored and stepped out for some fresh air. It was merely a coincidence that I encountered you. Li Qin was well aware of Huang Qingya's demeanor. She often appeared aloof in the presence of unfamiliar faces. Patting the head of Li Xian, he encouraged, Xianer, greet her. Looking up at Huang Qingya, Li Xian, with her innocent demeanor, bit her finger and asked, Daddy. What should I call her? Before Li Qin could respond, Li Xian leaped from his arms, undaunted, and approached Huang Qingya with a tilted head. Can I call this beautiful fairy auntie? Good daughter, your father has not raised you in vain. Li Qin couldn't help but smile broadly, giving Li Xian a thumbs up. This daughter was indeed a thoughtful little treasure. Li Xian's intentions were simple. Being doted on by Mo Yunyu and Li Changxing at home, she referred to Mo Yunyu as Auntie. Upon seeing Huang Qingya, she naturally hoped to gain another aunt who would spoil her like Mo Yunyu did. Huang Qingya shot Li Qin a reproachful glance. Sienna is so young, and you were teaching her such things. What kind of father are you? With that, Huang Qingya picked up Li Xian, playfully pinching her delicate little nose. Her expression softened, and she spoke with warmth. Sienna, you are truly beautiful. How old are you this year? Auntie is the truly beautiful one. I'm 5 years old this year and have never been to the mortal realm. My brother says the candied hawthorns in the mortal realm are delicious, but no one has taken me there to buy them. Auntie, will you take me to the mortal realm and buy me some candied hawthorns? Li Xian, cradled in Huang Qingya's arms, looked up with sparkling eyes. Her face a portrait of innocence and longing. Standing aside, Li Qin couldn't help but feel amused. Though others might be oblivious, he knew his daughter all too well. Despite her tender age, this clever little girl had tricked him more than once. Huang Qingya gazed fondly at the little girl in her arms, her expression softening like ice melting under the sun, revealing a radiant smile. If no one is buying Sienna candied hawthorns, then I shall. Really? Annie is so good to me. Li Xian wore a radiant smile as she nestled closer to Huang Qingya, causing her graceful figure to sway gently. Li Qin's eyelids flickered. The audacity he had not dared to express was first exhibited by his daughter. Xiaoyu, Hongxiu, Changxing, come here. Allow me to introduce this talented talisman master, Huang Qingya, also known as Fairy Huang, the sovereign of Cuiwei Mountain. Changxing, call someone. Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with shyness. They had certainly heard of Huang Qingya, yet had never encountered her in the flesh. After all, Huang Qingya was a prodigious talisman master, a practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement, and a notable figure in Ancient Fang. In the face of Huang Qingya, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu instinctively lowered their heads. In the world of cultivation, hierarchies were rigidly enforced. Practitioners of lesser cultivation must harbor a sense of reverence towards those of greater prowess. Observing Li Qin and Huang Qingya, it was clear to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu that their connection was extraordinary. However, they were at a loss as to how to address Huang Qingya, thus remained silent. Li Changxing stood beside Li Qin, gazing at Huang Qingya, who cradled Li Xian, scratching his head in contemplation, and remained quiet for a prolonged moment. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he cast a pleading glance at his father. Father, what should I call her? Li Qin sighed, exasperated. Across from them, Li Xian burst into a melodic giggle, exclaiming, Brother, you are truly foolish. I call her Ani, so of course, you must call her Ani too. Li Changxing turned to Li Qin, who averted his gaze, unwilling to look at his son. Changxing greets Auntie. Fortunately, the lad was not devoid of intelligence. He eventually bowed to Huang Qingya and addressed her as Auntie. A smile graced Huang Qingya's face, and from several paces away, she gestured graciously towards Li Changxing. You need not be so formal, Changxing. This Cuiwei Mountain is not solely mine, it is also yours. This place will serve as your home from now on. As she spoke, Huang Qingya turned her attention to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Under her gaze, the two felt somewhat flustered. Given Huang Qingya's illustrious reputation and formidable cultivation, my dear fellow cultivators, my bond with Li Diyu is profound. Do not feel restrained. Li Diyu, please settle Changsheng and our two friends. I shall take Xian for a stroll. Li Qin nodded. Qingya, you may go ahead. This marked the first encounter between Huang Qingya and Mo Yunyu, as well as Ning Hongxiu. Faced with a prodigious talisman master at the late stage of qi refinement, both women felt somewhat overwhelmed. Huang Qingya, however, was not one to overly ingratiate herself. She maintained an air of aloofness towards those she was unfamiliar with. Once Huang Qingya departed, Li Chun turned to Tai Ao, Wang Lijuan, and Wu Xiaofan, speaking with calm authority. Find a place to settle down while you await my summons. Yes, my lord, the three replied respectfully before taking their leave. After their departure, Li Chen glanced at Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Let us proceed. This will be our home from now on. I shall lead you to select 2 courtyards. Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu followed closely behind Li Chen, their demeanor notably subdued. Li Chen turned back, his gaze softening as he regarded the 2 women. Feel free to inquire about anything. Surely, you do not fear Qingya to the extent of fearing me as well? Ning Hongxiu, brimming with vivacity, was the first to speak. Husband, are we truly going to reside here from now on? Li Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this shall be our new home. The verdant Suiwei Mountain originally belonged to the Yin family. However, the Yin family had offended Qingya, who, in a fit of rage, obliterated them and claimed the mountain for herself. Feeling a bit lonely atop the mountain all by herself, Qingya, with whom I share a good rapport, invited you all to settle here. Although Suiwei Mountain was a gift from Fu Kong, it was unnecessary to disclose this to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Li Chen had conferred with Huang Qingya, who was the one to annihilate the Yin family, and she was also the nominal lord of Suiwei Mountain. Ning Hongxiu's eyes sparkled as she inquired of Li Chen, Husband, have you and that fairy, Huang, already become partners in the Tao? On this matter, Li Chen did not shy away from the truth, responding calmly. I indeed harbor intentions of forming a Tao partnership with Qingya. However, our relationship has yet to reach that stage. Ning Hongxiu nodded. I understand. You have an affection for Huang, and she reciprocates your feelings. Both of you merely stand on the cusp of taking that final step. Fear not, husband, I shall get along well with Huang. Li Chen affectionately tousled Ning Hongxiu's hair. His gaze filled with warmth. Turning to Mo Yunyu, Li Chen smiled and asked, Little Rain, do you harbor concerns? Why have you been silent? Is it that you dislike Qingya? Mo Yunyu gently shook her head, responding in a soft voice. The fairy Huang possesses profound cultivation and is also a talisman master. If you can forge a Tao partnership with her, I am naturally pleased. Observing the aura of self-doubt and timidity emanating from Mo Yunyu, Li Chen began to grasp her inner turmoil. She was indeed fearful. The presence of Huang Qingya intimidated her, revealing her insecurities in stark contrast. Li Chen sighed softly, drawing Missouri Yunyu close, and gently reassured her, Little Rain, do not fret. Regardless of circumstances, you shall always be my Tao partner. I will not neglect you in light of Qingya's presence. Mo Yunyu looked up, meeting Li Chen's gentle gaze, and only then did she blossom into a smile, her demeanor brightening as the shadows of gloom receded. Chapter 72. Heart to Heart. Suiwei Mountain is neither particularly large nor small. Li Chen and Huang Qingya occupied Suiwei Mountain. Yet the number of people they brought along remained sparse, rendering the entire mountain somewhat desolate. Li Chen assigned each of Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu a courtyard nestled upon the spiritual vein, while also selecting an independent courtyard for Li Changxing. These courtyards, left behind by the Yin family, did not displease Li Chen, who was too lazy to undertake any major renovations. As Li Changxing matured and embarked on his path to immortality, he required his own space, no longer needing to share a cave dwelling with Mo Yunyu and Li Xian. Nevertheless, with the mountain feeling so empty, Li Chen contemplated purchasing some servants from the secular world to breathe life into Suiwei Mountain. Having taken possession of a mountain and on the verge of establishing a family, it was only fitting to have maidservants and attendants for Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu to command. Li Chen carved out a cave dwelling at the very heart of the spiritual vein, adjacent to the one Huang Qingya had established. This cave was designated for Li Chen's cultivation and seclusion. Once the cave was prepared, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu had already settled in. That night, Li Chen visited the courtyard where Mo Yunyu resided. He could discern that she harbored a heavy heart. On the bed, Mo Yunyu pressed her thin cheek against Li Chen's chest and softly spoke. Husband, once you become Tao partners with Fairy Huang, please let her be the mistress of Suiwei Mountain. Fairy Huang possesses high cultivation and exceptional talent. She is the one who can truly assist you and support you on your path to immortality. Please do not let her suffer. Li Chen turned over and gently pressed Mo Yunyu beneath him, asking, why speak of such things when we have not yet reached that stage? As Li Chen exerted his energy, Mo Yunyu began to hum softly, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, and with great difficulty, she uttered, Husband, shall we have another child? Very well, as you wish, Li Chen agreed. Initially, he had no intention of having another child with Mo Yunyu, for she possessed a 9th grade spiritual root, and even if his own were to rise to the 6th grade, their offspring would not boast high qualifications. However, sensing Mo Yunyu's lack of security and her desire for another child, he acquiesced. After all, The system had also issued a new task demanding the birth of 5 children with spiritual roots, even if the child Mo Yunyabor did not possess high qualifications. Li Chun was unconcerned, for he could always invest resources to elevate them. That night, Li Chun did not restrain himself, and he and Mo Yunya were entwined for nearly the entire night. When Mo Yunya finally fell into a deep sleep with a smile upon her face, Li Chun caressed her delicate cheek and placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead before quietly dressing and slipping out of the room to return to his cave for cultivation. Initially, Li Chun did not harbor any feelings of love for Mo Yunya. It was when Mo borrowed spiritual stones from him, selling Mo Yunya for the price of 120 spiritual stones, that Li Chun felt a pang of compassion for the timid and insecure girl. Thus, in order to fulfill the first side quest issued by the system, he took out his last 120 spiritual stones and brought Mo Yunya home. For many years, Mo Yunyu and Li Chun have supported each other, with Mo Yunyu's heart entirely devoted to her husband, Li Chun, and their son. Over time, the bond between Li Chun and Mo Yunyu has gradually deepened. Ning Hongxiu shares a similar sentiment with Mo Yunyu. However, Huang Qingyao evokes a different feeling in Li Chun. It is in her company that he experiences a flutter of emotions. Upon leaving Mo Yunyu's courtyard, Li Chun strides towards the newly opened cave dwelling, his thoughts drifting to Huang Qingyao. Their relationship still lacks a certain depth. Huang Qingyao's character stands in stark contrast to that of Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. She is fiercely independent and possesses her own opinions. To take that final step with her, her consent is essential. Under the moonlight, Li Chun returns to the cave dwelling, where he finds Huang Qingyao waiting. Her gaze, laced with disdain, scrutinizes him as she remarks, "The rumors in Yingshan say that you, Master Li, are fond of the fairer sex, and it appears to hold true. I wonder how someone so enamored with women could achieve the 6th level of qi refinement in just 10 years. Li Chun, however, does not concede to the notion of being obsessed with women. Since embarking on the path of immortality, he has diligently practiced, never allowing himself to slacken. And even after a night of indulgence with Mo Yunyu, he did not lose himself in her charms, returning to his cultivation with steadfast resolve. Yet, he deems it unnecessary to articulate these sentiments. Turning to Huang Qingyao, he smiles and inquires, "Qingyao, dawn is approaching. What brings you here? Were you waiting for me intentionally?" Huang Qingyao lifts her chin, her neck graceful as that of an elegant swan, and retorts, "Do not flatter yourself. I am not here waiting for you. I merely stepped out to admire the moonlight." Li Chun nods and sits beside her, gazing up at the luminous moon. Indeed, the moonlight is exquisite tonight, although it pales in comparison to Huang Qingyao's brilliance. Huang Qingyao flashes a smile, revealing her pearly white teeth, and without concealing her joy. She sits next to Li Chun and softly shares, "As a child, whenever I felt wronged, I would climb to the rooftop and gaze at the moon. The bright moon has accompanied me all these years, seemingly unchanging." Li Chun responds with a smile. The moon remains eternal. Yet, in contrast, the span of a human life is all too fleeting. Thus, on the path of immortality, cultivators strive to attain eternal life, wishing to exist as the moon does. Huang Qingyao nods in agreement, her expression turning serious as she states, "As cultivators, who does not yearn for immortality?" Looking earnestly at Li Chun, she poses a question. "I have something to ask you." Meeting her serious gaze, Li Chun replies, "I will answer whatever I can." Huang Qingyao tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and gently inquires, "You named your son Chongqing and your daughter Xian, which indicates your desire for immortality. Yet, I find it perplexing. If you aspire to become immortal, why do you indulge in the pleasures of the flesh? From what I observe, your 2 partners possess little potential. By forming partnerships with them and siring offspring, are you not hindering your own cultivation?" Li Chun shakes his head gently and replies calmly, "Qingyao, there is something I must tell you." Huang Qingyao tilts her head, intrigued. Li Chun continued, "In truth, I possess a rare constitution. With each marriage to a partner and the birth of each offspring, my spiritual root quality is enhanced. For me, Xiaoyu and Hongxiu are not burdens, nor are Changsheng and Xian'er. It is precisely because of them that my originally arduous path to immortality has become smoother." Li Chun shared this aspect of his spiritual root enhancement with Huang Qingyao, concealing the existence of the system and attributing the improvement to his unique constitution. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Huang Qingyao expressed her skepticism. "Really? You are not deceiving me?" Li Chun nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I am not lying. When I participated in the Zishu Immortal Sect spiritual root assessment, I was found to have a 9th grade spiritual root. Since the births of Chongqing and Xian'er, My spiritual root quality has indeed improved. Huang Qingya opened her mouth, and after a considerable pause, she regained her composure and scrutinized Li Chun before speaking solemnly. If this is true, you should not have told me. Li Chun chuckled softly, replying gently, Qingya, I wish to become your partner on this path of immortality, supporting each other along the way, thus I should not keep anything from you. Huang Qingya rolled her eyes, looking at Li Chun doubtfully. You desire to be my partner primarily to enhance your own spiritual root quality, don't you? Li Chun candidly acknowledged, indeed, that is part of my consideration, however. My feelings for you are genuine. Being with you makes the sky seem vaster, the moonlight more exquisite, and the sunshine more radiant, transforming the entire world into a more beautiful place. Huang Qingya's eyes sparkled as she shifted the topic, asking, aside from me, who else is aware of your unique constitution? Li Chun's expression grew serious. Thus far, only you know. Not only about my special constitution, but also my true cultivation level. It is known only to you. So, you should believe that I genuinely like you, right? Huang Qingya stood up, a mischievous smile gracing her face. Who can say? For now, I still do not believe you. As for when I might, it depends on your performance. Oh, the sun has risen. I must take my leave. With that, Huang Qingya entered her cave dwelling. Her steps noticeably lighter. As Li Chun watched the slowly closing door of her cave, his mood brightened. He knew that the distance between him and Huang Qingya had shortened. They merely awaited the right opportunity to break through that final barrier. Chapter 73. Seclusion. Li Chun led the group to become acquainted with Suwei Mountain. Walking ahead were Li Chun and Huang Qingya, with Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu slightly behind, and Li Chongxing trailing half a step behind them. Behind Li Chongxing were the respectful Wang Lijuan, Wu Xiaofan, and Tai Ao. As for Li Xian, she rode a black-red dog the size of a calf, positioning herself ahead of Li Chun and Huang Qingya. Upon arriving before the 30 acres of spiritual fields, Li Chun turned to Wang Lijuan and the others, speaking calmly. From now on, these 30 acres will be entrusted to you, 10 acres each. As he spoke, he retrieved a pristine book from his storage bag and tossed it to Wang Lijuan. This contains the methods for cultivating Yujin rice. Study it diligently. Next, Li Chun distributed the Yujin rice seeds among the three, declaring, in the future, 70% of the annual harvest will belong to me, while 30% will be yours. Do you have any objections? The master treats us with such generosity. We are grateful beyond words and would never dream of objections. Thank you for your kindness, master. Wang Lijuan and the others responded, bowing to Li Chun. They now understood that Suwei Mountain was ultimately governed by this esteemed master, in comparison to other immortal cultivation families. Li Chun's terms were indeed generous. Within the realm of cultivation, spiritual farmers typically yielded 80% of their harvest to the family, retaining merely 20%. The conditions offered by Li Chun and Huang Qingya were remarkably benevolent. It was only due to the limited 30 acres of spiritual fields at Suwei Mountain that numerous wandering cultivators did not flock there to become spiritual farmers. There is no need for further expressions of gratitude. Focus diligently on tending to the spiritual fields. The greater the harvest of spiritual rice, the more you will receive. Yujin rice, being a high-grade, first-level spiritual plant, could yield 300 pounds per acre. Thus, for 10 acres, the total yield would amount to 3,000 pounds, resulting in a share of 900 pounds for them. Put in your best effort, Li Chun encouraged. Hearing this, Wang Lijuan and her companions felt a weight settle upon their hearts. Yujin rice was valued at over 10 spirit stones per pound in Incher Square. Moreover, it matured biennially, meaning they could anticipate a harvest of over 1,000 spirit stones in 2 years, averaging more than 500 annually. The three could not help but marvel at the advantages of serving as spiritual farmers for a powerful faction. Not only could they cultivate in fertile lands without charge, but they would also reap substantial spirit stones. Considering the cost of living in Incher Square, even in the slums, one had to pay a spirit stone for rent each month, let alone the thought of having a cave dwelling. It was no wonder that homeless wandering cultivators would go to great lengths to join major cultivation families as spiritual farmers, herbalists, or fishermen. Unfortunately, these families did not require such a multitude of workers. After offering a few words of encouragement, Li Chun continued to explore Suwei Mountain with his family. Upon witnessing the lush bamboo forest atop the mountain, Mo Yunyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just think of how much spiritual paper we could produce from such an expanse of bamboo. Li Chun merely smiled in response. After familiarizing the group with Suwei Mountain, Li Chun returned to his cave dwelling, preparing to enter seclusion to cultivate the 10,000 treasures body forging technique. If one were to attain the 10 treasures body, it would signify the unlocking of the grand gateway to body cultivation, allowing one to traverse the realms of qi refinement and possess the prowess of a peak qi refiner. Before entering seclusion, Li Qin had several matters to discuss with Huang Qingya. Within the confines of the cave dwelling, Li Qin and Huang Qingya sat facing each other. Li Chun retrieved a storage bag from his sleeve and placed it before Huang Qingya. Qingya, for the time being, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate a particular technique. Here are 30,000 spirit stones. Take them for now. I was unable to hire a formation master in Yinshi, so I need you to make a trip to Qinghefang to invite one to set up a protective array. Furthermore, after you arrive at Qinghefang, to keep an eye out for items such as the Earth Origin Fruit, Shiqing Milk, and Huanglong Marrow. I will provide you with a list detailing the spiritual herbs and materials required for refining the Earth Origin Pill, Ascension Pill, and Jianyun Pill. Presently, I have reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and I need the Earth Origin Pill to break through the bottleneck into the 7th layer. Huang Qingya, being at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, also required pills for her cultivation, and the Ascension Pill along with the Jianyun Pill were perfectly suited for her. At this juncture, Li Qin remained unaware of the grade of Huang Qingya's spiritual root. He only knew she possessed the blood talisman spirit body. With exceptional talent in the art of talisman crafting, capable of inscribing top-tier talismans, and even infusing her essence blood to elevate a first-tier top-tier talisman to a second-tier talisman. Although Huang Qingya was merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, her combat prowess was formidable, placing her among the highest echelons of combatants within the Qi refinement realm. Unless faced with a foundation establishment cultivator, she would not encounter significant peril in the realm of cultivation. Huang Qingya accepted without hesitation. Securing the storage bag Li Qin had given her and cheerfully responded, "You can trust me with such a substantial sum of spirit stones." Li Qin's smile was gentle. "Qingya, I entrust the management of Tsuabi Mountain to you for the upcoming period." Huang Qingya nodded. "Since you have such faith in me, I shall not disappoint your trust. Rest assured, I will take good care of Tsuabi Mountain." After finalizing all matters with Huang Qingya, Li Qin summoned Mo Yunya, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changxing, and Li Xian. He informed them of his impending seclusion for cultivation and distributed spirit stones and pills among them, encouraging them to strive diligently in their practices and avoid complacency. Li Chun felt assured about Ning Hongxiu and Li Changxing, yet he harbored some concerns regarding Mo Yunya, who seemed rather apathetic towards elevating her cultivation. Ultimately, Li Chun turned his gaze to Li Xian. "Xian, your father is about to enter seclusion. For a considerable duration, you shall not see me. Remember to heed your mother's and your 2 aunts' guidance, understood?" Having been born into the world of cultivation, Li Xian had a vague understanding of her father's forthcoming seclusion. Gazing up at the amiable Li Qin, she clung to his leg and pleaded, "Daddy, please don't go into seclusion." Li Qin did not respond to Li Xian's plea. Instead, he directed his attention to Ning Hongxiu and Mo Yunya, speaking solemnly. "Xian's spiritual root is on the verge of complete manifestation. You both must ensure she diligently practices and does not indulge in mischief as before." Ning Hongxiu nodded and reassured her husband, "Do not worry, I will ensure that Xian diligently practices her cultivation." Li Chun, after a moment of contemplation, turned his gaze towards Li Changxing. He retrieved 2 magical artifacts. One was a mixed iron shield, a gift from Mo Yunxing, and the other was the chiefing sword. Handing these 2 lower-tier artifacts to Li Changxing, he patted his shoulder and said, "Changxing, I entrust these to you for the time being. I hope that by the time your father emerges from his seclusion, you will have advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement." Li Changxing nodded earnestly, replying, "Father, rest assured, I will not let you down." After scanning the faces of those present and ensuring everything had been addressed, Li Qin returned to his cave dwelling and sealed it off. Inside the cave, he sat cross-legged on a mat. Before him lay 10 supreme magical artifacts. Gazing at these artifacts, Li Qin took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to circulate his internal spiritual power, envisioning himself as a furnace. Recalling the insights from the 10 treasures forging body technique, he understood that he needed to transform himself into a furnace, igniting the divine fire with his vital energy, blood, and spirit, and then refine the artifacts into his body, ultimately forging himself into a treasure body. Li Chun was uncertain how long it would take to achieve the 10 treasure body, but he suspected it would be no short endeavor. Chapter 74. The Fong family of Tiger Head Mountain within the cave. Li Qin's entire body was flushed as the energies of blood and spirit intertwined, igniting divine flames within him. He seemed to transform into a furnace, wielding a supreme magical artifact that gradually dimmed in brilliance. In this cavern, Li Chen lost all sense of time. Outside, Huang Qingya stood atop the mountain, her gaze icy as she regarded a group of cultivators opposite her. Led by the head of the Fong family. This Suiwei mountain now belongs to me, yet you appear dissatisfied? Behind Huang Qingya were Mo Yunya, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changxing, and others. Fang Zhitao, accompanied by several qi refinement practitioners, ascended Suiwei mountain. His eyes flickered as he bowed to Huang Qingya. Fairy Huang. This Suiwei mountain is originally the territory of the Yan family. Your occupation here is a testament to their inability to defend their lands. And we dare not voice our objections. However, the Fong family has maintained a friendship with the Yin family for decades, and now that you occupy Suiwei mountain, we cannot help but inquire about the absence of any Yin cultivators. Might I ask, how have you dealt with the Yin family members? Huang Qingya, clad in an apricot-colored robe, displayed an indifferent demeanor. The formidable aura of her 8th layer of qi refinement surged forth, unabashedly pressing against Fang Zhitao and his companions. Are you questioning me, Fong family head? Fang Zhitao, also at the 8th layer of qi refinement, remained composed in the face of Huang Qingya as overwhelming presence. I do not dare to question you, Fairy Huang. However, given the Fong family's close ties with the Yin family, we must seek clarification regarding the recent upheaval concerning them. Might you enlighten us on your actions toward the Yin family members? I annihilated them all, Huang Qingya replied coldly, her tone devoid of warmth. The elder of the Yin family coveted my beauty and provoked me, leading to their complete destruction. Do you, Fong family, wish to stand up for the Yin family? As she spoke, Huang Qingya retrieved a storage bag from her waist, releasing streams of spiritual light that danced around her like lively fish. Among the hundreds of lights were unmistakably high-grade spirit runes. Seeing the dazzling display surrounding Huang Qingya, Fang Zhitao's eyelids twitched, his bravado faltering. Fairy Huang, please do not misunderstand. We bear no intent to accuse. Since the Yin family foolishly provoked you, their demise is their own doing. I come to Suiwei Mountain today without malice. As you will be our neighbor, it is only fitting that I, as the head of the Fong family, extend my greetings and present a token of goodwill. He produced a jade box from his storage bag, his expression now one of cordiality. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Huang Qingya glanced at Fang Zhitao and then at the other members of the Fong family behind him. Changxing, Li Changxing, gazing up at his esteemed aunt with admiration, promptly stepped forward to accept the jade box from Fang Zhitao, returning to stand behind Huang Qingya. Fong family head, unless there is urgent business, I must decline your hospitality. Huang Qingya accepted the jade box presented by Fang Zhitao. Yet she did not bestow him or the several cultivators from the Fong family with a pleasant demeanor, promptly ushering them out. Master Huang, do visit Tiger Head Mountain when you have the time. As neighbors, it is only fitting that we maintain mutual visits. Today, I, Fong, have pressing matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Dressed in a scholarly azure robe, Fang Zhitao, unperturbed, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Huang Qingya before departing Cuwi Mountain with several members of the Fong family. Huang Qingya observed Fang Zhitao and his entourage leaving with a calm gaze, then turned to Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu, speaking in a gentle tone, do not fear. I shall take care of everything. Mo Yunya nodded, quietly affirming, with Sister Huang here, we can rest assured. Li Changxing approached Huang Qingya, holding the jade box with a respectful demeanor and gazing at her with admiration. And Huang, you were truly imposing just now. The cultivators of the Fong family dared not act recklessly in your presence. A faint smile appeared on Huang Qingya's beautiful countenance as she encouraged him. Changxing, you must strive diligently in your cultivation. Once your skills have matured, no one will dare to act rashly before you. Li Changxing nodded earnestly, recognizing that his aunt's words echoed the teachings of his father. Casting her gaze over the group, Huang Qingya produced a blood-red spirit talisman, along with a handful of top-tier talismans. She radiated an air of authority as she spoke softly. I must make a trip to Qinghefang to procure some spiritual items and also summon an array master to set up a protective formation. Hongxiu, as the most accomplished here, I entrust you with the second-tier Thunderfire talismans and these top-tier talismans. After I depart Cuwi Mountain, you shall oversee it. Meeting Huang Qingya's gaze, Ning Hongxiu nodded. Sister Huang, do not worry. I will take good care of Cuwi Mountain. Huang Qingya said little more and transformed into a beam of sword-like light, soaring away. Following Li Chen's seclusion, Huang Qingya had become the de facto decision-maker for all matters, great and small, concerning Cuwi Mountain. In truth, Huang Qingya was merely a year younger than Mo Yunya, yet Imo Yunya, being considerably weaker and lacking her own assertiveness, instinctively positioned herself beneath Huang Qingya, placing herself at a lower status. In Li Chen's absence, Imo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu regarded Huang Qingya as their pillar of support. Huang Qingya naturally assumed the demeanor of the matriarch of Cuwi Mountain, and the others had no objections. Several dozen miles away from Cuwi Mountain lay Tiger Head Mountain, aptly named for its resemblance to a tiger's head. Tiger Head Mountain also possessed a first-tier spiritual vein. The mountain was occupied by a qi refining family, the Fong clan. Within Qi Shou, the Fong family held a moderate influence. Neither particularly strong nor weak, they boasted an esteemed ancestor at the peak of qi refining, alongside 5 members in the later stages of qi refining, and dozens in the initial and mid stages. In addition, Tiger Head Mountain was home to many mortals, descendants of the Fong family. However, not every descendant of a cultivator was guaranteed to possess spiritual roots. In the Tiger Head Mountain's conference hall, the family head Fong Zhitao regarded the aging elder above him with utmost reverence, bowing respectfully as he reported, "Ancestor, we have uncovered the truth. The Yin family has been exterminated. Currently, Cuwi Mountain is occupied by a cultivator named Huang Qingya and another named Li Chen. Huang Qingya, hailing from Yishanfang, is a woman of less than 30 years, possessing an 8th layer of qi refinement, and is a skilled talisman master capable of inscribing top-tier spiritual talismans. As for Li Chen, he was originally a talisman master from the Divine Pill Pavilion in Yishanfang, with a mere 4th layer of qi refinement, rendering him inconsequential. The elder of the Fong family sat high above, his gaze calm as he surveyed the younger generation below, and spoke in a deep voice. Although the young Huang Xinzi is still in her youth, she should not be underestimated. My Tiger Head Mountain is adjacent to Cuwi Mountain, say. I command you to inform the clan's disciples to refrain from provoking Cuwi Mountain. Fong Zhe nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Today, Huang Qingya unleashed over 100 top-tier spiritual talismans, which genuinely startled him. Indeed, talisman masters are not to be trifled with. Although Huang Qingya's cultivation stands at the 8th layer of qi refinement, inferior to that of his own ancestor, the overwhelming barrage of talismans is sufficient to intimidate any practitioner below the foundation establishment stage, deterring them from rashly provoking her. Did not the Yin family face annihilation for challenging Huang Qingya? The Fong family may be somewhat stronger than the Yin family, yet their superiority is limited. The lessons from the Yin family's demise serve as a cautionary tale for the Fong family. The elder of the Fong family cast his gaze across Fong Zhe and the others, finally resting it on a taciturn middle-aged man, and with a tone of concern inquired, Zhe Guang, you are 51 this year and have already broken through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Do you have confidence in achieving qi refinement perfection before 60? Fong Ziguan stepped forward, his expression grave as he nodded. Elder, I assure you that I will reach the perfection of qi refinement before the age of 60. The elder's eyes glimmered with satisfaction as he spoke solemnly. My time is drawing near, and I have but a few years left to live. My greatest wish is to witness the emergence of a foundation establishment practitioner within our clan, thereby elevating the Fong family to that esteemed status. Zhe, Qing, Gong, Ming. In the coming years, we shall curtail the clan's expenditures. The spiritual stone resources for the younger generation will be temporarily halted. We will amass all spiritual stone resources to fully support Zhe Guang in attaining qi refinement perfection. If Zhe Guang can achieve this before the age of 60, our entire family will endeavor to procure a foundation establishment pill for him. At this pivotal moment, we must refrain from provoking Cuwi Mountain. Do you understand? Fong Zhe, Fong Cheng, Fong Gong, Fong Ming. The expressions of the late-stage qi refinement practitioners of the Fong family turned serious as they nodded in unison, responding, Elder, we understand what must be done. Chapter 75. A decade within the depths of the cave, Li Chun sat cross-legged upon a mat, his skin radiating a golden sheen that illuminated the dim surroundings. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed at his hands, which were dusted with a layer of golden powder, taking on a pale golden hue. After observing his palms for a moment, he retrieved a high-grade flying sword from his storage bag and commanded it to strike against his hand. The blade made contact, yet caused no harm whatsoever to his palm. Having cultivated the 10 treasures body, he found that it was now exceedingly difficult for cultivators beneath the foundation establishment stage to pose any threat to him. Curious to test the divine abilities awakened after achieving the 10 treasures body, Li Chen focused his thoughts, and a dark red flame leapt forth from his palm. The flame danced upon his hand, causing the temperature within the cave to rise abruptly, distorting the very air around him. Is this the result of my fire affinity spirit root awakening the demon, refining divine flame? I wonder how formidable this flame truly is. However, it will certainly save me considerable effort in alchemy, as I shall no longer require iron heartwood as fuel. With the awakening of the demon refining divine flame after attaining the 10 treasures body, Li Qin pondered what divine ability might be awakened upon achieving the 100 treasures body. As the dark red flame extinguished from his palm, his eyes gradually transformed to a deep black, and his once pale golden skin returned to its natural hue. A hint of excitement gracing his features. During this period of seclusion, he had successfully refined 10 top-tier magical artifacts, forging the 10 treasures body. The record of 10,000 treasures body consists of 9 layers, and with each layer mastered, a unique divine ability is awakened, though the specific ability varies among cultivators and is not fixed. Divine abilities differ from spells, generally speaking. Divine abilities are innate traits embedded within one's bloodline. Of course, advanced cultivation techniques can also lead to the development of divine abilities. However, in the realm of cultivation, common techniques such as the Crimson Flame technique, Azure Wood technique, and Golden Essence technique do not confer the ability to cultivate divine powers, as they lack the requisite methods for such cultivation. Only with techniques of third-tier rank or higher, when a cultivator reaches the Golden Core stage, can they hope to develop divine abilities. To Li Qin's knowledge, many Golden Core cultivators in the cultivation world have not attained divine abilities. While those who possess such powers are predominantly nascent soul true lords, he had never heard of any cultivator at the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stages possessing divine abilities. After achieving the 10 treasures body, Li Qin awakened a divine ability known as the Demon Refining Divine Flame. The potency of this flame remains to be tested. With the forging of the 10 treasures body, Li Qin's combat prowess underwent a qualitative leap. With his formidable physical defenses bolstered by the blood-devouring flying dagger, he found that the dagger could extract even more of his vital essence, greatly enhancing its power. Li Qin believed that if he were to risk everything and allow the blood-devouring flying dagger to drain his vital essence completely, even foundation establishment cultivators would feel a sense of dread. It is noteworthy that during the period of seclusion spent forging the 10 treasures body, Li Qin's cultivation level successfully broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The barrier between the 6th and 7th layers of Qi refinement was not as formidable as he had anticipated, likely due to the enhancement of his spirit root to the 6th grade. Had he still possessed a 9th grade spirit root, he could only imagine the immense effort it would have taken to break through to the 7th layer and ascend to the late Qi refinement stage. In the realm of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, late-stage Qi refinement cultivators are no longer regarded as weaklings. Uncertain of the duration of his secluded cultivation, Li Qin found himself devoid of any sense of time within the confines of his cave. Engrossed in the profound techniques of the 10,000 treasures body forging record, he was aware that his period of introspection was indeed lengthy. This marked Li Qin's inaugural retreat since embarking upon the path of immortality. Upon summoning the system panel, he observed the following details. Host, Li Qin cultivation level, Qi refinement 7th layer, 10 treasures body, spiritual root, 6th grade lifespan, 40, 105, techniques, Scarlet Flame formula, Spirit transformation technique, Withered Wood formula, Deceiving Heaven technique, Light splitting shadow sword technique, 10,000 treasures body forging record artifacts, Golden brick, Bloodthirsty blade, Heavenly net, Bamboo leaf boat divine abilities, Demon flame refinement skill level, 2nd tier alchemy Dao partner, Mo Yunya, Ning Hongxiu offspring, Li Changsheng, Li Xian, Li Yun main quest, Establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, Bear 5 offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Li Qin felt a momentary daze. Had he truly been in seclusion for a decade? Quickly regaining his composure, he noted that the system panel had not undergone significant alterations, save for the addition of a divine ability category. Moreover, he had welcomed a new offspring, Li Yun. Opening Li Yun's data panel, he found offspring, Li Yun cultivation level, Qi refinement 1st layer spiritual root, 8th grade lifespan, 979, talent, Gu refinement gently stroking his chin. Li Qin maintained a tranquil demeanor. Li Yun, the son he had with Mo Yunya, was now 9 years old. Given that Mo Yunya possessed a 9th grade spiritual root, while Li Qin had a 6th grade root, it was unsurprising that Li Yun shared the same 8th grade root as Li Changxing. Although his son's spiritual aptitude was modest, he exhibited a talent for Gu refinement. In contrast, Li Xian showcased a talent for combat, while their eldest, Li Changsheng, had no discernible talent. Reflecting on a decade spent in retreat, during which he had not even glimpsed the birth of his child, Li Qin felt a pang of guilt, questioning his competence as a father. Additionally, Li Changxing was nearing 20, and Li Xian had already reached 15. Pondering this, he opened the data panels for Li Changxing and Li Xian. Offspring, Li Changxing cultivation level, Qi refinement 4th layer spiritual root, 8th grade lifespan, 1991. Talent, none. Offspring, Li Xian cultivation level, Qi refinement 4th layer spiritual root, 6th grade lifespan, 1588. Talent, combat prior to his retreat. Li Changxing had been at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Now, a decade later, he had attained the 4th layer. This rate of progress was typical for someone with an 8th grade spiritual root. Li Xian had also entered the Dao, achieving a comparable cultivation level. While the siblings were nearly equal in power, Li Qin surmised that Li Changxing would likely fall short against Li Xian due to her combat talent. Within the cave, Li Chun marveled at the swift passage of time. 10 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. Outside the cave, a girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile donned a warrior's attire, a storage bag hanging at her waist, her long hair tied back in a ponytail. Riding a majestic beast with a coat of black and red, she cheerfully extended her hand toward a nearby handsome child, playfully requesting, "Little brother, lend your sister 100 spirit stones, and I shall take you to the mortal realm to witness its dazzling swordplay and martial prowess. Moreover, dear sister, you may indulge in as many candied hawthorns as you desire." Li Yun stood before the cave, his stature modest and his features strikingly refined. With a serene glance cast towards the young maiden, he gently shook his head. "Second sister, do not deceive me regarding the spirit stones. Last time, you tricked me out of 100 spirit stones, claiming you would acquire a JB for me. Yet to this day, nothing has materialized. Should you continue your deceit, I shall not hesitate to inform father upon his return. Furthermore, mother and our 2 aunts have forbidden you from leaving Tsuiwei Mountain. You have surreptitiously ventured into the mundane world on several occasions, even establishing a faction there. If you do not return my spirit stones, I will certainly reveal this transgression to father when he emerges." Li Xian, perched upon the back of the black firehound, tightened her fists as she gazed at her younger brother, her eyes radiating a palpable threat. "Li Yun, have you truly grown so bold, believing you can threaten even your elder sister?" she exclaimed. Shohei, with a swift pat on the hound's head, it bared its teeth menacingly at Li Yun. Unfazed, Li Yun cast a sidelong glance at the snarling creature and then at the menacing expression on Li Xian's face, responding in a nonchalant tone, "Second sister, there is no need to intimidate me. I have been raised under your shadow of fear, yet I am no longer afraid. When father returns, I shall certainly report your misdeeds." Li Xian leapt gracefully from the back of the hound, her hands clasped together, producing a series of crackling sounds. A mischievous grin adorned her face as she approached Li Yun. "Little brother, allow me to impart a lesson today. Until you possess the strength to best me, do not attempt to threaten your sister, lest the consequences be dire." "And how dire might that be?" Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Li Xian's ears. Turning her head, she beheld the long-sealed cave door slowly creaking open, revealing a familiar figure emerging from the depths. "Father." Li Yun's body quivered, his eyes shimmering with tears as he looked upon the tall silhouette stepping forth from the cave. Chapter 76. Li Yun Father. Upon seeing Li Qin, Li Xian was filled with joy, suddenly appearing before him and wrapping her arms around his waist, her voice brimming with excitement. "You have finally emerged from seclusion. You cannot imagine how much I have missed you during these 10 years. Li Qin squinted. If he had not been mistaken, Li Xian had combined the lightness skills of the mundane world with the shadow technique, achieving a speed that far surpassed that of practitioners using only the shadow technique. After a decade apart, the once delicate porcelain doll had transformed into a graceful young woman, though her mischievous nature remained unchanged. Had Li Xian's talent for combat begun to manifest upon embarking on her immortal journey? Gazing at his daughter in his embrace, Li Chun adopted a stern demeanor and coldly inquired, "Li Xian, why have you been bullying your younger brother? Was Changsheng allowed to bully you in the past?" "Dad, you've been in seclusion for 10 years, and the moment you return, you scold me? You have never been this harsh with me before. Do you not love me anymore?" Li Xian pouted, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Ignoring her, Li Chen understood his daughter's temperament all too well. He turned his gaze to the side, where Li Yun stood, his handsome features radiant with excitement. Li Chen's expression softened. This son resembled a delicate girl, slender in build and bearing a striking resemblance to Mo Yunyu. Yunner, come here, let your father have a look at you. Li Chun beckoned to Li Yun with gentle eyes. Li Yun approached, his face alight with emotion, his eyes shimmering with tears as he tremulously called out, "Father." Li Chun affectionately ruffled Li Yun's hair, nodding with satisfaction. "Good son, I have been in seclusion all these years, even missing your birth. I apologize for the hardship this has caused you." Li Yun shook his head. "Father, I am not suffering. Mother, elder brother, and the two aunts have all treated me very well." "Oh." Li Chun narrowed his eyes, casting a disapproving glance at Li Xian. Li Xian bristled, releasing her hold on Li Chun and placing her hands on her hips. "Li Yun, you ingrate. What do you mean by that? Is it that I have treated you poorly?" Li Yun merely pouted in silence. Li Xian turned to Li Chin, meeting his skeptical gaze, and shielded her face with her sleeve. "Father, have you too lost faith in me? Have you forgotten your daughter for the sake of your son? Sigh, in this household, I am unloved and uncared for, much like a humble cabbage by the roadside. Perhaps it is best for me to leave this family, so I do not burden your sight. What are you doing?" Suddenly, Li Xian clutched her forehead, stepping back in shock, her expression filled with grievance, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. This time, Li Xian was genuinely aggrieved, not feigning it. Li Chin glanced at his right hand, feeling somewhat awkward. He instinctively tapped her forehead, but he had forgotten that he had now forged a body of 10 treasures, even without exerting force. The tap left a noticeable mark on her forehead. "Ahem. Sienna, I did not mean to. I was practicing a body refinement technique during my seclusion and forgot to control my strength." Observing the distressed expression on Li Xian's face, which seemed on the verge of tears, Li Chin hastily offered an explanation. As a concerned father, he could not bear to see his daughter in tears. Li Xian tilted her head and huffed, "You simply do not love me, Sienna. You struck me as soon as you emerged from your seclusion. I shall inform mother and my two aunts." Li Chin rubbed his temples, filled with exasperation. "Speak then, what is it that you desire?" At this, Li Xian's tears transformed into laughter. "Father, lend me your flying boat for a few days, and I shall forgive you." Without a second thought, Li Chin retrieved a palm-sized bamboo boat from his storage bag and handed it to Li Xian, cautioning her, "Do not stray from Suiwei Mountain, and absolutely do not venture into the mortal realm." "Understood. Father, why have you become so verbose since your retreat?" Li Xian took the flying boat from Li Chin and proudly raised it before Li Yun, exclaiming, "Younger brother, come. Let me show you what it feels like to ride in a flying boat." Li Yun stood beside Li Chin, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xian, choosing to ignore her. "Humph, ungrateful." Li Xian scoffed, tossing her long ponytail over her shoulder as she cheerfully called out, "Xiaohei, let us go." The black fire dog glanced at Li Chin before wagging its tail and eagerly trotting after Li Xian. Li Chin rubbed his temples once more. Indeed, this daughter of his grew increasingly troublesome with age. The black fire dog, originally a gift from Fu Kong to Li Changsheng, had become Li Xian's pet since she learned to crawl and walk. Nonetheless, the fact that the dog had survived until now was a testament to its resilience, especially considering that Li Xian had once tragically failed to care for a gold-scaled fish gifted to her by Li Chin in her childhood. Turning his gaze to Li Yun, who accompanied him, Li Chun felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, his two sons were more composed and not as mischievous as Li Xian. "Yunner, accompany your father as we stroll through Suiwei Mountain." Li Chun beckoned to Li Yun, and the two began their inspection of the mountain. After 10 years of seclusion, Suiwei Mountain had undergone significant changes. There were now more servants and attendants, a dedicated farmer tending to the medicinal fields, and an initial stage chi refining cultivator overseeing the green bamboo growth. In the 30 acres of spiritual fields, golden rice flourished abundantly. As Li Chin approached, Wang Lijuan, who was busy weeding and pest control in the fields, noticed him and immediately set down her tasks, hurrying over with a respectful demeanor. "Greetings, sir." "Greetings, third young master." Li Chin regarded Wang Lijuan, who was dressed in traditional women's attire, accompanied by a robust, dark-skinned child about 7 or 8 years old. "Is this your son?" Li Chin inquired. Wang Lijuan nodded with a smile. "Yes, sir. I have formed a Taoist partnership with Xiaofan. This is our son, named Bufan." "Bufan, greet the sir." "Greetings, sir," responded Wu Bufan, a sturdy child whose appearance suggested a lack of intellectual sharpness. Li Chin nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further, and returned with Li Yun to the courtyard atop the mountain. Li Yun, walking alongside Li Chun, spoke in a low voice. "Father, regarding the 30 acres of spiritual fields, Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan each tend to 10 acres, yielding over 400 pounds per acre. Tai Ao also tended to the spiritual fields, yet he showed little dedication, yielding less than 200 pounds per acre. Over the years, En Huang had repeatedly sought to expel Tai Ao from Suiwei Mountain, but each time, her elder brother interceded on Tai Ao's behalf, prompting Aunt Huang to relent. Such a situation exists? Li Qin stroked his chin, gazing at Li Yun, and calmly inquired, Yuner, how do you believe we should address this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yun responded earnestly, Father, I believe we ought to dismiss Tai Ao. This spiritual field belongs to our family. We have leased it to Tai Ao for cultivation, yet he shows no concern for it. When pests infest the crops, he neglects to intervene, resulting in considerable losses of our spiritual rice. Indeed, Li Qin affirmed, nodding in appreciation. He affectionately ruffled Li Yun's hair, generously praising him. At such a tender age, you possess such understanding, far surpassing Siener. In response to Li Qin's commendation, Li Yun shook his head, his expression earnest as he spoke, Father, my elder brother and I possess 8th grade spiritual roots, while my second sister has 6th grade roots. In terms of cultivation, my elder brother and I do not measure up to her. Therefore, we must take greater care of Suiwei Mountain and assist you with various tasks, sparing you from worry. Li Qin regarded Li Yun with a look of mild astonishment. His son was merely 9 years old, yet he exhibited a degree of maturity beyond his years. In the matter concerning Tai Ao, Huang Qingye was not mistaken, and Li Qin supported her decision. Though Li Yun and Li Changxing shared the same mother and both exhibited a composed demeanor, subtle distinctions remained between their characters. Observing the delicate and slender Li Yun, Li Qin pondered thoughtfully. Li Yun possessed a unique talent for refining gu, and it appeared that this son exhibited an exceptional disposition, surpassing that of his elder brother Li Changxing and his second sister Li Xian. Chapter 77. The turmoil of Blackwater Prefecture. My lord, you have emerged from seclusion. In the courtyard, Ning Hongxiu, her face alight with joy, hastened towards Li Qin and leapt into his embrace. Standing nearby, Mo Yunyu wore a smile on her face. Li Qin cast his gaze towards Mo Yunyu, who, evading his eyes, lowered her head. Gently stroking Ning Hongxiu's long hair, Li Qin softly remarked, Hongxiu, the child is watching. It was only then that Ning Hongxiu realized, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Li Changxing approached Li Qin with a respectful demeanor, stating, Son wishes to congratulate father on the completion of your profound mastery. Li Qin nodded with a smile, looking at his eldest son. Li Changxing had already grown to Li Qin's height, clad in a long black robe, his handsome features exuding an elegant and cultured air. At 19 years old, he had attained the 4th level of qi refinement, no longer a mere child. His gaze swept over Ning Hongxiu and Mo Yunyu. Ning Hongxiu had already reached the 6th level of qi refinement, while Mo Yunyu remained at the 3rd level, her appearance having altered slightly. Noticing Mo Yunyu's lowered head, Li Qin understood that she was likely succumbing to her insecurities once more. Now nearing 40, her cultivation was too low, and her looks were inevitably changing with age. In contrast, Ning Hongxiu had experienced some changes in appearance and demeanor, yet they were minimal. Rubbing his temples, Li Qin felt a twinge of headache. It was one thing for Li Xian, but Mo Yunyu was similarly lacking. Over the years, Li Qin had provided her with ample resources. Had she been more diligent and steadfast in her resolve, she would have already broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement. Yet, her disinterest in cultivation and lack of determination left him concerned. Given her temperament, it appeared that the foundation building stage was beyond her reach, even with resources to propel her forward. Exhaling a deep sigh to dispel these troubling thoughts, Li Qin turned to the others and gently inquired, Where is Qingya? Why is she not here? Father, Aunt Huang has gone to Qingafang to sell spirit talismans, Li Changxing replied, a look of shame on his face. Li Qin nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, since his retreat, the burden of sustaining Suiwei Mountain had fallen primarily on Huang Qingya. Balancing her own cultivation while managing the mountain was surely a formidable task. My lord, do not stand idly, Ning Hongxiu urged, assisting Li Qin as they entered the courtyard. Sister Mo and I have prepared a welcome feast for you. Please take your seat. Li Qin took his place at the head of the table, flanked by his 2 wives and 2 sons. As for Li Xian, he had seemingly wandered off to indulge in some mischief and had yet to return. The table was adorned with exquisite spiritual dishes and a pot of spirit wine. Li Changxing proactively poured a cup of wine for Li Qin, smiling as he spoke, Father, since our arrival at Suiwei Mountain, our family has thrived. The 30 acres of spiritual fields yield over 10,000 pounds of jade gold rice every 2 years, from which we take 70%, amounting to approximately 8,000 pounds. After setting aside a portion for our own consumption, we can sell around 5,000 pounds. Every 2 years, and Huang takes me to Qingafang to sell jade gold rice, usually netting around 50,000 spirit stones. In addition to the spiritual fields, We also benefit from a grove of green bamboo, which has proven quite profitable. However, our greatest yield from Suiwei Mountain still comes from those 30 acres of spiritual farmland. Li Chen nodded and calmly inquired, Qingya has not treated you poorly, has she? Mo Yunyu shook her head. Husband, Sister Huang has been exceedingly kind to us, never withholding spirit stones or elixirs. Li Chen sipped a cup of spirit wine, his fingers gently tapping the table. This is the advantage of occupying a vein of spiritual energy. While wandering cultivators struggle tirelessly, earning only a pittance in spirit stones each year. The cultivation families rooted in such fertile lands enjoy a different fate. Just from these 30 acres of spiritual farmland on Suiwei Mountain, one can yield tens of thousands of spirit stones over 2 years, not to mention a medicinal field, a grove of green bamboo, and a high-grade spirit peach tree. It is no wonder that many late-stage Qi refinement wanderers are desperate to seize a piece of spiritual vein territory to establish their own families. Li Chen had secluded himself for 10 years, practicing the 10 treasures body forging technique. Throughout this decade, he relied heavily on Huang Qingya as support. Without her, neither Ning Hongxiu, Mo Yunyu, nor Li Chongxing would have been able to establish themselves on Suiwei Mountain. Now, having reached the 7th level of Qi refinement and entered the late stage, he had forged the 10 treasures body. It was time to prioritize the establishment of a family. After completing 2 side quests, Li Chen had acquired the blood-devouring blade and the 10 treasures body forging technique. He anticipated that the rewards for completing the main quest would be even more substantial than those for side quests. Turning to the others, Li Chen asked, what significant events have transpired in the cultivation world over these past 10 years? Father, indeed, there has been a major incident, Li Chongxing replied, setting down his chopsticks and speaking solemnly. Not long after your seclusion began, a cultivator named Wang Quan from the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff in Heishui Prefecture killed a peak Qi refinement member of the Yulong Yang family, accusing them of ambushing his family's phoenix son. Naturally, the Yulong Yang family would not take this lightly. A foundation-building cultivator from the Yang family, enraged, immediately pursued Wang Quan to Yinshanfang with the intent to kill him. It is said that both the foundation-building cultivators from the Yulong Yang family and the Ningbi Cliff Wang family engaged in several fierce battles, dragging several Qi refinement families from Heishui Prefecture into the fray. Even now, the conflict between the Yulong Yang family and the Ningbi Cliff Wang family has not subsided, with skirmishes every 3 days and major confrontations every 10 days, resulting in many casualties on both sides. However, the affiliated Qi refinement families have suffered even greater losses. The ongoing strife between the Yulong Yang family and the Ningbi Cliff Wang family has drawn no intervention from the Zishu Immortal sect thus far. Additionally, there is another matter. The Blood River Man has been lurking in Heishui Prefecture, periodically launching attacks on cultivators. Whether they be wanderers or descendants of cultivation families, none have escaped his wrath. It is said that the Zishu Immortal sect even dispatched a late-stage foundation-building cultivator to apprehend the Blood River Man in Heishui Prefecture, but to no avail. After a period of dormancy, the Blood River Man has resurfaced to wreak havoc once more, and the Zishu Immortal sect's foundation-building cultivator has yet to capture him. The more Li Chen listened, the more peculiar his expression became. Wasn't Wang Foming the one he and Huang Qingya had murdered? Why had Wang Quan traced the matter back to a peak Qi refinement cultivator from the Yulong Yang family, and subsequently killed that cultivator, igniting a conflict between the Yulong Yang family and the Ningbaya Wang family? And then there was Fu Kong. Li Chen knew that the Blood River Man was indeed Fu Kong. However, Fu Kong had departed from the Yinhua cultivation realm a decade ago. How could he still be in Heishui Prefecture, rampantly slaughtering cultivators? Could the Blood River Man wreaking havoc in Heishui Prefecture truly be Fu Kong? Suddenly, a rotund figure flashed through Li Chen's mind. Xie Xian, the overseer of the Baibao building at Qingdafang from the Zishu sect, had sold the Blood God technique to Li Chen, who then entrusted it to Fu Kong. Could the Blood River Man terrorizing Heishui Prefecture possibly be Xie Xian? Li Chen maintained a calm demeanor, yet his thoughts were in turmoil. Fortunately, they had relocated to Suiwei Mountain. Had they remained in Yinshanfang, even with the illustrious reputation of the Linglong Ferry, safety would not have been guaranteed. Chapter 78. The Li family's son grows up after the evening meal. Li Chen retained Li Chongxing. Chongxing, what is the situation with Tai Ao? I have heard that he has not been diligent in overseeing the spiritual fields, and Qingya intends to expel him from Suiwei Mountain. You have repeatedly interceded on his behalf. Li Chongxing clasped his hands in respect to Li Chen. Father, Tai Ao possesses a 9th-rank spiritual root, as you are well aware. Over the years, his path to immortality has been fraught with difficulties, and he remains at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. However, this individual has a resolute heart for the Tao and practices with remarkable diligence, which has resulted in some negligence in managing the spiritual fields. I have seen his unwavering desire for enlightenment and, considering that you have guided him onto this path, I have spoken in favor of allowing him to remain at Suiwei Mountain. Li Qin scrutinized his eldest son, and after a long pause, spoke calmly. Changsheng, there is nothing wrong with kindness and compassion, but these virtues must not come at the expense of one's own interests. The path of cultivation is akin to a journey to the heavens, where countless beings strive against fate for a fleeting chance at immortality. You must understand that Suiwei Mountain belongs to our family. Tai Ao is ultimately an outsider. In the past, out of compassion for his arduous cultivation, I welcomed him to Suiwei Mountain as a spiritual farmer, offering generous terms that allowed him to take 30% of the harvest. Yet, how has he repaid my kindness in these years? The neighboring couple, Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan, yield over 400 caddies per mu from their spiritual fields, while Tai Ao, in pursuit of his own cultivation, has neglected his responsibilities, yielding less than 200 caddies per mu. Consider this carefully. Changsheng, with Tai Ao tending to 10 mu of spiritual fields, each mu producing over 200 caddies less than that of Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan amounts to more than 2,000 caddies of spiritual rice. What value does that represent? How many spirit-gathering pills could be procured for your cultivation with such a yield? I, originally an ordinary mortal, have endured countless hardships to embark on the path of immortality. Have you any idea how hard-won the foundation of Suiwei Mountain is today? Li Changsheng felt his face flush with shame. He lifted his robes and knelt at Li Qin's feet, confessing his remorse. Father, I realized my mistake. Li Qin patted his son's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Changsheng, you have always been obedient and compliant, but there are times when you must not let emotions cloud your judgment. Qingya did not openly contradict you because she is your elder, and it was out of respect for our relationship that she allowed Tai Ao to stay at Suiwei Mountain. You must learn to be more discerning. In the future, I plan to entrust the management of Suiwei Mountain to you. How can I feel assured of this if you continue in this manner? Father. Li Changsheng looked up at Li Qin, his face flushed, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Seeing his son's realization, Li Qin smiled with relief. It is good that you understand. You shall handle this matter. Do not let me down. Li Changsheng nodded earnestly, replying, Father, I know what to do. I will not disappoint you. Li Qin waved his hand. Go now. As he watched Li Changsheng depart, Li Qin slowly retracted his gaze, reflecting that his eldest son was indeed obedient and sensible. He was not beyond cultivation. This upcoming decade of seclusion would bring significant changes to Suiwei Mountain. After conversing with Li Changsheng, Li Qin subsequently visited the courtyards of Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu to inquire about the circumstances of the two women over the past decade. At the mountainside of Suiwei Mountain, Li Changsheng, with an impassive expression, approached a wooden cottage and spoke in a deep voice. Is Tai Ao present? A humble voice responded. I pay my respects to the esteemed young master. Tai Ao emerged, bowing respectfully to Li Changsheng. Esteemed young master, may I ask what brings you to seek me? Tai Ao, now 30 years of age, was somewhat older but remained stagnant in cultivation at the second level of qi refinement due to his inferior 9th grade spiritual root. Li Changsheng regarded Tai Ao with a calm demeanor and stated, Tai Ao, you have been at Suiwei Mountain for 10 years now. Before Tai Ao could reply, Li Changsheng continued, back in Angshan Square, you had yet to embark on your path, nor had you found work to earn spirit stones, making it difficult for you to establish yourself there. My father, recognizing your steadfastness in the pursuit of the Tao and feeling compassion for your arduous cultivation, brought you to Suiwei Mountain to manage this 10 acres of spiritual farmland. Tai Ao nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude as he gazed at Li Changsheng, bowing once more. The kindness shown by you and your father has always been etched in my heart, and I shall not forget it. Li Changsheng's gaze flickered before solidifying into determination as he spoke coldly. Over the past decade, you and the couple, Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan, have each tended to 10 acres of spiritual farmland. While the couple has managed to yield over 400 pounds per acre, your output has fallen below 200 pounds per acre. Henceforth, you shall no longer be responsible for this farmland. You are to descend the mountain. Tai Ao was taken aback, panic rising in his eyes as he implored, Young master, I confess that my focus on cultivation has led to my neglect of the farmland, and I acknowledge my fault. However, it was never my intention to do so. I beseech you to grant me another opportunity. With my 9th grade spiritual root and my low cultivation, if you send me down the mountain, I am left uncertain of my path. Young master, you are benevolent. Please allow me one more chance. Li Chongqing, maintaining his calm demeanor, waved dismissively. I have already afforded you ample opportunities. Otherwise, you would have left Suiwei Mountain long ago. Depart now, lest I be compelled to expel you myself. Observing Li Chongqing's indifferent expression, Tai Ao's countenance shifted through various emotions before he finally clasped his hands in gratitude. I am deeply thankful for the care you and your father have shown me over the years. It is now my failure, and I dare not blame you. I shall gather my belongings and descend. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I will surely repay your kindness in guiding me towards the Tao. Li Chongqing remained expressionless as he watched Tai Ao pack his belongings and escort him down Suiwei Mountain. After Tai Ao's departure, Li Chongqing returned to the mountainside and summoned the couple, Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan. At the summit, Li Qin stood alongside Imo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu, silently observing Li Chongqing at the mountainside. Imo Yunyu gazed at her son with a sense of satisfaction and softly remarked, "Husband, Chongqing has grown up." Li Qin nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. As he watched Tai Ao's retreating figure leave Suiwei Mountain, Li Qin was inevitably reminded of his own past. During his time at the Divine Pill Pavilion, he too had once withheld elixirs, a matter that was soon uncovered by the shopkeeper Fu and the fairy Ling Long. The ethereal fairy Ling Long, in her magnanimity, not only refrained from reproaching Li Qin but also bestowed upon him numerous privileges. While she could treat him with such generosity, he found himself unable to extend the same kindness to Tai Ao. His own capacity for grace and nobility paled in comparison to that of fairy Ling Long. With her grand family and substantial enterprises, she stood in stark contrast to his modest lineage from Suiwei Mountain, rendering any comparison futile. Perhaps it is a common human tendency to hold double standards, Li Qin mused with a self-deprecating smile, before dismissing the matter from his thoughts. His immediate focus now lay in establishing his own family. After the formation of his lineage, he would strive to cultivate its influence, for until that power was solidified, he could not afford to be magnanimous. Chapter 79. Preparation after 10 years of seclusion. Upon his return, Li Qin did not hastily resume his cultivation. Instead, he devoted precious time to accompany his wife and children. Since the birth of Li Yun, Li Qin had not once emerged to gaze upon his son. Feeling a sense of indebtedness towards the young boy, he resolved to spend more time nurturing and guiding him in his cultivation. Yuner, take these few bottles of qi-nourishing pills. The gathering spirit pills and the essence-enhancing pills are for your elder brother and elder sister. As for this bottle of yellow sprout pills, it is for your Aunt Hongxiu. Within the cave, the demonic flames in Li Qin's palm extinguished as he firmly closed the alchemical furnace, handing several bottles of elixirs to Li Yun, standing beside him. Li Yun received the pills with a look of admiration, gazing up at his father. Father, is the flame you use for alchemy a spiritual fire? May I learn alchemy from you? Li Qin looked down at Li Yun and affectionately ruffled his hair, chuckling softly. Alchemy is not as simple as it appears, Yuner. I heard from Siener that you have an interest in goo insects. Li Qin was not unwilling to teach Li Yun the art of alchemy. Rather, he wished to first assess his son's innate talent for the art of goo cultivation. Li Yun possessed an 8th-grade fire-affiliated spiritual root and, at the age of 9, had already entered the path of cultivation as a qi-refining stage practitioner. He bore a storage pouch at his left waist and a spirit pet pouch at his right. Upon hearing Li Qin mention goo insects, Li Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he released several green jade bees from his spirit pet pouch. Father, these are low-level spiritual goo, the green jade bees, which my elder brother purchased for me. I find them incredibly fascinating. Li Qin nodded thoughtfully, contemplating a visit to Qingafang to procure a goo cultivation inheritance for Li Yun. Given his son's current low level of cultivation, a first-tier goo inheritance would suffice for now, allowing them to observe his aptitude for goo cultivation. Cultivating the son to become a goo master would indeed be splendid. Father, open the door quickly. A voice, filled with urgency, echoed from outside the cave. Li Xian. Li Qin opened the door. Siener, how old are you now, yet still so reckless? Li Xian entered the cave, playfully linking arms with Li Qin. Father, and Huang has returned. I was the first to come and inform you, and you dare call me reckless. Where is Qingya? Li Qin, too eager to reprimand Li Xian, felt a surge of joy at the news of Huang Qingya's return, whom he had not seen for a long time. As he stepped hastily out of the cave, Li Xian rolled her eyes, teasing, You call me reckless. Yet you yourself cannot contain your excitement upon hearing of Aunt Huang's return. Turning her gaze to Li Yun, she noticed the several jade bottles in his hands. Little brother, what treasures do you hold? Li Yun handed 2 bottles to Li Xian. This is a gathering spirit pill and an essence-enhancing pill, gifts from father. The remaining elixirs are for elder brother and Aunt Hongxiu, so I cannot give you any. Li Xian accepted the elixirs, patting Li Yun on the shoulder. Little brother, come with me quickly. With Aunt Huang back, everyone will want to see her. We should hurry to the mundane world. I haven't been there in 2 years. And I must check on the goddess sect that I founded. Li Yun looked at Li Xian with disdain. If you wish to go, then go alone. Don't drag me along. The mundane world is a desolate place, devoid of any excitement. Li Xian squinted and remarked, Little brother, you have become less charming as you grow older. Never mind, if you won't accompany me, I shall go alone. Do not divulge this to father or Aunt Huang, or I shall make you feel the weight of my fist. Li Yun retreated a couple of steps, regarding Li Xian with vigilance. Li Chen swiftly entered the courtyard and was immediately greeted by the tall and beautiful Huang Qingya. A decade had passed, yet Huang Qingya remained unchanged in appearance, though her aura had grown considerably stronger. Father, husband. Upon seeing Li Chen, Li Changsheng promptly offered his respects. Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu also approached, addressing him as husband. Li Chen nodded at them with a gentle smile, saying, You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with Qingya. Once they departed, Li Chen turned his gaze towards Huang Qingya, who returned his look. They exchanged a knowing smile, devoid of any sense of estrangement. Huang Qingya was the first to inquire. You have been in seclusion for 10 years. What is your current cultivation level? She was aware that Li Chen practiced a technique for concealing his aura, and though her cultivation was superior, she could not see through the fade of the Qi Tian technique. Li Chen immediately revealed his true cultivation level. Huang Qingya scanned him and remarked, You spent a decade in seclusion and only managed to elevate your cultivation to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Li Chen gently shook his head, his eyes gradually turning golden, his skin shimmering like gold, resembling a gilded figure. Certainly not. During these 10 years, I practiced a body refinement technique. Huang Qingya, with a curious expression, stepped forward and patted Li Chen's chest, laughing, Indeed, you are quite sturdy. Li Chen smiled, noting that Huang Qingya had matured, yet at times she still embodied the innocence of a young girl. Observing her for a moment, he noted that she was already at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, nearing perfection in her cultivation. Had she not been tending to Tsuwei Mountain all these years? Given her talent, she should have reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement by now. Qingya, you have worked hard these years, Li Chen said. Huang Qingya responded with a smile. Since you acknowledge my efforts, you ought to refine the Jiangyan pill soon to help me reach perfection in Qi refinement. Over these 10 years, your alchemical skills have not waned, I trust? Li Chen inquired earnestly. Huang Qingya promptly retrieved numerous jade vials and boxes from her storage bag, presenting them. Here are the Earth Yuan fruits, stone clear milk, yellow dragon essence, purple cloud flowers, and Jiangju grass you requested, all fully gathered, and in abundance. Li Chen stored the various herbs and medicines in his own bag, chuckling, In that case, we shall have more than enough Jiangyan pills. He then added, Qingya, I have another matter to discuss with you. As he looked at Huang Qingya, his expression shifted to seriousness. Huang Qingya followed suit, asking, Are you referring to the establishment of a family? Li Chen nodded. I have now reached the later stages of Qi refinement, and you are on the verge of perfection. It is time for us to establish our family. Huang Qingya pondered for a moment before responding solemnly. Before establishing a family, we must register with the Zishu sect. Currently, we only occupy Tsuwei Mountain, and each year we are required to offer 10,000 spirit stones to the Zishu sect. Should one establish a family, they must submit to the governance of the Purple Void sect, with an ever-increasing annual tribute of spiritual stones. Have you given this due consideration? Li Chen nodded. Establishing a family is an essential step to undertake. However, he found the process somewhat cumbersome, as prior to founding a family, one must register with the Purple Void sect and obtain its approval for the family to be established. After the family is founded, an annual tribute of spiritual stones must be offered to the Purple Void sect. The annual revenue from Tsuwei Mountain is approximately over 30,000 spiritual stones, of which 10,000 must be submitted to the Purple Void sect. Should a family be founded, the annual tribute to the Purple Void sect would only increase. In the realm of cultivation in the Yin Kingdom, there exists a prevailing notion that the Purple Void sect looms like a celestial authority over all. Every family and faction is obliged to pay tribute to the Purple Void sect. The amount of tribute varies among different factions. The more powerful the faction, the greater the tribute required. The Purple Void sect can be likened to the Emperor of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, while the various factions resemble its subjects. Consequently, 50% of the cultivation resources in the Yin Kingdom are allocated to the Purple Void sect, 20% to the Linglong Fairy, another 20% to the various families within the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm, and the remaining 10% to scattered cultivators. among the factions in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. The Linglong Fairy is the sole entity exempt from tribute to the Purple Void Sect. The Purple Void Sect serves as the emperor, while the Linglong Fairy stands as a sovereign who neither heeds commands nor declarations. Having traversed the cultivation world for many years, Li Chun has only now come to comprehend the true standing of the Linglong Fairy within the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm. As Li Chun endeavors to establish his own family, it is imperative for him to register with the Purple Void Sect and submit to its authority. The Linglong Fairy's audacity to contend with the Purple Void Sect and seize resources stems from her formidable strength. Li Chun and Huang Qingya combined would not suffice to match even a fraction of the power of the Purple Void Sect. Thus, they must obediently proceed to register with the Purple Void Sect. Chapter 80. Encountering the bandit cultivator within the cavernous abode, Li Chun waved his hand, and 10 ethereal, violet-hued spiritual pills soared forth from the alchemical furnace. These 10 violet pills, known as the Jianyan pills, are esteemed as a top-tier first-grade elixir, providing substantial benefits to cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The crafting of this batch of Jianyan pills consumed a full 10 days of Li Chun's time, a far cry from the ease with which he previously concocted the fasting pills. Upon handing the Jianyan pills to Huang Qingya, Li Chun spoke earnestly, "Qingya, I will now proceed to the Zishu sect, and I entrust the oversight of Tsui Mountain to you." Huang Qingya accepted the pills with a gentle nod, advising him to exercise caution on his journey. She then retrieved several blood-red talismans from her storage pouch, urging him not to hesitate in using them should danger arise. Li Chun, without much deliberation, accepted a few second-grade spiritual talismans. He still had some second-grade talismans from Huang Qingya's previous gift, and now she provided him with additional ones. Having a talisman master in the family is indeed a convenience. With several second-grade talismans, coupled with Li Chun's own 10 treasures body and the bloodthirsty dagger nurtured within him, he felt a profound sense of security. As long as he refrained from engaging in direct conflict with foundation-building cultivators, he believed he would likely remain unscathed. Summoning Mo Yunya, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changsheng, Li Xian, and Li Yun, Li Chun turned to Li Xian and spoke coldly, "Xianer, I have heard you wish to sneak away to the mundane world again?" Li Xian immediately gritted her teeth, casting a glance at Li Yun. "Return the bamboo leaf boat to our father." Retrieving the bamboo leaf boat from Li Xian, Li Chun admonished her briefly and encouraged Li Changsheng and Li Yun to diligently pursue their cultivation before departing from Tsui Mountain. The reason he reclaimed the flying boat was that it operated on spirit stones. Once a spirit stone was embedded in the boat's array, it could soar through the skies. In contrast, using a sword would deplete one's own spiritual energy. Although the flying boat was costly, it conserved a cultivator's mana, making it a favored choice among affluent practitioners. After leaving Suiwei Mountain, Li Chun piloted the bamboo leaf boat directly toward Haizhou. Traveling south from Qizhou, one would traverse Heishui Prefecture to reach Haizhou. As Li Chun released the bamboo leaf boat and stood alone upon the deck, he gazed at the vast mountains and landscapes beneath him, an involuntary wave of nostalgia washing over him. 22 years ago, he had traversed rugged terrain from Heishui to Haizhou to participate in the spirit testing ceremony of the Immortal sect, only to be eliminated from selection. Now, 22 years later, he had ascended to the late stage of Qi refinement, embarking once more toward the Zishu sect. This journey was driven by his ambition to establish his own family and register with the Zishu sect. Originally, Li Chun had set a modest goal for himself, to attain full mastery of Qi refinement by the age of 40, thereafter striving to break through to foundation building. However, due to his cultivation of the 10,000 treasures body forging technique, he currently remained at the 7th level of Qi refinement. At the age of 40, being at the 7th level of Qi refinement is not considered a slow pace in the realm of cultivation. He needed to expedite his progress to reach full mastery of Qi refinement, thereafter seeking a foundation-building pill for his advancement. With Li Chun now at 40, his time was dwindling. Should a cultivator fail to establish their foundation before the age of 60, the likelihood diminishes with each passing year. It was not only Li Chun who aspired to foundation building. Huang Qingya shared the same ambition. Huang Qingya has reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, and, with the aid of the Jianyun pill, will soon attain the 10th level. She must find a way to acquire the spiritual herbs necessary for refining the foundation establishment pill, and then concoct a batch of it. In the cultivation realm of the Yin Kingdom, second-tier alchemists are a rarity, with only a handful of alchemists capable of producing the foundation establishment pill. Most crucially, the primary ingredient, Bayong grass, is exclusively found in the secret realm controlled by the Zishu sect. For cultivators transitioning from Qi refinement to foundation establishment, consuming the foundation establishment pill significantly increases the likelihood of success. Should one attempt to establish a foundation without it, the chances of failure are substantial. Unless one possesses a first-grade spiritual root, in which case one can confidently establish a foundation without the pill. Are there cultivators with heavenly-grade spiritual roots in the Yin Kingdom? The Zishu sect's monopoly on the foundation establishment pill effectively stifles the advancement of cultivators in the Yin Kingdom. For disciples of the Zishu sect, acquiring the foundation establishment pill is relatively easier. The prominent families within the Yin Kingdom's cultivation community can, with sufficient sacrifice, procure the foundation establishment pill from the Zishu sect. Otherwise, they must journey to Xianshui City to purchase it, located at the confluence of the Yin, Yu, and Yuan kingdoms. Xianshui City was established by the immortal Xianshui and serves as a haven for wandering cultivators, attracting numerous loose cultivators from the three realms. Given Xianshui's own origins as a loose cultivator who understood their struggles, he did not impose restrictions on the flow of the foundation establishment pill. Many families in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation community prefer not to purchase the foundation establishment pill from the Zishu sect, but rather embark on the arduous journey spanning hundreds of thousands of miles to auction houses in Xianshui City. If Huang Qingyao achieves perfection in Qi refinement and seeks to obtain the foundation establishment pill, her best option would be to travel to Xianshui City. Aboard the flying vessel, mist swirled past as Li Chun gazed upon the vast expanse of mountains and rivers below, lost in thought. After half a day, the vessel traversed from Qinzhou into Heishui Prefecture. Suddenly, a streak of green light shot toward Li Chun. Maintaining his composure, he swiftly tapped his storage pouch, summoning a golden shield that intercepted the green light. Ahead, two cultivators, one male and one female, riding on flying swords, approached to block the vessel. The couple, both at the 7th level of Qi refinement, appeared to be companions. Li Chun studied them calmly and, unfazed, inquired, "Greetings, fellow cultivators. May I ask the reason for your obstruction?" The male cultivator, appearing around 50, gazed greedily at Li Chun and queried, "Which family do you belong to, young man?" Li Chun replied, his expression neutral, "I am merely a wandering cultivator, unaffiliated with any family." The younger female cultivator, seemingly around 30, chuckled and remarked, "A loose cultivator dares to sail a flying vessel ostentatiously through the hawk's nest? Have you not heard of the infamous twin hawks?" Li Chun candidly responded, "I have not." Exchanging knowing glances, the female cultivator continued with a grin, "Fellow cultivator, our path is fraught with difficulty. My partner and I seek only wealth, not bloodshed. Surrender your vessel and storage pouch, and we shall not inconvenience you." Li Chun flashed a radiant smile, exposing a set of gleaming white teeth, and beckoned, "Come and take it." The two formidable figures of the bald eagle exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain of Li Chun's disposition. Suddenly, a vast net descended upon them. In an instant, they summoned their flying swords to slice through the encroaching web. This was a top-tier magical artifact. The individual was not merely at the 6th stage of Qi refinement, but rather a practitioner of the later stages. Among the bald eagle duo, the female cultivator's face turned ashen as she clutched a glowing orb, which radiated a blue light, erecting a protective barrier to prevent the net from falling. The male cultivator narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly, "Friend, it seems we have misjudged the situation today. We, as a couple, extend our sincere apologies and propose to let this matter rest. However, should you refuse, we shall ensure that you do not emerge unscathed." Li Chun paid them no heed, summoning a dazzling golden brick that resembled a small mountain, declaring, "Fish may perish, but my net shall not break." As he spoke, the golden brick crashed down with tremendous force. The ground trembled violently, and Li Chun descended from his flying vessel, gazing upon the formless remnants of the bald eagle duo in the crater below. He murmured softly, "Those who frequently tread by the riverbank cannot avoid wetting their shoes. While robbing cultivators may yield immense profit, it is fraught with peril. Once one encounters a formidable opponent, there is no chance of escape." With a wave of his hand, he swept away their storage bags, while a dark red flame descended upon their flesh, incinerating the bald eagle duo into ashes, leaving only a deep pit in their wake. Chapter 81. Ascending the Immortal Gate. Upon witnessing the two individuals reduced to ashes, there was no trace of compassion in Li Chun's eyes. When it comes to robbers, the only price to pay is one's own life. These two were of similar cultivation level to Li Chun, both at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. However, The celestial net and golden brick in Li Qin's possession were top-tier magical artifacts, and to be precise, the golden brick surpassed even that classification. The confrontation between cultivators is fundamentally different from the battles of martial artists in the secular world. While the latter may engage in combat for 7 days and nights until their internal energy and stamina are exhausted, cultivators' duels are dictated first by their cultivation realm, and second by their magical treasures and abilities. It is not uncommon for a cultivator with formidable magical artifacts to challenge opponents of higher realms in the Qi refinement stage. Without magical artifacts or abilities, the determining factors of victory are primarily one's mana level and the use of magical tools or charms. In a mere encounter, Li Qin obliterated the 2 Qi refinement cultivators with a single strike from the golden brick, rendering them into a pulp. His recently forged 10 treasures body and the awakened demon flame, along with the blood-devouring blade nurtured within him, were of no use in this instance. Of course, their weakness and lack of top-tier magical artifacts played a significant role. Had they possessed such artifacts, they might have compelled Li Qin to reveal his 10 treasures body. Yet, in truth, who would willingly risk their life as a robber if they had the means to live comfortably? After effortlessly dispatching the 2, Li Qin turned his gaze towards the mountain ahead, which he surmised to be the stronghold of these robbers. He immediately summoned his flying vessel and ascended the mountain, eventually locating their cave dwelling after a thorough search. The entrance was protected by a defensive formation. By retrieving the restriction token from their storage bags, Li Qin easily dismantled the array and stepped into the modest cave. Within the dimly lit cave, Li Qin conducted a search but found nothing of value. He gently shook his head, indifferent to the outcome, and promptly took out his flying vessel to continue his journey. On board, he discovered 2 additional storage bags. After a thorough inventory, his spoils were as follows: over 2,000 spirit stones, several low-tier magical artifacts, 3 mid-tier artifacts, 1 high-tier artifact known as the Blue Water Pearl, numerous low and mid-tier spirit charms, 5 high-tier charms, a bottle of yellow bud pills, and 2 bottles of recovery pills. In addition, there were scattered spirit sands and some trivial items that did not pique Li Qin's interest. The total wealth of these 2 robbers converted to approximately 4,000 spirit stones. Accepting these gains, Li Qin felt a surge of joy at the windfall. The subsequent journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of further encounters with robbers. A day later, the flying vessel descended gently. Li Qin raised his eyes to behold the towering mountain before him, filled with a sense of nostalgia. This mountain, known as Dongfu Mountain, was the abode of the Zishu sect. The origins of the Zishu sect date back 3,000 years, when a golden core cultivator named Zishu Zhenren arrived in Yanzhou, occupying the sole 3rd-tier spiritual vein in the region to establish the sect, which he named Zishu Men. Over the course of 3 millennia, Zishu Men has passed through more than 10 generations, each boasting golden core cultivators among their ranks. Due to the remote location of the Yin Kingdom on the fringes of the southern wilderness in the realm of cultivation, there exists only a single 3rd-tier spiritual vein. As a result, true masters seldom venture to this place, allowing the Zishu sect to thrive unchecked within the Yin Kingdom. The Zishu sect is reputed to be the celestial force overshadowing the cultivation world of Yin, forbidding other practitioners from establishing sects within its territory. Consequently, the entire cultivation community of Yin is monopolized by the Zishu sect, whose disciples regard themselves as the epitome of celestial beings. Furthermore, all cultivation families in the Yin Kingdom are mandated to register with the Zishu sect, falling under its jurisdiction and required to offer spiritual stones and resources annually. Over 80 years ago, a cultivator named Qi Lin appeared in the Yin Kingdom, engaging in a fierce battle with the senior elder of the Zishu sect, ultimately inflicting severe injuries upon him. Qi Lin subsequently established various enterprises, including the Shindan Pavilion, Tianfu Pavilion, Qiugong Pavilion, and Baichao Pavilion, seizing resources from the Zishu sect. This cultivator, Qi Lin, is the elder brother of the esteemed Linglong Fairy. More than 40 years ago, Qi Lin vanished from the cultivation world of Yin. Yet the Zishu sect has consistently refrained from provoking Linglong Fairy. These secrets were revealed to Li Qin only after he had long since entered the realm of cultivation. However, what perplexed Li Qin was that while Qi Lin had arrived in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world over 80 years ago, Linglong Fairy had yet to turn 50. He had never heard of Linglong Fairy's parents. Gazing up at Dongfu Mountain, Li Qin's thoughts drifted back 22 years to when he was 18. Having arrived at the foot of Dongfu Mountain, he climbed for an entire day and night before finally reaching the gates of the Zishu sect to participate in the grand spiritual assessment hosted by them. As Li Qin ascended the mountain, The familiar steps evoked a myriad of emotions within him. At 18, he had approached the sect with high hopes, only to be rejected and descend in despair. Now, after 22 years, he found himself once more at Dongfu Mountain. Stop. Who are you? And what business do you have with the sect? A group of outer disciples guarding the mountain's waste confronted him, their leader possessing a 6th-tier Qi refinement cultivation. Casting a disdainful glance at Li Chun, Li Chun bowed slightly, addressing the Zishu sect disciples with calmness. I am Li Chun from Tsui Mountain, here to register with the sect and establish the Li family of Tsui Mountain. I kindly request your esteemed recommendations. Li Chun from Tsui Mountain. Have you heard of him? We have not. Observing his cultivation level, merely a 6th-tier Qi refinement practitioner, they scoffed. How dare a mere 6th-tier cultivator attempt to establish a family? In this day and age, even the most insignificant beings dare to form families, like weeds that fall in droves with the slightest breeze. Return to where you came from. The sect is no place for you. Li Chun stood his ground, his expression tranquil, yet a chill coursed through his heart. This was the Zishu sect, the celestial force looming over the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm. The individuals before him were but outer disciples of the Zishu sect, no more powerful than he. Yet they felt entitled to look down upon him due to their sect affiliation. You dare to bully others under the guise of your sect's power? Aren't you afraid of facing the law enforcement hall? Just as Li Chun contemplated bribing these outer disciples with spiritual stones, a beam of sword light descended from the sky. A slender figure clad in a lavender robe, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, approached the mountain gate. Upon sighting him, several outer disciples lowered their heads, their expressions replete with servility as they respectfully proclaimed, "We pay our respects to Brother Imo, Brother Imo. Do you know this individual?" Imo Yunxing turned his gaze towards Li Chun, disregarding the outer disciples, and spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Follow me. Li Chun nodded and followed Imo Yunxing into the mountain gate. Observing Li Chun entering alongside Imo Yunxing, the gatekeepers exchanged glances of astonishment. They had not anticipated that this youth was acquainted with Brother Imo of the Law Enforcement Hall. Surely, Brother Imo will not make things difficult for us? One pondered. It is unlikely. Brother Imo, not yet 40, has already attained the 9th level of Qi refinement and joined the Law Enforcement Hall. He is poised for foundation establishment in the future. Such a figure would not stoop to our level. Another reason. I have heard that Brother Imo was once a mere servant disciple. His ascent from a servant to an outer disciple, then to an inner disciple, and eventually being selected for the Law Enforcement Hall illustrates his unwavering dedication to cultivation. He would not trouble us over a Qi refinement practitioner of the 6th level. Rest assured. Li Chun accompanied Imo Yunxing up the mountain. The last time he had encountered Imo Yunxing was 17 years prior. In the span of those years, his esteemed uncle had elevated his cultivation from the 7th to the 9th level of Qi refinement, exuding an aura of formidable power that was captivating. 17 years ago, Imo Yunxing had visited Yinshuan Fong to see Imo Yunyu, presenting Li Chongxing with a low-grade magical artifact, the mixed iron shield. At that time, Imo Yunxing had mentioned his intention to seclude himself and participate in the intersect competition, aspiring to secure a top 3 position to obtain a foundation establishment pill. It seemed, however, that he had not succeeded in his endeavors, failing to enter the top ranks and consequently missing out on the coveted pill. As Li Chun followed Imo Yunxing up the mountain, without any forewarning, Imo Yunxing halted, turned to face Li Chun, and remarked in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, considering your 9th grade spiritual root, your current cultivation is commendable. So, are you planning to establish a family? Chapter 82. Registration. Are you planning to establish a family? Imo Yunxing scrutinized Li Chun, sensing a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, whether it was an illusion or not. Suppressing the strange feeling within, Li Chun calmly nodded. Currently, we have occupied Tsui Mountain and are preparing to establish the Li family of Tsui Mountain. Imo Yunxing nodded, his demeanor unexpectedly solemn. It is indeed surprising that you could secure Tsui Mountain as your foundation. However, this is for the best. My sister and Chongxing will not suffer under your care. By the way, where is Chongxing? Did I not mention sending him to the Immortal sect immediately after his spiritual root manifested? Is it possible that he lacks a spiritual root? Li Chun shook his head and replied with a smile. Chongxing possesses an 8th grade spiritual root. I have discussed with Xiaoyu and concluded that it would be more prudent to keep him by our side for now. Absurd. Imo Yunxing frowned, visibly displeased. What prospects does Chongxing have remaining with you as a couple? Sending him to the Immortal sect, where I can look after him as his uncle, would surely be far superior to staying with you. What resources can you possibly offer him? Never mind, I shall not dwell on this. After your registration, I will accompany you to Tsuiwei Mountain, he concluded. Li Chen refrained from arguing. Despite his brother-in-law's arrogance, he harbored no ill intentions. He genuinely wished to support his nephew. However, sending his son to Zishu sect was a different matter altogether. There was little communication between Li Chen and Imo Yunxing. Imo Yunxing held a certain disdain for Li Chen, while Li Chen had no desire to curry favor with his brother-in-law. Although Imo Yunxing was at the 9th level of qi refining, Li Chen did not believe he would be superior in a contest of magic and combat. Upon reaching the mountain summit, they encountered a cluster of palatial structures. The central palace was Zishu Hall, flanked by the Law Enforcement Hall, Alchemy Hall, Artifact Hall, Miscellaneous Hall, and Foreign Affairs Hall, among others. Imo Yunxing confidently led Li Chen directly to the Foreign Affairs Hall. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples of Zishu sect, with Imo Yunxing greeting them warmly, wearing a smile as he acknowledged his fellow disciples. Li Chen followed behind like a specter, unnoticed by the Zishu sect disciples, who scarcely deemed him worthy of their attention. Before the Foreign Affairs Hall, Imo Yunxing turned to Li Chen, his voice laced with a hint of arrogance as he instructed. This is the Foreign Affairs Hall. Once we enter and meet the elder, you should speak little. I will handle everything. Li Chen nodded in agreement. Throughout this journey, both Imo Yunxing and the other Zishu sect disciples emitted an air of superiority. Upon reflection, Li Chen could understand their pride. For Zishu sect was the sole sect within the cultivation world of Yin country, and these disciples regarded themselves as elevated beings compared to other cultivators. After all, Zishu sect represented the most formidable force in the cultivation realm of Yin country. Disciple Imo Yunxing pays respects to Elder Nangong. Imo Yunxing announced as they entered the Foreign Affairs Hall, where they encountered the hall's master, Nangong Zheng. Nangong Zheng regarded Imo Yunxing with indifference, glancing at him before inquiring. What brings you here? Imo Yunxing forced a smile, ingratiatingly responding, Elder Nangong, my brother-in-law has chosen Tsuiwei Mountain as his foundation, and I have brought him here for registration. Nangong Zheng produced a jade slip, calmly asking, what is your name? Li Chen stepped forward respectfully and replied, I am Li Chen. My cultivation level? I am at the 6th layer of qi refinement. What is the annual yield of spirit stones from Tsuiwei Mountain? Approximately 30,000. As the questions and answers unfolded, Nangong Zheng, the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall, inscribed the information about Li Chen and Tsuiwei Mountain onto a jade slip. With an expressionless face, he gazed at Li Chen and spoke in a detached tone. From now on, Tsuiwei Mountain shall offer 15,000 spirit stones to the sect annually. Do you have any objections? Li Chen shook his head, none. Nangong Zheng placed the jade slip on a nearby shelf, stating, it is settled. The sect permits the establishment of the Li clan of Tsuiwei Mountain. Thank you, Elder Nangong. I shall take my leave for now, Li Chen said, bowing respectfully. Imo Yunxing, with a face full of reverence, saluted Nangong Zheng, who slowly closed his eyes, showing no acknowledgement of Imo Yunxing. Upon exiting the Foreign Affairs Hall, Imo Yunxing turned to Li Chen, his smile fading into a calm demeanor. Such is the way of the Immortal sect. Though I too am a disciple, I am but a trivial figure in the eyes of an esteemed hall master like Elder Nangong. Li Chen remained silent. He had initially thought that this brother-in-law possessed an innate arrogance, only to realize that his pride was directed solely at ordinary cultivators. Before the elders of the Zishu sect, he too would resort to flattery. This visit to the Zishu sect had unveiled to Li Chen the true nature of the upper sects, the immortal realm, and the overwhelming authority that loomed over the cultivation world of Yin country. Upon leaving the mountain gate, Imo Yunxing adopted a markedly different demeanor towards the outer disciples guarding the entrance, contrasting sharply with his earlier attitude in the Foreign Affairs Hall. He produced a top-tier flying sword, glancing at Li Chen with a hint of pride. Let us go to Tsuiwei Mountain. It has been many years since I last saw my elder sister in Chongqing. Chongqing must be nearly 20 now. I wonder if he still remembers his uncle. Furthermore, as you establish the Li clan of Tsuiwei Mountain, a grand ceremony to honor the heavens is inevitable. I shall accompany you to Tsuiwei Mountain to make an appearance at the clan founding ceremony, lending you some support and ensuring that the various families in the cultivation realm recognize you are not without backing. Li Chen's lips twitched slightly, but he refrained from retorting. He retrieved a palm-sized bamboo leaf boat from his storage bag. The bamboo leaf boat expanded in the wind, transforming into a flying vessel over 10 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide, hovering steadily a few meters in front of Li Chen. He leaped onto the deck and turned to Imo Yunxing. Care to join me? Imo Yunxing fell silent. Although this bamboo leaf boat was merely a mid-grade magical artifact, vessels of this type inherently commanded a higher price than ordinary artifacts. A mid-grade flying vessel on the market could rival an ordinary top-tier artifact. In contrast, the top-tier flying vessels of the Ningbaya Wang family could accommodate hundreds of cultivators and were priced comparably to spiritual artifacts. As the vessel set sail, Li Qin stood on the deck, his gaze calm as he looked back at Dongfu Mountain and the palace complex atop it. 22 years ago, he had come to the Zishu sect for the spirit testing ceremony, only to be rejected by the Immortal sect and leave in disgrace. Now, 20 years later, he aimed to establish his family and register with the Zishu sect, yet no cultivator there regarded him with any respect. He still felt like a mere pawn. As he gazed at the towering Dongfu Mountain, Li Qin's eyes gradually deepened with contemplation. One day, he shall ascend Dongfu Mountain once more. By that time, the three-tiered spiritual vein of Dongfu Mountain will no longer belong to the Zishu sect. The heavens that loom over the realm of cultivation in the Yin Kingdom should not belong to the Zishu sect. They ought to belong to my Li family. On the deck, Mo Yunxing remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately unable to contain his confusion as he inquired of Li Chun, "How did you acquire a flying vessel?" Li Chun responded calmly, "Every year, Zui Mountain yields a modest income of spiritual stones. A mid-level magical flying vessel is within my means." Mo Yunxing shook his head. What purpose does it serve to purchase such a superficial artifact? With those spiritual stones, wouldn't it be wiser to acquire more elixirs to enhance your cultivation? You are a man of family. My sister and Chongqing depend on you. Shouldn't you be using those spiritual stones to support their training rather than wasting them on a flying vessel? He added, "I say this with sincerity. As cultivators, we must prioritize our path. A flying vessel, while capable of carrying more people and conserving mana, serves little else." Li Chun regarded Mo Yunxing, pondered for a moment, and replied calmly, "You are correct. We cultivators should indeed prioritize our journey and refrain from squandering spiritual stones." Seeing that Li Chun did not refute him, Mo Yunxing finally settled into silence. Chapter 83. The Imposter of the Blood River Sage. The flying vessel glided through the majestic mountains, with two figures standing upon its deck. Mist swirled past them, and Li Qin and Mo Yunxing were unfazed by the scenery, exchanging no words between them. Li Qin was lost in thought. Earlier, at the Outer Affairs Hall of the Zishu sect, he had registered his cultivation level as the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while in truth, he had attained the 7th layer. The Hall Master, Nangong Zheng, was a foundation-building cultivator. Was it the disguise of the deception technique that could fool even a foundation-building practitioner? Or did Elder Nangong simply disregard his cultivation level? After some contemplation, Li Chun leaned towards the latter. No matter how extraordinary the deception technique was, it should not be capable of deceiving the senses of a foundation-building cultivator, especially since Li Qin's mastery of the technique was still at its 1st layer, not yet reaching the 2nd. Most likely, someone of Nangong Zheng's caliber deemed him too insignificant to warrant attention. The flying vessel continued its journey, traversing from Haizhou into the territory of Heishui Prefecture. The voyage was tranquil, with Li Qin and Mo Yunxing seated cross-legged on the deck, each clasping a spirit stone for cultivation, their silence unbroken by conversation. In Mo Yunxing's eyes, Li Qin was a cultivator devoid of potential. Li Qin, in turn, made no effort to engage him in dialogue. The calm persisted until they passed by Yingshan Square, where Mo Yunxing suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand, unleashing a brilliant sword light. "Who dares to show themselves?" Mo Yunxing declared, slashing through the mist with his gaze cold and piercing, his aura sharpening as he resembled a divine sword. Li Qin raised his gaze, surprised to discover that his brother-in-law was indeed a sword cultivator. How intriguing, he mused. Truly worthy of a disciple of the Zishu sect, for ordinary Qi refinement cultivators would struggle to detect my presence. As the mist parted ahead, a figure emerged. Cloaked in an expansive blood-red robe, his face obscured by a Shura mask, and a pair of crimson eyes brazenly scrutinized Mo Yunxing and Li Chun aboard the vessel. Mo Yunxing furrowed his brow. The Blood River Sage? No, the Blood River Sage is a foundation-building cultivator, yet you are merely at the Qi refinement stage. Who are you? And why do you impersonate the Blood River Sage? The opposing cultivator halted mid-air, raising his hand to reveal a grotesque blood-colored demonic sword. I seldom encounter disciples of the Zishu sect. I wonder if the blood of one such as you will be even more exquisite? Prepare to die. A shadow of blood streaked through the air, appearing before the flying vessel in the blink of an eye, raising the menacing blood demonic sword high. The sword radiated a terrifying aura of bloodlust as it swung down, unleashing a blood-red arc aimed to cleave the vessel in two. Arrogance. Mo Yunsheng erupted in fury, swiftly retrieving 6 azure flying swords from his storage pouch. With the addition of the one already at his side, there were now 7 swords. The 7 swords simultaneously emitted a brilliant azure light, creating a massive azure sword beam that surged upwards to confront the blood-red arc. Li Qin stood upon the deck, allowing the fierce wind to whip his robe around him. This is not Fu Kong. Li Qin was certain that the Blood River sage before him was an impostor, not Fu Kong. As for whether he was Xie Xian, Li Qin dared not speculate. As the clouds of ink swirled, Mo Yusheng leapt from the deck, executing a technique that allowed him to hover midair. With a flourish of his hands, 7 flying swords, akin to agile fish, danced through the air, weaving a net of sword energy. No matter who you are, encountering me today spells your misfortune. I shall capture you and return to the sect, thus securing my foundational elixir. The azure net of sword energy descended upon the faux Blood River Master, who merely lifted his crimson gaze, filled with scorn, seemingly indifferent to the impending threat. Just as the net was about to envelop him, the Blood River Master transformed into a shadow of blood, slipping through the net and materializing before Mo Yunxing, his clawed hand reaching for Mo's chest. With a piercing sound, Mo's shield shattered, and his robe was torn. A chunk of flesh ripped from his chest. Glancing down at his blood-soaked torso, a cold sweat broke out on Mo's brow. Discarding the advanced shield, his voice hoarse, he urged, "Leave quickly. This demon is exceedingly fierce. You must depart. If I perish here today, please take care of my elder sister and Changxing." With a fierce roar, rather than retreating, Mo advanced, his spiritual energy surging as the 7 flying swords surged forth, intent on vanquishing the blood-hued shadow. On the deck, Li Chen's eyes flickered, producing a blood-red talisman. It was a second-tier talisman given by Huang Qingya. Useless. Ordinary flying sword artifacts cannot harm me. In midair, the 7 swords pierced and intertwined with the blood shadow, inflicting countless wounds upon it. The counterfeit Blood River Master regarded Mo with a mocking glint in his crimson eyes, pulling forth numerous blood-colored threads from his battered body, which soon began to converge upon Mo, intent on enveloping him in a sanguine cocoon. Mo Yunsheng, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, fought desperately to wield the flying swords, attempting to sever the dense threads. Yet, every strike merely multiplied the blood threads, which loomed ominously, threatening to ensnare him. A glimmer of despair flickered in Mo's eyes. Is this where my path to immortality ends? He recalled his father's earnest hopes during his childhood, the arduous journey over the years within the Zishu sect, and a bitter smile crossed his lips. Just when he contemplated surrendering, a thunderous roar nearly shattered his eardrums. In the following moment, blinding lightning engulfed the blood shadow. Crackle! The electric serpents danced, and a tide of blood energy surged, tinting the air crimson. Coughing, after a brief moment, the electric brilliance faded, revealing a figure emerging from the blood mist. His blood robe paled significantly, and his once fiery gaze softened, now wary as he regarded Li Qin aboard the flying vessel, rasping, a second-tier lightning talisman? On the deck, Li Qin stood resolute, his tone calm. Indeed, it is a second-tier lightning talisman. It is said that lightning arts are particularly effective against blood and ghostly paths. And it seems to hold true. The counterfeit Blood River Master stared intently at Li Qin, his voice low and gravelly. Ha ha ha. Even if the lightning arts restrain me as a 6-layer chi refining cultivator, how many second-tier lightning talismans can you possibly possess? Li Qin grinned, and 6 crimson talismans suddenly appeared in his hand. Indeed, there was only one second-tier Thunderlight talisman, but there was also a second-tier Thunderfire talisman, a second-tier Wind Thunder talisman, a second-tier Raging Fire talisman, a second-tier Ice talisman, a second-tier Golden Sword talisman, and a second-tier Quicksand talisman. How about a little trial? The counterfeit Blood River Master across from him flickered his eyelids and cast a lingering glance at Li Qin before turning to depart. I shall remember you. As he watched the Blood River Master retreat, a glimmer of chill flickered in Li Qin's eyes. Had it not been for Mo Yunxin's presence today, Li Qin would have been reluctant to reveal the bloodthirsty blade and the 10 treasures, and would have undoubtedly dealt with this impostor. The Blood God technique was indeed formidable. Ordinary attacks proved utterly ineffective against him. Li Qin refrained from employing the Heavenly Net and the Golden Light Brick, recognizing that typical methods would not suffice against this counterfeit Blood River Master. Although Li Qin had never cultivated the Blood God technique, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding it. He needed to find an opportunity to eliminate this impostor. On the deck, as Li Qin watched the crimson figure depart, He resolved to rid himself of this individual. Li Chen wished to retain the impostor, yet he could not expose the 10 treasures and the bloodthirsty blade before Mo Yunxing. As a disciple of the Purple Void sect, revealing his secrets in front of Mo Yunxing might draw the attention of the sect. Compared to this counterfeit Blood River Master, the Purple Void sect was undoubtedly a colossal entity. If the sect were to focus on him, it would spell trouble. Reluctant to gamble on human nature, he refrained from revealing his trump cards to forcibly detain this impostor. Mo Yunxing returned to the deck, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken. When he turned to Li Chen, his gaze shifted, and he opened his mouth, his expression awkward as he uttered, "Sister." Brother-in-law. Li Chen, maintaining a serene demeanor, nodded without elaborating further, steering the flying vessel towards Qizhou. Chapter 84. Returned at Suiwei Mountain. The flying vessel departed from Heishui Prefecture, entering the domain of Qizhou. On the deck, Mo Yunxing gazed at Li Chen, who was seated in meditation, clutching a spirit stone. His eyes flickered with intrigue, as Li Chen's figure appeared shrouded in an aura of mystery, enveloped by a veil of fog. Initially, Mo Yunxing had regarded his brother-in-law with indifference. However, after today's perilous encounter, he witnessed this brother-in-law produce several second-tier spirit talismans, items not easily acquired, even with spirit stones. Sensing Mo Yunxing's gaze, Li Chen slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a calm tone. "If you have questions, feel free to ask." Mo Yunxing forced a smile, his voice lacking its usual nonchalance. "Brother-in-law, where did you acquire those second-tier spirit talismans? Have you received a legacy from a senior master?" Li Chen glanced at him and gently shook his head. "I have not received a legacy from a senior master. However, I do have a partner who is a talisman master capable of crafting second-tier talismans." Since Mo Yunxing was bound for Suiwei Mountain, Li Chen thought it unnecessary to conceal Huang Qingyao's existence, especially since they would inevitably cross paths. Mo Yunxing chose not to dwell on the revelation of Li Chen's partner, his gaze scrutinizing Li Chen with skepticism. "Brother-in-law, do you truly have a partner who is a second-tier talisman master?" Li Chen felt his eyelids twitch slightly. Mo Yunxing's expression mirrored that of Master Qindan from earlier days. Li Chen opted not to respond to Mo Yunxing's inquiry and closed his eyes once more to resume his meditation. Seeing Li Chen's eyes shut, Mo Yunxing forced a laugh. After some time, the flying vessel reached the heights of Suiwei Mountain, where Li Chen deftly maneuvered it to land. As soon as they touched down, Li Xian jumped out, exclaiming, "Father, was your visit to Zishu sect successful?" Li Chen nodded with a smile, affectionately ruffling Li Xian's hair. Mo Yunxing scrutinized Li Xian, furrowing his brow slightly. Li Xian glared at Mo Yunxing. "Xianer, this is your Aunt Mo's younger brother, the uncle of Chongqing and Yuner. Show him respect," Li Chen admonished. He then led Mo Yunxing into the courtyard. Li Xian walked beside Li Chen, surprisingly quiet for once. In the courtyard, Mo Yunyu was washing green bamboo. Hearing their footsteps, she lifted her head, and, upon seeing Mo Yunxing, her expression was neither warm nor cold. "What brings you here?" Mo Yunxing stepped closer, smiling as he replied, "This time, brother-in-law went to the Immortal sect for registration, and I happened to encounter him. I thought it had been a while since I last saw elder sister in Chongqing, so I decided to visit Suiwei Mountain. Moreover, brother-in-law intends to establish a family, and a significant occasion requires a prominent figure." Upon hearing Mo Yunxing refer to Li Chen as brother-in-law, Mo Yunyu's gaze softened somewhat. "Don't just stand there," she said as she stood up. "Xianer, fetch a seat for your uncle." Li Xian pouted, reluctantly dragging over a chair and muttering under her breath, "He's the uncle of my brother and little brother, not mine. Why do I have to serve him?" "Xianer, do not be disrespectful to your elders." Li Chen scolded with a stern expression. Seeing Li Xian's indifferent demeanor, he instructed her to summon Li Chongqing and Li Yun. Before long, Li Chongqing and Li Yun arrived together. Upon encountering Mo Yunxing, Li Chongqing paused momentarily and tentatively inquired, "Are you my uncle?" "Chongqing, do you still remember me?" Mo Yunxing's gaze softened, and a gentle smile graced his lips. Realizing who he was, Li Chongqing promptly bowed, saying, "Chongqing pays his respects to uncle." 17 years prior, Mo Yunxing had met Li Chongqing once, when the latter was just over 2 years old and had developed some memory. However, after such a long absence, Li Chongqing felt a certain unfamiliarity towards his uncle. After paying his respects, Li Chongqing turned to Li Yun and solemnly stated, "Yun, this is uncle. Quickly pay your respects." Li Yun, slender and fair of face, observed Mo Yunxing with keen eyes for a moment before stepping forward to bow respectfully. "Yuner pays his respects to uncle, wishing you a swift establishment of your celestial foundation and the attainment of the great Tao." "Very well, Very well. Mo Yunxing's smile widened. From his storage bag, he produced a mid-grade magical artifact, a flying sword. Yunner, I had not anticipated your presence before my arrival, so I come bearing this as a token of our meeting. Li Chen stood nearby, smiling as he watched Li Yun. Though this son appeared obedient, he harbored a certain shrewdness uncommon for his age, unlike his elder brother, who was sincere and simple. Changsheng, Yunner, since uncle has come to Zuwei Mountain, you shall host him. I have matters to attend to with Aunt Huang, so do not neglect your uncle. Li Changsheng respectfully nodded, saying, Rest assured, father. Li Chen said no more and promptly departed with Li Xian from the courtyard. Once they had walked a distance from the courtyard, Li Xian turned to Li Chen. Her expression earnest as she said, Father, I do not like this person. Li Chen squinted. Xianer, could you articulate why you dislike him? Li Xian pondered for a moment while nibbling on her finger, then gently shook her head. I cannot quite explain. I simply do not like him upon seeing him. This time, Li Chen refrained from reprimanding Li Xian. His knowledge of Mo Yunsheng was limited, hence when encountering the impersonator of the Blood River Master, Li Chen had refrained from revealing the 10 treasures and the blood-devouring blade, fearing that Mo Yunsheng might report this to the Zishu sect, thus drawing their attention. In the courtyard, after Li Chen's departure, Mo Yunsheng turned to Li Yun, his expression warm as he inquired, Yunner, who is the Aunt Huang your father mentioned? Li Yun gazed at Mo Yunsheng innocently and replied, Aunt Huang is simply Aunt Huang. Unable to glean any further answers from Li Yun, Mo Yunsheng shifted his gaze to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng smiled and explained, Uncle, and Huang is another partner of my father's. This Zuwei Mountain is under her management. During my father's years of seclusion, Aunt Huang has been overseeing it. Mo Yunsheng nodded and asked, Changsheng, what is Aunt Huang's true name and her cultivation level? Just as Li Changsheng was about to respond, he felt his younger brother tugging at his sleeve. Brother, didn't you say you would take me to pick spirit peaches? Can we go now? Realizing the moment, Li Changsheng turned to Mo Yunsheng, offering an apologetic smile. Uncle, I promised Yunner that I would accompany him to pick spirit peaches today. Would you care to join us? On the other side, Li Chun entered Huang Qingya's cave dwelling. Huang Qingya glanced at Li Chen and pushed a cup of spiritual tea towards him, inquiring with a smile, was your journey smooth? There were some obstacles, but I have already registered with the Zishu sect. Next, we can select an auspicious day to hold the clan establishment ceremony, Li Chen replied. Huang Qingya rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with clarity as she asked, for the clan establishment